so I'm sure he has a trick up his sleeve for sure.
Yeah, Mates. I mean, I'm not surprised they're taking us to Haven. That is the map they won against Team Liquid, right? Running that Neon comp. You expecting them to just run the comp back?
Maybe. Maybe.
Great insight, thanks, Crashy.
Sorry about that, maybe.
Yeah, I really hope that we do have an even out match, that we get onto that third one. I think that because of this, like the best chances that Mates has it is to close it in a 2-0 fashion if we speak about the adaptation and whatnot, because it's not only that the composition for KC might have been the preferred one that we have seen on Haven, I think is the comfort that Mates have already found on that map. Even from the beginning of the year, they were the only team during kickoff that decided to play the Neon on Haven. Back and after that, back from Bangkok, more teams have been like, you know, Neon, after all, and after what T1 proved, is not gone. We can still play her, and it has been a complete game changer for some teams.
Do you feel like people just pushed the panic button a little too quick there, like just straying away from Neon immediately?
I definitely think so, especially at Bangkok. You saw a lot of Yoru and how strong he could be in a lot of team compositions. Yesterday, you saw like a mini boot masterclass on the Neon, and everyone was talking about it. So I think Neon will definitely be okay. There's Phoenix here.
Yeah, so let's discuss.
Yes, let's discuss, because there's definitely moved away from that. However, Sadak is going to be playing on the Sova, and they're going to go for the duo duelist. But you know, you're from America, so you know a lot about Phoenix on Haven.
Yeah, especially, I mean, Victor used to play Phoenix on this map a lot as well. They took a Vez off Initiator and put him on Phoenix, so I mean, I'm kind of curious to see how this will go. And yeah, this is the first time they're playing this comp, so I mean, they have to be comfortable, right?
Yeah,
they better.
yeah, well, and especially with them starting from the attack, Abez going on that Phoenix. It's not the first time we've seen it in the past, not here in VCT, but definitely also jumping into that double duelist.
Yeah, I'm excited to get this one started. Crashies, thank you so much for joining us to set the stage for our French derby between Kcorp and Gentle Mates. Sadak getting in position. We're ready here as well. So let's send it over to our casters, Pansy and Hypok.
Are we good?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Let's go, Pansy Hypok.
Kind of leading us through.
I don't think I've had a
the
coaching with
Phoenix
them
here,
yet.
but we'll get to that. I think we'll get to that. As I kind of want to roll it back a bit, both of these teams here at kind of that 1-1 spot in this, and we've seen a bit of a pivot, at least with the map pool now. What do you make of where we're starting?
Yeah, the Veto's a bit of a head scratch. You would have been really concerned to see them bring out the same bring out the same composition once again, because after showing it versus Vitality, they then go to ban Haven and almost feel, I don't know whether that's a little bit of paranoid or just uncomfortable with the execution of that comp, but see the Phoenix is a hell of a pivot, to say the least.
Yeah, it is certainly a bit bizarre. And there's got to
Give
be
me a number to go with right now. I'm at 28.
In all reality, losing to Vitality on Haven during the heyday of them bringing out that comp, that I guess Fnatic comp, if you want to call it that, it seemed reasonable.
It's been a stressful
but they
morning.
haven't played it since. Then it became that sort of vetoed out map. They've gone back to the kitchen and cooked us up a Phoenix.
They made it loud on us. I fuck with it. Okay, a little bait setup for the Cypher. Close trip, Sova contact, Cam contact here, so Cypher can just idle Cam.
Alongside Martin on the Yoru.
The breach back B, he can be walked in on. Actually, the weak point of the whole setup.
Yeah, so early work from Martin.
Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Bro did work. Solo hole B.
Keeping it simple, certainly not keeping it exactly in their sight. So now
actually TSM. He was solo mid, no?
Sugetsu and Elite left with a lot of work on their hands.
Phoenix Yoru is so base, by the way. Didn't get a chance to say it.
Anyone to try and re-clear.
I hate how Sadak spelled his name.
There it is, double face. Nice again from Kamek. Just clearing out
some
Kamek. Getting his name up in the feed
Show
and closing out.
God damn.
Solid start
here,
Mike.
The breach.
Yeah, again, just Kamek holding his ground. It basically has the solo anchor on
Quick Ember. Oh, is it not up? Okay, I got you. Let's see.
Martin dropped immediately.
Whose pick we got?
KC just maybe hoping somebody was going to overstep the mark and find themselves an opener.
Are we in attack or tech? I mean.
Yeah, curious to see. I mean, you'd almost assume here with KC wants to get to the buy rounds, it's going to be very brawly, brute force.
GM's pick.
Finding these very aggressive engagements. You almost have to. It's you come back to that.
All right, 5 minutes, guys.
Phoenix, it's that Sort of the feast or famine. You have to make it work in terms of seeing numbers from it.
Oh, and that's the thing. I do want to see what they have in mind, because right now it feels just
I'm looking
useless,
jacked at
right?
it.
It's found nothing
I
in the
feel
early couple
tiny.
rounds. And one of the players I wanted to look at was Mini during this, a name who's been impressing
I'm
me
actually probably
in
the
their
smallest
first
I've been
couple
in
of,
like
series coming out.
years.
But Kamek again was cool under pressure before, catching at least one.
Let's try to.
Maybe one slipping the net, but he should have support if necessary. There it is. Zipan to catch the push-up. Do they even get a plant? Again, Zipan will see the cross.
Ooh, good double swing. Damn, that was a really nice double swing.
Trying to work
Oh
together on that
shit.
one down.
Sunshine flexing the points? Didn't know you had it like that.
Does recover the Bulldog, so another attempt, but we can see it.
Actually didn't work out today. I don't know if you guys saw Twitter, but man, it's been a stressful morning. So I woke up and Gemma like kind of woke up early, so she came in to the bedroom, like climbed in bed, and then I heard nice trip post barrier. We've been seeing that a lot. I heard the bell ring downstairs. We have a bell on the back door, and Lola rings the bell when she has to go potty. And so I'm like, oh, fuck. She's holding it all morning. I got to run down and get her. And so I run down, literally like straight out of bed. Like I didn't even put on a shirt. And while I'm like downstairs, I realize, oh, this motherfucker, she came downstairs.
Set into motion obviously by that Sova utility, but still keeping numbers to the good. KC maintain 4.
I realized she pooped in the house last night, which is rare. Like, she doesn't really do that very often. I'm not going to lie. She's very good. It could have been Moshi, maybe. But it was definitely in the middle of the night. And so I'm cleaning that up. And while I'm doing all this and, like, preparing for the girls to come down for breakfast, blah, 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 Jennifer decides to be proactive also and wash the comforter on the bed. Unfortunately, like I said, I just jumped out of bed and ran downstairs. I didn't even take my phone. I didn't even have a shirt on. And so my phone goes through the wash. And I'm also just like, not, oh, nice shot.
Just catching Zipan a little asleep, but a wheel and
wow, great take. Good peaks, by the way, this game by KC. So methodical. Oh my god, like that was a beautiful round from like a coaching perspective. Yeah, it's just like unlucky. It's like 2 good deeds like combined into my phone being broken. You know, like I'm hustling to like do all this shit. I'm cleaning up the dog poop. Jennifer's just trying to wash the comforter, and my phone gets fucking ruined. And I'm honestly not upset because I'm not someone that upgrades my phone very often, and we had a free upgrade for a while that I just wasn't using. Oh, that's a sick hoodie. And my back was all cracked of my phone and shit, but all my 2FA stuff is on there, and that worries me a lot. That worries me a lot right now. That's about it.
But look, there is a player down here. He's not going to be scot-free on this and got a little lazy on the clear on the corner. Sadak just keeping that aim locked in on it. Beautifully done, and pressure now through from Garage. Kata is in a world of trouble. Get out of there.
Almost want him out of sight altogether.
Oh, that has it all to do. Good blind. Nice shot. And he lives. TP out. 4v4. He got it.
Disrespecting it. You thought that would have been time to retreat, but no. Wanted to play ahead and bring it back down to this 4v4.
I think anybody else from Gentlemates will have a say in this, but actually KC not committed towards the plant.
Jennifer is like felt so bad. She like went and got me like a new phone.
Really weird position here. Gentlemates are winning out on the fights. Mini's the one to clean it up, Lauren.
Wow.
Mini's been the man.
What a round by Gentlemates.
I trained on him recently, and they met
dude,
that composure. It felt like we were back in
from the 5-on-4.
With that pause,
that's all off of Kata's Omen play. Getting the even up trade, TPing out, playing life. Like, this is everything right here. That's everything.
The disrespect. It's brilliantly done.
I mean, Kata actually does really well to fight because the spacing wasn't awful.
The triple face right there is so well played. Man, that's a good game right now.
Yeah, a little strange to see that. Another situation where you almost want to be in the comms and understand exactly what's being
I've watched.
Look at this 3-play stack towards the A site.
You can transfer to FA, but that's if your phone turns on, right? Like, how the fuck It's gonna take forever to go through all of the things in my app.
They're being proactive. They want to be aggressive.
Oh.
And they're Click with it all.
What a fucking push, dude!
That is perfect. An in zone floor.
Yo, Gentlemates are frying.
Fire in them.
Whether or not Gentlemates have already figured
That's
out
a
that
sick mouse.
Kcorp have got a fairly slow approach in terms of the attack. They absolutely
Dude, that was crazy.
make it count in this round. Beautiful execution
Wow.
on this.
Also, Zipan here with the spacing, lovely, because it almost lets you get to slip there.
Yeah, nice shot by Zipan,
Click, I
and
don't
good
think actually
spacing. I
to the
agree
head
with
of that.
Pansy.
The
Good
second
shout out.
player stacked on bricks. Will force out a very early Carmine Court timeout here.
That was lovely. I love a proactive ult like that, because it feels so nice having the back pocket, right? To
Yeah.
maybe retake
When you
wheel,
guys wash your
something like
AirPods,
that,
did
but
you put them in
to
like rice and stuff? I mean, I've done that in the past. I'll show you all of my old phones. Like, literally, I'll use them like this too for a while. I keep all my old phones because I like spread my 2FA across like a bunch of shit, just so that way if I like get fucked, it's not gonna be super fucked. So like this phone is cracked on the front. This is kind of like what the one that went through the wash looked like. It just had a case on the back. But when it went through the wash, I'm sure like that's really bad. Like when it was cracked, that was so bad.
Off to a flying start on Haven.
It has a fucking full charge because it's first thing in the morning.
This was one of the maps that,
brutal.
14-12 against Liquid, which was a... what's that then?
There's been a music change. But yeah, you're right. And that's a difficult one to really look back on, because it didn't...
Actually, so Sumi, the water is the issue. So here's the thing about electronics and water. And I learned this like a long time ago. You can, for the most part, you can actually, like officials are investigating. Huh. For the most part, you can get them wet, but you can't turn them on until they're completely dry. I actually use, like Semphis, one of my CS teammates. I'm not even trolling. He was on my team, and he would wash his keyboard in the dishwasher occasionally. And so, but you obviously cannot plug that shit in. You can't turn it on. Like, if electricity goes through that shit, it will break. I swear it would work. And I was shocked he would do it and it would work.
Off the veto alone.
I was like, oh, fuck.
I mean, hindsight,
the problem lies is when people get their phone wet and it's on, or they try to turn it on. Or their AirPods and they try to turn it on.
Because the fact that KC floated
People don't know.
through both of their
Like, oh fuck, is
series,
it broken?
Like it's a problem. Neither does this.
Yeah,
Martin looking easy to deal with. More info spotted towards sewer and proactivity down towards C long. Just so the production like me using the buttons. There it is. Even the observers are on it. They're faster than me. I shouldn't be doing it. They're nailing it. Speaking of nailing it, big shot. Nice from Arvez. Couple more of those.
And ironically, dude.
And now they're getting aggressive. Now this I get a little bit nervous about, but again, kind of showing that aggression and confidence and taking a couple of those key fights and clearing the question mark from long.
Still be concerned about Click's position. He's not dealing with that.
I'm stoked to see the harbor, by the way.
The bulk of this push coming through to Garage, it could be a concern in the post plant, especially
Sadok's harbor
down to 23 HP.
is incredible.
It's that player on long. It's Click down here. It's gonna be the factor. If Mini's spotted
Sadok's looking back this way, yeah, but
no, Sadok's a smart boy, but you're gonna give it a glance. You're probably not gonna expect the world, and he's cleared well here, Click. He's done very well. It wasn't the cleanest shot, but it doesn't matter. It's across the line, and Sugetsu's
Click is actually so fucking good, by the way.
Such an near on impossible object to avoid. 23 to work with, and yeah, it's perfect. Lovely in the end from Gentlemates. I'm really impressed with this so far, Mike. But
dude,
it was
speaking of Semphis chat, unironically, I saw this 16 hours ago. Probably not even, probably like 8 hours ago last night. Ladies and gentlemen, I've somehow saved my PC and brought the video card back to life by baking it in the oven for 10 minutes at 375. This guy's still getting away with it.
All right, boys, this video card's probably fried, but we're going to try baking it.
16 hours ago.
Wish me luck.
What are the odds? It's like, I swear, dude, I must live in a simulation. Like, there's no way I can be telling this story about the dishwasher and he's tweeting that 16 hours ago. There's just no way, man. There's just no way.
That your Eng will have, that your
like, I'm talking
Sadak will have.
15 years ago he did that dishwasher shit.
4-1 split.
This guy's still doing this shit?
The eventual goal. Flash in. But we can already see the posturing and already look at the space once again being taken. These fundamentals are working brilliantly for Gentlemates to keep map control.
You're worried about the silicon in the mouse pads? I'm worried about this guy literally cooking a video card in the oven he eats out of. That can't be good for you. That can't be good for you, bro.
The drone actually invested so deep on, it's going to spot out Mini.
This is Fury coming in. Mini's going to go down. This is better. Kana trying to be controlled, but it doesn't work. Zipan didn't want to find Sadak here, really. Down to that 2v3. Sugetsu, Martin, Elite, all still here. Trying to play from the site and one down towards main. A quick way out towards main, at least for Sugetsu. But can they get this done in time? The time is ticking here. This looks good. That shot looks great, though. But time is going to be a factor. They've got to know it. They're doing so well here, though. But this is so close. I don't think there's time now to make a go of it. No, Sugetsu playing into the second.
Wow.
But it took a lot.
How are they going to string it together now? No money.
They really burned up the Newell theft and the run it back. So credit in that regard for KC to find their second. Gentlemates definitely made it interesting, though.
It felt like it's left
oh my god, bro. My phone literally was flown from China to India to avoid a tariff, probably. I'm kidding.
I believe it was 3 bodies.
I love Sadak's facial expressions.
3 bodies invested towards A-Link to try and find extra space, secure that post plant. Like I said, the drone is used so deep.
Yeah, she hooked it up. It's right here. I haven't even logged in or anything like that yet, though.
I see KC start to cycle through these ultimates now. Judge in hand for Martin.
She's a real one. She feels so bad. I'm like, it's okay. We're trying to do something really nice. It's just unfortunate.
All of this space.
Why do we got their comms? We're literally listening to their comms.
Talk over it, so hopefully nothing gets leaked. Don't really love the idea of that going out on stream. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Hopefully production can cut that for you guys.
Shut up, Pansy. Shut up.
For now, we look towards Sadak on long. Does manage to get Kamek down and the follow-up too. Nice from Sadak. Still going to have his ult there in pocket if things get a little dicey. Even spotted out Zipan towards heaven. Paranoia coming in. But the numbers are so strong. I'm pretty sure it's just down to Zipan here. And this is now a formality.
21 HP. Nothing left to do in this round now.
Bitches. Of course I know. Look,
4 rifles will be maintained here.
Imagine.
Does KC make their exit?
This is so
3 on the board now for them.
We still have a couple of...
Yeah, on the back of Martin paving the way. I said frugal once more, no overinvestment.
Yep.
Still maintain, well, again, the TP for Sugetsu, but more importantly, the Hunter's Fury.
Bro. We just had a full round of comms.
I think I might know. It's one of those moments where you think, did they hear what we heard?
What? Oh, we heard it.
I'll put it out there.
You motherfuckers were ruining it.
I was talking a lot because there were comms in our ear from the teams, and I assumed that they didn't want that.
Sadak was a fucking rap god right there.
If I sounded like I was losing my mind, I am. But for now, we take a second and hopefully get.
Actually, though, Pansy's so based. Even though we all wanted to hear that, especially me, dude. The listening to this guy speaking in English, oh my god, I was like Birdman, bro. My brain was just like, I've waited so long for this. Holy fuck. And she knows the quality of that content. She knows that her job as a caster is to amplify the broadcast. Like low key, her mindset should be probably to like be on the broadcast production side, but she's been in the industry so long, she's a real one and protected the players. Dude, props Pansy for that.
Obviously.
Actually, huge props for Pansy.
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily sold once. I mean, it's not even something. It's almost going back
to
like late 2023, really.
By doing that, she's siding with the players instead of the people that pay her paycheck.
Yeah,
you know.
Again, there's not really a lot of nuance to it.
Bro, the teams have nothing to do with where Pansy gets her money from. So honestly, like, That's really big of her in that moment.
It's the kind of mid to late round tools that we're trying to rely on here. Is it just around cycling these ultimates?
Maybe. I was kind of looking at if there's going to be some specific util usage to maybe take that control towards garage or pressure beacons. I was expecting something, but I don't feel these days I get much from a Phoenix. I don't
Definitely
get
deserves
from
credit for that.
Neon,
From like a
perhaps,
caster
or
POV,
something of that ilk. There's so
from
many
my
other
broadcast
options
talent
now that
POV
suit that
side,
role
like
better. Yeah, you get the ult obviously, which does cycle quickly, but that's about it.
Yeah. Like I said, not in a lot of
play Waylay then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it comes back to the same discussions we were having a few years back, which is why do you justify it over another pick? Do have, well, a non-update update, but we are actually potentially investigating a bug. So once we know anything else, we will let you know. Didn't spot anything.
I didn't see it either. I'd love to know. Just so nosy.
Okay.
Just for once, actually, we haven't been told.
That's just so crazy, though, no?
Pretend that we haven't.
This dude actually put
Stuff
this
nice.
shit
He's like that.
in a pan he eats out of and fucking cooked it. And it works.
If it does go on too much longer, we'll go back to the desk. And I say
That's
that with sheer
insane.
confidence. How's that feeling?
Well,
That's
I
insane.
wasn't listening to you.
Ah, well.
I was talking to Alberto.
Oh, yeah, you and Alberto, best mates now. No, I was saying, if it takes any longer, we'll go back to the desk.
Maybe.
No.
No,
Say it
maybe,
with
maybe.
No.
We could do that. We could do that, maybe.
Oh, it's getting close to that time. We'll let you know as we get the information if we are heading back to the desk. Maybe it just needs a second or two to investigate further, but well, Theorycraft, what do you reckon's happened? Make something up.
Well, maybe there's something.
Lie completely to me.
Maybe there's something in the water today, because this will be the second for today. We were talking about. Do you remember? Was it Nookie's PC back at the Coliseum?
No,
did the rounds on the stage.
I
think it was Nookie's PC.
It was. And I don't know if the people at home remember, but it used to be the cursed PC. Trust you me. Now, we have got delightful news. We're not going back in game yet. No, I just want to get you excited. We're going to the desk because this might take a little longer.
Okay. What's up, Egg?
Absolutely in love with a guessing game on tech issues. Absolutely.
Right now it's dead.
For us, Mac, if you had to make a guess.
The
Trying to revive
says
it.
A potential bug, and that's as far as we've gotten. Have no idea what the bug is, but bugs can be annoying, so let's smack it.
Whoa.
Sorry.
Okay, that was very aggressive.
I could have gone
We need that, and I believe the LEC needs it as
What?
well. So
Who?
So it's just eating?
That sounds like a them problem.
yeah,
I feel personally.
okay. But we have that on tape in case they ask on Monday.
I actually don't know who he is.
Yeah,
by
don't play
the
that
way.
tomorrow. They'll never bring me back.
Actually, before
What's the
we
bug?
dive
Oh,
into
production
whatever we
leaking
have,
voice comms is the
to fill time
the bug.
until they figured out which kind of creepy crawlies are bugging us on stage. Mac, we haven't gotten your thoughts on the compositions yet. Seeing a Phoenix in the mix, kind of exciting.
Bit of fun, bit of action, bit of something different, which is good. And I think something different is needed because KC has
Fnatic
been
ended
finding,
up beating
a huge amount of
Apex.
success.
Second map
Gentle
was really
Mates in
close,
particular.
but
Haven's been looking relatively decent for them. Their structure, everything has been going incredibly well so far. This stage, that being said, KC, as mentioned, needed the shake-up, and the shake-up, unfortunately...
He kind of looks like young
Bren.
Bren.
What was it? It was 2-0, 3-0, or
with
2-1,
big
something like that,
biceps.
right off the gate, and then after that it got a little bit messy. And we're getting to the point where the thing is, it started incredibly good. The structure GM brought in was great.
Yeah, I like to see.
You know what's something I realized, by the way?
They're known for bringing in something new. I like the fact
I don't
that
think
they're
Riot,
the harbor because we
Riot NA and Riot Global, because I've never worked EMEA, which every region and those things have like different people that work in the esports division, and even like throughout Riot, like something that the community doesn't know is like they kind of move to their own beat. They marshal their own drums in each region. And that's why sometimes you'll get different rules for different formats even for like the same type of tournament. Literally, I don't know what it is, but Riot Americas and Riot Global, I want to say in all of my years working broadcast for Riot, they've never put me in a short sleeve shirt, which is why there's so many people that come into chat and are like, what the fuck? You've been lifting? I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? It's like, actually, I'm not lifting right now. I don't know if Riot Americas and Riot Global have something against like, I don't know, like dudes showing their arms or something, but I had that realization. And so I asked Doug too, and they said the same thing with Doug. I was like, or Doug said this, Doug's like, what the fuck? Yeah, I guess you're right. I don't know. It was just something I realized. I don't know why.
They seem to be favored in the map. Would you agree with that?
It does look like a proto.
With performance recently,
Oh my god, that's a good shout.
And if it's a 2-0, it's going to go that way.
Oh, well, we're about to find out as we're heading back into the action. So for all of that and so much more, we're going to send it back over to the ever so lovely. Yes,
I just wear whatever they tell me to wear. Some of the talent like will fight it. I literally have worn everything they've given me, I think, with zero complaints.
I guess Hypox there too. I haven't seen it unpaused in game yet.
The context behind it?
Still red.
Oh, I was just saying that when I worked the broadcast. It was always like a jacket or a hoodie.
Resuming shortly.
Something like that.
But resuming now. Now it says resuming.
Yeah.
It's not.
Headsets on.
Yep.
Everyone.
Like there's some people that would like fight what they wear or bring in stuff and you have to have it like approved if you bring in stuff in.
The crowd goes wild. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Welcome to EMEA.
And the close-up. The focal point now for the remainder of Haven.
3-7.
Yeah. Well, but on the board, right?
Yes. Yes, one of those was that, I think, Sheriff kill that came in. But you know what?
I was just like, oh wow, that is weird. I had that really because I kind of. What's happening right now? What?
Well,
guys.
What's going on, bro?
I'm gonna be honest, guys.
Doesn't look good.
It's not looking good out here, chat. Can you see the issue? I need the little. You know, have you seen the meme with like the stick with the little handle and you tap on the screen?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I need a look. Can we? Oh, we should.
Oh, you've observers have trolled me.
They've absolutely thrown.
There's the weapon, though.
Yep. Can we get the little like free cam real quick?
There's the weapon. There it is.
Zoom in.
Oh. Yes.
Just
I believe
there.
that's. Oh. Observers again.
Yep.
What's happening?
Oh, we're going for a knife fight.
Left down middle. Choose sides.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
That's what we're
Pansy throwing it back.
Yes. We're still looking at it. We're still watching it. But just to let you know, this doesn't count. Maybe a little confusing.
Chat, did you know before like, bro, in the early days of CS chat, you used to have to go in mid like that with your knife out, and the other team would have to just stand there, and then you would throw a smoke behind them, and you would have to take a screenshot, and then you would have to upload that screenshot to like the back end of the website, like an anti-cheat department, and that's how they checked to see if you were cheating back then. That was our Vanguard. That was Vanguard back in the day. I'm not even trolling. I'm not even trolling. That's actually what happened. Because there were so many people that had like smoke sprites and shit in CS or like weird fucking skins. Like you could have a world where someone in CS, and I actually knew this was possible, someone once got banned because their models in Counter-Strike, guys, they had fucking spikes coming out of them. So that way, imagine hiding behind a corner and this is what your model looks like. Bro, so, like, man, there was some wild shit back in the day in CS that was just so funny. Like, there was sprays that I had in CS that were like exact model replicas of the models in the game doing like a head stack, and I would put them in like common corners or spots. Kind of like Yoru clones. Like literally it's OG Yoru clone was in CS, you could upload whatever spray you wanted. So like you could literally go to the internet and go find an image and upload it and have it as your spray paint in CS like 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, maybe even 1.6. I'm not sure. And there were like porn sprays, bro. There was people like me doing like fake like head stacks. I had fake ladders. I had fake ladders that I was spraying like on train, like going up shit. There was like all kind of shit you could cook up, man. It was so fucking funny. That was when literally there were no rules on the internet, though. It was a wild time. Oh, dangerous, bro. That was the least you had to worry about back then, trust me. That was the least. There was fucking all kind of crazy shit going on back then. Take me back? Yeah, dude. It was actually so fucking funny. He called, yeah. Thanks for the 9 months. We have a child now. There's a bacon lettuce. Bacon, lettuce, and mayo sandwich. Bro, we call those a BLT. We call that a BLT, actually. That's crazy that you... No. Bro literally typed laugh out loud in the chat, except bacon, lettuce. That's crazy.
Mine's gonna be the turret. You know it's the turret. We're halfway out of the venue.
We were on the
Me
way,
when I laughing
to
my
the
ass
shuttle to
off,
go back to the
rolling
hotel.
on the
It was
floor
like,
laughing.
You've got to go back into makeup. In fact, actually, it was Mitch, man, that came and told me we had to go. And I was like, I'm not
BLT with chicken? Yo, I actually had that yesterday. Holy fuck. It was so good. I had a turkey bacon and I had a chicken bacon last night. Both. I'm not going to lie. I agree. Look. Man. Bacon on a sandwich with mayo is about one of the only times I think mayo is solid.
You need to be smart and like know when the right time is to go in.
I would say she's decent. It's very hard agent, I would say.
And like double dash and then kill one, dismiss back, you know? I think it's like, you need hands for it.
It seems to me, it's more like a ranked demon agent.
I mean, just from biased experience, she's horrible in solo queue. Like, I haven't really seen like an actual like good annoying waylay.
I think the ult is also really interesting, to be honest.
Solo queue is rough, yeah.
Like, spread, you know? Because like you throw those and then it kind of spreads.
If you can utilize the ultimate correctly, it's good. But I feel like so far with what I've seen,
it's
like,
hard
the
to hit
ult's not
people with
getting,
it.
like, the craziest value consistently. Yeah. So I think you got to make like really good plans around that.
They're going to shorten the time till the ult pops on the next update. Watch.
You can see the full potential of this agent in
got no strip on?
competitive. When you have 4 people behind you with utility who can help you.
If you're gonna take Waylay, you have to at least one more character to follow him behind.
Because this agent, as I said, requires a lot of mechanic skills because you don't have a smoke on Jet. Like on Jet, you cannot dash in smoke. You're dashing in open space, so you need to always think before you do something.
I think in pro play, I can side more with the point that like you need 4 players around you that like have to help you.
The only good mayonnaise, by the way, right here. QP.
Like,
if you know, you know.
I like her. As a mechanic agent, it's insane. Like it's super fun. But competitively, I
anyway,
still
QP Mayo is the best.
Seen like the perfect maybe combination of agents or how to use it properly. You know,
she should be good on 2 maps, but I'm not gonna say it. Keep on me.
I love the foot interviews lately, man. They've actually been pretty fire.
Waylay usage
super
so
humble.
far in EMEA, some more successful than others. Gentlemen actually did play Waylay as well, together with KO on Icebox, and they did win that match. I believe it was against
so you literally work in NA and EMEA, huh?
A weird vacuum, a weird concept that I do.
Popular in Mexico?
Where the third map never happened. That's the one.
Are you living in Mexico right now?
Oh God, you just gotta love having Fancy on the studio. It's just like a guarantee. She just loves having the tech pauses. She will try and private as many as we can.
Look, they wanted me out there to fight the audience, and I was ready to go. I was
in a bear
standing
costume
up.
or just as is?
In what?
Probably a pulled pork sandwich.
No, attack the bear.
I love a good pulled pork sandwich.
If there's attack the bear
or like a
costume around the
brisket
studio, I'll
sandwich.
be
Oh my
throwing that on, and I
god.
will be fighting everyone in the audience.
I like all of those options you gave me though.
I'm sure
Truthfully.
there's some insurance claims to be filed.
No. What do you have?
I was going to go for like paper, scissors, rock, but you didn't.
It's not just about.
Who says that order?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Thank you,
display in the audience. No, we're gonna look at some guns being fired.
Who says that order? This guy.
Service. What you got for us?
Has he ever played?
We saw Mate lock down the pistol round, and it is just going to be great fundamentals. So as you can see, their card art was just tucked into the corner. You had Zippin and who's his merry friend there. That's Mini. They're just going to be swinging on the contact, and it's just classic fundamentals. There is a lot of tools in Valorant to stop this from happening. But that is what I wish my ranked teammates did. You know, so I say don't peek, swing when I shoot. Right? That is what they just did, and it won them the round. I say that to my ranked teammates. They peek anyway and die, and they're like, why didn't you swing with me? I'm like, anyway, communications, it is important. And as an Australian, half of Europe doesn't understand me.
It's true, that's factual.
Sorry, I'm just getting that out. I got a lot of pent-up rage, which is why I want to fight the audience.
This is what the tech pause is
Fight
for.
the audience.
Let it all out. It's getting very emotional here. Anything you want to share with class?
Yes, I also had a round. I wanted to take a look at how Mates understood their winning condition for their opponent, and I believe this round 5, it's a perfect example for it. They want to fight for this orb on A because of what we're saying, having the Phoenix.
Damn, $11 these days for a burger fries is actually. I can't believe I'm saying it out loud. I feel like it's a good deal. These days, what's happening in the economy, bro?
Good for 1, good for 2. Zippin behind him, carrying all the clearance, and a very quick and easy, flawless in-zone. Actually flawless round for them. So this is the kind of Mates that could win this match. And actually, it differs a lot from the Mates that we got to meet at kickoff, because when Robbie BK was calling, I remember that they were the kind of team that will play a lot for the retake and will save most of their utility for that retake. So seeing that proactivity gives a different look, gives a different
Was it any good though?
And you gotta love it, you know, as I was saying in the last tech pause. I really think this is going to be a 2-0 for Mates. At the moment, it's looking like that's going the right direction. Very solid defense so far on Haven. And that's what you want, you know, the attack side generally seen as the stronger side, and especially with, you know, what we're seeing from KC as well. They do have that double duelist. They are trying to show us exactly why Phoenix has been picked here.
Bro, every time...
I'm just not convinced.
Every time someone from EMEA or Straya, let's lump New Zealand in there too. Every time they say duel, I hear Jewel. It's been decades now, and I still hear the same thing. I hear the same thing. Every time Sliggy says duel, I hear Jewel. Every time DDK says duel, I hear Jewel. Every time Sponge says it, every time this guy says it, every time anyone from these regions says it, I hear it every time.
Played so far. It is only this
every time.
Every agent has actually been
Okay, Kara. Would you like a water bottle? I'm sorry.
That's the one I didn't write down.
I'm sorry.
We missed Gecko.
Would you?
You missed Gecko, actually.
Yeah. Because I mean,
it must be. It must be the aluminium in my fucking brain.
It was literally defined last year, not only here in
Must be the tires with a Y. Must be the colors with a U.
I do love how many swings in meta we've already seen, though, because if you're really considering it, we only really had, like, obviously kickoff and then the first Masters in Bangkok, and now halfway through.
Oh, rubber is ice cream.
But there's different options.
Exactly, but it was so
rubber? I have not heard this one.
Only 1 or 2 duelists being viable. Like,
is this
play almost everything? You can make it work for you, depending on the maps as well.
Yeah, you know that's the beauty of Valorant. You know, as the agent pool gets larger and
larger,
there's going to be more options, more ways to play the game, more compositions that work on more different maps, and that's
you
why,
motherfucker.
You love teams that do cook good food, and then we still enjoy the teams that cook. The food might not be good. It might not work out. It might get.
Chat's been penalized. No sound for the next 3 minutes. We're all gonna sit here quietly. If you leave, you leave. I don't care. I can't fucking take it, bro. 3 minutes is a long time. Holy fuck, bro. That was insane. I started to sweat. It's too quiet in here, man. I'm alone with my thoughts and shit. That's like punishment for me. Fuck that. Fuck that.
Like a couple of maps out of all that we have, and they're still being very successful. So it's I think that even though we see some agents being more predominant, for the metas that we have had, like the chamber one or at the beginning with you know,
connections. What is connections?
Connections that she had. I like the diversity that we're getting.
Absolutely, and I like at the beginning, obviously, of Teo Breach shenanigans when it just started.
I've never played this before.
Now it's just like a util kind of game, right? But like I feel like a lot of teams went back to the gunplay.
Oh, fucking!
That's where our strength is, and if you know your strength, you can make it work.
English?
Pretty much any team.
We're doing
now,
English?
we are
no.
Still, of course,
I was a science major. This will be embarrassing.
Fixing whatever has been broken on the
yeah.
stage, so we will continue to waffle and entertain you.
Wait.
For our music. Oh, I see.
We have a wheel.
We
have a wheel now.
You're always welcome.
Wheels roll.
There we go. Nico's bringing in a wheel.
Thank you.
Because I'm sure there's some unanswered questions.
Are there any unanswered questions? Spin the wheel.
Oh, the sound is so satisfying. I don't know if it's being picked up.
No cap. Wait, I'm too old to understand what this answer now means.
I'm too
no
old.
cap isn't like, yes, there are.
We got the boomer desk today.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to say.
It's the plus 30 desk. Like, this is not. It's not.
No, somebody's doing us boomers dirty right now. She doesn't know what no cap means.
Was an attack, or is an attack, the best Phoenix that we're ever going to see in EMEA? Not this time, no! It doesn't matter.
What does this all mean? What does this all mean?
Well, I mean, technically, the way you phrase the question implies that he's not currently playing in EMEA, so he can't be the best Phoenix we have in EMEA since he's currently. But he's also available now, again, unfortunately.
So
any team, any takers, I would love to see an attack back in action.
Anyway, I got one.
What does this answer mean? I also like.
It means ass.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I guess that's
bottoms.
That's there.
What do you want to know? What do you want to know?
No.
Anything goes.
Are Gentlemates going to win? Can we save ourselves some time and not play?
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna actually copy this whole fucking scene for next time this happens.
Yeah, that was
easy.
Can I do that?
See you later. I'm done.
Okay.
1 second.
Yeah, usually. I mean, I use.
Okay. That's good. We're getting closer, everybody. Do not worry.
Will all players be ready?
Holy fuck.
That's ridiculous.
Chat.
Hey.
Look what happens when I literally highlight every. Look at how many fucking sources I have. These are all the memes that I use on OBS. Not even the ones that I pull up from my computer. Some of them are in OBS. Some of them are on my computer. Holy fuck. I've never even seen that before.
Let's go.
I look like I'm fucking Tom Cruise in a laser scene.
But the fact, honestly, I was ready to run down to the desk and take the wheel away. I knew somebody was going to ask the question about another tech pause.
That's probably why I lag out sometimes.
Script says no. Script says no. I'm not sold.
Okay. We're good.
The arena is back to the intended colors. Let's go, crowd.
Wait.
There is golf claps
Is
all
it back?
around. We love that. We love that.
Is it back?
Beautiful. We will be going fully unhinged if there is another tech pause.
No,
so you
it's
want
back.
to stick around for that because I might lose my job. I might lose my job.
5-3, if you can remember that far back.
Well, at least I have the scene for next time.
My favorite, though.
Really?
Was yours yesterday too.
But we're not talking about that.
We had a lovely time though while you guys were being entertained by the desk, yapping away to the observers. They showed us where the monkey's at.
Oh yeah, that was. Wait, chat dart? Was that a chat dart? That was an Ospas dart.
All right, let's focus up. KC still on the attack, and Kamek had a little bit of a look down middle. Didn't stick around too long though.
The breach making that play.
As if KC going to try and explore towards Gash. First time I've actually seen.
Against the quad flash double duelist, the breach making that play. Fuck.
Early round actually versus Kada over here on the solo anchor. Deep trip
Alright.
outside the choke.
That's the blaze wall cutting through.
Clone to set it off.
I don't know if they need 2 flashes like that.
Just playing off the back of the smoke. That's lovely. Oh, I thought
Good trade. Good trade.
But great trade from Sugetsu to keep this site secure.
Now, previously,
Planting.
plant will come through.
Click
no
shot.
hesitation this time around from KC.
No, he probably won't ult.
TP will come through from Kada.
He already has a.
We're on to plant actually, so we'll clear some space. I don't think he actually could have got a glance of anybody there, though.
What's the goer?
Did all.
It looks like this, but again, Click. Okay, just melts the face of Martin. Spacing now becomes important. No one to capitalize on that space given.
Casey need
so
this.
To still get safety.
They should get it.
Joined
Yeah.
by Elite. Nice little close to the round.
Move my cam.
To seal the deal here, bring it within 1 round for KC.
Is this good?
Yeah,
Like
the
this?
progress towards some of the ultimates just about coming back around. There's a timeout. I'm not going to tell you which one it is. It's not tech, don't worry. There's Gentlemates to maybe just take a breath, honestly, after such a long break. Obviously,
Check back in.
Yeah, no discussion really going on throughout.
I think we should all sit in silence if there's ever a tech.
No.
Well, we just
no.
Can't talk to tech
well,
Surely not.
It's the rules.
Come on now.
They're on our case.
My hands are tied on this one.
But yeah, it's Gentlemates calling the timeout.
Okay.
And you're right, I think he's just kind of checking back in because there was that extended pause there as well, kind of refocusing a little. And there has been consecutive rounds now strung together by KC. 3 in a row, starting to use those ultimates well. We've started to see them kind of flex a little bit on this map, showing some of that comfort here, and maybe indicating why this was, you know, something they left here and left open.
So the ultimate you look towards Arvez, 2 away from the running back once again. So gets to steal with the TP, but again, no real standout performance.
Can't be in silence for that long.
Anybody on KC.
How am I supposed to suppress those negative thoughts?
In his favor.
Make me work through my shit, you know? Fuck that. Bro, Stunner used to say shit like that all the time. It would crack me the fuck up. It would crack me up so hard when he would fucking start talking like that.
Rolling Thunder, just about there.
Some dude that literally served in the military dropping lines like that. I was like, bro, this is too dark. Oh, the crouch spray. Click needed a counter strafe right there. He just immediately crouch sprayed.
That's super nice. This passive default, this kind of wait and see was just wondrous. And I don't know if they noted maybe Kamek go and walkabouts before, but still, this is really well done.
There, yeah.
Winner keeps Muncie is insane.
Completely caught off guard here.
Winner keeps Muncie is like the greatest stakes in Counter-Strike history.
Even when the fun's on the other side, this almost don't want to feed across into these ultimates potentially. Yeah. I mean, if you're coming into the last couple of rounds versus the run it back and potentially Martin the one to pick up a couple more kills.
Sudak on Sova? No, we're waiting for the Harbor. Next map.
They have split up now. Kada positioned over towards CT.
Why did he capitalize the last letter? My esports brain reads that shit backwards when people do that.
Maybe a little misdirection with the smoke here, but I don't think they're going to find a tangible engagement.
No, Zipan does at least get the Vandal now. So a little bit more to work with. It's just be kept to the next couple of rounds. So as it stands, good responses from KC. It felt like that kind of played to their hand a little bit, if honest. Their patience paying off. And they keep 5 alive, so everything looking okay. I mean, as I said, no one really standing out, but quite scripted rounds almost.
Good ass.
5 alive. Come across.
How am I saying that first part?
The purchase now, 4 on the bounce for KC. Tied up 5.
Nah, 100 of these. I gotta do pick'ems, chat.
At least something I was expecting to be saying.
Oh my god.
With that early success found, unable to build upon that. Like I said, it's been a really slow burn from KC. Not typical, really, of this composition.
Yes, we gotta go with them.
Both sat at 4 and 8.
Of course.
Back to business. The direct A approaches had been looking better for Gentlemates, really. This time around, Zipan, though, tough challenge ahead of him if he is going to be holding this solo. Does have a little bit of that Cypher utility to complement the position, but Info's here, but it feels like it's a little too late. Zipan, he's going to be caught in a terribly hard predicament.
That guy Joke Sova's in big trouble.
Not been challenged yet, and
I did not blind him.
What he wants.
Didn't go through.
He's going to be burnt out on this one. The follow-up flash was fantastic.
Comp has so many flashes.
They get a corner of the site,
Good space creation by the Omen.
Double
defense smoke.
The wall of graffiti, but it seems like an awareness.
Wow.
There. Click still does well with 2.
Dude, what?
Where
Mini?
did Mini get that other one from?
Huh?
Shot on Aves, fair
No
enough.
plant
Now,
yet. Could ult to C. He's
Nova,
reading
who's
it. He's
got a
reading it.
TP.
He's reading it.
See the consideration from Mini here.
Mini's going to be here way earlier than I think Sugetsu's probably going to anticipate, but does smoke himself off. So another safety blanket
3,
provided.
2.
He swings.
Woo! What a round!
That's
damn.
Kill.
Let's see the replay.
Outrageous from Heaven, Lauren.
Give me that replay. Give me that.
But it's another situation where after the execute comes through, there's just this, I don't know if it's hesitation or what, but the plant doesn't come through when you're expecting it to.
What?
Oh, little fade away on it.
Oh,
nice.
that's tragic for
Kcorp.
Kcorp.
Himself off, he has to make a move out there. It may feel a little brazen to watch back, but I said Mini reads it perfectly as well. I said makes really good ground up. While Sugetsu takes a couple of seconds for him to retrieve the spike. Consider the TP as well.
Who's next? Look, that A approach was something that Gentlewates had been doing well with handling.
Good job going back for that clone. He stepped back past the choke, chat, so that way if there was a kill trip and choke, the clone would get it. That is really good attention to detail in your role. Havoc could never pull off that ult.
Maybe
Oh
in
my god.
transition.
Hold on, they're trying to make a push on this one, and they've got to be ready
Like
now.
he started the ult on a gate crash?
Real avenue back towards this
No.
site. Do they continue to try and re-clear? The information's there, but the shot is great from Elite. Needs a bit more, gets a bit more with Sugetsu. Now down to the
Neural theft
1v1.
right before the
Sugetsu lost it
Sugetsu,
last
one more
time.
chance. Another
This
1v1.
should be, I don't want to say a default win, but it gives him at least control on the corner. He walks it,
Oh
and it's a shot
man,
again.
2 1v1s
Sugetsu
going against
heartbreaking for him.
Sugetsu.
Hard to win 1v1s.
That's brutal.
Just confirm the kills.
Dude, that's the exact guy I would want there too.
Gentlemates. A brilliant way to end out this half. 2-round buffer. Kcorp slowly building back in, and
Why'd I call out
see if that
Havoc?
does continue into the second half.
Bro. It was Havoc, right? Yes, it was Havoc. Okay. I had to make sure I had the right one. Bro, these Yoru ults in this series were some of the worst I have ever seen. Ever. Like I question if he's been watching VCT this year. I question it. I question if the coach is. Like, I don't know what they were doing with these Yoru ults. It was
He was
beyond
in mid trying to
confusing
sell
to
an A
me.
fake, but people saw round. He was in mid trying to sell an A fake.
Let me find one. Like, he's a good player, but God, it was frustrating watching his Yoru ults. As someone that plays the agent, it was super fucking frustrating to see. I'm trying to find one. I'm about to get one right here. Ready? Here's one right here. Wait. So he has one gate crash right now. Does he have a shorty?
Well, it's 7-5, a relatively close affair with a little bit of a wake-up
He
call
starts
towards the
his
end of this,
ult
Mike.
from here with no gate
Went in
crashes.
waves here, kind of 4 in a row for one side, 3 for the other, and back and forth they went.
But Gentlemates win out in the pace change.
He clones from within the ult
with this composition, Kcorp to be able to
and doesn't clear anything.
on that front line. It
Where's
just
the
didn't
next
come
one?
through. The second
Am I
half definitely
close?
gonna be
I think we
interesting
just
to
passed
watch.
it.
And how do we feel about the Phoenix now sliding
Next
into
one.
the defending side? I can see
Bro literally is just running in street right now. That's so risky, but he made a big presence, I guess. He takes this TP
I'm just not
and
sold
ults
yet.
from here.
not enough for me.
He's literally losing so much distance. He doesn't even clear back there. He literally pings, yo, there could be a guy here. He finds this guy. He literally sees this. He breaks it. But he didn't clear any of this. Like, he could die. Again, in the same way. He comes out, he dies. Bro, it was so frustrating to watch. It was very frustrating to watch that shit.
No overcommitment just yet from KC. Drone potential.
Like, I think Havoc's a really good duelist that they have. I've been complimenting him all year. His Yoru needs a lot of work, though. His Yoru needs a lot of work. The rest of his duelist pool, pretty fucking good, but he's not ready for that Asian. At least that game.
A little bit left out to shore. Real intent behind it. They're losing map space. You look
like, that was 2. I showed you 2. The first 2 I found. I promise I could have kept going. And, like, none of them were good. It was so frustrating, man. It was very frustrating to watch.
Canada actually respectively as well. On the other side does. So the trip, so this will be noted at least. Before Gentlemates can find their way onto site.
What kind of info did I say?
On the way in.
Everyone has their own thing. Some people are focused on their own shit, like our A hit worked, our B hit worked. Some people focus on like they played heavy C, Cypher A, you know, anything like it could be any kind of note to reference back on the future when they take a timeout. I'd never used a notebook. I just went by memory.
He's not actually utilizing it yet. They're right at the door here. Sadak wanted the surprise over the utility, and it's gone wrong. Gentlemates dig in deep.
That was a big pistol. That was a really big pistol.
The pistol in the second half here put themselves 3 rounds ahead now. A beautiful recovery. Martin finding the 2 openers here in the pistol. But Gentlemates able to turn the tides. Yeah, absolutely perfect. Kcorp just in a really, really rough spot there. Only maybe a couple of seconds left on that smoke, but the paranoia was perfect. And like I said, in that exchange, Sugetsu actually sends his back.
The only time I would use like notes.
I'm genuinely a little surprised he went for it. Maybe just reactionary, maybe feeling that was the opportunity, but certainly didn't find the value he wanted.
Yeah, it's a split-second decision.
A split second. That ain't bad from Click. Love to see that from his
Click
side.
is really good, dude. I don't think he's had a particularly great map, but I think very highly of him.
Really Pogggg.
And now they're just going to sit on Martin, aren't they? To punish me.
Sit on Click. Despite us.
They'd never be so cruel. It's just slow and steady for Gentlemates.
Pen and paper, 3 rounds.
On C site. Maybe Elite will get across.
Yeah, I think it'll be fair.
He's making moves. Even so.
Like, the only time you would ever see me with, like, any kind of paper was if... Because I had Mike working on a lot of defense. And I've talked about this in the past. I was very focused on attack. And I would let Mike, like, design a lot of the defense. And I would basically just sit around and ask a million questions. So that way it got to a place where I thought the idea was so flushed out from the player's perspective and my perspective that there were no more questions to ask. Like, okay, this is the setup you brought. What do we do if the other team does this, that? What if we're in a mid-round and this happens? What if the other team does a... Like, I would literally pose a lot of what-ifs just to poke holes in the setups and see the solutions that the players would create. I like when from a coaching perspective, I like when the players themselves create the solutions. So even though I could provide the solutions, like I'm sure you guys at this point realize, like, I could have done that. And in the past as an in-game leader in CS, I might have done that. I was like a control freak that like microed everyone and all the comms went through me. But as a coach, I think it's much more valuable if your players create the solutions because they remember them. They're also the ones that know how to play the game at a high level, and they'll often think of things that you'll never think of. And if you piece it all together in the right way, you end up creating something that's incredible.
Like I said,
that was my like
Yeah, that's your lot.
one of my keys
if there's going to be a round to really get into for KC, it's got to
You have to lower your ego, check your narcissism at the door real quick, and be willing to accept other people's opinions.
At least 2 out of 3.
That's why, like, egomaniac coaches.
Actually, on the other side, Sadak overstepping the mark massively.
Because it's so indicative, they're looking for information. Him trying to re-aggress down long, so they speed up and they get that plant in. Now, it could be a quick kind of retake here. They're tempted by it. Aves trying to set it up. Nice from him. Approaching well. Good clear towards Hell. They've got the side back. Now, look at the positioning zone. Can Click do anything in time? Can Kamek do anything with time here? The flash, he eats it. He absolutely eats it. And now you got the smokes. Now you got the util. Now you can have Click getting one, but one ain't enough. The diffuse is there. Great from KC.
What does the coach do then?
Speeding things up themselves on the way.
I don't understand. Like, I think chat literally thinks these pro players just show up in the server and play. Every day of practice, so 2 hours before the first scrim would be the start of our practice, and I would literally lecture for fucking like 90 minutes on 90% of those days. Like, I have to come prepared to speak for 90 minutes, and then I would let the team DM. And oftentimes I would go over, and they would only get to DM for like fucking 10 minutes. Because I don't care about scrim results.
Back-to-back shots. Kamek and Kata go down. Control garnered, and the A site looking a little harder to take than they'd want.
3v4 for Gentlemates. Click called upon potentially. Sadak only with the Guardian, but won't be overwhelmed yet. That's Martin as well, but Click isolating one.
They don't know about Martin. Do they still try and
do they re-clear this?
I feel like you don't. They tried, but Martin is so clean today. Couldn't outdo Mini in the end, but right there is
damn, nice shots, Sugetsu. Holy fuck.
Looking a little more like that iconic Sugetsu closeout.
Anything and everything. People always want like a black and white answer, and there's no such thing as a black and white answer from you.
9-7 now.
It's like if I thought that we had time to do a VOD review where I would go over rotations and like fundamentals, I would do that. Oftentimes there were pressing issues like
pretty crispy now in some
that I was noticing.
I'm saying there's no real standout player, but Sugetsu and Martin are really picking up that.
There was like full playbook design every time we would change a comp.
Lovely if they can keep that going.
How we wanted to play against other comps, what it meant when certain people were in certain places.
That Guardian in play, but the rest still looking likely. Martin again with an opener. He is starting to look deadly here. Value found once again.
This time around though, not hook, line and sinker. So we've got a tripwire outside B. Sadak still filling that space towards A long. KC happy to just stack up here on their side of garage.
It's gonna be an absolute massacre.
Damn, Sugetsu's frying now.
Anyone else gonna try and join
his
in
ass.
Aves goes down. That looked weird as anything. And now 3v3.
Oh. Need this. Need this. Bro, they need this. Even it up. They're not gonna get it.
They know about Martin now.
Still with a little bit of time and still a gap actually. Sadak exploring towards B now.
It's gone out of here though. Martin's still trying to link around.
Wants another one.
Trying to get him back to a 2v2. What he wants, he gets. And they're trying to find a fight. Look at this plant position here. Sadak trying to get a bit of info. You ain't going to get much from that now. Reposition going to come in. Where do they opt for? Can't fall far. They look towards garage, but it's not the place. It's CT. Martin steps forward, looks for a fight. He's got it.
Damn.
Martin is what a beautiful round.
Okay, KC players are showing up right now, chat. We have a map.
Kind of trailing behind with Aves numerically, but now
we have a map.
Well, last few rounds, what, three 2 pieces, maybe another 3K on top of that. Definitely found his footing here on Haven now. Top of the board for KC. Will force a timeout here, actually.
Like, do you guys want to know, like, one of the questions that I asked every coach that I interviewed this last time? So I'll think of, like, an evergreen type question, and I'll see every coach's solution to this question. And the the question that I pose to everyone, let me see. So I let them choose like something close to the meta comp. Like just what was the meta comp. So that way I'm basically testing their knowledge of let me see, 1, 2, 4, 5. Okay. And I would say, show me an A default. And I would make them draw up an A default. And this was literally like one of the last things I would do in an interview, is test their game knowledge. A lot of it was like other shit that I was asking them. But I would basically ask them, like, when you're in a base setup, well, first of all, how are you going to do like a powerful default to get control of the ground? And so I was testing, and I would ask them, do you prefer this smoke or this smoke? I would ask them shit like this. Like, I would pick apart every fucking detail of a default. And it's because I know the consequences of everything. Like, I know what it means when you throw this smoke versus the other smoke. And I would see if they do. And then I would say, okay, what if the other team stalls you out in phase 1 on the default? What are you doing?
Causing Sadak to sit a little bit safer, call for some support because they have that
oftentimes
position down C long, but this placing from Gentlemates isn't quick.
I don't want to give away the game, but
actually coming back outside.
In the interviews, people would be like, well, we'll do this, and like the other team is forced to like push into us and give us info, and I'm like, well, hypothetically, what if the other team
maybe looking to leapfrog off an opener if they can find it? See people come through. Actually, Click can't deal with the trip, but lucky not to get punished.
Yeah, I thought he was done for. Not the case. We're going to see a lot of those ults coming in. Kana makes like
caught! Big! The Phoenix ult catches him.
C-boy, store it earlier.
Moru in long. Oh, this is trouble. This is trouble. No peek, no peek.
And they're going to try and pressure CT on the other side of things, so a bit of split focus to be had here. Click going to pop the ult, but he gets outdone. Aves, Martin's trying to find some damage.
Great flash. Bro, Aves owned this round.
Could be in a huge position, though. He's got so much work ahead of him. Takes away Sadak. Still two more to claim if he wants a chance.
Dude,
oh, he's got another! But the big man himself, Martin, has been a
Martin is so cold in these
clutches.
clutches.
This one either.
KC to tie things up here in a chaotic exchange over on C site. Very quick pivot actually out of B. Said Click's lucky not to lose his life. First real value we've seen from the running back as well.
So I'd ask them, like, how are they going to take control of the A space? And they would often design something, you know, like,
much needed.
I don't know. They would design anything random.
Maybe building upon that momentum that
so if they did this dart, I'd be like, well, why aren't you doing this dart? I'd ask them if they did this smoke. I would ask them why didn't they do this smoke. If they did this smoke, I would question it. I basically just question anything and everything and just flush out, have them flush out their theories. And then
cast to curse it, but I like the idea. Maybe feeling that Gentlemates felt they had an advantage. Here it is. It's gorgeous. Oh.
2 for 2 though. That's not great.
No, with stingers.
Sugetsu down to 70 as well.
Sadak.
Okay.
He's just digging in.
2v1.
This is a 1v2 and Mini. Can we get a gun out of this?
He can get a gun. He's got his ultimate as well.
It's doable. And he's owning.
Spike is a bit of an issue, but it's not impossible. Info time. Mini,
shit.
he is dangerous. He is really dangerous. But
good movement right after the ping.
Today, KC just really continuing this march now. Back in, taking the lead away from Gentlemates.
So yeah, I would ask them then, like, well, what do you do if there's this setup, right? Like, say there's 3 omens here, 3 people there. There's someone playing like a swing spot on B anywhere. All the reads, bro. I'd be like, all right, well, what do you do at this point? And some people would activate the cipher to like find out if A is stacked. Some people would have a sequence to figure out how many people are in A. And it was always interesting to hear what each coach's solution was from there. I would ask them like what they're called. In Valorant, people in NA are calling them GIB setups. That's what Derek coined it as. Essentially, like off the default, there's like positions that you'll see a lot of these pro teams hold. Like maybe this guy holding here, this omen jiggling here as first contact, and then someone like planted right here not peeking, or right here not peeking. And so if the Omen spots the long player, this player in the corner swings trades, this player swings short, and it's like a very powerful crossfire to hold. It's a very powerful hold crossfire. And if coaches miss that, they didn't make the cut.
Find me some targets, find me some bodies. They're throwing everything at this. If
it's actually a key reason why Gentlemates had a bad last round.
Aves getting any more damage done. Martin with a quick readjust down towards long. They're pinned on the site, and Martin is taking their heads off.
Ooh.
It's Casey just mangling Gentlemates.
Wow, Casey are really... How did they come back into this?
Everything poured in.
Brimming with confidence now, and this conversion, absolutely not afraid to invest some of these ultimates. Maximum value as well. I mean, actually, even coming out of that, Aves still in a good position afterwards. Even considering the investment.
But
here.
yeah. So like that's
You're so good, bro. I love you so much. And actually finds the defuse as well, so already building back.
So how I approached like just a Haven A-long default with like all those questions that I was throwing at these coaches, extrapolate that out to every spot on every map. That's why I'm lecturing for 90 minutes every fucking practice. Because you want 5 people on the same page.
For Gentlemates, still no solution inside.
And for the person like, well, what are you doing if you're the coach? You're just asking the questions. Well, they wouldn't know the questions if I wasn't there. That's the thing.
Was looking to make a contact play out, but Sadak.
Oh, fuck, that's brutal.
Well. Want to find Zipan.
Oh my god, the blind saved him.
The paranoia just catching at the right time.
God, that is unreal. That thought, it
That's
looked like
so unlucky, so unlucky.
Waiting. It's just sat down here if they try and escape. Martin. And with the seconds of silence that tick over towards 8, the more focused he becomes. Gentlemates may fancy that pivot towards B. They may fancy that walk towards C.
Of course. Of course.
It's not without a challenger. A player.
Wow. This guy has been on fucking fire this half. I can't wait to see his half stats right now.
This second half has been beautiful.
Holy shit, man.
From what we saw on the first.
Hard carry this half.
A string of rounds to their name. Just one away from taking this map 1 now.
Dude, that's a hard place to get that triple kill from with all headshots. I can't even believe it. That's insane.
A ridiculous amount of multi-kills for him in the second half. And yeah, a real shift in the energy down to some of these player cams as well. The purchase will come through some gaps for Gentlemates, understandably so. Sadak has done a brilliant job.
I can't believe it. Double duelists like this on defense. I thought they were at a heavy disadvantage after that first half.
Allowing that, or conceding some of that space and commanding the rotation as well.
He's 17-4 right now on defense, dude.
2, 3.
It literally, yeah, that's exactly what the eye test would tell me.
To get out if he needs to. Play the support card.
But that's not a good gate crash, though.
This time he doesn't get it. Mini outdoes him. And Aves up with the challenge. Oh, it's going to be Aves
the
with
transfer.
The double. Sugetsu going to be blind. He's going to try and take the TP out for now. Get some safety.
I think Reach heard it.
Spike collected, and Gentlemates with the pause now.
Do you actually have a trip this time around as well towards A-long? So Sadak can give up the site as well. Actually going to be in a position to hear these steps. He's relaying that information now.
It feels like Sadak's had his finger on the pulse this game. The rotations, the stacks, the approach. But does he land the shot?
Oh, he swung for the fucking ping.
And Sugetsu, I mean,
wow.
That's a little wild.
You might as well.
Short him.
A crack, I guess, but it is going to be 10 rounds for Gentlemates, unless elite.
Spike planted.
Get the job done. 9 kills for him. This would be a lot. Dealt with. Waiting for the player to peak, but no one's playing to the tune that he wants.
Same mechanics, but
I don't want to risk giving away these rifles potentially.
To adopt any situation within milliseconds. I agree, yeah.
Okay, 10.
A 4K for Kamek as well. Puts him 1 away from the Rolling Thunder. A big tool available potentially for Gentlemates.
No, that's why, Destra, I'm the type of person, even in my real life, like I think in worst case scenarios. So in a coaching scenario, in IGL scenario, I'm planning for the worst. Like, I am planning for the absolute worst. In CS, I would call halves where I would hit the same site 15 rounds in a row. So by round 6, the other team in the scrim is just like, they're stacking it. Like, we're supposedly the best team in the region at the moment. And they just want to win the scrim against us for like a feel-good moment. And we're so methodical because it's the worst case scenario. The other team knows we're coming A, and we're going A.
That's not quite good enough. Mini has been keeping presence here. Now, it feels like Sadak's probably going to be able to supersede this, but I want to see where
But if you practice and you're trying to win every scrim by like abusing rotations, and it comes match time, and the other team has a VOD of your tells, and you do your set play is going to get fucking shit on.
Given an opportunity.
See it all the time. That's why I say there's a lot of frauds out there.
Sharp on it though. Dealt with.
Okay,
the 100 Thieves players didn't like to do like the hit the same side over and over thing though. It'd fuck with their confidence. There's certain things I think should be in the players' hands that I would give them. There's other things I would control.
Brought this back from the brink. 11 rounds.
Gentlemate's gonna give us OT maybe?
Concern being as well.
Money is good though, as long as he saves us.
And the Hunter's Fury available for round 24. Huge ultimates.
Oh yeah, scrim results definitely affect morale. And it also affects how you perceive your map pool, right? So like, it is important. It's very important. And that's why like, there's things, like everyone just says like, oh, you just gotta like, not care about scrims, blah, blah, blah. Then how do you rank your map pool? You know, like, it's very difficult. You need to have some good reps. You need to understand. In Valorant, it's a little tricky because you should play different depending on the comp you're up against. Everyone tries to do this bullshit like, oh, you gotta play your game, blah, 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 blah. Like, bro, you could run against like a triple initiator that's gonna really slow the fuck out of your attack. Like, you know, like it's gonna be difficult to op places against certain comps. You have to be able to adapt, and you have to be willing to play a version of the other team's game. But if I ever called like a set play, or if I created like a set play, like I would just, there's a time where I yoinked like a Gambit set play. It was like a triple ult play on bind, maybe a double ult play off barrier going B. And I was like, this strat will always work. We ran it like once in a scrim, or maybe twice in a scrim. I was like, never show it again. Don't call it. I don't care if you want to win the scrim. Don't run the play. Don't run it. Because, I mean, the worst case scenario would be the other team leaking it. Or they take the set play and then the team we play sees it eventually. So why do we need to keep practicing this play that I know is going to work? So there would be times where I would bring the team like set plays, or I would cook a set play and like a timeout even to give to them that they would run for the first time. But if you've worked out all the ways to coordinate peaks, timings, what are the goals on a round? Like, when we take this site, should we be stalling in the post? Should we play up in the post? What's a good crossfire in the post? Like, what if this agent's alive versus that agent? What do we do? There's a million different variables in a given Valorant round, and you need to control the variance.
And preemptive Hunter's Fury just to secure maybe the cross. Don't think he got a connection from this. So pure retake here. Unless they decide to go early, which I'd highly doubt.
You would never be playing a team in a scrim that you're going to play in a match near that time to do something like that.
Ult's coming in, Paranoia finds 3. That is beautiful, but they can't gap close. They can't.
But I can tell you a story about this yesterday that I said.
And you're retaking with an operator. It ain't going to be easy. They've dealt with the first wave of utility. They put a smoke back up. They're putting theirs on now. Gentlemates stemming the bleeding and holding the back for the trades. Kana, outstanding impact in that one. And Gentlemates handling KC like they're nothing.
Bro, they actually got 3 straight to get this shit to OT. Was it 3 or 4?
3 rounds of this half.
3.
almost beckoning that 14-12 scoreline once again.
I can tell you what I did. So in CS, I spent a lot of time boot camping in Europe. I've lived in Germany for maybe almost a year of my life. Same with Poland. Just because the competition's better out there. So we would boot camp out there. And there were times we would play people that were going to be at the major later. And I told all of my players to record the scrims. And before we played my last game, before I said I quit on C9, I was so mad I couldn't take it. I just crashed out.
But this is a different look to him now. He
Big
warmed
fight.
up, he looked better. Oh,
Sugetsu.
a mistake. A real
Click. Yeah.
Smile every day. But it's just a battle in mid.
This is kind of crazy. What are Gentlemen's doing?
It's not just a solo affair, it's breaking out across the map. It settles
3v2.
into this 3v2 with a quick
C's
run
empty.
towards C. But my eyes are still looking towards Martin here, tucking in towards that B site, that late lurk potential in play.
C's looking to do damage here. Get behind potentially Mini in transition. Now, does Mini clear him? He's looking towards mid. Surely not.
Hey. Nice try, nice enough.
I mean, it's rough. He actually swings on the other side to hard clear that, but Martin doesn't miss those.
Damn, KC respond back. Mental's
over, especially with this
Mental's
block.
back up.
Oh. It's alright, Sadak. You've got uses elsewhere. Yeah, Zipan. It's a horrible position to be in, just watching the clock tick away, really. But Martin to seal it. And a real difference maker this time.
Yeah, so we scrimmed a lot, obviously, at the boot camp in Berlin or Poland. And I would tell all my players to record, because I was the IGL of all my teams. And there was a time we played Kingwin in a major, because imagine like 4 groups of 4, right? Or some shit like at the major, like 1, 2, 3, 4, blah, 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 blah. Well, they switch the groups randomly, like if you lose or win. So we ended up getting like matched against a team in a different group. It was Kingwin, and we played them on Dust 2. And so I went back into all the demos and rewatched them with the built-in Counter-Strike wall hack. You could type, I can't remember the exact thing that you could type in console, because you used to have access to developer tools in Counter-Strike by having console. It's a very interesting thing that they do at Valve. And I knew exactly where they would be in the match. And we lost. And I was so mad at my team. But I also didn't know how to communicate like I do now. And I didn't design things properly. It was a very big learning experience for me. And it was like I knew what they were going to do, but I couldn't make my team not fuck up and match my vision. It was a huge learning process that day. It's a hard L to take, I'll tell you that. Who was on that team? It was the 2015 team. It was me, Shroud, Skadoodle, Nothing, Freakazoid.
Getting a little bit of a fight back with the numbers simply favorable. KC now
Game.
on the verge. All on one. Mini has to be a monster. Nice try.
Wow, KC got
Sadak
this.
is there, composure
That was a good map.
And that second half, Mike, was night and day.
Absolutely. The comeback from KC to really find their footing on the second half on the defense was what got them across the line.
It did, and we'll be back.
Com video of me on C9, Jorster and Chokestrom. Yeah. So, I mean, a lot of people were...
Give me 1 second, I need to get the...
It's a warm-up or some shit.
Last jump, last jump, last jump. This is for the money.
Ah! Yeah, Shroud was a competitive player when he played me, yeah. Slow the pace. I actually disagree. I think... See, this is what a lot of people that haven't played on these top teams where this is your job understand. And they like lack the ability to see clearly. They're just like, I want teammates that focus and never. It is very important in a setting like on these teams with personalities that I've seen over the years that are drawn to play video games all day, that you need someone to lighten the mood. And yeah, he fucked up and said some things probably at wrong times or whatever, and kind of the community, he might have forgotten a lineup or he asked me something, but he was also the guy staying up with me at night, you know, like when, and like talking me through like a lot of shit. And while I was like very macro pilled, Jordan, nothing taught me how to talk in micro. Like he taught me a lot about like micro mechanics and stuff like that. Because I didn't have time. I was so focused on macro. This was before VC money entered the scene. I never had a coach that like truly coached as a pro player. So I was like coach IGL back then. Yeah. It, you know, like that stuff's so important. So, you know, like that's why on Echo Fox, when I wanted to bring like Freakazoid in, because you need someone like that. You need someone where, or I need someone like that, I guess, as an in-game leader, where Jordan was a player where I could yell at him, right? And I could get my point across immediately. Yo, Jordan, why the fuck did you throw that fucking... Dude, stick closer and trade. Don't swing on ecos. Like, I could talk to him in whatever tone I wanted to, and he knew it was coming from a good place. He wouldn't argue with me. We would move on to the next round. Same thing with Freakazoid. But I know that from a lot of reps and a lot of experience with communicating my frustrations, that you can't do that with everyone. And so like when you have teammates like Skadoodle or Shroud, you have to communicate with them differently. Like you can't call them out in a team setting because they might shut down, they might blow up. And you don't want that. That actually hinders the team growth. And so it's better to communicate in one-on-ones to certain people.
Welcome back, everyone. KC is up 1-0, and while their attacking side has worried just a teeny tiny bit, they really started to string it together on their defense, taking this map. Yeah, we had to bust out our emotional support Tacti Bears to get through this one. We have a lot. There's a lot of emotional support, plushies. We have a lot of plushies. We got this Australian dude here as well.
Yeah, I'm an emotional support koala bear.
That's how you get onto airplanes for free. As like some support.
I haven't even tried that hack yet. I'll do it next time on the way home, I guess. But look, this guy made a bit of a difference there. It helped out, certainly helped out. Naves was able to play it to success. So glad we actually got to see the Phoenix in this.
I think this guy had a bit more success from here, but
of course.
But as we're seeing right here, we see the performances from the players, and even though Mates definitely put up a fight,
what
if we think about the double duelist against the singular,
we saw I want to see his defensive stats.
Struggling a lot.
Martin
took part in 10 of those engaging duels, only won a couple of them. So going 2-8 against a dynamic duo, especially as you were saying, Zoe, on that defense came alive. Martin just being
Elite is actually normally a fragger.
Definitely found their way back into the game. Not only that, before
defensive
we
half
went into
was
this
insane.
Match, we were speaking about how absolutely great KC were at their map picks. Well, congratulations, because they just won their first opponent pick this year. Yay! Oh no, another eating bananas. Okay, we all know how that ends.
Why is that? What? Banana
there's a curse. There's a curse.
Is it a curse in the
It is a curse.
In Americas, it's a buff.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Maybe you're bringing the buff. Maybe you're bringing the buff.
Yeah, I got that potassium strength. You know?
Yeah, I do. I know about the potassium.
I'm pro banana.
And yeah, I'm pro banana. I didn't know it was a
What
nerf.
do you mean?
So I guess we'll see. Look, you could be right. You are the local here. We're both.
That's true. Maybe bananas were different on this side of the world.
Yeah,
we don't know.
Bananas grow different everywhere.
Yeah, people don't like that.
Look, before we move on about...
And if you do that, you better apologize. You know, like, otherwise you're ruining the vibe of the team.
You know, had to do so much work there and just got put into some incredibly rough positions, unfortunately.
It's easy to blow up and...
Look, it was a close game in the end. OT, I
in these teams, and say things in the spur of the moment that are like crazy.
Such a performance all through stage 1, even in the matches he lost, right? Like, it's just like really putting out those numbers. So much worth he brings to the team. Yeah. Now, speaking of players who bring a lot of worth to the team, we want to have a little comparison here.
Interesting choice. The Sage Dress comment. I would never, but it would be so funny if I did. I might if like if it was like a fucking troll ass game. Because there's even, if you go back to the comms videos of C9, I'm telling you, you would find some crazy shit. Like we're calming while moaning, like the moan comms. 1P? Like shit like that for an entire fucking like sequence of rounds. Shit like that literally was to lighten the mood in like a match where I felt like we were okay. You know, like I would allow things like that to happen in certain environments. And yeah, I don't know. Everything has like, I find there's a time and place for everything. That's why everyone in chat always asks me like, should I do this or that? Dude, I've said it a million times. The world is a fucking bell curve, and you got to find when it's optimal to do the extremity options. And it's not always appropriate to do that, but sometimes it will build the vibe of the team in such a way where long-term you're doing the right thing. Like, and it's the same thing with like calling strats. Sometimes there's going to be times where you want to enter a site and pop 3 ults, and other times you should probably contact in and use no abilities. Most of the time you're going to want to just do a normal exec. Most of the time. And the best IGLs understand this, and that's what makes them so hard to counter. And that's why I always draw compliments to like all this random shit. It's not because I think everything looks good. I'm like, oh, that change of pace is really good at this exact moment. Oh, how he tossed a jiggle and fell away. Like, that's going to anchor that player to that spot and then maybe even draw a rotate into that spot. He did that so that way they can open up the A site. Like, there's all these fucking little things. Yeah, I'll play it after EMEA. We should have time.
And like, you talk about that calm aim.
Just yapping right now.
It feels like it comes all the way through him. Just because he's there, he's like barely moving his mouth, he's barely reacting. He is just so locked in. It feels like he's just in that focus zone 24/7 when he's playing Valorant.
And that can be so of so much value for a team too, just having a player who brings that calm presence and obviously deadly aim. Also, he has got the best facial bone structure in all of Valorant.
What?
Stick to that.
Who's she talking about?
He does.
He does.
Looks
like
Maxine, 100%.
Actually, like, this is a model's face. Like, yeah, gorgeous.
What's it called? Guasha? He's probably getting on that for sure.
I've said my thoughts on what they should do. They should... I think a key change that would literally eliminate a lot of the ability overflow. One, they should nerf Teo. I think really adding complications to the viewer, and it's just, it's not a good experience when there's an agent that can use like double missiles to clear out like key chokes, like say all of hookah, right? Say you're playing Bind, hypothetically, and you're playing a Teo in ranked. And the Teo can drone hookah, and if you're in there, double missile and get it. And then just wait. And then missile out the pocket, right side, B side. And then missile out, like, the left side or back side, B side. Or for the flood. And it's like, that doesn't sound like a good experience. Like, that just doesn't. It was a bad idea. It was a bad idea. So I think Teo's a big problem that needs to be nerfed, because playing the game, it's just free. It ruins a lot of the skill level of being a pro team, which is, man, how do I get my second initiator to be by the pack to make the spacing of this hit work? Oh, fuck, my second initiator has an iPad and can use his abilities from anywhere, and a drone that can go all the way across the map and they can't see, and he has a stun that insta-pops. It's like, bro, this is crazy. This is actually crazy. So I think Teo needs a nerf, and then I think that an option would be, so what Chronicle said would make it really hard to do a long, drawn-out, slow round, and you would really get a kind of like a lot of poppy hits. And I don't know if that's a good solution either. Maybe you'd get a lot of double controller masking of where people are going. But I think the answer is just like CS. If you die, you don't get abilities next round. You don't get fucking free abilities. So that way you don't get these teams that, like, they just hold on to abilities. And it's so easy economically in the game because on, like, eco rounds, for example, you'll see these pro players buy abilities. And if the rounds get close, they could pop these abilities and, you know, tip the scales. But if they don't, then they just save them into the next round. And it doesn't affect their buy. Well, I would like that to actually hurt them. And I would like to see the skill ceiling raised, because then you would have people actually using abilities. And if they did use them, then they probably couldn't buy them as well in the future, right? So yeah, you might experience a round with a lot of util, but it would come at a cost, you know? I think that's a solution that I would like to see play out in the game at this point.
Click also away from that jet that was probably a little bit more jarring, and it's going to help them a lot, especially on this attack, dealing with elite and that Vice. You have the possibility of baiting that wall, and especially when you combo it with the rest that they have a lot of tools to work with and a couple of drones to work with every round as well.
I love that you bring that up.
Removing time refreshes after bomb plants, or having to buy a refresh. I think at that point you're complicating the game. Like, all of these ideas, like Ye's idea of, like, oh, what if you have no abilities in the... Bro, you don't want that for the casual player base. Like, that, yeah, that sounds cool at, like, the top level of Valorant. You'll have, like, all these players that know all these little ways to get away with stuff, and will be oohing and eyeing and popping off. But in your low-level rank games, like, you don't want to bog down the irons with all this shit. They won't want to play the game. The game will die. The game will die with that. And so you do have to keep that in mind. You have to.
Neon that we just saw on Haven, those engaging duels that were not going for him, I really expect this to be a difference. I expect him to find a lot of success. But I think that the biggest highlight still has to be coming. We were highlighting how before coming into today, he is totally in his reputation era, and we expect that to continue being this way. So for him going on the Tejo, I think that he can have massive impact, especially if he manages to combo very well with Kara, which I expect to happen.
Yeah, on the flop side though, Kamik, when you're playing Breach, you at least have those flashes and can be a bit more self-sufficient.
Okay, we get the Harbor.
It's quite easy to play for yourself if you are put into odd positions. Whereas when you're playing Teo, it's not as easy. All of the utility is mostly zoning. When you pull that drone out, you know, all of a sudden you can get pushed, you can get punished, and you don't have those flashes to allow yourself some free kicks, which, you know, down the line could be a problem, maybe depending on where he is playing here on Pearl, who he's playing with. It could still be quite easy and allow for some early map control, but I guess we'll see once we get in.
Yo, Infinite, thanks for the resub. Appreciate you, 27 months.
Who haven't caught on to it, we do experience a small delay right now. They are working on it.
I saw faces there. I saw Prophet. Did I see Westside by his side? I don't know, because somebody was covering his face, but I think I recognized his hair, which only tells me that maybe I should go home.
Yeah, you spent too much time in the studio. I think that's the takeaway here. I do love that though. I love seeing players in the audience.
I think you're complicating the game again, Laundry. There's already enough variables in Valorant, and you're making like an insane new variable that amplifies exponentially almost. Like, you don't want to complicate the game more. Which is why this is a hard thing for them to solve right now.
I would love to chat to him because he
like, they're probably aware of what I'm saying.
on a map like this. And he has a lot of experience. He's good. He's quite good.
He is quite good. Easy good enough to win.
Because then the other thing you run into is like, yeah, what if we mass nerf the util? Well, then you worry about pissing off all these people that play Valorant at like a casual level that don't have time to, you know, learn multiple agents. And I'm trying to like empathize with this, you know, casual Carly in my head right now that's just like, I'm going to sign on and play Viper. And like this is what I'm going to do. But if you piss that player off by literally ruining everything they learned or like altering everything, like how a given item of the game interacts, that's a risky game like that you're playing as a developer. And that's why this is like delicate, right? You don't want to bog down new players with too many variables that come in that make new user acquisition too difficult, right? Like you want a new user of Valorant to be able to watch the game and understand, just like they are in CS. CS is like the most watered down version of esports possible, and that's why it's so successful. It's Valorant without barriers off spawn, which decreases the variance by 1,000,000, right? Just having people start in one spot in spawn instead of barriers is crazy. No ultimates to like flip eco rounds, you know, like the same util for everyone. It's a lot different. But the variables are already so high in Valorant that like you don't need to be adding like new shit in the game for people to think about. You need to be removing shit. Otherwise, it's going to be so hard to get new people in the game, I feel like. That's how I feel about it all. There's a lot that goes into it in my head. Because honestly, you guys know me. I'm a util nerd. I'll freak out like and just draw all over the minimap. I'll pog out when I see combos. But I also am aware of what pays the bills because I've worked in a lot of different areas of this industry. And I know, or I don't know, but I have ideas for like why certain things are successful and why certain things aren't. I don't agree with every decision I see, and it's fine. Yeah, adding new agents to the game components does do that. What does that have to do with what I said, though? I personally thought it was a terrible idea to release Teo and Waylay so quickly back-to-back with each other. It changes the complexion of the game so much where if someone missed an act and they come back, the game doesn't feel the same. I don't think that's a good idea ever. I hope they don't do that again. I truly don't. I think those things need to be sprinkled into the game. And I'm someone that loves to see the new shit. I'm a content creator that gets to create content around it. It's fun to watch the new agent. It's fun to do all this, but I'm trying to keep the game alive also, like while I'm doing this stuff. And that's what I'm referring to when I say these things.
It is right now. That's it. Now it is. Guy, I learned something about my friends, so that's cool. Speaking of friends, I got 2 more in the caster booth, so let's send it over to Pogggg and Pansy to hear what they have to say about this upcoming map. I bet it's a lot. Probably.
Well, it's funny you should say that, actually.
Yeah. Game's not starting yet, guys. Don't get excited. No. We're just trying to help him out.
On the flop side.
What was that from Matt?
I don't.
I've never heard of the flop side. Flip side.
It does go both ways. And I've actually complimented Valorant a lot because something I think Valorant, I guess Riot in general does that is so different from Counter-Strike and it's so obvious to me is in CS, the game was like almost evergreen. When a change happened, it took forever for them to patch it. Like the AUG, all of the fucking things that were wrong in the Krieg meta, you know, what the op felt like in the early days, felt like you were on ice skates. There's so many bad phases of Counter-Strike. But there wasn't a lot of dev interference. And so, like, I don't know. Counter-Strike got by because of the community, low-key. They're lucky. In Riot's realm, it's a little different because the community can't like create maps, create skins, create things. And so the devs almost have announcements that act like a cryptocurrency. Because I've also been in the crypto sphere a bit, and it feels like a formula that I see in crypto where there's like hype cycles where, you know, there's always an announcement to get excited about in Valorant. There's a big patch, there's a new agent, the new map, you know, Champs is right around the corner. Oh, GC is right around the corner. Oh, this is right around the corner. Oh, new actor ranked. And there's always something new, you know, like new actor ranked, new agent, new map. Oh, you know, like off-season hype because there's actually a good trade window. Like there's always something to be excited about in this space. And I am so grateful for the developers for doing that because this is very intentional. I can see it because I've been on the other side and I know what the other side feels like. And it's so different than this. So, yeah, I know there's good and there's bad to both ways, right? And I'm not saying I have all the answers or that what I'm seeing is all wrong. I actually think that's why I'm saying, like, it's a very hard question to answer. And when people ask for, like, black and white solutions about these things, there's reasons why you don't just see hot fixes.
Say it really clearly so I can put the timer on.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, cut to red.
Timer's on. Will production do it for us? Will the stage go red? So far, they're going for the crowd shots. Bless the crowd. It's been seconds, Michael. This is not.
This
is. Yeah, I feel like, you know, in the
unacceptable. Actually.
I know. You know, in Formula One when they like pull up and they do like the tire changer in the pits, and you know the time.
Bro, he's shaking his head, and it reminds me of Chet.
You guys can see in game right now.
Just like the mannerisms of that dude just reminded me of Chet.
Please, Alberto, don't ignore me. Alberto, I'll make a scene. Alberto.
Observer 1 in a picture-in-picture right now.
Yeah, can we just get a picture-in-picture of what the observers are showing us?
Alberto sounds stressed.
No, he was just like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure, why not?
So you guys get, not us on camera, no, in-game, in-game. Yeah. So what we're trying to do is kind of show you what we see, right? You get a little behind the scenes
look. It's my face
look.
when tech pause.
True. And the beauty is that the observers and us, we kind of yap away before it comes to us. So they normally troll us a little bit. And it also, just so you know, it's been over 1 minute and 3 seconds since we asked for the stage to be red. This is unacceptable. Looking like a Ferrari.
There we go.
That's what we look at. We're not watching game. We're not in game. Don't get excited. It's not fixed yet. We're just looking at stuff.
I mean, there's a lot of
devs
devs on this game.
As well, a little bit. Getting ready checks from players. Okay, it shouldn't be too long. Shouldn't be too long. But this is what we see. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Love you, production. You guys are the best. Honestly, the one thing about EMEA is. Oh,
we're one singular brain cell as a production.
Yeah, no, it's true.
It's
we all
hive mind.
come together,
Yes.
In good and bad. I don't think it's always
Like,
necessary.
I don't know how many people are employed by Riot.
Yeah,
I have no
I
idea.
kind of like that about us.
But
It's personality.
It really started in the
it is
Colosseum.
significantly more than
It
Valve.
actually started in VMix, honestly.
That's it, probably did, yeah.
Yeah.
Way back.
They operate very, very, very differently.
I don't think they were.
I was so happy in that misery.
I was really
I went
happy
to Valve headquarters in Bellevue, Washington, in the off season actually.
Protest.
So I was visiting over there.
This is perfect.
It's not a protest. This is
It's just so different.
Think
It's
it'll
like an
work?
unlabeled building.
It's not
Well,
looking
we're getting
so
ready
far.
checks, right?
300 employees
Starting
total.
computer will be back soon.
It's
Oh, Lord, it's just us
so
now.
different.
Everyone's left. How's
Remember that 7-minute kind of ballpark?
Meanwhile,
thing?
Riot might have like 300 people literally only in like Korea. Like,
podcast mode now, so
you know, like they might have 300 people only in Berlin,
I mean, we can
only
do some
in
VCT law.
LA. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of fucking people in LA alone that I've talked to so many
Can you give the
riders.
reason why, though?
No, definitely can't give the reason, but
Yeah,
I
go for it.
sounded awful. I haven't actually watched Day One's desk back yet. I said to Mac, I was like, oh, so I was a little low energy.
It's been a long tech
boss
boss on it, yeah.
And then I was like, and also I sounded like crap.
Who was it out of EastEnders? Was it Dot Cotton who used to just...
No, we were saying it was
Pat Busher. That was it. Yeah, I could be Dot Cotton. It's fine. No, yeah, that's a vintage throwback. None of our audience is old enough to know. None. Oh, he's napping. Oh, lean back. Chilling.
This doesn't fill me with confidence, though, with the we'll be back soon, just restarting computer.
He'll be fine, guys. Don't worry.
As of 2025,
we got
4,500
it.
employees. Yeah. So think about that. It's like a 10x. It's like a 10x on Valve.
Yeah.
There's not enough beers, actually.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Normally there's a beer
I hope you guys realize why that is, right? Like, the scenes just have to operate differently. Valve owns Steam. So you look, anything you buy on Steam, they get a cut. So their main core business isn't these games that they create. Their main core business is Steam. And even having like Overwatch, they get cuts of Overwatch sales. So Blizzard pays Valve money to be on Steam. Like, we're talking a different ball game at that point. Like, they don't even run their own esport. You know, like, they have open APIs, so that way, like, the community creates most of the skins, the maps. You know, like, they have TOs running shit instead of them running it themselves. It's very different. It's very different.
Oh, okay, wait, hang on. Whoa.
Oh my god, we're playing
Okay, so
tic-tac-toe.
we've got a center cross with a...
Center?
It's a classic maneuver. It's classic. Okay, do we have the response coming in?
We've gone for the top rope.
Top right here. Okay. I mean, there's...
What's the response?
There's
You're the
obviously...
play-by-play guy. Yeah, obviously. Lining up for the diagonal.
Look, it's a lovely counter.
This is actually
Again, it feels
brilliant,
predictable.
bro.
This could end in
This
a
is
draw here.
brilliant.
This could backfire. Horrendous. Wait, it's messed up?
Oh.
He's left it open.
No!
He's left it open.
Your audience.
Imagine being EMEA. EMEA actually two-head. No. EMEA is actually two-head.
Well played.
Series is one apiece.
Well played. And boot.
You could see the look. You could see the look on his face. Where he's like, I've fumbled.
I've made a
horrendously
huge
here.
error. That's a bad miss.
That's a bad miss.
So, well, back-to-back days now of casting over things I never thought I would.
Holy fuck, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you're still really
EMEA playing tic-tac-toe
Move on from it.
is a joke. The only thing worse than EMEA Valorant is EMEA tic-tac-toe.
The walk of shame.
We'll actually do a losers interview.
Man, I'm fucking cooking y'all. I'm fucking cooking y'all.
The action replay.
Brilliant. You love to see it. Way to go. Oh, and the little wipe as well. Production, like, look, I've got something to do. Oh no, it's all kicking off in the studio.
No, so you wouldn't ban me.
Got home.
What does that say? Oh, the
Well done, folks.
blue wall?
Now,
what does that say? What does the left word say?
it is getting quite close to 10 now. We've got 9
What's
more
that
minutes
say?
until I get a beverage. And then it all goes wrong.
What's the letters
No, I
there?
think that's probably where things pick up.
L-E?
We get back on track.
It's just
That makes
le.
us sound terrible.
Oh, so that's it. It just says le blue wall.
honestly,
That's fucking
is it
crazy,
quality?
actually. That's a banger.
any updates?
Wait, that's actually a banger. Oh my god, I want that.
How
But we're going
burnt,
to do
sir.
something
Le
unexpected.
blue wall?
So, I can't believe you've done
Oh
this
my.
to us. Michael, do you want to
That's
take this
fire.
Back up
That's
to the
so
desk.
sick.
And welcome
Le
back,
blue wall.
also here joined by Mac and Kakuka. And we're going to be ready for the action anytime now. Or are we just stalling so Penzi can have a bevy? You know, we're doing it for the homie. Yeah.
Can we play paper, scissors, rock? Sorry, how do you
Paper,
say
scissors,
Rock, paper, scissors. How do you say it?
it? Paper, scissors, rock.
Okay,
Scissors,
rock.
paper,
It's
rock.
rock.
Just
Okay,
the
so-
mixing of
whatever we
English and
Do you
French
do
on
it
that
as a-
motherfucker
do you
is
say rock,
awesome.
Paper, scissors,
On the-
go.
It's just so esports.
Okay. You say
just
rock,
on
paper, scissors.
And whoever loses
I love it.
Is-
delivers the bevy to Pansy, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Ready?
then I want to lose.
Alright, so
Deliver the what?
Okay.
The baby?
Scissors.
Okay.
Or
no,
just say
no, wait, please.
bevy.
Thank you.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Like Australian.
I get to get the beverage to Lauren.
Bro, he did.
Ah, won something today.
Everyone-
Let's go.
I want to.
Wait.
Wait, I feel like there's no
We're
clear
doing-
loser
There was
that
no
you
losing.
both want to. I'm a little
Do I
confused.
go and do it now? What time is it? 52.
Is
Okay.
it? It's
8
almost-
minutes.
it's almost-
8
yeah.
minutes, Lauren. I got you. I know exactly what you want to have, so don't worry, girl.
What's the ladies' drink of choice? Asking
no,
for
I
a friend.
cannot
I'm the
say it.
friend.
Can we talk about
Water.
that fumble in
Water.
tic-tac-toe?
Yes.
Yeah,
What
that
a
was
fumble.
epic.
Did his
That-
brain turn off?
I mean,
sorry, I didn't mean to punch
whoa.
down. I know we're not supposed to do that, but
I
come
mean,
on! It
I
was like
felt-
turn number 3. 3.
Yeah, but like you pointed it out, like
yeah,
it was the
start, you
opener.
cannot
The
win.
opener
With
was
the
just
opener, you
already...
cannot win. You should always start in the center and never go for the ones on the sides. You always have to do corners, but it's okay. I can give you a TLDR of how to play tic-tac.
Yeah, we tried to get a telestration ready to like break it all down for you, but...
Show you the moment it went wrong.
Yeah,
and the moment of realization too. He'd done the move and goes...
like,
He was being part of something so cool, and then... Yeah, and then this happened, and then he's like... But he owned up to it.
He immediately knew, too.
He owned up to it. And probably, maybe, if Mates is not able to bring this back and win Pearl, that is the only win that they're going to get today. So.
Whoa! You didn't have to say it like that.
It might be true.
I'm on their boat.
Could be
but,
true.
You know, I was on my second Red Bull. So.
No, I haven't, Kimmy.
Yeah, you know, like we're caffeinated, we're hydrated. Probably not. Mostly caffeinated, but we're ready. We're ready for
I didn't know if it would stick around, but since people are like still doing it, I want to play it.
The lobby.
I have been lied to before.
I have been lied to before. We may have trust issues, but you know what? This is the time for all of us to rebuild the trust. You gotta give the second chances.
So we moved from tic-tac-toe to therapy.
I'm always... Therapy is good for everyone. You know, everyone needs therapy. Is how I feel about that. It's always beneficial.
That's true.
Yep.
Very good.
That's
now I've got one question. I've got one question as well because I'm sure there are locals watching in Twitch chat.
There are locals in Berlin. That
this is my first time in Berlin. So just tell me what I should go and see before I leave. I'm leaving tomorrow.
Well, the Riot Games Arena is on the top of my list.
Yeah, we've done that.
Got that
been
one.
a gem. Beautiful.
I think I'm live on YouTube.
But also for the rest of Berlin, there's a lot of Berlin. It's a big city. What should
it says here I am
before I jet back or start swimming to Australia?
It depends. It depends on what you like. Like there's the island of museums. There's a lot of very good museums all put together, and the area is lovely. The Palace of Charlottenburg is also very nice.
It's
a very nice walk, especially when the weather is nice outside. It's absolutely beautiful.
Is there a good place to tan, like to sunbathe?
Yeah,
but
there's a couple of very good parks, and by the river, like you're gonna find a very, very cool spots.
Okay.
Yeah, but he'll immediately turn into a lobster. Have you seen the complexion? Like, you don't look like someone who tans well. Anyway, we can discuss this in a quick break. And
he looks like someone that tans well, actually.
With all the action from map 2.
He's pretty tan, no? I used to tan well, now I just burn. Go slow, my goat. Oh my god, a 5-minuter. Oof. You really hate to see it. Chat, I almost took this bait yesterday. I was literally seething at my dinner table at this bait. So I tweeted this out. I was fucking seething at the dinner table. My good friend, Jason Moses O'Toole, comes in here, and bro just literally is instigating like a motherfucker. Like, I'm like, bro, this is a crazy level of instigating. He's trying to bring the whole CS community at me. Like, truthfully, chat, I've been part of some fucking glorious moments. Like, this is probably will be cemented as like my favorite. Like, being able to work that desk and see that. Think about this, chat. I worked this desk for the Boston Major, and I also worked the analyst desk when EG won BCT. I worked both of the analyst desks for like the greatest moments in NA history for these shooters. It was fucking, both of them are magical. I'm not going to lie. The environment for both of them was amazing. I would say those two. And let me see. When would it have been? Let me see if there's a... Yep, here we go. Okay. I would say those two moments and this moment I will never forget. So this was my first time where it dawned on me like, oh my God, I can drop out of my master's program. This is like actually happening. Like esports is actually becoming a thing. This was the third thing, like with those two. When I worked the finals of the Katowice major, when Virtus Pro won on their home soil, and I got this is Katowice, Poland, which is the city that I met my wife in a year later? A year, maybe actually this year. No. It was next year. Yeah, 2015. So, but seeing the Polish crowd when VP beat NIP was insane. It was insane to me for me to see that at that moment. You know, I was there for the first CS major when NIP lost their streak to Fnatic. That was crazy too. But the three that sit with me are the VCT finals, the Cloud9 winning Boston, and that Katowice major. Those three were fucking crazy. There was also Cologne, but a little different. What was it? Is this it? Then there's this one. Dude. Your boy was literally everywhere. So this one was another one. Cologne 2014. When I was on C9. Where... I don't remember. Is this the one I casted?
Play here. 4 guys gathering towards that A slope.
No. But like seeing these crowds was like fucking life-changing. It was crazy.
Welcome back, everybody. Yes, we are still waiting, but I have some guests here with me that have apparently come to watch the matches. I'm going to start with you, Perfect. Well, it's Runner, Profik, and then Westside. I'm going to start with you, Profik. I've seen you watching and coming to the studio a lot of times. Can you tell me the reason why?
I mean, it's not a lot. I'm just supporting my friends. I'm here for Mini, for my boy, so Gentlemates will win, and that's it, you know. I won against KC, so now it's time for my boy Mini.
I mean, you guys already also won in the tic-tac-toe, so that's a good thing. What about you, Westside? Who's your money on?
I mean, I'm here with the same reason as Profik. I'm supporting my friend Mini from my league, from Tier 2, so the Gentlemates is winning here.
Okay, Gentlemates winning. Well, they will have to perform a comeback for that to happen. Runner, I'm going to ask you about what do you think their chances are to doing that on Pearl against KC?
I think they're taking this map easily. There will be a third map. It's gonna be late day today, so sorry to everyone, but third map.
But yeah, I was like seething. I was like, I can't even respond to Jason's tweet.
What do we make of the harbor?
He fucking knows he's.
Pearl? Or what do we make of
he's
the
fucking
harbor for
instigating
KC?
hard
What
with
do you
that
think
tweet.
Let's see. You know, let's hope that they can hear you because I see Kara. He doesn't have his headset on.
What is going on?
So I'm just going to pray that he can. What do you think the weaknesses for the harbor could be on this map?
It's just troll. It's just playing harbor. It's just troll. That's just nothing to say. I agree. Profik is always right. Like, I think harbor is kind of troll.
Always right.
Do you agree with that?
I think Harbor is Sathak's agent. If Sathak is on Harbor, it can be a difficult game, but still believe in Gentlemates. Gentle?
Yeah, that's amazing.
One time?
You guys
Just
are
one
here
time?
supporting
We're not
your
even
boy
like,
Mini.
we're not gonna run it back?
The last time that we saw
He's like, nah, that was
Gentlemates
good
playing on
enough.
this map Robbie BK was still on the team, and of course it was a different style of calling. So if you could deliver a message to your boy Mini that I'm sure can hear you right now, because I don't see him on the stage, but I know he's listening because he's always listening.
Bro's cooking right now. Look at him.
What do you think are the keys to a good calling on a map like Pearl?
I mean, he doesn't need help. He will just smash them like he's doing this, and that's it. It's simple.
This guy's so based.
I know him since long time, and I know he can do a lot. So this time he's also gonna show it.
Bro, these are real friends.
Well, this were my question completely. What was the last map? Do you guys remember? Because I don't.
Me, I'm fucking bagging on my boy out there.
Can I get it on my
You look,
ear, please?
honestly, he fell off. The guy on the stage right now, I don't even recognize him, truthfully.
Icebox? Do you guys like? Oh, thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Bouncy.
I would be clowning.
Thank you, Lauren, so much. We just love
I would
being
be
at the
clowning
studio.
on them.
At the end of the day, it is Friday, so I literally do not have anything else to do. Icebox is the last map. Any Icebox enjoyers here?
No, there was not. There was.
Yeah, I like Icebox, but I mean, boring, simple map, but it's just fun in its own way. I don't know how to explain it. It's just fun.
Okay, thank you.
Icebox is okay. It's okay. I know Mini is insane.
Thank you very much. Icebox is the worst map in the game.
Which one is it? Which one do you think?
It's a good map.
Yeah, but which one is the worst map then?
Fracture.
Really?
Fracture, bro. Fracture.
That only tells me you're a bad player. That's what I'm going to tell you.
I don't know about that.
Yeah,
That's
going
crazy.
on, going on. You cannot say.
That's
cannot
crazy.
say Fracture is the worst map. Absolutely not. I kind of enjoy Icebox. You know what? Because I think that I have a very fond memories in that
Honestly,
map. Sometimes it's absolutely
competition's
ridiculous,
tough out there.
and sometimes
Abyss,
absolutely
Icebox,
ridiculous is
Breeze,
what you need.
Fracture.
What else could I
You
ask
put them all
here?
in a
Are you-
fucking,
Are you enjoying living in Berlin?
you know, like Royal Rumble, last man standing type scenario, last map standing. I don't know who's coming out. I don't know who's coming out.
Okay,
Those four maps,
let's make it 4.
they might
Well,
knock
guys,
each other
I'm
out.
gonna let you enjoy.
No one's coming
I'm gonna
out.
let you take a breather. Thank you very much for joining me. Please keep coming and watching the matches. And we're gonna send this over back to the desk, if I am not mistaken, after this lovely chat. Thank you very much. Okay, yeah, raving endorsements
Wait.
for Berlin. So there you have it. That's
In
why
ears,
you come to Berlin,
in
and this is what you get to
ears.
see. The right
We're cooking.
That's why they come to watch every game.
When the in-ears are actually in the ears, we're in a good spot.
This is the best Berlin has to offer.
Might have already seen the best of it.
I agree though. Like I've been having an absolute blast in here. Tech pauses, sure, they can be annoying.
I don't think I can, especially if this keeps happening.
People. It does feel, however, that this match started an eternity.
I've
ago.
actually
Maybe
always
one or two
liked
lifetimes.
Breeze,
I'm not quite sure.
to be honest.
Keep track of it.
But I just know how much that map's
Maybe
hated.
walk us through this. How did we get here, Mac? What
So,
happened on Haven?
If you're just tuning in from, I guess, NA time at this point,
Yeah.
look, you didn't.
Welcome, NA.
You missed a whole series. Nice 2-0 for Fnatic. Apex pushed them earlier, and that was great. You know, pushed them on the split, made it a single OT from what I remember off the top of my head. And then speaking of OT, the Phoenix was good enough on Haven to take us to OT through regulation. Nice little comeback from KC, and then they managed to take both OT rounds to send us to that second map. And that's where we currently are and have been for a little while. Now, look, it's been great. We've seen the agent comps. We haven't actually started this time, but it would be nice to start shortly. And look, on Pearl, anything can happen. Also, before we break this one down, I just want to break down Giant X. You know, I got some incredible insight.
Someone said on
they're struggling to
Twitter
get
recently,
wins on the
like,
board. You know, they are looking good. You know, map to
something
map.
that was like,
But
oh.
it's because the teams.
They're like, imagine having a map as big as Breeze
Best maps to play, and if Harbor is or
and
isn't a
not
good
having
agent. You know, we
first
need
bullet
synergy.
accuracy.
We need teams all on the same page. That's what makes a good
I was
team.
like,
So Giant X,
wait, you're actually cooking the map right now. It's like, that's a good point.
Well-rounded, you know, I think.
Like you're in these all these long ass gunfights, and there's just RNG on where the bullets land.
Fashion the smooth stone that rolls well.
I was like, huh, don't have a counter argument to that one.
Everyone needs to, whether they agree with the page or not.
I actually like Breeze though. I think it's one of the few maps where you can actually push and pull rotations really well, and get yourself in favorable team fights. Like the retakes don't flood in so quickly.
Don't listen to me, please.
I think it's good.
Yeah, I don't know. I hoped you would follow up on what I said so we can transition.
I don't like Fracture where there's fucking
another answer.
4 quadrants, 4 orbs, like
all of my life questions. You know,
defenders spawn in the middle. It's not for me. Icebox for map controls given for free, and there's no real point in going mid unless you're gonna like change things up.
Some interesting faces. It's actually quite impressive what's happening now. Okay. All right, we like it.
Abyss is like very big, but the rotates are a problem
He looks a little
because it's really hard to hold mid, and then you have to rotate through defender spawn, and it just doesn't feel good.
Oh, we got that. So keeping their hands warm
Yeah.
too. I like that. I like that out of Gentle Mates.
I think Breeze is better than Abyss.
I'd be out there doing squats and whatnot. Like,
we could go
are they
to
allowed?
we could
Do they
go
have
to
to stay
a
seated?
live fitness show in front of everyone.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Fracture is fun to watch in pro play, but it's also very fucking chaotic. It's like it's fun to watch what teams cook. Like I think it's one of my favorite maps to watch, but the amount of times in my co-stream, even my co-streams, where like I'm breaking down the game more, people are like, "What the fuck is going on?" Like. The aftershocks coming through the floor on the B default, the fucking Brim mollies over the wall, the Teo missiles are fucking wrapping around the map, the ult is coming in, and it's like, what am I watching? Like, it's so crazy. Like, I can't even communicate it all quick enough to chat. It's, like, I can soak it all in, but for me to put it in words, I would have missed the whole thing. It's too quick. And that is like it's like a casual viewer problem, right? Like it's again in the same realm as what I was saying earlier with the abilities and being too much. It's like the same style of problem, probably. And I think my theory is that the game benefited heavily early on. One, because people didn't know how to use util for a long time, obviously, and know how to space properly. And also a lot of the CS people had first mover advantage and abused like rotations more than set plays, right? So a lot of the early tournaments were won by like CS mines, whether it be like Shaz IGLing or, you know, like the Chet FNS combo. It was a lot of CS mines that could abuse rotations and really fuck with these Valorant players. Well, now that rotations are kind of known, or there's ways to get by without even knowing rotations, like people's Senti info or like their passive info that they're getting from their Sovo or a Teo drone is very well coordinated throughout the round. There's no space for that. After that phase, though, where Counter-Strike players dominated, we went into metas where like it was like a KO meta. So you think about what KO is eliminating the abilities from the game, like in a large portion of it. And that eased like the viewer test, right? Like the average viewer could digest it easier. The next phase of the game was chamber meta. And again, it was the same thing. It was an agent who is very easy for a casual viewer to see. And in order to push this guy off of a line, you had to dump util on him, and that would just get him into the next line. Like, and now we're finally in a meta where they added some new agents, and their util is very overpowering. It's so overpowering. And so we remove the KOs, we remove the chambers, and we add in like Teos and Yorus instead of Jets, chambers, KOs. And you add to that these pro players are significantly better at using util. And then that trickles down throughout the community. It's going to feel like there's a lot of util. Oh yeah, I could yap forever. I did do a podcast like a year ago. I could start it up again for sure. I actually enjoy doing it. But It is a big time commitment, and while simultaneously not bringing in really any money, right? So for someone that doesn't have a lot of time, it's not really worth it, but I do enjoy doing it. It's not that I don't enjoy doing it. It's just the opportunity cost of doing a 3-hour podcast off stream is that I can't stream. So, yeah. Isn't it similar to co-streaming instead of ads? Very different. Co-streaming is me essentially like keeping my brand. Starting a brand new podcast is a high risk. It's a high risk, low reward. Why not stream it? There's some technical difficulties with doing that. Could do that. But also Platchat has Kurt, who's a producer for VCT, to produce that shit for free for them pretty much. And they built it up over so many years where now they bring like a return, you know?
Touching the starting.
I see numbers moving. I see a countdown.
The observers are ready.
Maybe if we kept doing like Immortal Minds or something like that in the early days, be DDK and Mike, but yeah.
Michael, talk to me here.
Oh, listen to tons of podcasts, yeah.
I was going to leave a little zoom here because
I was talking about yesterday.
Obviously the talking point.
It is.
I mean, this is the map that I think at some point, did somebody on the desk make a point about this being the map you can
finally.
work, but I actually tend to agree with that. And also, I mean, good point from the crowd interview as well. Was it
Bro, we've had so many tech pauses.
If it's Sadak.
Yeah, there's a chance.
Okay, Sadak walls off all of mid,
So it is kind
get
of
control of it.
Justifiable
Dart
here,
gets a main control, but he keeps it, the Yoru, because there's nothing to pair with it.
Proofs in the pudding, really.
And now they're going in the buy setup.
And this composition change.
Do some pudding.
They have. I've just got food on the brain.
Food on the
it looks like
brain.
a very standard approach towards that B site.
Real.
See if Elite can stall anything out. Ooh, he's trying to find a little cubby. He's fine. But sadly, he loses out on Sadak. Nice flash,
Great
though.
flash.
Swing back in, looking for some
Find
support
that.
coming in from Arvez. Couldn't connect towards Kata. So Gentlemates do win out at least for the site side.
Zip out with the backstab as well.
Beautiful
3-2.
timing on that. Does eventually get traded down,
Wait.
but they're trying to find some space.
Dude, they could have lost that if Avez.
But Martin picking it up.
Dude, he's been so crazy this series.
He starts with a 3K.
This is the best I've seen Martin look.
Picking up where he left off.
He has like high highs, and sometimes I'll catch him on like, not like a low, because he's never been terrible when I watch him. But this is like crazy.
Oh no!
Close out previously.
Michael, no!
I don't know.
No.
I asked a long time ago for the stage to go red.
Got you guys.
You can't be serious.
That can't be real. That can't be
Wait,
real.
it's back.
It's
No. Pansy's losing it.
It's all gone wrong, guys.
Welcome back, High
We
Park.
had 45 seconds of unfiltered Valorant gameplay.
Break down exactly what Harbour did that round, please.
If only I had the time to really.
Oh,
it's an
bro.
in-ear issue.
Bro. Well, time to finish these
I'm having
pick'ems.
in-eye issues.
I've got in between.
I think we're just going chalk.
I think we're going in.
Ooh, the Verno NRG matchup.
Oh, we're going back to game. Okay, everything's changed. We're back in. No,
This is
okay.
a hard game to
Stage
prep.
change colour.
Tui's in.
That's it.
That's it.
All right, back in. Oof. God, give me 2 rounds. Please.
Sen have to win that. I think
Back in
Loud
the
can
game.
easily win that. I am
3,
very
2, 1.
tempted to pick him here.
Back in the room.
Are you back in the room? Right.
Well invested, actually, here. For
That is a mistake. That's a mistake.
Oh, nice purchase.
Delightful.
Look at these. Yes.
Mike is on a mission. We've actually tasked him with using the telestrator as much as humanly possible. So do look forward to that as the water drops. We once again go back towards A with Classiques.
They gotta win. They got.
Actually, to admit, you can see Arvez down on Link.
NRG in my pick'ems is literally like.
Any overstep just yet?
What's that shit called when someone does heroin and they're trying to chasing the dragon? Is that what it's called? I'm chasing the dragon.
That's the harbor, Mike. That's the harbor right there. That's the techers.
We'll be leaning heavily into that sort of thing, hoping the Gentlemates.
I'm trying to get that high from the summer, you know, the off season.
Some of the buy rounds.
Like I saw them in the off season, and it's in my
Round
brain,
2.
and I'm like,
As
one
I
of these
spin 180
days
to look at the
they'll be
stage.
back.
Better stay purple.
I'll be
don't
back.
dare change.
The comms are in my head. The comms were so good.
I saw Sadak not looking pleased.
Som, controlling the mid rounds, FNS, masterclass in the early rounds, Mata entering.
You're horrible. You horrible bullies.
Maybe that's why they weren't looking very happy.
It's gonna happen.
I can't believe they've done that to us.
Weird we didn't get the audio on that one. Strange.
Shocker.
Bonus against Dubai, Michael.
Oh, I'm a Harbor believer.
Martin already 2 away from his ultimate.
Oh, he's got 2 potential targets as well. Let alone the ult orb
That's a
sat
cool
there.
wall, by the way.
Waters in.
But this is a fairly invested stack
Check
here.
out, check out the impact,
necessarily
bro.
committed
This
just yet.
motherfucker
The
can
drone.
wall this
Yeah,
with his
Will-
cascade,
that's
and then
still
goes
together.
and can wall all
They're
of
not
this.
waiting for full confirmation there.
Think about the control this agent has, and then his shit's refreshing right now. Oh my. Oh my, that's beautiful.
Breakdown in communication. Oh, splash. What are you using, Michael?
Let's see, he's probably going to use his wall some like
Bonus round looking
cutting
pretty
off
good
main
now.
in some kind of weird way.
On the flop side of that, still a 3v5 doable here for Gentlemates. As the plan comes through, will be Kamek potentially to find Sadak, but actually
Rip.
baited there from a little bit of damage coming in from
So yeah,
behind.
it cuts off both art and main.
He's got your number. You can get the fight, but they're going to turn around to get
But,
to.
yeah, no way.
They're going to get flashed from this. Forced off the angle. Maybe a chance, but the diffuse already going.
Rip. Bonus.
So I think this one's kind of done for. Yeah, 3-0.
To a flying start here. On the second map. Oh, we can't let this happen now.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. The
We were
vibes
talking about the last
on
French
MIBR are
derby that we
really,
cast.
really good.
No, don't.
It didn't end well for us.
No, I got the understanding of what Sideshow felt when he brought out the term melons for the first time.
They look good too. They look very good.
Well, you weren't the one that mocked the language.
You did it. It wasn't even
Yeah, that's what
me.
I'm saying.
It wasn't even me. Bai's not looking great.
So just the one rifle carried across.
That one right there.
Oh my god,
Oh, it's
what a
gone.
haunt, bro.
Let's remove that number
Holy
real quick.
fuck, that was crazy.
remove it.
Deleted him through
In
something.
the hands of Click. Actually,
Oh.
though, Kamek will
Huh.
find a response.
Felt a little bit. Yeah, as much as we need to focus back up, it's a little bit more important for them. Maybe overstaying their welcome here, Arvez, with a quick response coming out from the Sheriff.
Bro, did you see how Osboss like fixing Verno's in-ears and shit? Oh god, you
At least
spammed
found
him.
one
Are
ahead
you
of this
kidding me?
utility being burnt up as well.
That's a dream come true, isn't it, really? It can still bank on the utility, just needs to get out of there. Doesn't need to go down for this.
Good
And they're
dodge.
still going to be at... Oh, Kamek! That's
Holy
nice.
fuck.
But the,
Kamek's actually going on a chance this round.
No, dear. Oh, dear. Kada.
Me
A
too.
1v2. You got it in ya? Let's see. Vandal.
What are you guys thinking?
Divide as well, but again, it's a little awkward to guarantee value in the situation.
Trying to do what he can, but you can see the paranoia, right? He's checking towards Long, he's looking towards Link, he's looking everywhere. He
Bro.
doesn't know where they
Yeah,
reside. He's
the
no
Asher
information.
recalls just everywhere.
Tough to make that educated guess, but with 20 seconds, he's gonna have to commit.
Yeah, KC just almost making him sweat a little bit to reconsider, but actually, maybe even a little bit of
Man,
aggressive here.
Harbor's the GOAT.
The one to clean things up.
Oh
Four
god, I
in a
love
row
watching
here for
Harbor.
KC.
I love watching Harbor.
Just need to sharpen up here a little bit as well. Just get themselves
Bring this
working.
guy back to
Get
Americas,
focused back
man.
on
I've
the
been
server.
missing this
Same
shit.
we said a little bit for Arvez. They're outstaying his welcome. There it is.
I mean, it gets a little dicey when Kamek finds another kill with the
Yes,
Sheriff,
yes.
but can't fault him too much there.
Never forget,
Obviously,
chat. I am indeed the low-tier agent whisperer.
Safety net to fall back on with the utility from
ISO kind of left me. I'm not gonna lie, left me.
Noting already.
He got good. Meteor made ISO leave me.
10 and 1. Stop it.
Yes.
And the Haven comp.
Don't know where that went.
What the hell?
Even Kamek a little confused.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
I don't, man. That's brutal. But it is. A 3-2 split
Remember when
here.
Yoru was F tier?
A little bit.
My
On the
1v2
same page now.
with one bullet on Yoru
Early
with the
attempt towards
footsteps
the
instead of the
surge, roll in
clone
the eye.
Yeah, Kcorp.
might be the greatest thing I've ever
A few
done.
strays there. Down to 51. Now Gentleman's look to regroup just outside double doors. Potentially trying to sell something towards
Yeah,
Art
there's a
here.
clip. I was streaming.
So yeah, KC got to be careful. Still 2 members here to try and contest this. Who gets forced off the angle early.
He's in a
But I also
rake
like that they dealt with the wall towards B. Like that to me is huge at this point. Like that should allow them some pretty late access, which they're going to be banking on now. But do they get past Elite? Going to be noted in position. Sadak still going to swing on it. Finds Zipan and goes back in for more. Elite now takes the attention. Nice little push and pull.
Dude, this is
Beautiful
over.
side hold. Very well composed in this mini.
And he's played out of this already.
Why is he using that?
Someone loved that.
Yeah.
Why did he use that?
French stream.
Yeah.
What's going on over there?
10 seconds left.
Chuckles, loving it.
Well, no, he's going to be given a chance to find a kill here, but KC on the hunt.
I need to see a timeout for Gentlemates here. They need to
Martino,
get
by
it
the
back.
way, is just looking as flawless as he was in map 1, the second half of map 1 at least. Can't fault that. 11 and 1 now. Actually, really well played from Sadak to kind of get ahead of this hit as well. Like you said, that push and pull to maybe draw the attention away, set Elite up to swing out here, find 2 of his own.
And I found you! Bobrito Bandito will find you, remember?
Wait, he found him. Yeah.
Where is...
What was there to say?
No, true. Man, a few words, but accurate.
I don't know where the Yoru 1v2 is.
Gentlemates looked a little quiet there, but now, yeah, having a chat, checking in. They need to get everyone back in the game.
It's somewhere.
It feels like.
Yeah, because I mean, it's a big blow to the momentum.
Oh, here it is.
To have such a big gap in between the
I
maps.
think this is a...
But even for both sides had
Yeah,
to
they're
hit
both
that
facing
pause.
the same same obstacles, for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay, here's a round chat. This is the old Yoru with footsteps instead of the clone.
One here. In there.
I hate hearing my voice. I refuse. So get the kill site, TP away. I'm now in the 1-on-2. I whiff on this guy. He gets away.
Ooh, you're here too? Oh, shy, you're here too.
So I then hear the second guy. I flash, which then makes them kind of drawn to that angle because I could have crossed. That guy spots me main, so I flash, pop footsteps. That way they think I'm running screens. Peek this. I should have got that kill. I'm literally like cooking these guys in all these little micro engagements. I'm just whiffing. And then I end up actually committing this TP, but I have 1 bullet and I don't want to reload. And I know I could get a kill and then just live. So I peek this. And they just happen to line up. It's the 13th round of the game. I was like, what the fuck? But it was like a full kit masterclass on how I was getting the fights. It was fucking...
Yeah, I think at least spotted everything there.
It'll never... Like, the luck in that round was crazy.
Nothing just yet. Elite, yeah, kind of toying with...
Oh, the flash. It feels like it needed a little bit more to it, but Sadak trying to get ahead.
Oh.
That's a bold maneuver.
Harbor down, though.
I think some high risks here, and the reward's just not in place. Martin
Trades
get
are
one all the
in,
way
2
down,
on
but it's a
3.
3v2.
Spike not yet planted it in a bit of a tricky spot now, actually.
30 seconds left.
Kamek tagged up, down to 21 HP. Alves and Sugetsu looking to try and recover.
Still got a Prowler as well for Alves. Kamek trying to be the one to do it. You can see the hesitation, the caution. They are nervous
Further damage
about
done
this.
as well.
Spot on. Still that Prowler there. Not going to have the time really to wait for the Horn to come in, but Sugetsu toying again, still trying to show some presence. Kada isolated. Now the Prowler to go in. Going to be handled. Forced off the angle, but they've got to make that next step.
If they're able to isolate Click here, yeah, with this smoke to cut vision, could be really awkward.
Oh, the Horn back in, still showing the Click's on the site. Just playing around that smoke here. Nice from Click. Oh, that's lovely.
Okay.
That's what the doctor
They
ordered. They
really
needed
this
like
round.
that.
Gentlemen will get themselves on the board. On the back
First
of Click.
ball.
Closing out.
Cuts the lead to 42.
A little bit awkward there when you see the HP bars, but happy to maybe throw one person ahead aggressively. Sanak actually caught with the reveal here.
I didn't even see that.
After Elite fell. Again, you can't really fault it, but getting ahead of the utility, it's worked well previous rounds. But maybe Elite just trying to toy with the expectations.
So let's just make sure we note this. Operator in play for Martin. Didn't get to see too much of it really, actually, in map 1, even though he was in a very good spot, looked very good at it.
We can't have
Didn't get
shit.
it played out too much,
This
but
is
now
why
you
we can't have
can
nice
switch things up,
things.
right? You can leave him closer
Dude, the
towards that
harbor
B-long line
walls
and then
are
force the
so
rest of the
annoying.
map.
That's the
They fucking own, man.
response here to Elite.
Because
Potentially
hypothetically, like with this wall here, they could do something crazy and try to retake this zone. And it's not easy to come in and out of like a harbor wall. So if someone gets like hit by a flash and jumps to the left of the harbor wall or scanned and has to jump away, it's way different than if that was like a sphere smoke. It's way different. I've seen it play out so many times in
Quite know about
Americas.
it yet. Maybe they could theory it, but it will cost them time if they go too late. Do have the lockdown.
Unfortunately, harbor
They've got
comps,
methods.
it's
They
hard
should
to
be
operate
able
that
to
way
mitigate
because
a
you
lot of
typically
this
only have one
on the back of the
initiator.
lockdown.
Now, does that Prowler kind of make
Typically.
them think that it could still be this B hit? You can see the Martine's getting curious. There's the lockdown. What's the choice here? See, no Teho to break it. So respect it for now.
Yeah, I do remember that, yeah.
See the pour on through towards Pit.
When they just let
catch somebody with that
people
gravity
stand
well,
there, yeah.
well on
Down the
top.
wall. Okay, they get through okay. And Zipan's are on top here. Doesn't find
Rough.
anything.
Rough.
It's a big investment.
This is a
here.
kill.
But it's a full 5v5 here in the postman. Martin going to try and pave the
Yeah.
way.
Unfortunate
two
movement,
seen.
but dinked.
I think maybe just one on the side.
If
Canada
Throck gets
gonna
his
have to
ult,
straight
it's
in.
over.
Oh, he's caught. Alves just straight through the wall there.
That's a
Canada got the
half
late
already.
low. And it's not stopping. Why would they? Finally forced off this. The spam's just not quite enough.
His
Yeah,
wall
that's
blocked off.
right under their noses, Mike.
Dude.
Mini and Zipan just
Check out this
forced
cascade
to
because they
watch this
could
one
clear
pass
this
the
corner.
fight. The Carmine
Bro,
Core just, it
they're
felt like there
cooking.
was absolutely
They're actually
no
cooking.
pressure whatsoever in the post plant. Again, an unfortunate catch here onto Kada. But then as Click and Kamek fall, it almost feels just a foregone conclusion. Like I said, that half defuse comes through so early on as well. So even in that situation, what, 2v4, potentially fighting back in.
All right, let's see it.
KC
Again.
will
Oh, that's
immediately
where he's
respond.
cascading from. He's cascading
Still
from
funds
this
here
corner.
available for
Travels
Gentlemen.
over, locks
We
in.
noted that
Yours holding the
investment in
line.
the previous round.
Once yours on the
Canada
line
away
and this
from the try,
cascades
that's
in, it requires a
as good as
lot
it
to then
gets.
assume that this is
In terms of
clear
tools.
or like this is clear or any of these close angles where an op could be. So just by getting this cascade locked in and having the Euro on the line,
Well, now look at the space that Martin
you're making
is
them
commanding
use
over on the B
abilities
side.
or make noise to
Getting
re-clear
tougher
the
and tougher for
zone,
Gentlemen to
and
get
Yor
a
gets it for
comfortable read
free.
on this round by round.
This
All
is why I
racing
love
towards A
Harbor.
main. We've seen it down towards B long.
It's like a
Now
CS
pushed
player's
towards R.
dream.
The
You
adjustment
control
coming through with the
rotations,
fact
you
that,
filter
as you highlighted,
fights.
Martin gets freedom. Now, this
It's
is the
so
first time that we're
powerful
gonna
in the right
see this
hands.
sort of look. Sadak going to be challenged in a new way. There's a
But
lot
you
of
really
bodies
have to
behind
know
this.
rotations.
Sprays in. I think
Can you get that
decent
deep?
shot towards Mini, who's left
Yeah.
on 1 HP. Blue
1
and X.
HP.
Unconfirmed damage, but damage nonetheless.
See the awareness though from KC.
Mini now, really quiet, like
I
a
was gonna
mouse.
Say, Elite
Creeping through
Sugetsu
art.
to hold down the fort on A.
This rotation is pretty telling here. Mike,
I
the
would be
second
cooking.
that no one flooded through towards long, as soon as they had the likes of Martin taking that space, it
Wow,
all became
good double
too clear,
swing.
too obvious. Carmine Core in full
This
control.
is so over, chat.
7-1 now, the scoreline. The funds dwindling.
Guy who lost it, tic-tac-toe.
Oh, right, okay. Sorry. I was looking to draw something.
Oh, be my guest, lovely.
Elite with a beautiful 3K on this round. So the switch over to B. Sorry, from B. Now with Martin over with the operator.
To be honest, guys, I think they are a tiny bit lost.
They're a tiny bit lost. I agree.
Tiny bit. Maybe that's it. Well.
Yeah, the Harbor's fucking them up,
I mean,
man.
you can see
People aren't used to this.
the hesitation in some of these rounds from Gentlemates. You haven't really seen much in the form of set pieces other than that snowball round with the ultimates being invested, but I said they almost played themselves out of that round. Really had to commit to some of those engagements. I guess on the back of Click, again, there's not much for him to do swinging out of art.
Holy kosher reaction.
HP,
Oh my god, that was the clutch.
I want to add to this, I feel like when you've got at least Teho in this and you've got Zipan playing this over,
Bro.
he's still not, you know,
I was casting that
droning
shit.
or using any sort of drones towards B.
I had to cast that shit, bro.
To keep that space. They don't know about the operator.
The assumption is there, but...
Sure. But the knowledge is not there, and they've been able to. You saw those rotations before. They're able to lean so heavily on the information. There's been none of that being removed here.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I had to cast it, but Furia put the ass in cast.
Utilizing that, making sure they take back some of that B space, show some presence early. Because again, you've got KC banking on that wall time and time again, banking on Martin's space, and going straight in on the outlaw now.
Frey on a crash out? Never on a broadcast. Never. I would never be disrespectful like that on a broadcast.
So do have the divide.
It's different when people know my intentions. I've said this before.
Justify here.
I was a pro player,
To now actually double stack in towards us.
so I know the power in a broadcast setting like
this
that.
Space now. You see, actually, it's just basically a 2-2 split to hold into mid from KC. Martin's still positioned over towards.
Oh, I'll never deny that I'm fucking biased to my coaching, though.
Just makes you feel so confident in that setup, right, Mike? Trying to play it in with the owl drone. Still got a player behind the box who's gone completely unchecked.
I don't understand why you wouldn't be biased in your coaching.
Shot. Fair enough. You're down to now a 4v3 man to the good.
It'll be awkward though for Kada potentially.
Tricky spot.
On the light shield as well.
He's got help coming. But Kamek already using his drone. This is all on Martin to feel it out. The out drone.
Awareness that somebody's crossed behind this as well.
Oh, of course I experienced.
Well.
I came from Counter-Strike. I definitely experienced the shit talk.
Going to be heard. Patience. He's still going to find his
great target selection. Martin is frying them. Oh, bro, y'all ain't going nowhere.
But handled. Click with a single focus in mind. Get that backside comfort. And now plant on the horizon.
Maybe I was wrong.
It's going to be a little awkward. Aves looking for something ahead of the plant coming in.
Double C's.
He's actually nearly caught, yeah.
Double C's.
But did actually catch, yeah.
Struggling on that, though. Couldn't pry the player out of the backside.
Double C's is a crazy thing that I could pun with.
Harder to make
but we're not doing that.
Has to step forward in unison, trying to trade in really here. Aves now behind the curve. Great shot. Kamek goes down, but Click was the integral one, and he still is.
They're hanging on by a thread, chat. They're hanging in there.
Crucial to keep Gentlemates in here. We'll give them their second. Couple more ultimates as well, looking... Actually, just Click's coming online, sorry. We're building back into it. Yeah, a little awkward here with this exchange in art. Got to credit Gentlemates in finding that 2-for-1. But you noted with the Prowler catching, you almost feel very confident in that hold. And actually, the bait was perfect. Elite comes off the angle, kind of baits somebody to swing onto him, but there's just too many bodies on the other side of it.
Gentlemates now, they need to really rewind their minds as to how to handle this setup on the B side. Divide gonna go in. Okay, brute force is the way forward, it seems. But again, keep in mind that wall was there. Click. Oh, that's outrageous.
Oh my god. That was big that he got that.
Why are you getting away with
Click
that?
having a lot of impact.
Unbelievable.
They need to stream together though.
No. Though gets to looking like fully blind. What has just happened?
It's KC to come out on top of this pace change from Gentlemates over towards B.
Fucking owned.
Like we said, unconfirmed previously. Martin's not here. It's Elite back to hold down that site.
With the first blood.
The Sad Hackens to get to clean this up with relative ease, to be honest with you. So Click, unorthodox in approach, tries to get behind the divide and get ahead of that rotation.
Well,
punished there.
I know why he went on the other side of the divide, so they couldn't hear him come out the ult. I actually fuck with that a lot. I love pairing Astral with your roll.
KC.
It's one of the best combos. Oh dear. Oh dear. You got the guy in the back.
Beautiful.
There's that wall, and that's how you pair it with shit, chat. So all game they've been like setting this trap, and they just sprung the trap. Round 11. Harbor's the goat, man. You can do shit like this. That's why Loud was like untouchable when they were running Harbor Viper.
Been exploited so far.
With Osbos, obviously, and less.
Martin, good for the trade.
Imagine Harbor Viper with Osbos and less. That's the hell we were living.
Say it 10 times.
Nah, I'll say something terrible. Absolutely not. Zipan and Kata in a 2v3. Sugetsu does have ult if necessary. Still a lot of util as well, split between the remaining members of KC. I've lost my mind.
It's a retake.
Getting started soon.
The 3v2 nonetheless for KC.
I like this from Zipan though. The reposition could be nice. Turning the flash is great as well. Oh, but it's so well read from Arvez. Beautiful adjustment up towards Zipan. Sugetsu gets to survive as well. As it looks like KC once again taking steps towards their goal.
Purchase going to be comfortable, at least for Gentlemates, but the scoreline not so much. On the brink of conceding. Beautiful from Sugetsu.
Yeah, I was saying the first one was through the wall. The guy was seized in front of it.
You know what I mean? Like
yeah, looking like the iconic Sugetsu of old. Yeah, KC looking to close this one out. Yes. Okay. Looking to close this one out.
Harbor, same start sequence. Insta cascade into Harbor wall, probably across.
Stamp their authority on this. As much as Gentlemates, even if they did get this third, it feels like KC just had the beat on this, how they wanted to play it. Yeah, I mean, even
Jorg gets the timing here.
Feeling confident enough to go for a challenge. I think he does need to back away, but it does burn a lot of that utility that maybe.
That was a really good back out. He felt them. You can kind of feel when a team is lazy if you're used to doing shit like that enough. Like, if you've been in the zone enough, you're like, okay, this is a round where I can't be lurky. Holy fuck, great clear.
Money from Click. Beautiful.
Click is trying to keep him in it.
Putting a massive question mark here. Now the Prowler was instantly used towards A.
So yeah, they're going to read this as the TP comes through here, but rewarded with the spam once again. Whether or not he's going to get a full confirmation of a setup here, but Sadak for upper wall.
So this wall back online, and this wall could allow someone to hide here, right? Because you can cook these walls. Bro.
Sadak! Ow! Oh, he's back in his corner, maybe. Oh dear, he's dead. Nowhere to go. Elite's got a fucking.
He's hiding.
Why does this always
hit in the corner.
From this corner as well? He's still got his wall there.
The stun actually comes through.
It's fine.
Oh my god.
No one's clearing him yet, though. He's getting away with daylight. Robbery, patience. Oh! He changed his mind and he still kills 3. Oh, a 10-2 like that.
Again, with the stun coming through, you think somebody's going to full clear, even behind the wall here.
What?
A 10-2 on the half, Lauren. Picking up where KC left off in map 1.
Bro.
Feels like Gentlemates never really got control of this KC.
They were like, he could be behind sign. We'll stun it.
Everything.
But then they didn't clear it.
All there for them. Absolutely lovely.
The coach said we had to use the stun here.
Elite, all looking good.
What the fuck?
Speaking of looking good, the audience who's been hanging out
the wall
with us
there
the whole
was
time.
insane,
So
yeah.
I'm going to head down to Lou to have a lovely chat with the fans.
Ooh.
Thanks, Fancy. Merci. And Derby Times means dedicated fans, and I'm now joined by KC and Gentlemates Enjoyer. So to kick things off, let's start with a very simple question. We know there is a big rivalry between Gentlemates and KC, but can you guys explain to us why you want to win these matches more than
This ain't a rivalry, chat.
On sait qu'il y a une rivalité entre KC et Gentlemates, mais est-ce que vous pouvez nous expliquer, vous êtes les fans, c'est vous qui savez le mieux, pourquoi est-ce qu'on est...
Yeah, her outfit actually is kind of crazy, it's good.
J'ai envie de faire perdurer la défaite en ce moment, c'est très cool sur Twitter.
Ah, la défaite Gentlemates?
Ouais, l'ADA elle est cool cette année là.
Oui, donc ça ressemble un petit peu à de l'acharnement de ton côté. So yeah, I mean Gentlemates
This
have
is
not
killing
been
me
doing
right
that
now, bro.
great
The fact that they're rooting for
recently
the
on
other
some
team.
games. So we want to, you know, keep that streak going by winning against them. Et pour toi, du coup, comment ça se passe? Pourquoi est-ce qu'on a encore plus envie de gagner contre KC?
Bah, c'est vrai qu'on a une petite série de défaites. Hier, ils ont gagné sur League of Legends contre nous aussi. Donc ici, si on pouvait prendre une petite victoire, ça serait quand même pas mal pour les fans de Gentlemen qui sont toujours derrière leur équipe. D'ailleurs, on est ici vraiment en nombre comparé à la KC, quoi.
Ooh, okay, he's teasing here. So yeah, indeed, we haven't been doing that great yesterday. KC also won against us on League of Legends. So, you know, taking a win here in Berlin would help a little bit. And we came more numerous than KC. So yeah, we really want to win. Et dernière question, qui est le GOAT dans cette équipe selon vous?
You know what, chat? Sometimes you just don't get what you want, right?
Martin, Avez, les deux ils sont trop chauds.
Martin, Avez, a nice duo, and we see that it's going a bit difficult for Gentlemates on this map of Pearl. So who do you trust in carrying the game back to the win?
Pour le moment, Click est vraiment bien dans la game. J'espère qu'il sera rejoint vraiment par Kamik et Mini qui vont essayer de se réveiller. Et vraiment, ces deux-là, s'ils se réveillent, à mon avis, il y a moyen de revenir vraiment bien.
Okay, so Kamik and Mini, if they could help Click into winning this game, this would be really nice. And on the side of KC, of course, the GOAT, Avez, as always, very strong players, and we see a very nice sportsmanship on the side of the French fans. And let's get back to the game with our casters, Pensy and Hypuck.
Thank you so much, Lou. Lovely to hear from the fans who've been in great spirits all night, considering we've had some highs and lows, a couple of lows, but you guys have stuck it out with us, so appreciate you for that. However, we come back in, and the reality is it's a 10-2, Mike. It is a long road back. How dare you use this, observers? I see you out there. Don't think I don't see you. But Gentlemates have a long way back here.
They do. To chip away at this lead. So start here with the pistol, but KC actually, I say whether or not they were going to force their way into R there, but no.
Break was actually longer than that.
Confirmation on the back of the Prowler.
Right.
Maybe going to force this pivot.
Pivot.
Darts burn early though from Zipan. So kind of just has to back away here. Forced off the angle.
Of course, they are hell-bent on forcing this one, though. Here comes the flash. Couldn't turn it in time. Sanak, though, still going to find his shot towards Click, but it's Zipan onto back.
No.
Arves now into the fight. Back.
Dude, how is that getting these trades,
coming
bro?
out on top with the 3v2. Taking the space in middle.
God damn, how do you get that?
Sanak's brute forcing. Has to stand his ground.
Stops
there.
the wall immediately, so
Absolutely
it pops right
does.
away. You can do that on Harbor.
Wall makes it awkward for Kada.
Sends a cascade to block off the back halls. It goes through back halls, so he doesn't stop it because then they would lose info. He keeps it going.
To try and find just their third elite to find Kada. There's just Mini left.
He's not had a good half in the first. Needs to triple the score.
I feel like Gentlemate's kind of fumbled this series.
It's not going to happen. KC up to 11 very quickly now.
And confidence on display. The start of the second half. You've got to stop. Get your finger off the mute button now. But yeah, it's rough here. I mean, Kamek and Mini sitting down at 3 and 12, 1 and 12. Really rough half. But now you're asking them basically to move mountains.
They signed Prod?
Get back into the second.
Look, we've seen Martin really pick up pace in map 1 when he was able to turn around that. It was a very poor start.
Livid coming out of the tech pause, it would seem.
Why did you say tech pause?
Wait, is it? Okay. Normal pause.
We just play our game, play with confidence and awareness, and as long as we don't get caught off guard, I think we'll be just fine.
Good luck today.
All right, now look, a win today would be nice. You know, some revenge for Xander, who last faced 2G at the Ascension Grand Final. So there's an opportunity here for Xander to, you know, get some revenge here. But yeah, let's, Mitch, why don't you run the fans through what happened here?
It was, I mean, that Ascension Finals was a flattener. That went the distance, honestly. These guys, it looked really good. I mean, this was, it was supposed to be that
What does this mean?
Yeah. Oh God, it was heartbreaking, really. And Jen has actually talked about, like now on this 100 Thieves team, GB, that he's really been a role player.
I don't get it.
Getting the short end of the stick in a lot of situations. He's been put in positions where he's got to be the low econ player. Yeah. And like his nickname officially is the Pink Ward, right? He gets vision. And then he's kind of cleared.
What does Greenhorn
on
mean?
their icebox, right? I thought they looked really good last week. And
I don't even know what Greenhorn means, though. That's the thing.
Team, that was a comp that never played any
Oh, it means
duelists,
rookie?
So Xander stepped up and often was playing like the Viper in the middle of the map. He's a guy I'm looking.
I didn't know that. See, like that's where I was confused. Like I couldn't get the pun even. Like even if I did know what it, if it was correct, I wouldn't have gotten it.
Looking to be pushed off
I
the
never
side
heard
here.
that. I know, yeah, I know being green. I've never heard of.
Killjoy.
Yeah.
Rather than going for the Vice.
To be honest, I didn't even know what being green meant until I heard someone use it for broadcast talent.
That one man who
like to describe people that weren't as experienced, I was like, I'd never heard, I don't even know what that means.
Without a bit of a fight back, but it is
to swing off.
So it wasn't until Valorant where I even heard that.
Do here, KC creeping closer, but not committed yet.
Might get caught on this cross.
Definitely never heard Greenhorn though.
Naves was holding it. It's actually Mini the one to take the brunt of that damage.
Which almost might indicate that the backside's free, but you feel like they're still going to do their diligence, and there goes the Guardian. Hope riding on that a little.
They almost can't retrieve it as well because of how deep
Bro,
into elbow
the util usage. Do these guys even break haunts?
Look at the pour-on of utility.
Flashback
There's nowhere
cosplay.
for him to go. He's already dead.
Oh, bro.
Martin!
Bro.
You can't just backhand Kata like that.
But he
That's
can,
cruelty.
though. He just did.
Kamek left in a 1v4, and sadly this feels like it is drifting away from them now, Mike. And it is Martin.
Ripping that game,
Now,
bro.
crazy. That must give credence to the idea that this 100 Thieves team should be making it to playoffs. They should be capable of going on a run.
Why? What's going on?
I mean, the league has gotten better, so his performance is better this year, but it is not as like, you know, doesn't rank as highly.
It's not scaling with inflation.
There is inflation, and there's a lot of young rookies coming out on their debuts and just smacking people around. So we still need to see this heat up from Cryo. I think he's where he needs to be though right now, and asking him for any more is going to have him burn out way before Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, this is a long season, right? We're not.
Back to our last round.
Makes
Surely it's our last one.
At least Kamek looking to take some of the space. But actually, straight away here, a 1-for-1, 2-for-2 now.
Our goated Harbor is dead.
Find a three-piece.
If it's
That was
not
kinda clean
Martin,
by Alves.
Alves was right there with him as well on the board. Both of them doing brilliantly. And Kamek and Mini.
It was weird. Every time I watched KC initially, I thought Alves was the GOAT.
And a lot to work with.
The last time I watched him in the season, I only caught one of the games.
Right now.
He didn't have a good day. This is exactly what I remember. This guy was crazy when I watched him the first time.
Kamek is still going to just have the Sheriff.
His Fade util has gotten a lot of value this game.
Get an ultimate off this. Alves obviously the one to take the plant, but got to matter too much in the grand scheme of things.
Okay. Kamek has utility, right? Got some util. He's got to be so pivotal with this. And he's getting really close. That is getting danger close here. Not investing any of the util. Maybe trying to catch someone off guard. What are we up to? What was the plan? It felt like it fell apart at the end there. But a 13-2 for KC, Mike, is exactly what they needed.
Yeah, and again,
it was
to
too
come back
easy.
to the composition discussion here. It's not as if
Kcorp
really
looked
it's going to
good.
be tested, but like we said, Pearl was
I think last week I watched Kcorp and everyone was like memeing on them like, oh, they're so bad, they're so bad, they're so bad. And they looked insane. Like the Harbor on Lotus looked fucking crazy. Like, dude, this was insane. They shouldn't have even lost the pistol. The Harbor was so oppressive when I saw it last week. I couldn't wait to see it again. Dude, EMEA has no idea. EMEA just doesn't even know, bro. They just don't know what Sadaka is capable of on this agent. Like, we got rinsed by him for a whole year. Show some respect to Harbor.
Quite shallow. They've got to get together so quick. They only have 2 of the players that they ascended with left on this active roster.
Yeah.
2.
That's good context right there, as a matter
Yeah,
of fact. Because I was
dude.
gonna talk about
NA's best Harbor got fucking literally shook so hard from the Cove incident, man. Sam's Harbor's really, really good. I actually think Sam is like, it's like Sam, Sadak, Tui's. And Forsaken is on like a totally different fucking page in the book. Like, if these guys are like a book, Forsaken is like a fucking comic. Oh, Mazzino. I forgot about Mazzino. The disrespect on Mazzino, I am so sorry. God damn it. Lump him in. Lump him into the 3 that all play alike. And then we put fucking Forsaken as like the cook. Bro, Forsaken plays Harbor like a duelist, and it's so sick. It is awesome to see. Like, he taught me stuff on Harbor that I didn't even think of. And I was like maining Harbor for a while.
To have awakened something in the beast, because it seems like we're getting, like you had mentioned, right? LZ was really carrying a lot of that weight when they last played.
John Mayo?
Really, is that something we should be expecting all the time?
Look at this, man.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's just playing.
He sees the trip.
Playing with
he sees the tripwire, right? What's the TP? He TP's past it and walks into the trip.
Yeah, I mean that he was playing with his food, and then his food played with him.
A tragic low light, but it did actually.
Push far at the top. Yeah, what the fuck is that there for?
Immediately, the next series starts IGL.
Bro, why is that there?
The team and starts going.
First of all, congratulations for your very good performance today. And the first question I wanted to ask you is when we speak about France, we often tend to mention gastronomy. And I think in your team, you have very good chefs when it comes to cooking, comps, preparation, and also like the mental aspect. So is there anyone on your team you really want to shout out for this win specifically today?
It's everyone, I think. We like prepared everything, like everyone was on the same page. So shout out to everyone, I think.
I've never had that happen before.
We did see you all on the same page. Indeed, and it was very nice to see. And we also saw some tech pauses, and I know how hard it can be to remain focused at all times when tech pauses can be long. So what is your tip to remain focused at any time?
I mean, we have our stuff. We prepared before, I think, split one. Oh no, before kickoff even, I think. Yeah, I think we prepared our what we will do on tech pauses, and we just were following it, and that's it, it worked.
Okay, is it UN who's helping you with this?
Of course, it's UN and Clem.
Bro, she has a boot.
Okay, a very nice shout out from you, Sugetsu. And we saw a little banter on the server at some point, especially on Heaven with your former teammate Zipan. So I wanted to know how much it means to you beating your former teammate after spending years together.
Respect. Showing up for work with the boot on.
It's like, you know, it's not even playoffs. It will mean something if it will be free playoff, but it's just group games.
Okay.
It's just game and that's it.
Okay, and step by step, indeed. And on a last serious note, we see you shining on the controller role in KC, don't get me wrong, but if Sadak and Eng let you play anything you wanted on the team, which agent would you dream playing?
Iso.
Of course, main character energy, right?
Yeah.
You would win all your ults, you think?
I don't know, I never played on unofficial, but I'm sure I will win, yeah.
And for the last question, we know that KC has such a huge fan base, so you must be getting a lot of messages. I wanted to know if you go through them and what's the best message you've got since joining KC?
I mean, to be honest, all messages are best for me. It's like, I'm rewatching all their videos, you know, our LEC team played yesterday, I was rewatching, everyone was like,
yeah, sending hearts.
Bro, it's so. I just want to go France again. Maybe I think we will qualify. I'm sure that we will qualify to champions and we will gonna see our friends there, and it's gonna be like insane. I'm just living for this moment.
Yeah, and I think you're making KC fans very proud.
KC is such a vibe,
dude.
I love it.
Actually, I have one more. This victory was for Kameto.
Yes.
Dude.
French fans.
And and I think they're very proud of you. Shout out to the CEO of Kcorp. And
that buy-in from the player perspective is huge.
Thank you for following us today, and let's see you next
players
week
glazing the org, glazing the CEO like that on an interview. Like, that's a culture. You got to set that culture from like the top down. I love how KC operates like that, man. All the players really buy into that shit, and like they want the
mais tranquilamente a função.
Dude, it's still
now,
doing
before we
this.
get into today's first match, we're going to take a look.
See this maybe? Yeah.
Take that. And look, we're going to be presented with a hot take from the viewers, and at any time one of us will say, let me take that, and then they got to run with it. But the key is they got to grab the talking mic of doom. I don't know, I just made it up. All right, here's talk of doom. All right, here's the first one. What do we have? Let's see this. I'm sure it's going to be a completely leveled and normal take here. Lev,
yeah, she had a boot cast on. That's why I was saying respect for showing up for her job with the boot on.
Oh,
Oh, I'll take it. I will absolutely take that. It'll be like EG 2023. First of all, they have 2 players from EG 2023 when they run on the run. So you're already halfway there, okay? Aside from that, I like what I'm hearing from Rossi. He's taking control. He's going to be the leader, and he's going to be the fall guy. What's great about this roster that's worked against them, they have so many players who can play so many different roles so well. Where do we even put these guys? But when they eventually figure it out, when all things are working, and you can see Demon 1, he's getting better and better on the controller. They are going to, by the end of the year, be good enough to win champions. I genuinely believe that, or I'm doing it for the segment. One or the other.
You have to guess which it is. Yeah. All right, let's see. What's the next one? That was well done. All right, MIBR is just honeymooning. They're not qualifying to Toronto. Ooh. Do I have to take this agreement? You can't be I'm going to agree with that. You got to agree with that. Oh, great. Yeah, look, I'm going to say, incredible looking young player, but I don't see it all hype right now. And when he realizes where he's going to open his eyes and see himself in the right games, this is my vision. What is going on? Aspas is going to realize, wait a minute, we've got enough prospering themselves before me. Every single lost round, and now I'm going to straight my retribution.
Bro, it's actually crazy.
Laying back in my chair, taking my hand off my mouse, and making them do the work for
That was actually too dank. That was insane. He was spitting right there. Yo! We hit a really good time for it.
Boss is Jogamo, not Aspas. I mean, do I take?
Can someone who watches XQC's stream break down what he just said? Because it was way too fast for me. Bro literally went XQC mode.
MVP of 2 different finals, in my honest opinion.
He was talking so fast.
At Bangkok this year is clearly the best duelist right now in America. So you can't debate that. The numbers don't lie. The eye test doesn't lie. Nothing lies. He is easily the best duelist right now. Do you see Aspas playing Yoru? I don't. I don't see it. He's not on that level. He can't do what Jaw does. He doesn't have those mechanics.
He can't hang, dog. Is that what you're saying?
I haven't watched XQC in like years, so but I'm sure he talks like that still. Yeah.
Let me take that.
He used to be so funny.
I wish we had a little bit more time. But here are the predictions.
So it's okay. We're not jinxed. We're not jinxed.
Everybody.
It's okay. It's okay. Thank you so much, Riv. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Riv.
Yes. None of this shocks me.
Honestly, like at this point, he's so far behind him. Prince, he's going to throw out one of those and try and get ahead. I respect it, honestly. I respect it.
Yeah.
It is possible. But 100 Thieves had to boom crazily. They had to boom out crazily.
That is the most important thing. We'll see how this works out. 7 spots still open up for grabs for playoff. Who is going to make the cut? Who is going to fly? Who is going to flounder? VCT America starts right now.
By the way, there is nothing I love more than a GB desk. Call me old-fashioned. Call me a boomer. Get my boy hosting that shit. On God, I'll be here for it. I think we've been improved during this last week of practice. We're aiming high. I want this win. This is LZ.
Right now, we're just at an all-time high in confidence, to be honest. So, hoping to keep up this momentum. I'll leave the trash talking to Boostio.
Back to the side here, but Salvo's dropped down. Might be set up for a nice and awkward fight indeed. Cryo.
No, I haven't watched it. No, I didn't even see the Wyatt second one.
That'll just spray them all down, I guess. Okay.
I've been wanting to.
So over the past few games, I think the key lesson is playing with each other and just overall having good teamwork. I think that's how we got to our peak form.
What does he mean by that? Right now, our biggest strength is confidence. We believe in the work we're doing. We're happy living the dream and playing in another country. It's hard being away from family. We stay excited at all times. I've heard that a lot, by the way, from the BR LATAM teams. It is very difficult living in LA, guys. Like, that is something to become. Oh, fuck. Proud and happy to live in this moment. Talking about coming to the games. I missed the first part because I was yapping.
Riot Games Arena, welcome to the stage. 2-game esports and 100 Thieves. Crowd coming out to support 100 Thieves here, but 2G has an opportunity to do something big and get this win, fellas. That would be monumental for this team, given how the season has started off for them.
Listen, it's a big deal to take a map off of Crew. They are right now the dominant force.
Yeah, they're testing like same time walkouts.
The rest of the series for 2G was not convincing. I want to see that performance over more than a single map in a best of 3.
We gotta get the Predator.
And this is where it has to happen. Playoffs on the line. They got to be winning.
Wait,
this
can
game.
someone start the next pred I'm gonna run the rest real quick. I don't want to miss.
Situation, but both teams need to bring their best, and I know it's early on the stage.
1 second.
But it'll be too late soon enough for that playoff qualification.
And on the opposite side for 100 Thieves, I think all year so far, it's been ups and downs, it's been question marks. At no point, I don't think anyone has felt convinced of them being a lock-in top team, but this would be a great step in the right direction, getting their spot in playoffs certified. Right now, we've seen that they have the capability to go on a hot streak and tear apart the entire scene. They did it in Stage 1 last year. This can get them one step closer to another playoff run if they get this win today against 2G, who they certainly feel like they are the favorite against.
Well, I was going to say, that's a big one for them, right? They're coming into this with a 2G that is finding a little bit of a reinvigoration, you know, toward the middle part of the season here. But at the same time, if you're a 100 Thieves fan, you got to feel pretty confident about the team coming into this one. You got the talent. You have the I mean, the capabilities of each and every one of those players, undoubtedly. But here's your breakdown. We got Ascent, Icebox, and then Split if necessary. So 2G is going to go straight to Ascent, kind of looking to rekindle that again.
And fair enough. We have not seen this map from 100 Thieves yet this year. And again, those Jet maps quite often provoke a change in their lineup. We often see Arsenal in the past on the KO.
Yeah.
That's where Cryo steps up. Honestly, we've got a number of maps where Cryo could just play Jet. We've got Ascent into Icebox here, and if that's someone we're looking at to really push this team forward, then great. I want to see Xander really assert himself in this structure, especially in that second map, but even over here. I want to see him lock down those sites on that defense side. I want to see him be the impact player that he was promised to be when they brought him into this team. He's got big shoes to fill. Don't forget who he replaced on this 100 Thieves roster.
I was super impressed by 2G. On their Ascent defense in particular, they were choosing excellent timings for proactivity. I think LZ's calling was really fantastic in that regard. Always understanding when him and another player could double up, take space on an extremity, cut off a split push by gaining control of A main or B main. Had a really good read on the tempo of the map. And it does feel that Ascent has to be a must-win for 2G in this series.
Now, well, here come your agents, and we are going to see that you know, the Tejo get locked into the Vice as well, going to be into play. And let's not forget the KO always being an impact player on Ascent.
There's some really nasty Vice walls you can actually put up on the B side, close to B main, that trap people if they want to send the Jet in and the rest of the team wants to flood behind them. You can get caught out. Here, 100 Thieves, though, something a little bit more classic. I like that Yoru inclusion here. So they are not going for Jet for Cryo, but he's still in a position to make impact. Look at the middle of the map. It's about getting that mid-control on the attack side and flooding through market, having you split on towards that B side.
Oh, shit, we're checking for the signs? Okay, we'll check it out. I'll be looking.
Give him a little bit of info,
I'll be looking.
You know? It's going to be fascinating whether or not we see 100 Thieves hold this one down,
Austin
or
and facial
if we
hair.
see 2G
They lost.
pick up a massive win here. I believe we're going to be waiting just for a little bit longer, and then we're going to get ready to send it over to the casters. But once we do, fellas, I mean, I think that 2G have such an opening, such an opportunity here. They can do it.
I totally forgot.
KO here.
You bumped the tweet, and I'll do it. I have to do it like when I'm signed off, obviously.
Which is interesting, right?
But
quite often we see that 0 point thrown off route to get a bit of early information, and then not a lot of teams, not every team is still trying to use KJ on this particular map. But she's got some slight buffs lately that have made it more viable, especially with that lockdown.
We're seeing some good ideas across the board from both teams, but let's go ahead and get the show on the road, shall we? And send it over to your casters for this one. They actually just rode in on penny farthings, and boy, are their legs tired. It's Brennan Sideshow.
I don't know who Penny is, but I feel sorry for him. I feel sorry for him. They had to carry up.
Guys, so many fucking goose sweaters.
Listen, this week in general, of course, welcome to the show as well, and welcome to the cast here for 2G versus 100 Thieves. Now, you could go through every single match in Americas this week, honestly, and if you were to put like a favorite on it, you could probably quite easily decide who the favorite should be in these matches. They should be potentially one-sided, but it's always these weeks that you got to watch out for because listen, the results are never what we expect. They're never what we expect.
There's always at least an upset that creeps in here or there, and this absolutely could be it. 100 Thieves, they're always perma-banning Lotus, and 2G, they have an opportunity now to head into Ascent, which they beat.
I haven't seen 100 Thieves here, I don't
match
think.
Start, load up fast, and Samson SSDs.
Historically, these boys have not played well here, I'm going to tell you that.
Here for Ascent, it's a map to 2G. Look best stat.
And I do want to point out that this is the first time Arsenal has played Teo, as far as I'm aware. So this is really quite different, going for the mid pistol that we've seen a lot of teams go for. A bit of a delay
Another missile tiles, I think.
15 seconds in, looking for that fight in mid, hoping to evade some of the 2G players closer. But instead, they're trying to find that timing past Arsenal's drone in B main.
Slow and steady. Flash off onto the corner. Connection now, so just baiting a little bit, jiggling, gets the info. Deep knife against it though. It's going to be tagging and suppressing him up. Flashes through into the smokes.
They're out.
Now.
Peter 1-on-5.
Into the fight here. Up through stairs. Going to be certain and trying to clear up this guy. Asuna eventually.
Okay, good trade, good trade,
A little bit messy in the end. Still going 1-for-1 as Askia was taken out in the midst of all of this one. Now 4 players locked up onto the side here for 2G. Yes, you got the plant down. No control of B main though.
They still have Paranoia. They still have Salvos. There are plenty of tools here for 2G's post plan.
Yeah, dude, the Paranoia here, the salvos are crazy in post. But I don't think this Omen's planning to use
it. Worried about B mains to a degree, but starting to take a few pot shots now and clearing its way
He lived through that shit.
Firing forward to the Paranoia, to turret, propped up, trying to take that point.
No, they were fucked, bro.
HP and no one watching for him. Slightest of angles to play off and working off one another.
Just a pistol, just a pistol.
Take our opener.
Gabera not even having to use the salvos in the end there. 2G just play off each other. Very aware of where 100 Thieves were going to be swinging through. You saw LZ pre-aiming it. Knew where both of those 100 Thieves players
those aren't my circles, right? Oh, they weren't my circles.
I think 100 Thieves composition.
I thought Sideshow drew that shit. Like, what's Sideshow drawing?
So you're lacking
I
stopping
fucking drew
power
it.
against fast A execs, or really fast execs anywhere on the map, but the KO would usually be playing A. And so a lot of the stress is going to come onto people like Asuna to be using the stun, use the salvos at the right times to shut down these attacking timings, because you cannot allow an attack side team to get snowballing on this map. It's such a defense-sided map if you play it properly.
Yeah, dude. I'm not going to say LZ, by the way, because his name is Louise, L-U-I-Z, which is what this stands for, surely. So I'm going to say Louise. That's what we did in Ascension, so...
Diligent showcase is a very
for some reason...
smoke, so Boostio's got a bit of coverage here, and he's taking a peek and a gander.
Good shot, Boosty.
It's instantly traded off here, but there's potentially danger circling around these 2G players, and the salvo's just barely missing here. Cautiously just trying to step themselves into the site. Finally a bit of clearance down
there
into
was
hell
a world.
Out through heaven. That's 100 Thieves trying to flood their way through.
That guy's actually been very good since joining. Bro, they had to pick up PXS chat because they needed someone with a visa that could get here like right away. This guy he'd never played Initiator before, and he was learning lineups the day before he played. I was watching him play like, holy fuck, dude. This guy's actually cold as fuck considering the scenario. Like, he was really calm. Given the fact that, like, he should have been nervous, he was not at all.
Being played. Here, you see them all grouped up.
I think he was born in America. Like, he was born here, but he lives in Brazil. So like he speaks, according to Malau, he sounds like he sounds Brazilian. Like he doesn't sound like an American that's trying to speak Portuguese. You know?
Up towards the corner, deep dash as well. In through the smoke, that's Boostio.
Another big kill by Boosty.
Fire, layering it all the way
huge
down.
Boosty.
He's tearing them to pieces. 2G cut off at the choke there, just from the salvos. Lay it down of Asuna. It's all just support that's being brought in here for Boostio to take over. At this point, 2G. Too many more chances. Good cleanup and good trade on top of it.
Good high-low.
Gobera would have to go huge, I think, to try and even stand any sort of chance.
Go beat
They're holding Paranoia for
A.
him.
A. Hey, let's go A.
It's a high-low.
I would do that if I IGL'd this guy.
As soon as he just peeks right into the corner. Head clean.
Go B. I meant A. A. Hey, go ahead. Go ahead.
Setup there. Boostio
imagine I had Gobera and Noya on the same team.
We're going to immediately accelerate. They actually picked a really awkward timing. Started going
go B No, I meant B. I meant B. I meant B actually. No, I meant to say B actually the first time I was right.
Got to be worried about that stuff.
Minus that.
If 2G go for a fast timing, you're running
Bro,
into
I'm cooking.
those kind
I'm
of
cooking,
tools
chat.
that
Let it simmer for like a round and then come back to me, okay?
Cryo's cross-map teleports are supposed to also be a guarantee against fast hit timings, because he can be on B or A within the first 30 seconds.
Look, he's doing exactly what I was doing.
Normally, teams are going to want to play a little bit slower against Yoru compositions. As you see here, about 30 seconds into the round, second gate crash having to be used, and Cryo swaps over his positioning to be playing.
They're playing the gate crash right now. They're doing a good job. 2G. Collecting orb on the vice, one off.
2G trying to spin a tail.
Farming, bro.
They don't really have bodies in a position to really commit into a site. Very slow. Exiting that minute mark now into round 4.
This gate crash is about to go down as well, and that will leave these B players a little more stranded without help.
That's exactly where the spike's going to be.
And the streamer getting a gift is crazy.
It's primed and ready. 100 Thieves missing the mid-round info.
It's like one of those artists where once I die, my work will finally be appreciated.
Quite nicely here. Still got to deal with the setup though.
Just ahead of my time, probably. That's what I'll tell myself.
Going to be broken. A bit of straight
I want to
spam
capitalize
there.
on that,
He
bro.
dropped down to 10 HP.
No, bro.
Oh, the thorns. Slightest bit of chip damage, and Boostio rooted out of his spot.
3v5. They are going to consider saving if a kill. What?
This time, the 2 defenders fall on site. Despite the recon, you're right, the spam was just super good. And everybody from 100 Thieves who takes a peek in is getting destroyed.
And they're just dribbling their way into the side here. Silence fully on cleanup duty.
Dude, I love Shaz so
from
much.
2G.
He's such a good person.
We've been given a lot of props to LZ. He's 1-1 at the moment.
That makes me happy.
Quite yet had his chance to come online, but he has, ever since picking up the RGL role, he has
I'm a little
really
worried right now.
good individual performances too. But
Like I said, Chad,
they're playing right now is they're not doing anything too crazy.
100 Thieves has always struggled here.
Cutting some noise. They didn't even break the alarm bot in mid.
Maybe
but
Teo
100
Metal
Thieves
will
had
help though.
already fallen back into really defensive setups, and as soon as those gate crashes were gone, Boostio and EU, little
Guys,
out on an
chill.
island
We're
to be.
4 in. We're 4 in. Calm down. Even I'm not a doomer yet. And if I'm not a doomer, I need you guys to be positive for me. Because you guys will fucking pull me under the water.
This drone is getting used on a very
I am not
early
strong.
timing. Basically every round from
My
us,
mental is fragile as fuck.
slow that down a little more, I think, because the crucial information is not coming through until, I don't know, 45 seconds on the clock.
EU doesn't even have drone this round, but okay, a bit of a re-clear now with the salvos. Too slow off the mark, and LZ still holding up top. Nice and pretty. Flash peek.
And you see Cryo just ping-ponging from one
What is
side
this,
to the
Tom?
other.
If you're talking about 100 Thieves, hopefully the future meta
This
comes.
round,
If you're talking about
it's almost a
2G,
turret watching information across it.
I agree, it's laughable.
No info, do they? As you said, it's just a turret.
I got nothing,
Yeah,
bro.
so they've got some idea that a B-split is not happening right now, but as soon as this gate crash goes down, they're going to be left out in the open and so open to a null command exec.
It's the slow play. Setting up now for the B split, and yeah, gate crash has faded. Boosty, it's a good time to use the ult.
That's a classic Ascent play that a good Killjoy would do.
Here, and what's the option now for
One
2G?
that
You don't
literally
have
was
main
on one of the
control.
best Ascent teams ever in EG. People all talk about their fracture, they don't talk about their Ascent. That team was insane here.
It's go time. Sending it flying forward. Still 2 players to anger. This is EU. Back against the wall. Stunned up inside the smoke, and time is ticking. It's really the only wing.
What a dash, bro.
Peeking, facing still.
Oh my god.
Swarm's doing a bit of damage here. 100 Thieves attempting to flood back in. This is all 2G. And a 1v3 for Xander. Almost ISOing the first fight, and there's damage done. Winnable scenario.
Y'all think Louise just was like listening to Zap like, bro, this guy doesn't have any idea what he's talking about. Like, why is Louise calling a masterclass every fucking game while fragging out?
Dropping to just 26 health.
Why is it like this?
Short on time, running short on options, and Xander's
Chat, you
realized
need
it.
to be positive. I said it was 3-1. Don't let me crash out at 4-1.
Silence is doing an amazing job at keeping people out when they try to flood defend back in. But even in a round like this where they've ripped the lockdown, and they've got a decent idea when the turret goes down what's going on, they just couldn't get bodies into position quickly enough. There's no help for the players on site.
I'm expecting 5-1. We're ecoing. We're
To
ecoing.
use his recon as the players came in. I mean, this is a dysfunctional defense.
Honestly, though, there's been times where I expect shit, and it's just so big of a fail where I crash out anyway.
They're running 2 characters here, Josh, with drones. You have a stealth drone, you have the Sova drone. You can get mid-round information quite easily with this comp that 100 Thieves are running, but they use it most of it at the beginning of the round.
Yeah, they are using it quite early. I think they were probably expecting a bit of a faster tempo from 2G. And
Do you guys think every round Silence is just like, let's use the stealth drone?
What speed would you like to play at? They'd be like, oh, well, I'd love to fight in the first 20 seconds.
The barriers go down.
Yeah, every round.
Have you heard of Paper X?
Yeah.
They're doing really well these days.
100 Thieves love taking these kind of brawls, and dragging the pace super slow like this puts them in very uncomfortable situations. And this is already,
Watching this team is so. That's what I'm saying, dude. I don't know why I do it. I don't know why I do it. It's because the org actually treated me so well. I love the players. I gotta root for Peter. But man, they hurt me. They hurt me to the fucking core. Like, my soul has been fucking hurt from rooting for this team. They are literally the best and worst team at the same time.
Didn't even have to.
It is wild to see.
Arguably one of the biggest ults you have on the attack side, and they have yet to use it.
Ay, ay, ay. Like, they could literally win every round from here on out, or they could lose all of them. And both ways,
Probably wait until next round to see.
I think I wouldn't be, like, shocked at this point in my life.
I'll give it a util here for a bit of aggression, potentially, to re-clear through into a main. And that's a flash prime and ready. Salvo to the Roan, so 2G.
Snozly, stop! I can't take the negativity in chat.
Like Flash and Salvo's here.
I'm about to make it fucking emote only in here.
Be able to generate a pick out of that.
You guys are the ones that need to keep me up.
They're just kind of allowing 2G to slowly.
You can't start with negative energy. What the fuck? We lost 4 rounds.
Here's the drone used. 110 on the
Oh my god.
Oh
my god, yes! Bro!
Oh, as I spotted a corner.
Only in a 100 Thieves game. Only in a 100 Thieves game.
Position spotted out though. This is a 4-player stack of 100
Thieves. It's great.
Chances.
That's why they get me every.
Forwards here, the knife. Underhanded with the flash. Come through. No one clearing this one into the corner. And Asuna, he bites back and bites back hard. Eventually, it's going to be like clear about 100 Thieves.
Let's go. We're so back. 1 on 3. 1 on 3.
Askia. It's a lone warrior now, left to stand onto the side here. He knows exactly where the 2 players are. 34 seconds left, and he needs some clean kills.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Delivering it.
Whew, I knew we had that shit.
The bullets.
I knew we had that.
Could be the round to get them back into the game. They needed something big. And this time, it was all about getting the gamble stack in the right place. And also 2G hitting on a slightly faster timing. But they managed to get 4 players stacked over towards A. Gambling that A main control this time was going to be for real. And it paid off. When you are playing against a slower team, you can afford to make more of these gambles. Because if you stack A for like 20 seconds and then start spreading back out again, they're not going to run a fast hit somewhere else on the map. And Cryo picks up the operator. This could be a game changer.
What's the verb for
he has been utterly
a person
phenomenal in
who
most
eats?
recent series and across stage 1. He's been a nightmare, a phenom.
Deep knife at the beginning. A bit more delayed in terms of
an eater.
Stealth drone.
Add a P. Add a P, chat. Y'all fell right into the dad joke. Peter, let's go. My goat.
Cryo is here.
Let's go.
PXS down to his knees. Askia slowly, diligent, just trying to clear out most of the way here. And it's a bit awkward in terms of the timing, yet still gets the job done. Cryo now. Let's drift out and wide. Needs some supportive help here. And he spots out 2 of the players. He's got the operator in his hand. He's going to try and hold them all the way back. And just not adjusting, not anticipating. It could be punched up onto that position. Same could be said for LC. Bullet to the back of the brain. It's EU now versus the world in a 1v2. Spike planted down. Midst of all this chaos, thrown up and over towards the top. It's a tag off in through the back of the site. No reveal, no tag. 8 bullets left. Try and make a play to work with. Waiting off this flash timing, he knows the rough position.
Sup, bitch?
The barrel betrays it. And look at this, anticipation reload has to be committed.
He read it, fuck!
Just not quite landing for EU.
Ah!
Down to the wire. The 2G.
Oh my god.
Get their 5th round.
EU normally fucking fries those fights.
Cryo abandons the
operator. I'm nervous now. I'm actually nervous.
Not going to have the cash to be able to get it back up
because
online.
EU's fucking nuts.
They picked off PXS at the very start.
And he
of the round.
read that.
And then it was like Boostio didn't realize that they'd already gotten in with the jet. I think in the comms maybe they thought that they'd held them all at the choke point. But Boosty just got.
Wait. Turn off emote only. I'm trolling. I hate emote
there in
only.
his anchor position. And Cryo got completely stuck in the back of sight as well.
Let the plebs speak.
The details all going wrong.
I need to know
and 2G will
what the lessers, what they're saying.
Fury's being offloaded. This is a half-by round for 100 Thieves, and they're making a go at this. But it's not coordinated with much else. It's a weird one.
Yeah, very strange.
I was trying to figure out a way how to insult you guys with like the lessers.
Defense.
They might feel like they need this round. But
it sounds so crazy.
Enough to support using an ultimate to start the round like that.
And the gamble stack.
It's not paid off this time, has it? On the previous Thrifty, they managed to put their players in the right positions, but this time, you're just hoping that they've run away from the Hunter's Fury. It's not the case.
Go ahead.
Silver linings.
Yeah.
You get the Tejo ultimate out, but they're grasping at straws here. 2G looking like they're set up pretty to get to 6 on the attack side of Ascent.
Spike.
It's a spike layer down here. 100 Thieves gathering up.
Going out.
He missed it ever so slightly. Was hoping for a bit of a short.
Bro literally skipped a step. That stealth drone jumps higher than the models.
All grouped up though. 100 Thieves will look to do some damage. Money is low for a few of the 2G players, so it could.
Stealth drone got like a fucking 5-foot vertical.
Paranoia is perfect. Just sweeping up top here. Cryo out for the door angle, jutting smoke, but enough guns, enough watchful eyes on top of it, and.
This doesn't
everybody
look good.
dismissed to 100 Thieves. 6-2 now for 2G.
They're not even running like an attack comp, chat.
You wouldn't believe this is the same team.
And 100 Thieves isn't really running an attack comp
it's not
either.
100% the same team. They have made roster changes. But the core of this squad, when they came up to play in kickoff, they looked like they didn't believe in themselves at all.
No, they didn't. Zero confidence.
The 2G team, they
Don't
say
say Pustio.
They looked like one of the worst teams that we had across all of the leagues.
Don't say that.
They didn't have the confidence to be able to take fights, to challenge people. And now here they are, slinging it against teams that are looking, what was it, 92% to making playoffs or something?
While chat calls him Pustio.
Yeah. That was...
Sitting at 2-1 overall with the standings. The percentage is high. Listen, don't ask me about the numbers.
But 2G, with a great lead against them and all the chances in the world here of taking Ascent, they forced the second tag timeout out of 100 Thieves.
Yep.
Why no Jet? I mean, we're in Yoru meta.
Had a pinch of salt, I think, towards it. I mean,
Yoru's really good here.
The map that they've looked the best at, I would argue.
Yeah.
In terms of how proactive they are, they
Cryo's
definitely
a great
showed up versus
opper.
Crew. The desk was kind of
Can op on Yoru, like
it's just about keeping it going. And for 100 Thieves, the one thing that they have
opping on Yoru here is great because you could be literally at both sides.
Definitely showcase that.
Yeah, when they played against
you could be aggro mid or like A heaven. Like you could be in mid and A heaven for a hit. As an opera, that's kind of goated.
Exactly the same. Just takes.
You could be like back B site. Like I always do it when I play Yoru. I send my gate crash down and it like goes all the way back in sight. So
30 seconds of the round, realizing
you know, like he could be in multiple places and have a lot of impact. It just hasn't played out well. Like low-key, it just hasn't.
Where's Cryo holding this op?
It's not a joke to use Yoru here. There's no way.
Stealth's still going to be leading up forwards, but
he's just trying to get the maximum.
See what I mean?
Out of his gate crash.
Yeah, that's what Sacho's saying right now.
Down,
so he's realizing they're playing anti-Yoru, like the way they're sitting around and doing like light map control in the start. They're trying to make this first one fade away. So now Cryo's made the adjustment to send it late.
But 100 Thieves have a bit of A main information.
Bisalt hit here. Omen ult probably backside.
Steel Garden though, it's going to be overlapping, forcing his players back out towards the side boost. You need some help. That's going to be a full middle and a stick. Well, just running out. Cryo running all the way back in.
He put the clone running to the back, by the way, to make it sound like he was running back there. So if you're like over here or lane, you'll chase.
And a free kill here on EU.
And yeah, the EU's just missed that timing. Look at the rest of the side, just trying to clear this one. 100 Thieves. Not ready yet. Fully committing with all their players. Do they realize that LZ has his ult?
30 seconds left.
I'm surprised neither team seems to really realize it.
You could make a move into a different direction with 25 seconds left, but they pick it up and forcing the issue. A bit of spam into the corner. I mean, this is Cryo just taken out all the way. Timing to be taken. Assassinate. Bit of a backstab here.
Okay.
The double face in the air.
I don't know why they didn't Omen ult the spike. Maybe they thought 100 Thieves would rotate and respect it. I don't know why 100 Thieves thought they wouldn't, to be honest.
Gets the job done, I suppose.
If anything, it's more damning on 100 Thieves that they didn't anticipate it. That makes me a little worried. But they were so out of the play that maybe they thought they couldn't reoccupy it.
They ran this one forwards. Nobody's breaking the recon darts, by the way. They are getting absolutely boomed by the recon darts. But ASCII has got to land that kill. Cryo's running back in with an off in hand. They have Boostio dead to rights if they accelerated. He was getting support from Xander. But all right, round 10. A chance for 100 Thieves, maybe, to even this one up in the half.
Again, Cryo kind of sitting on the gate crash for a little bit of time.
Top of the drone.
Oh, that's his second, actually. That's his second gate crash.
It's a good op sight line. It's right where Aski is about to peek.
It is passive, and if you're going to be walking, if you're going to be contacting, flash, peek, dodge to the side.
What a flash, nice shot, nice shot.
PXS taken straight out of the picture. All of mid-control still gained here.
Aski,
and they want to
thinking about going spawn, but he decides not to.
Footstep. LZ might choose the timing to strike.
Yeah, big 1-on-1 here.
And that's the narrowest of angles. Nice Good to see a replay of that one. Xander looked like he had barely a pixel to work with.
3-on-5 is nice.
And so now you're looking
and
to
they're broke.
away from Cryo, but he's already repositioned. Heaven.
Good
I've
blind.
seen it all really. Force forwards, near-sighted, stray bullets, and here's a follow-up off from the side. Asuna, it doesn't matter if you've got the weaker weaponry here. This is good for 100 Thieves. Spike drop down, out into the open.
Well played. Good round.
Contained.
And that's the round that 100 Thieves were looking for last time they put an op in Cryo's hands. That's how their defensive rotations are supposed to work. They just haven't been able to get a read on it previously. But now, starting to ease into a little bit of a rhythm. And 2G forced to take a tactical timeout here.
Damn, nice shot,
that
dude.
That is a nasty little angle.
Yeah.
That's a hard shot to hit.
That is a hard shot.
Good luck doing that online.
That guy's like wide
AD
swing right there. Like he's holding D on that swing.
But that was,
that's a hard shot.
Running a double sentinel attack side.
Yeah.
Which I think is more difficult to pull off than what 100 Thieves have got going for them on the attack. If somebody like Cryo can have, you know, a heater of a half, it is possible to bring back a 6-6 ascent map.
I don't think they're buying here, but they do have Blade Storm, chat.
100 Thieves have not made this map easy. But they love the difficult road. Feels like every year they love the difficult road.
Man.
The fans are used to it. It's never an easy ride being a 100 Thieves fan.
It's really not. You got nice, you know, nice merchandise, clothes, maybe.
Sure, yeah.
But trophies.
That is true.
Lacking ever so slightly.
That is true. We do got the drift,
more
though.
of a struggle, haven't they?
We do got the
Every year
drift.
it feels
That's
like
crazy.
It could be a change around. I mean, last year we saw them do spectacularly in stage 1. And this should be another year where they're looking primed at least to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like you saw earlier, 91.756 recurring, of course.
Definitely defense-sided.
Well, here we go. Time ticking down here.
Cutting through.
Big priority with Cryo operator in his hands. Slow and steady still from 2G. There's 2G who are on the weaker buy. Bit of danger potentially with Askia's knives. Finally lets it loose, out into his hands. Xander's been spotted off to the side here. Paranoia.
Good blind, good blind, good blind.
Was primed for it inside that cloud burst.
Oh my god, he didn't right-click that?
Been found. Asuna cleaned up onto the side, but Cryo seeks to oblige.
I was scared when his knives were fresh.
And more going for a quick little peek, and oh my, it's a hard shot to hit when Silence doesn't even
realize
what's going on. But lit up like a Christmas tree. Take your pick, take your timing, Gobera. He's creeping and crawling around to the side, and he's found himself just a little cubby to play in. Survive for now, but against 3 of these 100 Thieves players, not willing to let too much slip at all.
All right, they're so bad. Oh my god, I can't even believe it.
The artillery from heaven.
6 would
but
be
it's again EU's dart actually that ends up being super important for them on the defense side. Now, nobody on 2G has got dart breaking in their repertoire.
Listen,
it's a struggle out here.
They just like me, for real.
The assist numbers should be absolutely racking up for EU. Every dart is getting a kill. Looks like Cryo might have dropped the operator at the beginning of the round here. Maybe he's hidden it away somewhere, or they're planning to do something quick off rip with an ult.
They're holding it in the hands for now. That's Stealth drone forwards. Oh, not actually that broken.
What did they cook in here?
Salvo's primed. Players are going to be evacuating though. 2G are setting their sights over towards the A side, exactly where Boostio is going to be.
I actually don't know what they're cooking. Like, I don't see the trap really. I would if Austin had ult, but he
doesn't. Trying to push you into the killjoy, into the paranoia, and Cryo going for further information at the minute mark.
Very good. It's going to give a huge read here. Armageddon sweeping through into the back here. Boostio's already stepped forwards and around.
Oh my god!
What is that?
What a TP out!
He's trying to carve out a path forwards.
That was a crazy play by
Good
Luis.
connection, no quite.
He TP'd out.
Follow Cryo though, still holding towards the side.
Oh!
Come on down.
Oh!
Bit of a flourish towards the
Bro's been up in all half and does that?
Just when you thought 2G were able to find that foothold into the site. It's 100 Thieves.
30 seconds left.
Trying to lay claim to
That
that
was
6th
fucking
round.
clean.
Spikes down, ult in your back pocket, LZ. You have options.
The wine
Take
TP.
them. Full committal now over towards the B site.
Got the plan. He'll have to
He's going
ace.
to pull off an almighty round here to match what Cryo did. He's the one that got the 2 openers. This would have to be an ace.
TP forwards. Here's a jump spot in the market. Already
Surely
one of the
Peter
players
jiggles
is.
this.
Dart avoided. He's his first kill. Salvos, though. That's peace of mind granted now towards 100 Thieves. Smoke propped up. In through
All
short.
3 stairs.
100 Thieves want to take this one, all just tripled up together, finally revealing the hand. LT finds that first one. Just needs to ISO these fights here. Round to the side in his good movement. Slightly ajar,
That was
getting
a little
quick with it.
sketchy.
Asuna delivers that death blow and brings it 6-2-6 for the first half of Ascent.
All good.
6-6
is a great
this
comeback.
100 Thieves team, but they have actually got themselves into a bit of a rhythm right now. That round from Cryo was immaculate. He gets himself up to the top of the scoreboard for 100 Thieves. There's the operator that he was leaving for later.
Dude,
Didn't
that
need
was
it. That
so
triple kill
nice.
on the players that he flashed and locked in the corner.
was
at Switch.
so
They
snappy.
did
Holy
everything for 100
shit.
Thieves. And they've made this maybe winnable.
He swings wide. Fucking pig.
6-2-6.
We're just not trying anymore.
No, all good. All good. That's the first half of Ascent, of course. Going to be going to a quick break on the other side of it. Let's find out just how this map ends.
God damn. I gotta go get another drink. What's that?
Oof. Stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
I saw that when I walked by.
One of the big things, I think, for 2G, really looking forward to this one, especially for going off the back of their game versus Group, was how active they were getting on the defense side, always reclaiming for space, just trying to get really just active, I think, in terms of understanding what their attacking team is trying to put up here. But for 100 Thieves, really drag back momentum, honestly, bringing it 6-6 now at the half. All eyes on the pistol round could be very, very important.
Now 2G did win both of these pistols against Group. So not only did they get off to a good start against the double Sentinel comp, but then they completely clean swept their defense. And this could be a bit of a battle in mid. Boostio heading down with a Sheriff.
Oh, fuck.
3 players waiting to
That was a
receive
sloppy
here,
peek by
trying to line it
Askia.
up with
Thank
the fire
you.
line. Askia immediately
Good
ahead
blind.
has
Got
been
'em both.
clean off. A couple more might be rolling
Unblinded, though.
here into market side by side, just trying to line it all the way up. You're
They
anticipating
turned from a
busted
flash.
Coming through. Guess what? It's Boostio.
That's
Set up to
phenomenal.
succeed. And this is already racking up the kills. He wants a few more.
How was that a
In the
kill?
end, still that swing from behind. And
Let's go, dude.
all anticipated.
Let's go, chat. We got a pistol.
That's a necessary pistol for 100 Thieves
1 for
to
1
get the ball
pistols right
rolling
now.
on this half. They've made it difficult for themselves. A 6-6 defense, it's not what you're looking for. But now, getting their feet underneath them and looking like they're very decisive. I'm liking the fact that Boostio is much more happy to take fights. The last couple of weeks, I really feel like it's made a big difference.
Nice! Give me the Deagle.
He's getting the aura back.
Yeah, it feels like he is. He was a really heavy fragging IGL player back in like 2022, beginning of, or even the end of
Dude,
2023.
Boostio was a fragger, guys.
That much from him.
Wow, what?
For a play, Askia
Are you kidding me?
just weaves his way in past and finds the timing.
We even
That
used
was way too
missiles
slow.
there.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful pick. Re-clearance called for by 100 Thieves.
What?
Doesn't do damage in terms of the amount of rifles available, because Boostio's coming back over. They'll be able to hoover that up. But you never want to be starting one of these rounds 4v5. It makes it so much more difficult. And they've also now sacrificed all of their map control and information over on A.
Piggy's cooking.
It could be dangerous for 100 Thieves. Lucky for them, 2G stacking over towards B.
Our little Piggy chat.
100 Thieves as well. Should be able to sniff out most of the danger.
LZ,
please own them.
We can hear footsteps here in main control, but everything's
only
silent
one
for
here.
the moment.
Oh, just stepped into it to find a boosty. Could take, wants to take. Oh, nearsighted. Gonna evacuate away here, but a danger to be played. Still in through into the A site now.
30 seconds
All
left.
access granted, and there's a timing to be taken. LZ was thinking about it as the door was closing.
Okay, next kill shot. We need the next kill.
World, but nobody is
Oh,
going
what's
to hunt
up?
him down.
Damn,
It's only
nothing?
a stinger that he's got
What?
as well. Just looking to distract and play the backstab.
It's not going to be giving away too much at all. Door's going to be broken at the moment. Notice, flash forwards. Not quite with a connection, and here it is. Takes the timing. Right off of his team's contact. This is a full cleanup. Not quite a cleaner sweeping of orders. Left it down to the 1v1. And BXS pulls it back from the brink.
I was thinking it was getting a bit touch and go there.
You're going to have to break down what happened there, buddy.
I'll tell you what
You're going to have to tell me exactly how that occurred. Because
as they got back into the site, they flood through the door.
Bro, he was cooking all right. Cooking himself, bro. It was bacon. We're having bacon. That is ridiculous.
But look,
bro.
Arsenal completely left out in the open. And then it's back and forth, but back and forth isn't going to do it when PXS is up in heaven and gets things down to a 1v1 and it's a blinder of a headshot with a classic.
What is that?
Tragic scenes for 100 Thieves. That's what that is.
How the
I'm
fuck
seeing
did they
Boosty on the
lose
backstab
that?
there. I'm thinking there's no way they lose this.
He was slightly too late, but I don't think you could blame Boostio for that.
No.
They just weren't ready for the door to open.
Well, 2G been gifted an in straight back after losing that pistol round.
How things can turn.
Yeah.
It was looking like 100 Thieves would be able to get, themselves into a winnable position, but now all of the economy
It's literally
is gonna be
never easy with this team. Like, whenever you think it's going to be easy, it's definitely not going that direction.
The more kills he gets, the more he'll be building up
It
to an
felt
operator.
too good that we won pistol and we're going to take the lead.
Pretty big
We had the lead, but only for one round.
Just about missing in jump spot. Not going to be saving you, not through the wall there. Salvo's out through, and Wyaski overstaying as well. Silence has been dropped in through the midst of it. 2 stray bullets, just quite missing. Gamera, Salvo's primed and let loose. Now he needs a bit of help, and back up. Asuna tried to take a timing past it. That's a spike drop down onto lane. Paranoia sweeping forwards. It's Cryo. He's trying to hunt for the tracers. Find a path through the dark, but leaves it down to EU.
Maybe he was going to shoot that.
Hell of a mess to try and make something out of here for 2G though. Relatively clean, 3 players survive.
There are moments in these
I agree.
rounds
Dude, missiles breaking all these doors in the game and shit is very, very strong. Yeah.
In a spot like that, Gobera is just alone on the site. If the
I mean,
rest of
it's
100 Thieves had
not really
decided
talked about
to
on
swarm
Lotus just
forwards,
because,
maybe they could have done something.
yeah, everyone just has seen it from the
Boostio,
get-go.
though, with his death, gets a lockdown
But here it's
online.
going to be very strong
Is
too.
there a play that
Yeah.
can be made around this? If they can take
The zap was a problem all along, was the
But
craziest
Zaskia,
timeline.
looking to try to take
I
an
think
early duel will be challenging.
I'm shocked because I actually think that that guy is kind of goated. Maybe, the vibes are just so much better.
Thieves eager to take that fight. That was a flash off the back of that one, and now we see it locked down. Already going to be
They have
committed.
double thorns though, and the wall on the stairs. Oh god.
On the outskirts. Big crash. Flying forward, salvos. It's beautiful. A little bit of util. Extra spam would have gone a long way, but Askia's still alive for now. And here comes the attempt by 2G, trying to flood their way back in here. Now with that B main control is a bit of a problem. 100 Thieves have got this one in lock and key, and finally delivering a bit of lead.
Oh my god.
Exchange from them, still with a massive player
I
advantage.
favorite 2G on that run out.
2G just finding it really difficult to get past this first line of scrimmage. Finally stepping past and over, but all contained in the end.
I think the boys fried on the fight, so I want to see the
Going away,
replay.
100 Thieves.
But importantly, this time they do go 100 Thieves' way. Boostio, with only about 9 HP, was able to throw that lockdown in, and it got them all the space they needed over towards the B side. I love the way that they play triple B main and then swing back through the smoke, not just allowing themselves to get caught out in that position. They actually go and aggro, take the fight. Those are the kind of team fights the brawls that 100 Thieves love.
Suji can definitely shoot.
But this round, Eco is very much on the line. They're going for it again.
Yeah, Dimensional Drift though, this is going to be carving out. Immediate path in through B main.
Yeah, they're stuck
Putting
on
it out
the
there with a
wall.
wall off to the side, and Dimensional Drift in through the back. Salvos as well, pushing Silence forwards.
No.
It's been lit up here. LZ, what TV'd all the way behind them. Cryo's been taken out in the midst of it.
How has Cryo gone down in the midst of all of that? He triggered the wall and stopped his own team from being able to get in, and then just hand delivers them the
He
spike
went
into
under
back.
the turret, he broke, he's breaking it all.
Uh-oh.
Bro.
And now, it's a vice grip that 2G have applied to them. There's no exit
He's fucking in their heads right now, rent free.
Spawn lockdown, LZ. Not going to be regrouping and rejoining, but
the whole goal here for 100 Thieves is to try to put enough pressure onto Askia and Silence.
We have
so somebody
Xander's
else slips
ult.
up.
Xander does have the ult as
I
well.
think he should just grab
the ult
it
if they
right
decide to
now.
make their moves, but they want to try and carve out a path and win out this fight on through B. Salvo's waiting for the timing onto all of it. 2G just winning it out, man. To B that's filled up. All in the name of 2G.
Holy fuck, bro.
Pretty picture indeed that they are
That's not
painting.
good for
EU
Econ.
again, he's left as the last one.
Their money was so low. This
Alive and alone.
This was a colossal
No chance
round,
for him
chat.
here. Money running
Like,
so damn short that honestly incentivizes stuff.
We rarely get rounds that matter as much as this one did with like Econ. And a Yoru ult is invested. And we also rarely get flawlesses. And of course this is the round they get the flawless. Why would it
But
not
he
be?
just- he had
Bro, this
delivered
is
the
the
fact.
worst time to drop a stinker
He was training
round.
for his new job as a waiter. He was like meals on wheels.
You're not even getting to save that gun.
Actually,
that's a rough one.
The worst time to drop a
Because
stinker.
he also
Fuck,
used his
man.
clone to bait out the wall at B main. And that actually stopped the rest of his team from being able to come
Why
in.
did they not grab the spike?
Oh dear. Oh dear.
That is brutal.
Fucking hell,
Even if he
man.
kills Silence in that POV, which it's a sick kill from Silence, does he not just go down to Askia anyway? He had a gate crash.
What would have been the call?
Weird
They
one.
didn't know cryo at the spike.
That's a
There's
brutal
no
round.
way. Or maybe they did, and maybe
left
the whole time. Maybe they have a strat. No, that's not the
It's safer
case.
there.
They could have a strat where they do that, and then Xander ults the spike, and it's the whole thing is like a safety net, right? But Xander was B.
Gaining control of A
He
main.
wasn't A as a safety net, so it wasn't that. I don't know. I think he just didn't know he had the spike shot. That's truthfully it.
Be the stun. Held at the ready. Vera.
But they could have done the blue guy teleport double ult play, and it would have been really cool, but that's not what they were doing.
2G left wondering what the hell is going on.
You know, like,
in this spot.
they could do something where Yor does ult in with Spike, he kills the guy, they plant, cool, round one, cool. He dies, the Omen ults the Spike, cancels, goes back to A. But that's not what that was.
Askia up and over with the knives in hand. What options are available for you if you are 100 Thieves? Gonna try and punch a hole through the wall up through mid. No, back to Cat is the call. LZ though, stalwart defender, and the lone soldier at that is gonna try and do the most from this spot. Finds himself two, hands over the rifle in for the moment. 2v3 though, and Cabrera already ready and waiting. Open arms.
Oi, oi, oi. Okay.
Next round, 100 Thieves are going to have rifles back. Round 18. The gap, pretty close still. 100 Thieves are making this one competitive, but they need to win this round if there's a chance of getting back into the game. And they're up
So
against a
contingency
Taeho
shot would have
ultimate,
backfired.
which I think is going to be really difficult.
I don't think
to
they were
navigate.
doing what I'm saying.
Arsenal might be able to
I'm
play for his
cooking
own.
up something that's way better than whatever they tried.
At any point when there's a Taeho
Because
online,
the
you're just
Omen
gonna
was
be
with
so
them
worried
at
about
B.
taking spots like A main, right? You walk into A main, you get ready for an exec, and suddenly you're getting ulted.
Way to get out. A lot of util being used. He's finally stepping past this yet. Finding a way to get through this one way.
Shadows traveling.
Very going to be hearing this. Salvo's forcing out the TP.
Yeah, it's only the Omen. And the Yoru that are willing to take that
They did really good washing util, chat. Washing util, like every time we use a piece of util, they use a piece of util to counter it, get the ground back. Oh my god, he lived. That's massive. Peter just lived. Holy fuck.
Who's going to be winning a better moment of this one? That's PXS just offloading the Old to try and stay alive, but
res
there's any chance
this,
of this guy getting a res in sight. 100 Thieves at the jump spot.
It would be so
Looking
hard.
to apply a bit of a punish, I think, if they hear that sound cue. And
there's no way.
Oh, it's bait on the end of the stick. Gamera's going to be trying to go for it. His sprint box, though, could get spammed. Lifted straight up. That's the salvo's waiting for it. That was the timing that 100 Thieves were seeking to take.
Honestly, it's kind of worth.
Gone down.
It's kind of worth
Once
for them.
more.
That was a huge weight. Now they have no missiles. Like,
here comes Boostio. He's got to be the difference
maker.
No, Peter has to
He's
ult.
looking in a completely different direction. And Silence, so quick to punish.
Drone is down.
Snaps to the heads. 2 left to stand. 100 Thieves. EU and Asuna. Steel Garden. Why not? Layer it down on top. 17 seconds left. EU had to play out a line of sight for this.
Matthew, shut up! Shut up.
Seconds left for maybe, potentially a chance. Askia right from the side, right from behind.
Come on,
It leads it into that 1v1. Asuna, just a peek, just a shoulder. Askia's looking for it, hunting for it. Weaving in and out. Trying to be played.
Yes!
And shots fired.
My god, Peter!
It's lead raining down.
Holy!
Asuna winning it out for his team in a 4-piece.
Holy! That's a big round.
Head scratches when he unloads the ultimate, but he saw the vision. And Askia just drew an outline around Asuna there in the 1v1. Bullets flying over the shoulder, through the legs. Remember that it was Asuna who managed to dodge the Tail ult at the very beginning of the round too, and then unloads his own.
Yeah, true.
To swing with a classic up
What a
towards
long
Jenny.
ass round.
He might have saved
Forgot he dodged
there.
it.
Got you guys. I got you. I got you.
Let's go, my goat.
It's a critical round.
Oh, Askia, he's going for it.
He's got timing too. No one's top mid, chat. No one's top mid. Why is no one top mid?
This would be a crazy play to go for at 10-9.
Ooh, he took his 1 second with the pop flash.
PXS.
Dude,
So
they're
he
actually
waited until
good.
he had a little bit more support.
That's actually smart how I put that. What the fuck? Going into this jet op, no dash.
It's a strange buy here too.
Yeah, it's all over the place.
Silence is forced. The rest have about 1,000
I'm
in
guessing-
pocket, but LZ with only
I don't know actually. They might Omen ult scout like
Askia about to be tested, I think.
top attic.
Mid mark down.
But they might save the Omen ult as like a safety net.
Who's just going to be flying forwards here with the salvos as well. It's going to be paving. Potential path, fake. With the gate crash, Askia around to the side here. Cloud burst. Why not? Chance to go for another peek here. Plenty of bodies, but Bullet's going to be rattling straight back at him. Put him a handshake forward. He's lucky to be alive at 21 health. Regen shield finally kicking in. Stacking these bodies up. TP's in a way, but
it would have been nice to have the info
time.
before.
30 seconds left. 100 Thieves. What options do you have?
Where are you going?
No B main control. No mid control. This is a mad dash and a scurry, an attempt to pivot into a different direction.
Where though?
And 2G. Where did he go? I don't even know, man. There's 18 seconds. They're going to get a full run on. Knives out almost into this spot. And guess what? Reinforcements. Showing up the defense. This is 2G ready for it. Dark barely broken, almost through the wall here. There's 8 seconds left. And kills players dropping in all. They have to hard commit this. They have to hard stick it. They're going to pass out on you.
Wait.
It's a 1v3.
The spike.
2 players locked into the site, 8 bullets left. All or nothing for him right now. Might be able to catch this angle here with a barrel pointed out. He's just spotted the one player, but doesn't expect Beyond for that angle. 11th round now for 2G.
And what a mad scramble
Bro, yeah, I was I can't take it anymore.
They wouldn't be able to
I literally cannot take it.
But no time on the clock.
His
operator was beautifully woven in throughout those peaks.
They used the Omen ult in like the 3rd wave of the site hit. Bro literally tapped a site and was shot back. It was like he never even hit his fucking ult. He was sent back so fast, bro.
Pull something incredible out here to win.
Oh my god. Like the biggest rounds are the biggest fuck ups. It's so crazy. After Peter clutches, like they just need a
drive for 100 Thieves.
A hit.
Do some damage in this round, but 2G would be up to 12 if they end up losing it. String together a few ults.
Everyone's just always so clustered in one spot. Like they have no safety net anywhere, man.
Off the back of this one.
100 Thieves are very diligent about using recon and salvos to clear out wine, and then as soon as LZ puts down that smoke, he could just walk into wine again. We've seen a lot of this kind of stuff where 100 Thieves use quite a bit of utility and don't achieve too much.
Off the peak, they hear it around, I think.
That's wild. They use quite a bit of utility and they don't achieve much.
They've got to try and break this one. Suppression would be a big problem. And even
that's like the most British way of saying we're shit.
Earned up prior. Dash going to be fading. Everyone has to play out and wide. Salvo's going to be delayed on top of it. And that is the
Bro had to hit a word limit. He had to hit a word count to say we're shit.
This is the same round they ran last time they had lockdown. Just put one person B main. Sorry, one person on site, the rest B main, and then fight through.
Smoke's propped up.
This ult might be good. He's going to ult spawn.
EU. Waiting for the contact to be caught here, and that's a Hunter's Fury. As soon as that attempt to flood straight back in, it's a good call to make.
We're the best team again. We're the best team again. We're back. We're back.
Just when you think they're out, Cryo comes up with a big
from the
round.
worst to the best.
From nowhere.
We're back.
Utilizing that lockdown, same as they did before.
Oh my God, we're so back.
To get into a site. This 100 Thieves team can generate win conditions.
Oh my God.
Back pocket, 20 down 16.
That's a filthy 4-piece.
The game is right back to being winnable for 100 Thieves.
What the fuck?
11 to
and
11.
They're broke.
Like you said, Josh.
It seems like the type of round we lose, low-key.
Aggro play being called
well, we didn't need that. Hopefully we didn't need that Omen blind. We don't really know yet.
Off to the side, LZ. You're lucky. You got out of there scot-free.
We used a lot. I'll tell you that.
What Asuna's doing with his salvos less useful. There's a fight potentially on the other side. Oh, there we go. So utilizing a drone again to make sure that LZ can't sneak into wine. And there's a very pushed up bait and switch setup in B main.
Bro.
And this looks like 100 Thieves want to tackle it.
No, this roller coaster cannot be good for my art. Of course not.
At least that's the game plan.
100 Thieves,
there to hit you with
I'm pretty sure they're going to kill me one year. I think I have a few more years left.
Easily get 1 or 2 from
don't know how many.
1-2 combo. Risk to be taken, of course. Dimensional Drift though is going to navigate all of that, and Kabir realizes it.
Oh my God. Oh my God. There was like 8 worlds where he fucking wins that.
Towards the back of the side, TP in through in as well. LZ hard committed, but has to run forward. That's a salvo. He's got a bloody util out in his hands. Light him up though. Off to the side. That's Cryo onto the cleanup, and rifle in hand, swiftly dismissing them all.
Let's go.
This time, Cryo doesn't get caught in the middle of his dimensional drift. He's in there. Looked a tiny bit awkward, you could argue, with the crab walk spray, but he gets the job done. And he's helping them out in these awkward spots.
I need to find a drug so I start enjoying this more.
To be able to get past that 1-2 Bucky setup in B main.
You guys got any drugs for me to try?
And if 100 Thieves win this one, 2G's economy is on the rocks again. So this is everything. 100 Thieves have somehow
I need something that lowers my anxiety.
They've got a slim favor.
But ups my enjoyment.
Win this game.
Yeah, oscillating wildly. One round they end up losing it because the game plan just wasn't cooked up thoroughly.
What you guys got for me, chat?
So
what do you got for me?
Back in with the foothold.
Holy fuck, man.
The Thrifties
every game is literally like the same fucking formula. It's crazy.
Thieves as well.
It's actually crazy.
2G. They need something big again, and they don't really have the funds to go for Askia's operator. That was causing a lot of issues to 100 Thieves. When
that last series, though, man, I predicted that shit on Icebox. I was like, no, this is actually, they win this game. I've seen this before. I fucking called it from the second map when they were down like
hanging on, to be honest. You've only just settled
7-0 or some shit.
You've been picked to pieces.
It's insane.
Not necessarily by other
Bro,
teams, but
it's always a fucking insane game when I'm rooting for 100 Thieves.
Off the back of winning Ascension. Hard fought for almost every single win they could possibly grab here, but 100 Thieves.
They have to be the most fun team. They have to be.
Out towards A main here.
Because you never know if they're going to win or lose. So they're the most fun team. PRX is pretty fucking base too, actually. PRX for real though. You're okay. Okay.
2G look to reclaim some information. forcing them to use utility,
PRX
making them think that
PRX versus 100 Thieves, bro. It's literally like you're flipping coins. Imagine. Imagine that was the only Valorant.
There isn't that same usage of drone and recon and salvos.
It would be so fun.
All of that stuff. So you're starting to think that they're grouping up for a B split or a B pop.
Heads or tails, PRX or 100 Thieves? Who you guys got?
Snapshot's not going to see much here. The big danger player's got to be Askia though. He's tucked up tight to the corner. Last time he had Cryo's ult to try and clear this risky spot. What have they got this time?
It would be so fun.
Drone from EU. Silence is waiting onto the sidelines just to break that one, so supports it, bait and switch, but you have to think that someone
okay.
Askia is going to commit to try and get out.
And now Asuna could play for the ult.
When did Askia decide to not, like...
Here comes the U-tilt.
Oh my
Very good
God.
Suppression across the board onto 4 players.
Pivoting again with 25 seconds
all
left.
All the way up into LZ. This guy again could be the danger player.
There's no way. I mean, he's still got Paranoia.
Paranoia's reinforces and Armageddon committed. No smokes out towards tree here. Backs against the wall. Paranoia down as a darkness. Just lay it down on top of it. It's 2G attempting to find a way to power.
What?
Saving the victory, 100 Thieves. Still thriving.
Oh my God!
They make the most of it.
2 mad rounds.
Just like we drew it up in practice. Just like we drew it up, chat.
This one even less time on the clock.
Holy shit, man.
A pivot.
Dude.
Ill-advised, I think, but
dude,
what other choice did
what
he
a
have?
fucking tap, by the way, right there from Louise. I thought it was over at that point. Oh my God.
Important kills.
I don't know. Nice, boys. Let's go. Oh, hell, that's what I like.
He's got to 20. 2G are working with Scraps, 100 Thieves.
What do you mean, Juno?
They're the team to beat here on Ascent now.
2G, this new 2G might be the best team. You don't even know that. No one actually knows that for sure.
Doesn't matter how dire the circumstances get. This is a team that at this point...
You can't know that for certain. You don't have the data. I'm pretty sure it could be possible.
Got to close it out
Trust
here,
me.
though. As you mentioned,
I'm an
Josh,
analyst.
Never been a better time for it with the buy of 2G.
Let me play my analyst card real quick.
Oh no! To get the hell out of there. It's going to take a bit of chip damage, I think, in the process.
Yeah, almost half of his health gone.
And now for the second wave of things. Now that the wall has been removed, the rest of your team can just try and flood all the way through.
Oh.
Landing those shots.
How does he not get 2 there? Holy fuck. This guy's ult.
And 100 Thieves are hunting for a little bit more. These smokes have faded, dissipated. Askia steps up to that challenge. Quick dismissal, beheading of it. Boostio, though, blind as anything.
That was a banger from KO. What the hell?
This is all set up nicely. 2G finding their way forwards and finding these kills on top of it. Asuna to 1v3, and they are rapidly approaching his position.
We'll get him an OT.
Dragged all the way. We are going to OT.
Bro.
This is how 2G ended up getting their win over Loud.
Brain just described the 100 Thieves fan experience.
I was worried here that 2G were just going to let
you guys hear that? That was the 100 Thieves fan experience he just dropped.
Position. Dragged all the way. We are going to OT. Position. Dragged all the way. We are going to OT.
Position towards lane.
That's it.
Making sure nobody
dragged all the way. We are going to OT. Every game, bro. Every game.
Take it down to only 10 seconds left on the clock. But they rallied in the 11th hour.
Oh my God! Every game is a nail biter. They can never.
Operator too.
Oh.
So going for that force by op, which
they've looked fucking good on the gun rounds though.
On the Yoru, no flashes,
which means nothing actually in the grand scheme of things. Basically, but they have looked good here. Okay, Cryo.
He's taking his time when the gate crashed on top of it.
He's actually super aware, chat. You know what he's doing? I'm fairly certain he's holding for this.
Deep on mid, drone immediately, but they didn't break the alarm.
He's looking for the TP across.
Showcased a real threat here.
That's what he's doing over there. I'm fairly certain. I know that because I'm an omen that makes that play a bit.
Coordinate. Salvo's used in response that cat and mouse game. Who can use the least amount of util?
Asuna has been using his drone on an early timing over here towards Catwalk.
Omen's TP across like that.
Salvo's gone as well, but the stun is massive in this spot.
He's just playing the middle of the map.
Rebounds up towards it. Asuna is going to try and hold it down. Rooted to the spot. There's a paranoia.
From his own team.
Exactly. Rooted towards the back there, jumping through the air. You will not escape the ire of Asuna. Quick to hunt you down, and Xander himself steps up to that mark.
4v2.
Challenges to be had all over the map at this point for 2G. They've only got 2 left to stand. Make it 1, make it none.
That's the kind of setup Aston has been looking for the whole time with that cat hold. Throws out quite a bit of early utility, but keeps the stun in the back pocket, ready to throw it out and swing. He's happy to brawl. Catches Askia dead to rights. Buying time for Xander and Cryo to reposition into high-lows on site.
Nice! Fucking
Once more, the pressure put onto 2G. We are missing those.
Yeah, Peter's been stepping it up in high-pressure moments. I agree. He's been doing it all year, actually.
On the cusp.
Anyone who says Peter's a choker is fucking not watching.
The best chance really for
He's trying to
2G
break
to
the
do some
potential
damage into this
flash.
series. And can argue that they've let slip
That'd be crazy if he just...
portion of it.
Wow. Huh.
That wasn't where the shock dart was supposed to go.
Fuck that clone.
Straight to Cryo's back.
Next one's going to be meant to delete this Thorns, but okay.
Hasn't worked.
Yeah, Razor Dine's still going to be there. Applying that pressure now, making their moves over towards A.
PXS is dropping off catwalk just as he's required. They've made the B-split.
LZ's on a bit of an island, has to TP to try and get back here, but he's got no real help or support. Any sort of util, Paranoia still being held. Already these players are starting to split all the way into him, underhanded with the flash as well. Slightest of angles, and Cryo, oh, the boostio! None the wiser, looking to the side, not expecting this one. LZ got that support that he was asking for. TP's around, Xander, an inclination as to where this player could be hiding, but it leaves it down to him. 13-13, inevitable.
That's a mad play from PXS. Throws the underhand flash through there after getting 3 suppresses. Realizes he's a little bit late to the party, but he still just sends it. And now I think it's on EU to stop that from happening. EU was tucked over towards catwalk, playing an anti-flash position, but doesn't actually swing in aggressively enough until 2 players are already dead.
Damn, dude. PXS made a huge
He kind of missed
play.
the timing there. Left 2 of his players to die. And 100 Thieves did look a little bit oblivious in those spots.
Evened up
2G
again.
have still got it. They are still giving it out there.
Yep.
That 2G's
I
timeout.
don't think, again, you would have seen this team put up anywhere near as much resistance in kickoff.
They look actually
didn't
pretty
have
good.
that
I agree. They look better without Sap. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you.
Feels like they'd won a raffle.
They look more cohesive.
Like
Everything
that's
looks
me
more
being polite.
certain. Like the players do things with conviction. Like there's no confusion in the mid round where like I'm trying to do this to pull a rotate and we look a little silly. Dude, they're just decisive as fuck when they make plays.
On the name of 2G to be capable of doing that. A lot of teams placed in that scenario, those circumstances where, you know, you're losing your players over time, you're just waiting to buy time for stage 2.
I mean, we've seen it from other squads, honestly. We've seen it from Fury and MIBR.
It's awesome to see Boostio having a map.
Out. They don't get anything going. This is a 2G that is still fighting tooth and nail.
It's weird to see EU not having a map, especially Ascent.
To work with on defense side. He's going to try to hold
We
on
need
to his
EU
game
to like
for a
warm
little
up.
while here, I would imagine, and then post up in a
He's
passive
been
position
so
on
good
A
for
heavy.
100 Thieves.
But 2G, they have been faking a fast B split in a couple of rounds here, but they're never actually breaking the alarm bot. I wonder if they just send it on a B split.
Okay, John going up mid. 3 here.
There's the
Cryo's
alarm
the
bot.
quick
Yep,
TP.
spotted that.
Spike is
Back to the
late.
corner already broken here. This is fast. Flash and a peek. Playing it forwards here. The pace increases. Almost unexpected here, but you're playing right into the hands of 100 Thieves. This is the kind of tempo that they really enjoy.
Sends the gate crash to the
forwards
back.
Across there into market. No real ground gain for 2G. They're quite stuck and corralled for now. Launch drop down. Smoke's going to be dissipating. Leaves an opening and it leaves a gap. 100 Thieves.
Holy fuck, nice shot.
Doing side by side. Him and EU. This guy regaining that aura.
2-on-4 chat.
Boostio tackling the 2-piece. Cryo TP's in through the back. Hook in your face, shorty in hands. No one's going to be stepping past this one and just tickling, applying that pressure.
Nice.
And leaping and bounding straight into their
Woo.
face.
That's exactly the kind of timing that 100 Thieves want 2G to be playing. That quick pace.
Yeah, Brent is slaughtering the
It
cast.
suits Asana's drone timing. It suits Cryo's gate crash timing. It suits the style that 100 Thieves want to play as well. There's a reason that 2G have been taking most of the attack sides criminally slowly. Because they don't want to be doing this. And I think if we get to see another OT, maybe they could try a fast play off the beginning and then slow things down, but you've got to pump those brakes. Askia himself going for the glass cannon op and looking to take an aggressive peek in B main.
Oh, he's here.
This is it for the map.
These players is being held down here, but it's Salvador. Oh, it's just seen, I think. Farrell pointed out that's a drone going to be used to push him way away from the angle.
Good drone.
Ice wall left to guard mid. Lucio sniffing up close to it.
Thieves.
Oh.
The reveal.
Double reveal.
Guard duty once more.
But it made them. Oh, big find.
Expecting the mid was going to be at least held down to a degree just by the wall. And Busio is going walkabouts. Incredible timing to be taken.
From mid to mid,
Yeah.
a story about Busio.
At this point.
Week to week.
Thieves are looking to deliver.
Am I cooking?
Slowly walking, meandering around the map. This is Silence just walking straight into his crosshair. Busio is having a field day at this point. Cuts up the middle of the map, and now a series of unknowns circling through the 2G players' heads. What are you even doing to this spot?
Let's go, man.
They're looking lost at this point, and 100 Thieves are looking determined to close it out. Lovely return of the 5 ILC, but straight back at you by EU in the trade, and this is it.
Holy fuck, man.
Slow going in the end, but for our opening map, it's 100 Thieves who seal it up.
How did they win it? Oh my god. Let's go.
6-6 half is nowhere near what 100 Thieves would have.
Holy fuck, dude.
Did it out.
Yeah.
It's a roller coaster.
Really found his own too.
It's always a
Calling
roller
some map
coaster.
rounds. I mean, there were some crazy rounds in the midst of that with 20 seconds pivoting from site to site.
There were crazy fucking
3
runs,
kills in that
chat.
chaotic round. Made the play here in the
Holy
final
fuck.
round 28. And up towards the top of the scoreboard,
Map
the
stats.
IGL and the star player,
Cryo is
Busio and
continuing. The dominance, bro.
If this was
This guy has
2G's
been
best chance
owning.
of taking a map in the series, which I think it probably is.
This
that
right
actually
here.
bodes pretty well for 100 Thieves.
Yeah. They're going to be moving as well into Icebox as our next map.
I think the big thing about Ascent though was Busio had a fucking map.
Specifically only on the attack sides though. From
Busio.
would be nice to see
Busio looked
a bit of
great.
improvement on defense.
Dude, if Busio looks like that,
wild moments in this game, though, that were delivered up by
don't
these
let my
players.
code. Don't let me say it.
A ton of momentum behind
I'm not
now.
gonna
We're gonna be
say
stepping
it.
away.
That's
GG,
crazy.
the analyst, that's of course breaking it all down for map number 1. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
bro, my cope would be so insane if he like drops another one of those next map. Oh, bro, because I just know EU's always good. He's just always so good. I know he's gonna look good. What the?
Cara, a entrada do
Bro, adding PXS helped me a lot.
Nessa mudança de como
With this
GL,
IGL roll shift, he helps me a lot in game.
muito durante
Wow,
o jogo
really?
e ele fala bastante,
And
fala o que ele
talks a
pensa,
lot and says
não
what he
se acanhou,
thinks. He wasn't shy when he joined the team.
Então, período de
Even with
tempo
little
bem
time
curto, né?
to prep,
A
and
gente teve de treino e fala tudo que ele pensa.
he speaks
sobre
up
o
about
jogo e tal.
everything game
Eu sinto
related.
que facilita
It helps
muito
me a
essa
ton in this new
mudança
IGL
minha
role.
como GL, me agrada
Wow.
bastante e eu
It adds
consigo
value
fazer
and makes it
mais
easier
tranquilamente a
to
função.
do a job easier. What the fuck? The new guy just comes in, a guy I've never even heard of, and he has the balls to just play a role that he's never played before, initiator. He's learning lineups the night before. Dude, this PXX guy is fucking the most value I've ever heard. Yeah. Wow. That's a crazy ad. What an insightful little thing that production just threw in there. That was so insightful. What the hell? I didn't know that. All right, back to the stats. Damn, man. Cryo's been playing so fucking well. These guys were shooting. I mean, Luis and Silence had a great map. Govera looked pretty snappy. Askia wasn't like doing anything like inty or anything like that. I thought he played a good game too. And this guy made that play at Tree. Whew. Dodged a bullet. Dodged a bullet. Icebox. I think these guys played it. Yeah, they played against True, right? Okay. Hard to say, man. Mazzino's Icebox is kind of fucking crazy. So 100 Thieves ain't gonna feel like this. But they've always been good on Icebox, so
Gives you wings.
No, I want to hear the coaching.
Flash up and over towards the top. Is a brainstorm. Unreal.
I'm waiting to hear the interview. Next map is Icebox.
It was an insane map 1 of Ascent, and it was 2G's map pick as well. They were able to take away 6. I want to ask, on that round 21, we saw Thrifty where Cryo gets a 4K, and it seems like there was a switch of energy right there. So can you tell me what happens after that round to bring it back and win that overtime?
4K. I would say, honestly, we were pretty... I think the attack half, we played pretty well outside of like 1 round. I think that we just started very, very slow on defense. Like... We just made a lot of bad decisions, to be honest. And I think that eventually, I mean, we know how the team plays. Like, we watched all their film, and we know exactly how to react, but we were just kind of slow to get to our game plan, basically. So after 2-6, called a timeout. We made sure we were just, you know, focused on the game plan, understand what we need to do. I'm confident that Boosie's going to call a great attack half, so I can burn my second timeout there. Yeah, and then he ends up calling a great attack half. So, I mean, worked out, yeah.
It looked amazing. Best of luck, map 2.
100 Thieves definitely needed that one. That led them to a 15-13
was trying to
win.
cook
They'll
that
go
PR answer,
in
I feel
this
like.
series by 1.
Bro, I feel like he was really trying to cook the most PR thing possible.
Mitch, we were observing very similar stuff. We were like, okay, we need these guns to get online. We need something to kind of change up
I don't
here,
know
and
what to
that's
take
exactly
away
what
from
happened.
The game plan for 100 Thieves on that defense side is mid-round info, set Cryo up to be always in the right spot with that operator. To do that, though, you need your Teho, your Sova, and your KJ Util online, plus the aforementioned op, right?
What do you mean?
There was some really shaky early rounds, but once they got online, shots like this are set up by the Al drone in mid. Shots here set up by the Recon, right? 100 Thieves are getting Cryo where he needs to be. They've got 2 drones. They've got an alarm bot. Yeah. There are so many ways for them to have refreshing util in the mid-round that lets them know exactly what this 2G team are up to. And if they run fast against them, they get stopped by the op with their contact play.
And in addition to his star power...
Let's do a little drawing here. Let's draw what's missing at the bottom. So they're both near the same height, so imagine 6. Be like something like this. So this is Triad's knee. Huh. Yeah, that looks about right. Knee. Bro. Bro. What do they have her standing on?
But this guy seems to be doing it all the time, though, right? He's always...
Yeah, she's on a box. She's on a box.
He's even added upon it, Wyatt. It's impressive.
This game started, we did a comparison of
Bro.
this year to last year. Last year he was amazing. He's doing
He's got the longest shins.
Even better than that. That's how they got the Shanghai.
The biggest calves ever. But not muscular, just long.
Which he's always been excellent at. His rifling is sick. That one crucial. He got where no one on 2G could trade him with Dora inside.
Yeah, cool as a cucumber, without a doubt. 100 Thieves are looking good currently. But let's actually shift gears, jump over to the other side of the field, see what's going on in the 2G campus. We have Dryad standing by.
I'm here with Faith ahead of that map 2 of Icebox. And Faith, that first map doesn't go your way, but going into the second one is an Icebox that you played against Crew. What were the lessons learned from that last week to make sure that you win today against 100 Thieves?
So we had a bad Icebox last week. We got like 5 or 6 scrims this week, and we had managed to fix a lot of problems that we had before. So yeah, we're ready right now.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you.
Now, we did see what happened to 2G on Icebox.
You guys made me
Coach
laugh.
Faith was talking about there. So, Mitch, there's going to be some, wounds that still are quite fresh for the team.
Again, and we don't want to throw salt water into them because Harbor was a big problem for them in that game, right? Playing these flood limits.
And what, they're like the only
You
team that
can't
really does that.
compare
I don't
their
think they're a
game
mini.
last
Maybe Leviathan might be the kind of team that wants to go for that, but yeah, I think like Mizzino is like one of the few that sort of goes there. I don't necessarily feel like 100 Thieves are going to go in that direction. And we do need to see that raw crossfire power leverage from 2G. This is the pistol round.
You guys
the setup is
remember the
great.
eco
We talked about the
with
LZ
EU?
pistol rounds here, but this was awesome the way they're anchored in that side. And they're going to have to do that as we go to Icebox. Setting up on that A side especially, there are going to be some fast hits that are coming from 100 Thieves surely. They're going to have to be ready for them. I'm not sure what the tweak is going to be, but it's going to be another Cryo Duelist map. Don't forget that.
Yeah, that was them as well, winning on that second half. They lost the pistol, which is rare for them as of late, but then they eco immediately right back onto 100 Thieves. They're going to need to get off to a hot start again. They did against Crew on Icebox. LZ straight away, 3K on the pistol. What I need to see from them, though, this time on Icebox, they were finding advantages against Crew, but they weren't decisive after the fact. They need to hit the gas and play with confidence in those moments, not allow 100 Thieves too much time to adjust to them, to make good rotates. Just keep their foot on the pedal, play decisive.
Yeah, well, look, folks, the question is, can 2G make this a map 3? We're going to find out in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. Icebox is on the other side.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, we're going to be getting into the action momentarily as well. And we kind of posed a question, I think, just threw it up in the air about 100 Thieves and Icebox, right? Because attack side looks brilliant. They're starting on defense side for this second map here. Potential chance for them to close out the series overall, to lock in a chance of making top 4 playoffs as well, which is a great opportunity for them. But there's that question, kind of just like hovering over the entire series. How good is the 100 Thieves defense going to be looking? We're about to find out.
Yeah, I think it's an opportunity for them to showcase something better. I mean, Asuna, you saw a tweet just then in the break saying, let's play some Valorant that we can be proud of. So this is an opportunity for them to showcase that they've worked on, I would say, the weaker side of the map for most teams.
Yeah.
I think most teams are coming into Icebox thinking about the attack side. It's easier to go and take that space you need to execute. It's easier to get into good positions now with the current meta. So the defense becomes pretty tough to play, even though you have a lot of good plant denial tools to work with. It's just tough to hold off big A execs, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
That's the big problem right now in the meta.
You know the formula so well.
How do you push back against it? In terms of compositions, though, nothing out of the ordinary. Dare I say, standard affair, not as standard as it used to be.
Walter White is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Asuna playing the Harbor, sorry, not the Harbor, the Gecko.
The Gecko is
a little not standard.
Wait.
You know, you'd expect more teams to be going with stuff like the Tego. With stuff gives you a really good pipes control on the attack side. Again, gives you a really good plant denial. Although you get that with the Marsh.
Yeah. I think that's another aspect as well, though, with the wingman. They just like it. One of the worst aspects of
I thought I saw it.
You're wondering, okay, well, who's going to plant a spike?
Yeah, who's on?
Is that Nyx back there?
It's 50-50 whether we leave it in spawn, and I'm
right there, right?
No one wants that responsibility. Maybe that's a part of it.
Tonga here in the
that was very, yeah.
Okay, Stealth trying to lead its way. This is.
I thought that's why I said wait.
Timing.
I was looking.
It's going to be alarm bots. Nanoswarms all detted up here. Lots of players ready and waiting. Sands going to be dropped here. They need to clear this guy out of dodge. Flash into your face eventually. Getting the job done there for 2G. So even it up 4-4.
Okay, Jay, double
and here's that reflank. Creeping and crawling from behind.
They
no anticipation about it. No anticipation at all. Asuna up and over. Flash in your face. This is PXS just seeking to redeem himself.
It's actually gone well for 2G.
Yeah, and now there's an option to pivot all the way over towards A. If that was the A players, go on, get a bit of a scurry on. Got to worry about mid.
It's literally a game of, do I think we're favored? Okay, something bad's going to happen.
To challenge them on the
Are we
mid course,
fucked?
but instead he's getting himself
all
into
right.
a position. So we're going to get a
Time to
ball.
impress me.
All they've done is swap the sides.
This position right here is going to be potentially quite unexpected, but the knife reveals, or at least towards the back here, orb into your face, a tap, and a swinging through as well. Good coordination in the end. This is all to come together. The damage done to the final player. Boostio has been handed a lifeline. He's getting cheeky with it, and just can't quite hit it.
5 HP, the difference there towards the end.
No.
I like what 2G were doing with the orb, swinging out of it from multiple different directions, trying to overwhelm EU.
Oh my god.
Almost lost a 3v1 though to Boostio. That would have been a mighty pistol for him to get for the team. They did not think about the fact that when silence goes down, this flank is so open. Oh. I think 100 Thieves should have won the pistol round basically just off that flank.
Why knife out? Because we all thought he was going to win the round at that moment. So he had to do something to make it so that way it didn't happen.
You could argue that LZ's won them another pistol.
But when they triple peeked the guy back sight, we all thought the round was over. So Boostio had to buy us back in real quick.
Series we watched.
Do you see? Do you see the formula now?
2G are taking this so slowly. They've given up all of A main control.
Holy fuck, bro.
Giving up the orb on top of it.
It's literally the script every time.
Mentioning, I think, is like running the Tejo, just a way to control pipes
like,
early on as the attack.
It blows my mind.
Deep dart against Bell.
We win the rounds I don't think we're going to win. We lose the rounds I think we're going to win.
Any sort of way to deny front A space is pretty important in that kind of, at this point, it's like almost flowchart Valorant, right? So
2G though, focus
like usually when we win a match, we played a bad game. When we lose a match, we probably played it pretty well strategically.
Take a bit of free A space, and then they're going to go back and punish that later on. Normally, teams will have a game plan for the first.
Winning is learning when it comes to this team.
All right, I plan for the pistol, I plan for the bonus, I plan for the next rifle round, and then you kind of feel the game out from there and try to let your IGL kind of work off what's been happening in the game.
No orbs. Okay.
Everybody going down with the ship.
Don't get many orbs.
Trying to deny this one. You don't want to let 2G build up any ults. And okay, well, PXS.
That's really nice.
Yeah, wraps it from behind there. So now, what is it, 3 away?
As I was saying,
pretty close.
The least likely thing that you think is going to happen is always the thing that's going to happen.
Gone for the operator.
It doesn't matter.
No beating around the bush.
Crazy,
just
bro.
as soon as he has 4,700 credits online, get me the boomstick. And he has made such a difference with this weapon.
Yeah. It'll be a very wise choice of how slow 2G are really playing into most of these rounds.
At the same time, though, again, it's the B-leaning default for 2G.
No one.
Viper lurked mid.
Viper's
actually coming in to lurk too.
That space, deep knife up and overhead. It's going to be broken.
It's easier for the defenders to contest this area.
You see the knife.
You can see that it's a bit of a fake. They've kind of pulled Cryo off the line. He's now on a really
good
passive
awareness.
defensive line. With
Good killjoy setup.
And 2G is starting
good
to
awareness of the
back
knife.
into A.
I like it all. Okay, A hit.
Trying to re-clear that mid-info. Jiggle from 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves getting the read.
Of a lot of bodies. A little bit of a read occurring. I think that's just from Xander with his B main control.
Yeah, drone through
Boosty collected the alarm bot.
You know this is going to be an A exec. Question is, can you hold it off?
A lot of angles to account for.
Which is good, by the way.
Underhanded with the flash. At least for the first wave of things here. That's going to trigger the wall to go up, and that's another difficult one to try and get yourself through. Cryo dropped in the midst of all of this one here. Askia is doing a hell of a task. Up, down, dash, up and away here. It's left it into a 1v2 for 2G's bonus.
What? Planted.
Assert themselves into the positions. Silence head on a bit of a swivel here. There's a not quite sure where Xander could be lurking and approaching from here, but they are doubled up. Turret, not even that.
2G looked really good on the trades.
Down.
Oh my God,
Silence no more. Up top though, anticipation and snap to the side. This is Xander. 35 out for the dream.
God.
He'll be going straight back to sleep off the back of that one. This is a bonus round conversion of 2G.
And they pick up the operator at the end as well. I mean, that was the round where Cryo had invested in a glass cannon off, and he gets ruined as the first pick.
Man.
They used basically
Cryo's normally
one
good for
underhand
that.
flash to clear maze, not even to go through the Viper wall, and then they just ran in.
Man.
And 100 Thieves couldn't stop it. And that's why I posed the question. Yeah, you have 4 players here. Stacking
No, it's not in a bad position. This is actually a really good spot to get this kill and dash out.
The teams are struggling
it's
with
like a good spot for a dash. It's like high awareness of what fight he wants. That one fight. He got the one fight he wanted, and or the guy coming across the rope. But either way, he's aiming right at that player. That's so fucked, man. He even got the fight. I swear, I'm Kcorp. It sounds like Kcorp, but I swear that was a good setup. And normally he hits that.
Get a little bit of info. Hear some rotates.
Fuck.
We'll hear these footsteps.
Yeah, presumably.
Might have just missed it, actually.
A lot of walking occurring.
Like, I have a lot of faith in Cryosol.
Gobert here's it, scurrying around.
Nice shot,
good across
Boosty.
placement.
Okay.
So he's going to call the timing now for the rest of the
Sheriff
team
today
to
has looked
scurry
like
across,
old
but he might
Boosty,
have
I'm not
missed
gonna
it.
lie.
Could be a little too late here.
Yeah, they're already. Look at this by 2G.
Yeah,
Proactivity is called for. They're going to be trying to fight all the way
Snowman
deep
plant.
into Snowman.
Oh my god.
A good
Pop
start
another.
fighting them all the way up and punish inside. That's LT. Defends through into the back there. Sheriff's in hands.
3v3.
Going to try and make
Woo!
it. Boostio!
Oh!
Boostio! What is this? One bullet left.
Fucking reload, bro. Fucking reload right now.
4 kills in the round.
Bro,
Ace on the
stop
cards.
the, cut the
Wingman
shit.
Forcing the issue out wide. And
All right,
there
you're
you
my
have
goat.
it.
You're my goat. You're my goat. You're my goat. You're my goat. He's back.
You don't want to
He's back, bro.
Disconnect your entire setup. All good.
He's tethered to the desk. He's popping off so hard.
All good.
That's a sick round, though, from Boostio. It feels like he's found his form again. Got a bit of a freebie here on Cabrera to open things up, but then nice catch on Askia. Just as Askia was about to fight over Snowman control. All 5 in the round.
Yeah, looking nice with it for the iBuyPower Ace. Make sure you follow iBuyPower on socials and use hashtag #UnlockYourAce. Plenty of rewards and giveaways occurring.
Honestly, my anxiety is so high, I forgot I had all the 100 Thieves fucking memes and sound bullshit.
Over that drop dash, Askia.
Oh my
It's unfortunate
God.
almost that he couldn't collect that kill onto Xander. Pop it away, playing Cryo almost all the way back in here, but no one on knife duty. Slightest of angles.
Maybe a bit overconfident there from Boostio. Challenging on an angle without realizing that there was a player deep in mid, and now they've lost the lockdown. So no real opportunity to play A for retake, even though that's the setup that they're currently running with.
No command forwards. It's going to be spelling it out to 100 Thieves. Oh, and steady though by 2G.
Oh
I mean,
my god.
BXS is barely up onto that line. Whips around
That's a
to
low
the
player
corner.
from B early.
Full side control for 2G. Committal now, but they're not holding the top rafters. And okay, Asuna just walks all the way out. A little bit messy. Askia with the trade, instantaneous
Wingman
back
gone
and
now.
forth from EU.
Revealing area.
And Cryo's got to think about here whether he wants to go forwards and commit the operator to this attempt.
We need the
Play here.
econ.
Bullet
I vote save.
to the
I vote
brain, just
save.
through the wall, and that's how
I
LT
vote
surviving.
save.
Shot dart ricocheting. Oh, tripped him out. That's EU.
We're baited. We're getting baited
Lovely
to go
little
for
play.
this.
As you mentioned, Cryo is thinking about it, but listen, you've got to try and root out these players. Where could they be? Hiding in wait. Salvo's just buying all the more time. 2G are happy to really just let them stew. Still now EU sticking!
Oh my
What a win
god.
from Gobera. Time has been earned.
Let's go,
And a
dude.
round has been won.
Oh my
Cryo
god.
just walks up all the way forwards, holding the angles for those peaks, but Gobera's got to hit that one, man. I don't think he quite realized how close Cryo was. But Asuna just walks it out on rafters too, with nobody paying attention.
How
Couple
did we get
major
it?
missteps in this round for 2G, but 100 Thieves will love that. Especially after Boostio died right at the beginning. He
Guys,
was
I'm
watching
telling
this
you, it's
whole
easy
round
if we
from the
just chill.
sidelines.
They give it to you. Everyone makes mistakes.
Didn't quite catch what EU was saying there, but I think he was
fuck,
saying,
bro.
like, if you just wait patiently long enough, 2G are gonna make the mistakes. We're gonna get given these opportunities.
It's faster by 2G. Different look.
Good power.
Flash overhead on top of it. Now you're going to see it.
Wow,
Lock
that's
down,
early.
drop down. An attempt by 100 Thieves to try and push them back and away.
Very early.
2G are hard committing. They've got bodies in here. There's 4 seconds left. You're all going to get detained. Slightest windows to play in, but okay. What is that?
2.
Revealing
Yeah, and just...
It said
waiting for
destroyed,
that
right?
timing. 2 detained is going to slow them down to a crawl here. 100 Thieves. Point to be made, not to be overzealous. Don't overstep yourself here. Let 2G play into you.
I mean, that was a weird one too, though, because I think they committed Fragment Grenade and Salvos to break the lockdown, but they were too slow with it.
Yeah,
so it
too slow.
detained
No.
them as they were breaking it.
But
Bizarre.
it said
Weird
broken.
interaction.
And then it detained
So
Askia.
2G just wanted to send this round, and unfortunately had to hit the cancel button.
What?
And now they're in a bit of an unusual spot, but it's going to be a re-hit.
And that's a thrash as the wall goes all the way up here. They're hearing it with the drone on top of it. That's a good suppression, though. Cancels out towards it, so thrash not active, boosting forwards, but anticipating. Hold on, backs towards all of it. Still 2G. They're running rampant now onto the site, delivering an onslaught straight to the doorstep. 100 Thieves still struggling to really get any sort of
They
hold
played this
going.
round really well. Like, low-key,
And again,
2G
Cryo
played
with
the
his
round really
operator
well.
playing retake into this spot. Unless
I'm a
Sander
little
gets something
nervous.
done, if he finds
Because we
two
really
easy
should
pickoffs,
not
2G
have
not
won
in the
that
habit of giving it
2-on-3
away.
shot.
Gonna have to give this one up.
Nice fucking shot.
They
Oh
want
my
to go
god.
hunting. 2G, eager. It's blood in the water. They're chasing the trail.
They got money to chase. But at the same time,
That shot was
Cryo would
fast
be
as
able to fight
fuck,
the
no?
ball, so I think
Like,
stalemate call
god
here.
damn.
100 Thieves in another spot, though, where they stack the A site. They know that this hit is about to come through. I mean,
Like,
the flash,
sometimes I'm looking at my
sure,
mini-map during the shot, and
doesn't
I
really
say, like, oh, it looks
slow down
really
the
fast.
entirety of 2G, but they knew
But
that
that
A
time I was actually
re-hit
looking
going
at
to
the
happen
shot,
on
and
that
I was like,
timing,
holy
and they couldn't stop it.
I actually
The
want to see it
defense
again,
from
to be
100 Thieves
honest.
has
I
yet
hope
to
they
really
show it.
that it's got that sticking power.
I want to
Know
see if
that
it was
it's got that.
actually
They're getting
fast,
caught
because
out by
sometimes
just,
in the
like,
moment
one
it feels
flash
faster.
and the crossfires are not cemented in sight. The players are not quite able to ping-pong off each other well in these
This
kind of
wasn't
moments.
as
Getting
fast.
run down, even with lighter weaponry. I mean, if I'm 2G right now, I'm thinking, hey, we can just kind of hit A repeatedly, and I think we're going to get some serious
Pretty
rounds in
fucking
this
fast,
half.
actually. It always looks faster when I jet
With
dash.
the salvos again.
The whole animation.
That is the first line of offense here from 2G, looking to see if they can secure a bit of space in through front A.
I don't play
It
Jet,
also
but I
just
like
gives you
watching
information.
Jet.
You know, because you've suppressed Cryo, the
I think it's
operator's
'cause
here. So time to be cautious.
I'm just an Boss fan.
Gearing up for a bit of a flash peek on top of it. 2G not running a Sova, so they don't have the typical tools you'd use to find out where the opper's playing exactly, clear them out.
Like, dude, watching Boss play Jet is literally like...
I feel slapdash
I don't know, it just feels like I'm watching someone just do something perfectly.
Wanting to play off his Sova
That's what it
ultimate in a
feels
round
like.
like this on defense, but everybody else on 100 Thieves wants to take the fights pretty
I
early
respect
on.
his
Arsenal's
perfection
position
with
is
like
committed
Cloudburst,
and aggressive.
upgraph,
This is very strange
saving
to see.
dash.
Underhanded with the flash again to try and get through themselves into the choke. That's Cryo cleared out. Hunter's Fury
What
was
an ult.
primed. It was ready.
Oh,
EU.
fuck, how is that not
2G are not
a
slowing down.
second?
But the rest of the players on site are gone.
What?
Even though the Hunter's Fury connects with a couple of players, it didn't help Cryo or Asuna survive.
Oh my god, kill someone, please, Shock.
Flame to do a bit of chip damage, potentially even a kill as well.
Legolas.
Getting himself into the moment, and that just okay, landed a little bit short. Still scared the bejesus out of him. So 2G not committing to the plan for now.
All right, all
Feeling
good.
uncertain
3-4.
in this timing, and it's given an option for 100 Thieves potentially. Wide swings and wide faces. EU gonna collect that kill. Gonna collect it now. Just putting the pressure on a bit of an island. BXS just can't quite make out control into the round and lit up. Position noted of Askia. Quick cleanup.
And the plan denial, the threat was more important there than the action itself.
Yeah.
If PXS had just committed to that plant, he would have got it down, but impossible for him to know in the moment that EU was going to slightly miss the shock dart. He made the right decision by getting off. But once you apply this amount of pressure to the planters, you get to a spot where there's like 15 seconds left and they can't hold rafters. They just have to be putting all of their effort, all of their resources into getting the plant down.
Oh, it's so easy, I swear.
They're 3-4 down at the moment, so if it is that easy, they need to demonstrate it with a string here.
It sounds like Dan's a little
He
pissed.
might have cracked the code, but Cryo and Asuna still played in
I
very
hope he's
committed
not, like,
positions that
tilted.
round. If you're going to play off and play the plant denial, you kind of want him to be playing a...
It sounds like he's like upset at his team.
one
Like, dude,
pick and get out
it is
kind of
very
strategy.
easy. Like, they're...
It's going to be dropped down 2G. Stray bullets.
It
Praying
has
for the
like
connection
a
on the
slight
Xander.
tone of tilt to it, and that
2G
worries
have
me a
gone for this
little.
B-side default quite a bit, where they put a bit of pressure over towards B and then they walk back into A. And Cryo's going to be hoping they do
Yeah,
something
yeah. Like,
similar.
how are we
Instead,
losing
though,
to this?
for the
Like,
first
look
time,
what
LZ
just happened
calls
to
his
me.
team up tube.
Like, how are you
Pied
guys
Piper
dying?
leads
That's
him
what
forwards.
it gives to me. All right, only showing the Viper, which is typical in like a mid-lurk ice box. They're masking it.
Dart, I guess the acknowledgement, EU.
Now they know.
Couple of shots now. This is shock darts all up the gut of the map in through kitchen,
I'll
but
try to do the
heads on a swivel,
Viper
not
pit
anticipating the
kitchen
Lucio
shot.
could already be
Maybe
here to
the pit up
receive them.
here.
Flash forwards and around as 100 Thieves call it for the fight and the refight. The reaction of 2G is even better. Still Xander round.
Big fight. Let's go,
Get it all the way down. Kitchen is his domain.
Ooh, the 2-on-2 fight was everything right there.
Spike dropped, lost in Kitchen. Silence left to pick up the pieces. Knows roughly where Xander is, but there's so many micro adjustments. Cryo on the angle.
Oh.
Never gonna let Silence
Great
walk
hold
on the
by
tube
Xander.
there. That's the kind of team fight brawl that 100 Thieves want to go for. It looks so chaotic. When Boostio sticks around for 5 full seconds taking this fight, you're like, mate, what are you up to? But it's because he's buying time for Asuna, for Xander to get into position to fully scrap.
That's a big kill right there.
And never let 2G exit Kitchen. Either 2G wins the round right there by killing everybody, or they're not escaping.
We all got active, we all got down in 30.
It was a down to 30 kind of round, and that's the kind of rounds that 100 Thieves love to play. They can't always force a big team fight like that.
Especially on a map like Icebox.
But when you find the opportunity, they will take it. And they've knocked down the economy of 2G. But maybe it was just that easy. Maybe EU's got the read now.
Force that timeout out of 2G. Had to make good usage of it, to be honest, because it's been a few stray rounds, obviously. Now 100 Thieves got a string of it on the timeline.
Dude. I love Peter.
Just the one interruption in round 6, but other than that, they do feel like they're in control.
Yeah, there was a Boostio ace in there.
Yeah.
There was also the one round that I can remember of them losing the retake over towards A. I mean, I think back to A leaning defaults seemed like it would be the right decision for me, but maybe they don't want to go for that on the eco as well.
Oh.
Weaker guns now for 2G.
All right, the Sheriff Eye, one Bulldog.
Looking towards this round, I think, to do a bit of damage, maybe build up an ult or two for the next.
Yeah, PXS will have his null command online even if he just dies in this round, so they'll have plenty of tools heading towards round 10.
Bro, they might win this round. Why is Cypher talking like that?
Round. Cryo's the only one home. Here's the drone, and it forces him back out and away.
Like this pit and this...
Again, like I was mentioning, for
they get like a first blood, this pit is terrifying.
For that job still. Similar positions, Cryo's been playing here before.
Don't think we've seen available. Don't think we've seen Asuna on top of screens. He might get first contact.
And he does. He spots all of them here, but still rattling off with the Sheriffs. And look at the wrist. Micro adjustments. That's a shorty in your hands. And Cryo's going hunting. And listen, it's going to get his reward. Askia cleared out.
Oh my god.
Proactivity, taking a fight straight to them. And as that wall drops, open sightlines and open access to the head of Silence.
I like that defensive setup. Asuna takes contact first at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, it could have fallen. It could have all like fallen apart.
To peek out himself,
I liked how Cryo played it. Cryo played that really well.
On this map. We've seen Cryo die
because if he like withered away and went back sight, I think they would have lost the sight.
Allowing Asuna to play Cryo in seems good.
Hey, you're like a ninja, huh? Go fuck the site.
That's a good way to play it.
Yeah, honestly, like him playing like a psycho right there actually held it all together.
Leaving the Killjoy utility here is a little bit of bait, basically.
It's when like there's a disconnect that it all falls apart.
Retake setup in this round by the look of things. They're anticipating the PXS is going to use it.
Here we go. Taewell backside forces them in.
Back boost here, just out wide into the open here. There's no retreat available. Not when that util is going to be laid down into that particular approach.
And PXS has saved the ult, so now he can use it to stop the retake of a util.
Yeah.
Double flank.
Flooding out forwards here. Askia though, quickly dealt with. Pit's going to be dropped down on top of it here. It's a big ult round for 2G to commit the lockdown on top of it. And okay, Xander. It's going to be quick onto the flank now. Trying to buy a bit of time alongside Asuna.
They feel the flank, so they're pushing backside.
A bit of a pinch on towards these 2G players. Dart. No reveals. Now that swarms forwards here. 2G.
Peter did not pick up Wingman.
A lot of question marks to be written across the map in terms of where these players' positions are, because 100 Thieves do have them surrounded, but getting into the pit is another thing entirely. You just spotted it. Silence. Peeking up and over. This time you got to hit the go button. A 2G just like that. Blink and you'll miss it.
They didn't even have to use all of their ults there. The Tail completely caught Boostio on site, so that's a great pick, but then nobody could be found inside of that Viper's pit.
Yeah, I had never seen like a post on Icebox play out that way. Have you guys?
I mean, if EU
like everyone just chilling in the pit, and like the other team constricts all around the pit. No one's spraying into the pit. There's no like abilities connecting into the pit. There's no wingman. Like I don't think I've ever seen an Icebox run play out that way. I didn't even know what to say. It's like
they've got the lockdown to work with.
Yeah, old save.
Normally people are like spraying into the pit.
Really wanted that orb, and they made sure there was
like they didn't really attempt anything until like there was barely any time on the clock. But 2G also just stayed in the pit. It was crazy. It was weird.
Nanoswarm as well off to the side.
Yeah, that should be good.
Shockies as well.
Yeah.
The extra layer needed just in case.
Nice
Also going to be dropping though momentarily, and here comes a different sort of test. Trying to step up into the firing line. That's a blast through, and Ashley's running and gunning. Trying to roll back the years back to 2022. And Cryo straight back in through the back. On top of it, this is 3 kills in a round for him.
Damn, ever since that bonus card's been good.
It's going to be not long for this world. Honestly, with Xander right there behind. Position noted, spotted out, discipline now played.
Oh my god.
And there it is. Time is retaken here for round 11, so 100 Thieves getting the advantage now, 1 round lead.
And I think at this point you could already talk about how much of an improvement this is compared to the last time we saw their Icebox defense. They have got the read on it right now. Asna's
Cryo is so
much
fast.
attention away from Cryo.
Oh my
Cryo's
god.
hitting every shot, and then they've got the flank immediately as well. Xander and Asuna were right there in the previous round, and this round, Xander instantly on the flank again, just as that insurance policy. They completely understand what 2G are up to. And if it wasn't for 2G winning pistol and bonus, this would be a very one-sided half.
Cryo might get a bit of action as well coming his way, but no signs for now.
Push
back just from the knife alone. They're getting a run on!
Oh my
Boostio
god.
doesn't care, man. Using the Thrasher, set this one forwards. It's just a one-man army. He's got the support. Laying on from the side. Stunned up. Matters the last, and the one who ends up going down in the midst of it. Boostio.
Who fucking, what has this guy been doing last week?
First half of Icebox here, and a 7-5 finish now for 100 Thieves. As you mentioned as well,
He's
Josh,
so back.
It was a pistol round and a bonus conversion of 2G, and past that, not too much more.
Holy fuck, bro.
Dominance for 100 Thieves. EU was right when he said that it was easy, apparently. And look at this round. This round is vintage 100 Thieves. They are just running it down.
Oh my god.
They just run at you. Boostio taking point. Out-fragging Cryo by 50% as well in this half.
Bro, he looks
He
crazy
really does.
today.
You don't expect that kind of aggression, but 100 Thieves, they thrive in it. It's how they like to play as well. We're going to see
What happened? Like,
well,
what?
How this map ends up going.
Man, that sheriff round into this? After last map? This is actually... Dude, this team, I fucking can't. What the fuck? Yeah, get him back on Scent. If he's gonna play like this on Killjoy, bro, it doesn't need to be a Killjoy meta. I don't care. Bro, let the man play Killjoy. If this is what happens, this is actually how they bait us into playing a horrible comp across the entire map pool. It's days like this that set up months of frustration. No, his Killjoy is actually, he's so comfy on it. God damn. He looks so good in the fights. Leafs tweet? What is this guy tweeting?
It's time to find out if this series is going to be closed up. 100 Thieves putting in a lot of work here to try and secure that top 4 spot here.
Stop overperforming is such an insane
Very difficult
tweet.
ask, I would argue, 2G. Fist bumps going out though. They got to have the confidence to try and do it. But
Stop
how good 100 Thieves have been looking on their
overperforming.
attack of this map. That's why I say it's going to be a hard ask.
And today wasn't as much of a slow start from 100 Thieves compared to
That
the match
is
against Loud.
insane, dude.
they're really looking like a team with a ton of aggression and confidence.
It's
especially if you
so little words, but it says so fucking much,
Coming out
actually.
again with a lot of pace and aggression.
Yeah, it's a flash and a dart out towards the back. It's all quickly dealt with, though, if you are 2G and out through B main.
Minimum words, maximum impact.
Angle, trying to see if they can wrap up some of these players, potentially taking these fights, overstepping themselves, but dash back to safety for 2G. And
Everyone alive, HP is about even.
5v5, LC. Here's the wall going up, uses the orb in response. Just the shoulder being peeked out wide here. And still, just eager to take the fight. I mean,
that's our
taking that
Viper.
alone.
That's our fucking Viper doing that?
Scrambling now to see if they can at least potentially collect that kill as well. Putting that pressure on the blind LD! Maneuvering his way around and a fight to be taken all the way forwards as Asuna is caught for it. Collection of kills potentially rattling over the Sheriff. You're missing almost every single shot. Silence. He's now caught, dropped down. EU knows it. Ready and waiting now. Precision is caught for Gobera. Has cleaned him up though. Cryo trying to play this one lightly. Revealed, spotted out here, and now the fight taken together. This is 2G with another pistol round win.
No, we all knew it wasn't going to happen. We all,
Many moments where it looked like 2G had potentially.
We all knew.
There, but
we all knew.
Opening kill ended up being remarkably important with Xander falling early.
It's a minimum of 24 here. We're talking rounds, we're getting a minimum of 24.
Get a double lurk going, punish the solo player that gets left to watch over towards B. They just didn't quite have the coordination between Boostio and Xander there. Boostio got pushed back by the orb as Xander swung to take the fight. Cryo locked in a corner to try to finish off a 1v2.
Dude, the rounds are like crazy, right?
Starts to get 2G
the rounds are crazy.
The scoreboard makes it look like this has been a close map, but it hasn't really. So
I feel like every round is like
2G and they're still
ridiculously close.
Get Util not going to be broken this time for 100 Thieves. Still, it's a pop flash play and a peek.
They've got the KO bangers.
He's going to get his wish with the fight to be taken. Boostio is on one today.
He fucking is.
He's feeling it, isn't he?
Head's peeking out up and over towards the top here. This is Silence. His job just trying to dismiss this one. 100 Thieves are just taking the fight to them regardless. And a rumble with the footsteps. Putting a squeeze onto the backside players. LZ trying to make the most of the chaos. But he ends up falling anyway. A lot of damage taken into the process. Askia has been left into, dare I say, an unwinnable spot and scenario.
An angle?
It's going to be left.
I should know that was an angle.
Just to him, and he needs weaknesses, he needs mistakes from 100 Thieves. They're not in a habit of making it possible, but that's a snappy one. Straight to the dome, Cryo gone. Up top, he's found the info. Here's the dash, and here's some space. Up across the ropes again, sneaking, crawling. That's the Asuna special.
Seen that one for the last 5 years. Asuna on the ropes on Icebox. Name a better combo, that's iconic.
Baby, you were the best player in the world.
There's a chance that Askia could have done that. The regen armor actually made all the difference there. Yes, you are, baby! But
the throwback.
You are never pre-aiming randomly in the middle of the ropes. I mean, that's just so well played, I think. 100 Thieves rip it away immediately from 2G.
Insane, bro.
Pretty similar to what we saw in Ascent, actually.
Okay.
Both teams having a little bit of a struggle.
Yes, it was all from last year.
100 Thieves had so
I think
much
they're in the split
confidence
one
and
run.
aggression on the eco round. From Boostio's start to the way
I have a
that
bunch
Cryo
of them on my
snowballed it
soundboard,
forwards.
actually.
2G were left reeling.
Deep drone, Salva's attempt of a punish there. Definitely causes EU to cancel it out.
There is an angle over here from Boostio to PXS.
He's missed the cross though.
Yeah, looking for each other's heads.
And the call made by 100 Thieves here. Just going to be slowly walking up. Now some util to reveal their hands. Dashboards on top gen, a bit of damage. In for the wall, players are lined up. Ready and waiting there. Cacophony of util is all going to be used as well to pave that way forwards.
Looks really nice, very well coordinated from 100 Thieves.
Very good take.
If you're given that amount of space,
Thrash now next round.
They're just going to dump everything on your head. And Asuna even has the Thrash online for the next. This is how momentum builds.
Definitely.
And
Sharp.
This is how belief builds. I feel like they do it all the time. Wyatt was talking about it on the desk as well.
They were bad.
This team.
That's my favorite.
It was funny. They were bad.
It's so crazy.
We haven't really seen the super low lows from 100 Thieves today. Some wonky spots at the beginning of the first half.
Absolutely nuts. He has been so good.
Which one is it? Which one? Online in the second quarter. They've been firing.
Yeah.
But my eyes are on the
This
Thrash
team
here.
is
The idea
fucking
of what
pure
they've got to go with
content.
it.
I swear.
Lean over towards B, and it's only LZ. IGL, player who's been performing to an exceptional degree individually, but he's asked a lot of in this
I
spot.
just can't get enough of this shit, man.
Yep. All the way forwards. That's put the squeeze.
Let's go.
There it is. It's a bit of a pinch. Lamot's going to be revealed, but you don't expect
Oh my
Sander
god,
to be
they're
lurking
frying
late
this.
like that. Fade and switch setups that are occurring out through mid as well. Fight is called for, and it's taken. 100 Thieves. No one to really step back here. Maybe lack of caution.
No way, bro.
Punished them. EU, though, did he expect this? Doesn't look like it. This guy is running a mockery right now in Kitchen. Good luck clearing him out at this point in a 2v3. Second wave of things here for Thrash. And
Yes!
Yeah, I mean, an attempt to take that timing as well. Detainment onto the last. It's an inevitability at this point. Getting a run on, toying with
god.
it. Up and over the top.
Let's
and
go,
Cryo.
bro.
Execution style. 10-6 now for 100 Thieves. At this point, it's not even a question of really like his momentum on their sides.
It's a
They're fully in
fucking
control.
movie,
Yeah,
and
they
it's
are.
either a fucking action gigabanger or a tragedy. Every single round.
You get a double lurk going, trying to get the punish onto LZ on B. Well, this is the opposite of that. 3 players with a Thrash go towards B main,
Bro.
and you get a really fast timing through mid from Boostio and Xander.
I can't get enough of this
Well
team, man.
crafted, completely catches 2G off guard. They're expecting that to just be all 5 players, or maybe a 4-1 with a late backstab. The timing and the fact that there was 2 in mid there, it just ruined 2G's defense.
Sign of
It's a great round to pull out at the perfect time, and it crushes 2G's economy and basically any chance in this map. I mean, 2G would have to pull so deep here to get back. 100 Thieves in control.
We did, yeah. We saw Nyx
Last
earlier.
ditch
She was in the
efforts from
background.
2G. Down 4 rounds. Your timeout taken, used up. You don't even have guns to work with in this round here. It's a half fire you're going to be going into. Hard work's realistically going to be starting onto the next.
That was
they
a
can
nice
cook up some
shot,
sort of
though,
idea.
right there, truthfully.
When weapons are weak, play to gain an advantage.
And they're going to need some big individual as well. And at the moment, all of the
10-6,
individual stuff is
they're
going
on
away
eco.
100 Thieves too.
Oskio
it's
one
pretty
off Blade
easy
Storm.
to be in a good
So you can see
individual
100 Thieves
spot when
understands
all of the
this.
ideas
They're
are
going to
working.
Viper Molly shock probably
Today-
the orb
today I
because
think
it's
has been
super
defined by
important to
Boosty.
not let
Some of
this
the stuff
orb
that
go
he
to
was
this
calling
guy.
on.
This guy probably
Percent, but
understands this and is
especially
just going to go
on
get the B
Esports.
orb. He's probably going to win the
individual
round
form
with
of
the
the
B
guy?
orb. Trust me, I've seen
Just
it
think
all
back to
before.
the conversation that he and Zix were having about finding his role on the team.
Yes.
Trying to get away from being as supportive of a player.
Buckle
Back
up.
into a spot where he can take fights and feel confident about himself.
A Blade Storm in hand for Cryo. It's not going to be looking to slow down here. It's a lot of Utah going to be used. Preemptively here, under Hunter with the flash. PXS does need to be careful. 2G lying in wait here. Trying to make another go of things. Snake bite up and over towards the top.
Oh.
The salvo's just about
Let's
too
go,
late here.
Wingman.
With Outlaw in hand, this is Cryo making the most of it. He knows he's up against a weaker buy. And now he's going to try and seal
Let's
this one all the
go.
way up. 4-piece. Eco kills racked up all the way.
He
Wingman
loves a
getting
good
that
few
spike
eco
down
kills
was
on this
fire,
map.
actually.
That gets him to 20. 20
Holy
kills,
fuck.
7 deaths. And I think Boostio's got reason to be annoyed about
Cryo
that. He's now
has
overtaken
played.
him on the scoreboard.
Cryo's played so well.
Right, he just looks so clean in these kind of spots.
Last like 3 weeks.
Knows exactly how he wants to play with the Alvar and the knife.
Insane.
100 Thieves pull another strat out of the playbook by the look of things.
Yeah, I saw it. He's he was the highest rated player in like all of ECT, right? Last week.
3 people walking
Like
down mid on
1.5.
fast timing without popping the Viper.
Well, Torrent's going to be catching most of that one. Should be forcing a reaction from 2G. Definitely there's some level of uncertainty. Meanwhile,
Oh,
for
it was
B main as
Jaw.
well.
Oh,
LZ
yeah,
is going to be
yeah. I
that
think it was Jaw,
playmaker.
actually. I think it was Jaw.
Wingman to clear. Rebounds, and now they know. Snake bite forced out.
Boostio's kind of through here, though. PXS has got to keep an eye on this.
Oh,
Bullet goes through the eye.
And he's on one. And LZ feeling like he has to step up, maybe risk to be taken to see if he can even this one out all the way, but he is hard committed into this spot. And then what is that?
You always get one from Asana, but I thought the ropes clutch earlier was the one.
I hope he's cleaning that horseshoe.
That's disgraceful.
How does he do it over and over and over
just,
on this map?
It's getting silly with it.
You could make a frag movie in the past few years of shots like that just from Asuna.
Man, no denial last year. He knows it's possible. Step up, potentially the posture, and wrapping all the way behind. Look at it.
Oh, what the fuck?
Boostio now. He's relentless. He's unleashed. He's on a bit of a heater. You can tell how eager he is to try and take this fight. Jump spot on away.
He's trying to get a kill
like
Asuna did.
He's trying for it.
Bro.
2G running away here. There's a window. Hello, you got to be aware of that one there. Boostio eventually is. Gobera no choice now but to scurry away, save the gun for a rainy day. It's only rainy days, to be honest, for 2G.
They're pouring out there. They cannot figure out a way of stopping what 100 Thieves are doing, and it's so different to the previous time we saw them on the attack side. It is so mid-focused. Yeah. Boostio's doing so much stuff with double lurk on the pistol, 2 through mid on the bonus, 3 through mid this round, and he breaks the turret, allows himself to get inserted into the kitchen, and then he's a menace.
Bro.
And what is PXS doing even if he doesn't die here? He's just letting his team know, oh yeah, guys, we lost the whole of the middle of the map, by the way. There needs to be a reaction somewhere else.
I don't get it. It's like, yeah.
But 2G
there's games where Austin's killing everyone on the ropes. He's jump killing. Crowd's insta-upping everyone. Holy fuck, Boostio. He's so fucking bad. This is crazy. Xander with the multi-kill.
Come away with a 2-0.
EU ulting everyone.
100 Thieves into playoffs.
An inclination as well to 6 chances.
Why can't I just have this all the time?
Won't even be needed for 100 Thieves at this point.
Holy fuck, Boostio is insane when he's like that.
Bit of sound cues and a deep drone at that. Clears out most of the way through B main, but that pit it's going to be pushed back entirely here. Locked down, nothing to push this one away here. Wingman's going to be broken in the midst of all of that. So you do have to respect it. Integrity of it all going to be dropping, and pit stays up, I believe. Not quite going down into the time, so 2G can use that to try and play their way back in, but Asuna is way ahead of the curve here. Now the Armageddon. Lay it down, roll out the red carpet. 2G trying to make the most of it. Up from the high ground, though, there's a Hunter's Fury supplemented perfectly. And 13-6 is the finish.
They're the goats, bro.
On that map and the series to lock their placement in the top 4.
They played so well in certain stretches of this. That Icebox was really good.
And their performance on Icebox, they fixed up their defense. They had superb rounds at being able to shut down what 2G were going for. And then that attack side calling from Boostio, I love that.
Calling, bro. No, dude, this was Boostio. Bro was literally out there like this guy from the Olympics. This was our IGL today. This guy was fucking out there looking like a fucking shooter.
From what I can remember.
He was destroying them.
Now, people were suspecting he needed to shave his head again.
Fuck strats, bro. If he's shooting like that.
New Boostio.
Yeah.
He's playing so well.
New Boostio, old Boostio. He is playing well.
Kind of like a return back to old Boostio, though. He really looks like he's on the same
form
he was in
great.
2023.
That was actually great. That felt great.
Is a beautiful finish here for an 100 squad where been looking for success, to be honest. Start of this year,
they owned on their map pick and they won on Ascent. Oh my god. It doesn't matter that the win didn't feel good. It's a win.
And today, there is
doing some confidence
we were
on
talking about it earlier on. A lot of the games this week look like they have a very
It was important to go 2-0 though.
Yeah.
But in reality, we saw that Ascent was winnable for 2G. There was a world where this goes to 3 maps and something funky happens, but 100 Thieves shut it down. Any chance of that, they made sure that they were the ones walking away with the victory. And these spots where you have an opponent that you should beat, and you do, they make all the difference for being able to make it through to stuff like playoffs. And that's where 100 Thieves are headed.
Yeah, they could set their sights forwards a little bit more, obviously, more regular season to account for.
We're a playoff team.
A little bit into stage 1, but some good looks
for
100 Thieves.
I have something to tell you.
Moments overall game.
Yeah.
Just in terms of Asuna, man, this guy just gets away with murder all the bloody time.
I have something to tell you.
Jump kill is disgusting.
We are currently.
I don't know how he dares, frankly, still go for those. And the 1v1 on the ropes will live in my mind for quite a while. But yeah, they're looking pretty good here.
Yeah.
I mean, a win over 2G. They've lost to Sentinels, obviously, but they've a match upcoming against Crew that'll be really important.
This happened.
And that's going to be a big test.
Yeah.
In terms of stuff to
Check.
play for, maybe not quite. I mean, Crew are pretty much a lock at this point.
There
but
are chances of getting that top seed in the group. though.
That sucks. We're going to have to lose next week.
Well. For now,
But after that,
interview with Boostios.
we are currently like at this point, okay?
Thank you so much, guys. Can we hear for
We're currently right there.
As 100 Thieves make it to
But we'll
playoffs.
lose next week, but it doesn't matter. We're
Lucio,
already in playoffs.
Congratulations on this win. Congratulations on making it to playoffs. My first question here is, I want to talk about the growth that the team has had. Tell me about what happened from that
It's
week
the
1
same
to
formula.
3 and now 4 to get this win. Not only as a team, but for yourself.
We're
You were
in
insane
the
today.
same formula.
For sure, I played very well today, and I've been playing like shit the last like 2 or 3 months. So thank God I had a good performance finally. But I mean, as a team, I think it just takes time when you add a new player, and even though we only added in Xander, it still changes a lot of how we like communicate and like what types of fights we take. And I think slowly we're getting there. Like our micro fights and our listening is getting a lot better. And yeah, we're feeling really good for playoffs. So.
And I like that you mentioned Xander too, because you were getting revenge for him after that grand final that they played in Ascension, where
50%.
Xander he did not win against TG. So what was the preparation like coming into today, and was Xander providing any info of 2G like to play this way or any patterns that he recognized?
Yeah,
from
I
before?
won't say like what info he gave, but Xander definitely gave a lot of info because he played against them, you know, in Ascension last year. So it was very good to have Xander for this match. But yeah, it was pretty easy. I'm gonna be honest, but.
And now talking about something that Six said during the coach interview is that he was really confident in your calling on the attacking side of Ascent. So can you tell us what makes you such a good IGL on the attacking side of any maps particularly?
It's a good question. I'm gonna be honest, a lot of it is instincts. I think I'm not like super analytical or anything. I literally just stare at the minimap and just whatever my brain tells me I say. It's not really analytical, to be honest.
Okay. And then my last question for you here. You're already made it to playoffs, but that last match of the group stage is going to be against
That's what I want to
Crew,
hear.
a team that eliminated you from Champions contention last year. So you're
Frag
trying to
the
get
fuck
that
out,
revenge.
go.
Do you have a message for them?
A message for them? I love you, Kesnet, but we will destroy you guys, 100%. And this is the match
We're
I'm most
gonna
excited
lose.
for because
It's
like you
okay.
said, they eliminated us from champs. So I think
It's
it's going to
okay.
be super fun. Like, I'm so excited for it.
I'm so excited
Me
as
too.
well. Thank you so much,
No problem.
Bustio. This is everything that we have for the post-match interview. We're going to
It's
send
all
you guys.
setting
We'll
up
be right back with
perfectly.
Lev and G2.
It's the same formula, actually. No, so we're good, actually. We're about to win Toronto. It's gonna be a movie. It's gonna actually be a fucking movie when we win Toronto, and it's the same formula. Except we won up last year. No. The part leading up to winning Toronto. The part. That's when we get off the formula. Because we don't like that part.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one
We'll cross the
singular
next bridge when we
posture
come
for
to
12
it.
hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Type.
Man. I love rooting for 100 Thieves on days like today. Bro, we haven't had a day like today in a long time, chat. They had us in the first half. They had us. They really did. They had us. They even lost the bonus of their own map pick. Honestly, both pistols, it felt so familiar. Holy fuck, man. They look... Here's the thing, like, they have all this shit go against them. Like, if I were to tell you when we were coaching, or someone were to tell me when I was coaching the team, damn, you're about to play a series and, like, you're going to lose 3 out of the 4 pistols, and the one that you win, you're going to get eco'd right after. You also lose a bonus. I would be like, we're fucked. We're actually losing that series. But... like, the fact that they're winning and coming back with this crazy shit happening, it means they're playing really fucking well and cohesive. I know it looks wild because they play very aggressive, That's the problem, is like they play with so much variance. Like the really, really good teams, the S tier teams, it becomes way more coin flippy because their protocols are so good. Lev versus G2. Damn, this will actually either make us believers in Lev or fully checked out, huh? That's what this is. This is, are we still paying attention? I feel like, because if they get their doors blown off here, then it's very hard to be optimistic about them as, I mean, you have to, even though their performances have been terrible, you still have to call them a super team. Like, they put together insane talent. They decided to go, like, English speaking. I mean, yeah, I would say if they get rocked by G2, which honestly would be shocking, it would really, really put a dent in the whole thing. Like, honestly, at that point, the CEO would just fucking probably lose it. Yeah. Because he's the one that tweeted unacceptable when they lost against Cloud9. He would not be happy. I think it's winnable for Lev. I really do. I think they have the talent to win the matchup. But that's the thing, is like they haven't shown that they can do it. But they would need Demon 1 to be like frying in the ones. Like he's taking a lot of ones, so like he is capable. I know he's capable. They would need to have King play really well in Duelist, and when I've watched them, he's had opportunities, and honestly, he doesn't look like comfortable in the fights, which is weird because I've always felt like King was really good mechanically and always comfortable in the fights. His movement's really good. But it's so different watching him on like Yorunes.
They're a really good team. Obviously, Jaw just had like an insane
They have
game
great
against
initiators,
NRG2.
and I think that's important in this meta. I think Rossi and Com are useful
Already
first.
revealed close quarters into the pillar. That's going to be finesse, not long for this. Whoa, the Jogamo just cleaning them all up.
They're probably like the best team in Americas right now, so I think it's cool to just play against some really good competition.
Against Leviathan, I think we're very confident.
About 2Bs, Felix,
We know like their tendencies, so we kind of play around those, but we usually stick to our game plan, and we kind of know like how to play out the rounds from there, so not really looking too deep into their weaknesses.
Have to kind of disrupt them a little bit, see what happens in the server, adjust to what they're doing. Yeah, they do a lot of things really well, so you just have to adapt better.
Last time that we played Lev was kickoff of 2025, and I think it was a 2-0, and I think it's going to be the same this time.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our second match on this Friday. You got G2 going up against Leviathan. Of course, I'm Golden Boy on the desk yet again with Uber and Wyatt as we break it all down. Do a pose, you know, I don't know, that look cool?
That's a Ziz pose, baby.
Okay, cool.
Rest in peace, brother.
I was going to do the old school, you know. I was going to go a little bit of that, you know what I mean?
A little Ginyu Force?
A little Ginyu Force. I just don't have the for it, you know, one day. You know, it won't happen eventually. Now, here's the thing, folks, all right? I don't know if you know this, but this one's a rematch. This is a rematch from Kickoff. And G2, well, they managed to do the G2 thing.
Once upon a time, this was a banger match. Last year, this was like a stage playoff game between these two teams.
So
this
is grand final worthy.
5-map series, full banger, like put your feet up and enjoy, but it was anything. I mean, feet were up, but it was mostly legs because they were on their backs most of the time.
Yeah, look, I think that both of these teams have had very interesting journeys up until this point, right? For G2, really finding those pieces that are going to take them to that next level. But for Leviathan, it's been quite a journey for them to just find a combo that works.
Yeah, we were watching footage of Natank playing in Kickoff. They have
he's French. Game champions is in France, Wyatt.
they have a new roster. Obviously, they have.
Why else you think I picked him up, bro?
I know. Just keep going. I'm sorry. I mean, anyway. Not
Dude, these guys are so good together.
Blow it out. But yeah, I mean, obviously, totally different team, and the results have not been better yet.
Yeah.
Question mark. They beat Furia. They were very happy about it.
Yeah.
So maybe we're on the upswing.
Hey, one win. You take those wins. You take those wins. Now, let's go ahead and hear from someone who does know this G2 lineup very, very well. Here's Tex.
Hey guys, I'm here with Tex from Leviathan. And Tex, I want to ask you, the score between you and G2 is 3-3 from last year. And Ito said that you guys still have their number from last year after winning the grand final of Stage 2 and also winning against them during Champions. Do you think the stream, what is it going to take to win against them again today?
We're going to need to play really well as a team and really well individually. We kind of really understand how they play, so it's really just executing our game plan, not making mistakes, and having good fundamentals.
All right, best of luck today.
That was the most PR shit I've ever heard.
Now, of course, G2 doesn't have to worry about making playoffs here.
Bro,
because
ChatGPT didn't
they're
answer.
Good to go. All right, but they have also been dominating in that Omega group. They have held NRG down to only 7 rounds last week. There's certainly an
Lost the
aura
interview
of,
would be
like
amazing.
They dragged NRG behind their chariot.
Yeah, okay. I was going to try and like...
It was like Hector getting dragged by Achilles, bro.
He just comes out swinging.
That is a good reference.
You didn't recognize him when he was done with them, I'll tell you what.
That's a good reference right there. I like that. But in this, golden era, as we are seeing here for G2 Esports, Wyatt, it does feel like everything is clicking exactly as you would come to expect it when you add a world champion to your ranks.
Yeah, whatever Tex just said in that interview, we have to execute our game plan, have great fundamentals.
Yep.
Something else, that's G2 doing that in their sleep.
Yeah.
They don't even have to think about that at this point. They are so well drilled compared to the rest of the field and frankly the rest of the globe as well. They still look like they are primed and ready to win an international trophy.
It's just so sick because such a established team as G2, often you get players to play in their system. How many times do we call Icy a system duelist? It was just ridiculous.
Yeah,
but Jorg comes in, and it's not that they make Jorg play their way. Jorg doesn't force them to play his way.
Yeah.
They kind of meet in the middle and create a completely new G2, kind of molding around what Jorg is able to provide while still having that amazing fundamental, the foundation, which is awesome to see, and it's rare too.
Well, and it's also because it's like Jogamo, he doesn't just have this skill, but he also, we're laughing, but he also brings a lot of just comfort for the team as well. You see it when he's out there in the server. There's a dude a little bit like that.
He's getting wide out there,
He's got that.
He's the Whippo gif,
Yeah. But he really does fit this team, and it's wild to see him fit like a glove the way that he has.
And looking at the old G2, the slow, systematic G2 that jumps off Abyss in round 2 and makes Lothar burst a blood vessel, you never have thought he would have fit into this team.
Yeah.
It looks like completely different pieces of a different puzzle.
I mean, look, the clips that we're seeing on the screen right now from what he did against NRG,
good God.
Disgusting. Vile. 460 AC.
And then he's just like cheering.
Yeah,
yippee! For jumping 460 AC. Oh, wow.
That was one of the most dominant individual series we will see all year. And it already happened. It's tough to top that one.
300 damage around. Sorry.
That is just,
27 for 7 on Lotus, something
it just
like that.
starts off and everyone just gets instant damage applied to them. And it's given to Jogamo. Might as well just get it over with.
It's a global effect like a raid boss,
exactly. Pops a button.
Everyone's going to debuff. Your healers are cleansing the debuff.
The Jogamo buff, I mean, the kid is insane, man. An absolute talent. And look, on the other side, Leviathan, they're going to have a lot to deal with Jogamo. And most importantly, King is going to have a lot to deal with in that duelist role because he's coming into this one, former IGL of the team, but now you're going to have to deal with the monster, with the dog, with Jog himself, and this is going to be a tall task.
Omega Baby Bay versus the Jorg. That's a tough ask, man.
His Waylay was looking, pretty good in this debut map here against Furia. His offing was pretty all right, but honestly, he's been playing mostly Yoru, and if you go and look at the statistics of his Yoru against the field, not the best. Waylay, a bit better. In fact, when I say not the best, in terms of average damage per round, of the 12 players that have played Yoru in Stage 1,
like 7th, right?
He's at number 10.
Oh, yeah. Well.
So, which is pretty tough. Obviously, the team has been struggling overall, so you're not just looking at that as a pure indictment of him. If you're losing maps in convincing fashion, you're not going to be able to put up great numbers. So, I'll shoot him some bail there. But still, that's not what you expect from King whatsoever. Yeah. He has been one of the most consistent, high-level, top-echelon players that we've had in Americas since he debuted with Lev years ago.
Yeah, this team is like Valorant's Blue Lock, where they get a bunch of strikers and try and make a soccer team. Yeah. It's like a bunch of duelists, and then they can try and find someone to sort of lead the way. I think that a lot of what has worked for these guys has been working around King. I actually think like a lot of their util, their stall gameplay, they do like to play a slow round and stretch out has been good, but seeing King take over a game and come into his own like that, he did that far more when he was playing Viper in the past on this team. So I want to see how he fits into this system, because Rossi said they've tried everything. We tried everything. Every permutation you could imagine, we've tried, and this is the best one for them, apparently.
Yeah, and we will, of course, speak more about Rossi in a little bit here, but for now, though, I actually do want to get some words from Leaf and see what he has, his thoughts regarding the competition, how things are looking as we get ready for this matchup today. What's going on, Dryad?
I'm here with Leaf ahead of their match against Lev. And Leaf, so far you're undefeated, and you also made it to playoffs. Do you think Lev are any threat at all for your flawless run?
I don't think so. I think every team we treat equally. I don't think they're more of a threat than anybody else. Everybody kind of wants to beat us. We haven't been beaten in Americas this year so far. And
they should beat the fuck out of everyone equally. Wow.
And I agree with that. Best of luck today.
They're all about equality. That's crazy.
I do believe those words.
Like he's just come out of the plastic wrap on the shelf with all the other
dismantled the fuck out of them. Look,
Johnny's got a new toy.
We're all thinking honestly, it, but we're hoping for
nothing that he said there was a lie, because
a struggle.
They are like that. They don't focus on anyone else because they don't have to. They are the tastemakers. They are the standard bearers of the overall league right now.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, this feels so bad for Lev, because people were upset because I thought Lev looked a lot like I was talking positively about them as they were beating the fuck out of Furia. But truthfully, like, they looked better. Like, let me I know what I can do. I know what I can do. I can show you guys. Oh man, where is it?
This is basically a must-win game at this point for them. Near. Of course, there are technicalities. They can lose this to win the next.
I've already done the work. Wait, did I do the work?
They could make
Yeah. Here we go.
They need wins, and they need them bad. And listen, they seem very excited that they just got that 1400.
Okay, watch them cook, dude. Watch them cook. Watch, just watch.
So yeah,
look at this comp. So they double missile, they dart, they take control of all B. Tex holding the A push. Okay, we're all good. It's all good. It's all looking good. Okay, we're getting the orb. Okay.
But the rest around it, the rifle's
throwing it
up.
up.
Two bulldogs, rifle for Cortesia, good positioning coming out from Shenom. He'll get
Waiting for the recharge. Okay. Watch. So they approach. Double missiles. Okay. It's all good. All right. I'm telling you, they play the comp well, chat. They play the comp well. They're doing it. They're doing it today.
What comes after that, I wonder? I have to find out. But yeah, like, bottling that EG Lightning, I think, is something that will never happen again. Even Boostio was like, I don't know how we created this, like, a moment where we were the best in the world. Yeah. And then recreating that, even D1's been really effective. His util timings have been very, very good. He's the kind of guy that goes A on ascent, throws that one way down, plays off of it, stalls out, buys time. He's been a really good role player on this team. And I think he seems happy enough sort of in that shell. I honestly think that what we see from him, it's kind of hard to evaluate.
Now, watch them cook. So that's like their standard default. They're setting the pace. Now we're going with, look at this. We got the standard KJ Viper mid. We got the turret holding mid. Normally there wouldn't be a harbor wall here. We put the Yoru over here with a gatecraft.
Early in these rounds.
We're double missiling the push. We're Sova ult. We're doing the Sova ult to the pit. Okay. The Yoru goes through.
Whoop, watch your head.
Breaks turret. Dips.
Rossi almost gets cooked a little bit.
They
That's
wait
a nice
one
kill
more
on
cycle.
Diverno, so
they wait a cycle. Let it cook. Wait for it. Okay, we're Teo droning now. Activate the orb. Go through the mid orb. Look at this, chat. Look at it. I mean, they're cooking. They're cooking, okay? Now next. Watch this, okay? Watch this. Am I selling you guys yet? I'm telling you, bro. I can sell you some shit, chat. I don't even believe half the words I'm saying half the time, but I'll sell you. I'm a fucking scam artist. Fuck. So we've got the Yoru ult off barrier, chat. Let me sell you on this one. Okay, Yoru ult off barrier. Look at this. Oh fuck, 1, 2. Look at that flash. Eat that. Oh, we're gonna drone now. Okay. Oh, guess what? We've got layers. You know what? We've got fucking layers because we are fucking out. Okay, we're heading over to A now. We're droning out A. We have a double drone comp. We have a normal drone and a stealth drone. Imagine that. We also have a blue guy that can just teleport away. And a clone. And we've got a sentinel that can frag. Look at this. We're going to absorb the hard roll. I want to draw attention to how our IGL understands that Ospas is rotating here, and we have rechargeable missiles in a game with an iPad and double grenades. We're going to cut noise, because you know what? The only way we're going to lose is if Ospas dominates this round. And we have a good IGL, so we're not going to peek this line. You know what we're going to missile? We're going to missile this and Heaven. The only 2 lines that this motherfucker can win the round from. And right now, we are in a very good hold. I am very proud of us right now for what we've done on this round so far, chat. But wait till these missiles come on. 3, 2, oh, there it is right there. Okay, guys, ready? Ready? Oh, that's a shame, Ospas. Oh, no, your line. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, chat, what do you think?
This level, I might be coping to the maximum, but I feel, how can you not look at this roster, the 5 players walking to the PCs right now?
And that's not even the Furia game. That was good. Yeah. Am I changing your thoughts on them? They can actually do good. No, I'm actually being serious. Oh, fuck, they banned Icebox. We're cooked. Don't. Well, I didn't pick them in my pick'em. I didn't pick them in mine, but
right direction. Here's your series layout. Notice fracture and necessary haste.
Pack it up.
What hasn't been close
Pack it up,
any
boys.
team this year when playing against G2 is Lotus. They are
Pack it.
on
that old chestnut.
And they get to play it again. And I struggle to believe they will be leaving today 8-1 on the map.
They got us on Lotus again. God damn it, bro.
What is it about the Lotus that's so good from G2 though?
Their attack sides, the way that they play around Jaw on that map is just so sick.
I mean, I want to throw back to
Back it up.
literally rolling thundered in a 1v1 on the side.
Oh my god.
And clutching the round out. That aside, this team doesn't give you
It's like we're literally watching the walkouts for like the 95 Bulls versus like a YMCA squad. It's like you unlock a team in NBA 2K that's like an all-time great team.
Explosiveness from King. Can he open these sites up? Is the backup going to be there? Quite often we're seeing a lot of these Tejo comps used here. It's pretty. There's a lot of moving parts, right? There's a lot going on. Can we
G2 is like literally, honestly, I think of G2 as perfection.
There's also
I'm not even.
Series, which is a map I love watching come on, even though
I want to say, chat, there isn't a team in the world I would pick over G2 in a best of 3. I swear. I don't give a fuck if T1 played them again. So it doesn't matter how good Leviathan is. Like, in my eyes, G2 plays fucking perfect. They can do no wrong. They have the best initiators and best IGL. And they have the best fucking duelists. And they have Bro, they can literally do no wrong. They can do no wrong. What about a best of 5? I'm still picking them. I'm still picking them. Like, I give all the credit in the world for what T1 did to G2. Man, they made some fucking plays in that series. Running double duelists like that. Holy fuck. Dude. I don't know. G2's like the type of team where, like, once they see something like that, though, they have like 85 new plays against it.
And Rancilli.
Like, they're so ready the next time.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We're ready to get into the second series.
I trust
of the day
their,
to
like,
see if
coaching and
Leviathan
IGL.
can overpower the Kings
I trust them
of
so hard.
Americas right now. G2 is ready. They're hot on each game. Let's see if they can get taken down today.
And we're actually starting things off on Lotus.
They're,
Wide mentioned it.
like, when you they can lose, but to beat them, you have to play your best day, right? That's how I feel about them.
Brand new composition. You have
like,
now,
they're
Neon coming out. And I was
there's teams in VCT that have like 2 modes, like kind of like 100 Thieves has like an S tier and like an F tier. G2 doesn't have an F tier. It's like a C. It's like a C tier. That's how I feel. Like, they have a bare minimum that they hit every time, and that bare minimum can beat like most teams actually. Like, they don't need a great day, which is crazy. Like, I've seen them have off days.
It is going to take a
but
lot
they have such good
Leviathan
structure.
As we are now in the eyes of Demon One,
and
he's got a little bit of work to do on the right side of the map as the team's pushing mid.
Yeah, so far Leviathan also not only
Demon
do
One
we have a
Neon is gonna be fucking wild.
left, but they're also playing the Tejo in Breach, which they actually didn't really pull
He's
out here.
lurking over
at
there.
double controller.
The lurking
Raised
Neon.
AJ, so a lot has been in the works from the coaching staff and as well as Rossi. Currently
There's
back
only
on the
one
wall
way
with
we
IGL.
can beat them,
Calling
guys.
Right now, the push from Demon One, so this wall taken advantage of from the defensive side was thrown up here by Lee, and he's trying to find an opening on his right side.
Oh, he's Demon One again. How reminiscent of him pushing forward. Hardly any util from the team over his shoulder, and he's already making the plays. They enter A. It looks like it's going to be a pretty easy plant here as G2
That was
set
a
up
nice
for the
shot.
retake.
And G2 might be a little bit slow here to try
Or
to
two.
work back. You don't have the
Heard the
salvos, you don't have a fault line, but there is contact towards the pit.
He's still going, still pushing. Here comes
sorry,
Teo
but-
Salvo.
What?
A jump from Trento to trade that kill out as Calm does get the anchor kill. A little bit of a hold lurk by Tex. He's going to be able to come in late on the side
God,
of the
there's no
team.
gamble. I
Can't
got
do
you.
it, but King already says crown me as they go another
King
one
goes
on
a
this. And it's
wall.
now G2 just lurking around, trying to find these last hits if they can even get the defuse down.
I mean, they're in perfect
Oh my
position.
god,
now for
I
left
want
this
to
round.
believe. Make me believe.
Oh, they're just absolutely
Make me believe,
every
Lev.
angle for
Oh my
Leviathan
god, I want to
covered right
believe,
now. They
child. I want
swing
to
out
believe.
from the woodwork, and they take the pistol round here on Lotus.
That's definitely the start that you want here on the side of Leviathan. Just mentioning once again, reiterating 8-0 for G2 on this map. And it's a pistol round that was actually very well executed on the side of Leviathan. Maybe there's a little bit of tape going on as well to see G2's aggression that they like to bring out here towards that mount, tapping the door, trying to manipulate these rotates. But they didn't anticipate the Demon One lurk just behind the Viper defensive wall.
Okay,
that
you guys got
surprises them
5
on the
minutes.
first blood, and also weakens up the A side. And now Leviathan with this composition will continue to work towards the A site at least to start. We've seen at least from Cloud9 here during our couch segment last week or 2 weeks ago with this neon wall that's really good to push out towards the tree. Maybe that's something here that Demon One will be practicing with the rest.
Yeah. And having a lurker like that, having somebody push around the map is not something G2 would have seen when King was playing the Yoru. He was much more playing to help the team get into sight.
What are we doing,
So
actually?
to have Demon One off on his own
Okay.
here is throwing G2.
Why are we just walking around?
We'll see how fast they can adapt. Just second round, though, as they are looking to get a baby door trap play in. Looks like they'll be rotating to C.
It's very smart by Leviathan. It stayed very quiet from the very
Chat,
beginning.
why
I
are
thought
they
it was like
literally
chaos or something,
doing
because nobody was making
what
any noise.
NRG
So
tried?
they're just waiting for the first contact to come through, realizing that it's way too quiet. towards the
NRG
site.
was like
So you just
waiting
rescale.
around
You
for like a
think you're at the
push,
mid-mark, there's
even though
players
they were
pushing
running
forward.
Breach Teo.
They at least
And
turn out
G2 never
every
pushed
stone
them.
towards that C site
And
with
it
the
made
flash.
NRG
It's
look
opened up.
dumb.
The best thing you can do for G2 right now is this triple flank coming out here from
Like
Valorant
NRG was
and
using
Fiona
Breach
B.
Teo
Trying
so
to get some
so
exits, but
passively
Tex waiting for the
expecting
deal
shit
with the
that wasn't
outlaw.
happening.
The initiator's trying to hit from that backside. And you'll have a few flashes from the front here. Jogamo has one
That's
to get
what
in.
it felt like I just saw.
Good look here by Tex. He's not going to have much protection after the first 2 shots here, so they may lose one unless there's a quick trade. But it looks like it's just going to be for most of the exit kills. See if they can get him down here.
His aim on that pistol round looked kind of nice. I really like how he played it.
For a stall.
Yep.
You see the salvos and the stun here as people are starting to escape towards the C side. Works out for Lev.
Chaos ensues. Oh, of course, Jog. Flashed out, stunned up, still gets some kills. As Demon 1 on the other end of the map is going to be able to get another kill. Jog does go down to the spike as the second round is picked up by Lev. Great damage, though, by G2.
Where do they
Superb
invest?
damage actually pulled up by G2. They never wanted to show themselves, and they weren't in a position to die to spike. They really just wanted to make it very expensive for Leviathan on the escape outside of the C site. Yeah, you lose player in the process. Was a couple of Leviathan members pushed out towards that C side on the top of the spawn.
3 rifles on an attack like this.
Down, and Demon 1 had like sub 50 HP.
Either you're going to win the first gunfights and you're going to get an extra one.
A mediocre bonus from Leviathan.
Yeah.
They still
Or
invested
you're going to lose
heavily
it and you just take that one. It's honestly fine to have this spot on attack.
So they have to be fairly clean in this round number 3 on the bonus. And it starts off well. They're pushing Leaf away with a dink through the wall. DB1 already takes full control of this mound.
You see the wait, what do you mean you see the
still
no?
Controlling the right side of the map. A little bit of
I
forward
just
position
want
for Jogamo
to have
allow
sold
the
one
extremities
person
to play
like
safer. He's got a bit of a line on mid.
combined with what I said, what you're seeing now, you're like,
Seems
wait.
like a lot of that patience is now.
I have people fucking with starry eyes
slow
for
play,
sure.
I should say, for them feels better because they have Demon 1 to then explode onto the site.
And it's a huge start.
Honestly, I kind of sold myself.
Teho ult, and at the same time tapping on the door to try to force rotates over. But look at it instead. They're pulling away from the A side to continue to stack
what
towards
the
C.
fuck?
And Leaf also makes it very difficult for Leviathan now to execute
Average
towards
Leaf
the C
first
side,
blood.
especially after dropping Rob.
Always on point, cannot be taken off. Jogamo gets a kill there as King is able to trade back, and that will activate in towards C. There was a lot of areas that Demon 1 can't stand, but he found the one where he is safe in the water here, getting stunned up. Jog gets another one, the door open. And now it's a scramble.
It
for
feels
the
like
last 2
we're
hours
fighting
left to
8
figure out
people
what
this
they can
round.
guard
I
and
don't
where
know
they can
why.
plant.
They're everywhere. Double swing.
Pushing, double stack already here. He goes around the corner with 3 is going to be a
man,
crowd,
that's
and it's
close.
way too many for Demon 1 to take down.
It's feeling 2023 right here.
Has to create 3 1v1s here, and it's going to be so tough with all the penetratable walls.
Unfortunately, that Yor on the other team was
Frag and
also
IGL
insane
comes up
that
with the
year,
last
so.
one to make sure the bonus round goes for G2.
Again, very nice from G2. When the door opens up, nobody's sounding in alarms or stressing out to over-rotate towards the A site. Instead, they actually pushed Jogamo outside of front B. They kept 2 players towards that C site, and they played weak side A so they could play the retake because they have such a good composition to flood back into these sites. So making clear here that they're playing the long game within these rounds for G2. Very comfortable in the retake scenarios as well. And they didn't even need to play the biggest of retakes because they already dropped 2 players in the process as Leviathan was still scrambling to execute towards the C site finish. It didn't necessarily look like he would have finished towards the C site if Leaf was not able to get a pick in the first place. But now Leviathan, you see that they could still afford another buy. Rifles for another time. The tail's still available. But the lean this time is still towards C, so no more of the contact play towards the A side. The lurk is still onto Tex on that side.
Oh, God.
And there it is.
But look at this exploration that continues on this front B side because you're not playing.
Dude, Leaf and Jaws first and second kills last round were fucking bullshit. They won't do it again.
Faster rotates in that way.
It's one of the things you'll always see about G2,
This team's too
especially
good,
Jogamo on that Yoru, is that
everyone just one-shots
Crash
you.
is going to be him peeking for safety or getting a kill and teleporting to the other site. Inside of C now, as the Armageddon and the whole kit and caboodle are here used. Neon pushing a little bit more as Demon 1 looks to get even more info.
Bro, they're watching
not
you well.
stopping.
Lev is actually doing well.
To play this one
Like,
safe and know they aren't just gonna
what
get
we're
full
seeing
play.
is Lev playing well.
Counterpreneur was good though, so now
Holy
everybody's
fuck,
inside the
G2
Leviathan.
is laying
Crossfire
down
has to be good.
Demon did a good job like holding the
coming
ground,
in,
making
clean
these
shots
more.
can't be had. It's all
This is a
has to
big
be done
fight.
through this
Whatever
kill
turn
right
takes.
now. Spams through the smoke to start us off. Calm getting a few kills there on the ramp for water.
Bro, if you got that
Cross
second.
is in the back of the site, trying to avoid Armageddon.
Oh
1v2
my
and
God.
Trent finds him
What
over
a
the wall.
fucking
G2 pick up another one in a chaotic round.
Still have to give respect to Leviathan, the way that they played.
Bro, that's such a well-played round by Lev, but like, what we're witnessing out of G2 just feels perfect. Like the way Trent, this is what I call like filtering a fight. Like when you play Teo, you could filter a fight because your util forces people to move. He filtered that fight there. And the way he peeked that guy was absolutely fucked. He stood no chance.
If they want to
like,
focus on that orb on the A
holy
side, and that's where
fuck.
they're currently grouped up. but they found some success in the very beginning on that pistol round. Now,
G2 is so good.
Might be a little bit of a different story.
I hope for Lev's sake they like
I
cool
feel
off
like this is the quintessential round.
they don't normally fry in fights that hard.
Jog out, open the door, TP back. They didn't open
Normally
the door this
the
time,
utils though.
They ran that round 7 in a row against NRG before they finally lost one. They are playing the if it's not broke, don't fix it strategy a lot of the times for G2. And now mid controlled here for Tex. Just
got Jaw rotating to top B.
There is a push. As it looks like we may get another C hit. They have been doing orb focus, so it might be that to start off.
They're hiding Leaf in the spot. They're clearing out long with some kind of set play.
And now that it's open, try to get the control.
The missiles were used over there.
But nobody really answering back yet. And
So they cleared out all of Rubble just now in this setup.
The positioning from Leviathan
They're
is
slowly shifting off of the C line,
of that B site as well.
but they're still maintaining good spots. They crept Leaf up. They're baiting for Leaf in this corner. He'll pop wall when this guy
Simple
spots.
objectives being picked up here for
Since
Leviathan's side.
they lost
Focusing
vision,
on
he's
the next
timing
round.
his wall,
So
he
you see
pops
the walls
it.
coming up here as well.
He'll
They
shoot in
wanna
a
try to get this
second.
orb too.
See? He's shooting to draw presence, make them look over there, not expect
How much
Leaf.
pressure right now
3,
is Leaf
2.
in the field. I think they want the door on this one, but Leaf's gonna be ready. They go through the wall and he gets the damage on it. And now it's just Demon 1 left to work that overdrive.
fucking
As he said, he's got
perfection,
so much to do, so much on his plate here. And he's
I
only
can
gonna
literally
start
tell
seeing
you
more
what they're
members.
gonna
Another
do.
one goes down, creating the 1v1. Trent's able to pre-fire that one to take the Demon down, and Tex will follow.
It took a bit, but they finally took down Demon 1, doing a great job ever since he popped out the overdrive, isolating those little fights. But towards the end, it didn't give a chance here for the last player standing around.
I think Demon 1's doing great.
Trade. But
I actually am impressed by Lev. I think they're doing well. They're hanging in there. They need G2 to make a fucking mistake is what they need. They need them to like not fucking be playing perfect.
I wouldn't be that disappointed for Echopata though. This was still pretty nice execution coming out from the side of the attack on the lower buy. Keeping the econ low as much as they can against G2 as they start off with a pit on the C site for Leaf.
Gate crash going over to C. He's clearing out with drone, fault line if this hits, and then missiles also if it
They're not as
hits.
explosive with this type of composition that you're currently seeing from
A is
Leviathan.
clearly the
Usually
weak
you see,
point,
like,
but then the
breaching
initiators
wall
rotate to
being
Baby Door in the
fairly
mid round.
controlled towards the A
They
side.
double missile
They
over
are
here.
actually
They go for like a
trying
quick
to
harass.
utilize Texas wall
That's going to
first.
slow down Lev a little bit, but it's a bunch
Maybe
of
use
fake
the neon wall
bullshit.
for the
They're trying to slow him
last-minute
down.
execute, but we haven't had a chance to see that yet. A lot of these fights on the A side
Fallon
have
rotating
been
over
towards
here.
this line right here where Demon
Dropping
1
a
has taken
smoke.
control of by the Baby Door.
By door.
They almost have to fundamentally
You never know if
change the
there's
way
going to be
they
like some
play
kind of
here, right?
nerd
With
like
King,
shotgun
it was
or
a lot of
something
that
on
teamwork.
G2.
Demon 1's going to keep going even if you don't give him that util. So
He's still
whether to be
literally getting
selfless
tons of
or
info
use that
from B,
util
taking
for
timing.
yourself here is really what Lev is
No
going back
senti
and forth
comp,
with.
so he
They
knows
seem
he
to be
can like
managing
abuse
well.
this late
Now
round.
Demon 1's back on Duelist.
They're in a high-low
They're
over
still
here
giving him
holding
room
the
to work by
cross.
himself for sure. A flick
Damn,
from
good
Tex.
awareness.
Now takes down Jogmo, so he gets a bit of his own medicine, and they're finally hitting B here, Vance.
Holy
There's
fuck,
that wall
Lev's
to
playing
move up there
well.
and try to get the safe plan towards this B site. The tail missiles are going to miss, so should be an open plan for Leviathan.
Yeah, already at top side heaven though. Trent looking, trying to get some spams through. The Vandal doesn't make it easier since you see all the tracers. Look at all the way to the right. You have Rossi hanging out. They have so much coverage here from safety before they get back into a full retake from the attack side if they need to. Smokes go down. Destroying the options that G2 have to get back in this one by also taking out their members as they're smothered with utility here from the side of Lev as well.
Okay,
Just gonna be
they haven't broke their econ yet. I think they need one more.
Doing a really great job of kind of varying up the strats. They run a bit of the same thing, but understand what their mistake was in the previous round.
Still pretty nice though that Valen had a little heads-up play to turn around and get that kill onto Demon 1.
Dude, it's such a long game, and when G2's shooting like... The problem is G2 is actually fucking playing like a very high mechanical game right now for them. Like, sometimes, you know, their time to kill isn't as high. It's their util that's fucking ridiculous. Their util is always there. Their team play is always there. But sometimes they're not like frying you immediately.
Americas.
Right now they're fucking destroying the fights. That's what I'm worried about.
True.
The good thing about Lev is they also have shooters, and Demon 1 and King look to be playing pretty well. Honestly, we have a good game on our hands right now.
So far on this map,
I don't know if Lev can like hang for the whole series though. Like
drone
blow
chat.
for blow. Fuck. They had to play a really good series.
Yeah.
We'd be walking away from this being like, man, clever good.
Pushing forward again and punish right away towards that B side. So with him being watched by Tex on that previous round, that might change G2's look on how they want to execute and fight back here on the retakes against Leviathan.
All right, so they're walking around right now. They show some fake pressure over at B. Make sure that when that stealth drone is there,
for 2 rounds has been
that
like a push lurk.
someone's getting pinged by
Might need
Teo.
now for G2.
G2 realized this is bullshit from B somehow.
That normally has a little
because
bit more
it
ground
didn't see
game
anything.
here.
They were ready to push
Feels
that.
uncomfortable.
Valen had blind
on the other
out.
side of those
They
walls at this
cancel.
point. So looks like
They heard them run away. Maybe.
Still late door open here for Tex, so he'll still be roaming around.
Oh my god, another
nicely played around the map here. They should just be able to waltz in, and they'll know it soon. Get that spike planted.
This time it definitely worked by tapping that door over towards that tree sign. Just because we have a lower buy from G2, so you just want to make sure you have a lot of players to try to trade out.
Does Rossi get to save this?
For the side of the defense.
Hopefully doesn't use it.
Time around.
What a fucking transfer by Demon 1, by the
Looking to
way.
push himself forward there.
Oh my god, he's fucking shooting.
Just outside, kept it
Demon 1 is fucking
kills,
shooting today.
Valen now last alive here as he rotates over, playing the rotating simulator game on this one. Is Lev's playing a little bit faster to the sights, taking down G2. They usually have a really nice retake to bring out.
Yeah. I do agree. It's been
I think it's a good game.
fast on the execute for the side of Leviathan once again into the site. They
Man,
definitely do want to bring the
Lev came to
chaos
play
into
today.
G2, and we mentioned funny forward positions. They were snuffed out a little bit earlier on here towards the gun round of G2 in round number 3, but for the rest, they've been.
It's always so hard though, because like teams always have like holes in their game, and eventually they start being shown against G2.
Good job shutting it
So
down.
I'm still worried for like next half.
See what they do here in the next round. Lev showing up now versus G2, and that is going to be a timeout being called here from Josh RT. See if the coaching staff can get some words in to sort this out.
I'll even know if Josh showed up last week. He might not have called a timeout.
You can see him there, he's sitting alone here in the.
Bro hasn't called a timeout in
fucking
fucking 4 weeks.
That leads into these matches. There's definitely a lot of work that's being done outside of the server with their brand new assistant coach here, Anders. They've been praising on the side of G2 in the past. Last week when they had a very dominant victory against Energy, a lot of the players have been praising the addition of Anders.
I wonder what they're going to cook up here.
Bring to the table here to help G2 have some clean
They got
games.
quad ults, double initiator ults, and your ult.
On their best map so far of Lotus,
Some
Leviathan
fucking
came in with
powerful
good
ults.
preparation, a brand new composition, and are definitely bringing the fight over on G2's end.
It's changed their persona completely, right? With King not being as aggressive, not taking as much space on the Yoru, playing more for the team in rotations.
How do I do
They
this
have to
shit
now
again?
figure out how to battle
Oh, I
against
called
Demon
timeout.
1, a team they have, or a player in this squad they have no VOD on now, no footage.
Leaving Spike outside
How
the
they play
A.
with this duelist, so I
The
think
double
it's a really
initiator,
great
probably
change
going to
in
go
the
with like just a
mentality
fault
that they need to switch.
line. Literally
And
cock and
so far,
ball
it's just
setup.
one with sick aim. Because I haven't seen too much util going around to assist him to get these forward spots. He's just in good positions towards the very beginning. Crosshair placement.
They're trying to count numbers over here, like how many are showing
As a
presence.
cracked aimer, a cracked
They got the
player
Teo,
for
Breach,
Leviathan.
and Omen, but Teo's already
They're trying
shifted
to do that
C-side.
again. He's currently tip
Really
of the
good
spear, trying to
adjustment
get
right
an
here
entry
from
towards his
G2.
front B site.
Look at that, shooting the drone for him. He's just aiming the whole time. Like his focus is headshot level all the time. This is the Demon 1 we remember. Yeah, he has a lot of support around him for any utility. So they back off of this one. It looks like they will head towards A, but now
This
with
has
the
so much
Thomas
util,
insert,
they're gonna have to
back
get
to the
through.
comm flanks.
Your ult around a minute. There's that mount. There's it's a fake.
Drone starting the first place. Now the
They
dimensional
pop
drift on the
wall,
C side. It's
which
weak
is like a
towards C. They
tell
know the
because
hit
this
towards
is all
towards A.
empty.
Balance there with Paranoid help.
Oof. Got a little weird for a second, but he's obviously out. They know he's going to pull out another person. Leaf gets to push. Oh, what a great play from him and Jogamo. Still a fight on the right side of the map is held by Valen, and they've pushed up each extremity and shut down Lev on their own side.
30 seconds
Thankfully,
left.
rolling thunder still available for Rossi. They could try to explode into the site and leverage once again Demon 1, who also has a stun to move forward into the C site.
They have stun the stall.
Trying to get through this util unscathed. A little tough. The damage won't be there, just the stuns.
Gonna spam the fuck out of this.
Perfectly ready.
Oh my god.
Gosh, Demon 1 just spammed down the knowledge of Jogamo. Few seconds. Spike's gonna go down on this one. 2v5. Looking almost impossible here. Jog More shots towards Texas. He looks to duck his headbound, but he cannot dodge the last shots. Jog with a 3K there on a round where he used Dimensional Drift too, so just stack those points back up. Looking good as G2 tie it up.
Yeah, great delays coming out from G2 with that Armageddon being thrown out here by Trent, but mostly it was around how G2 was able to manipulate the map on their defensive side.
Narrative.
So yeah, the drone finds information for 2 players. You mentioned that it was being shot out, but Demon1 didn't care about that drone at all. He just wanted to go for a straight duel towards the top of that B site if somebody was peeking out. But the drone spotted 2 players, being him and Rossi.
Yeah.
And then as soon as Dimensional Drift comes out towards that C site, well, Leaf could move behind it because they know now the players have been falling back towards Leviathan, trying to meet up towards A.
Okay.
And it was just a nice little
Quad
stuff to push
A
him back
fight
towards
for
Leaf.
both teams. It's gonna be like a brawl.
Very, very good
Big
defensive round
ults
here from G2.
for Lev.
Leviathan trying
Never
to
gonna use these ults here on this fight.
Oh
my gosh. His actually couldn't even get away from his own teammates on that one, and then he went into the enemies.
Ooh.
Okay, Tex with the Viper up.
That is a
backside.
big
Right.
win right there on
Still
that
where
fight.
they buy guns, looking to keep these pushes out of play.
Oh, we
And
haven't
why
seen someone
not? You
punish
just had
Leaf like that.
Rubble pushed up on, Mound pushed up on. So they're looking to get
Maybe
those
all
early
year in
kills from the
Americas?
aggression of G2.
It's a big round for the side of Leviathan. 3 ults to work with as well.
Yeah.
They're re-aggressing now 4v4. They need info.
Part now higher up on the priorities to use them to entry towards that site.
Fuck around, find out. One overcommit. Good play.
They have
Good
quite
play.
a bit of the timing here. G2
Okay,
actually does
blind
not
that.
like their
Big
positioning
double missile.
on this
Overuse of
situation. Now that
util.
they realize how many
Draws
members are there
behind.
just in the coattails of Tex. Oh, he can't get away.
Oh,
Jogma finds
no.
him so close to being safe there.
Bro.
Jog has that timing.
Another one where G2 is using Jogma to push forward to actually catch one this time around. As I've mentioned, because they have big ults on the side of Leviathan, they might want to stay grouped up here to go for the full exit behind it. Since they've lost Demon1.
30 seconds left.
Thankfully, they still have King alive to go for smokes, even after losing
He
Tex in the
stayed on the
process.
info line.
And it's a walk
Holding
contact. But
push.
work towards this B side and Trent's just ready.
So good at playing his life.
Teo's
One
stunned like
shot
that
knows
is the
there's
thing he
more,
uses the
gets
stall
out for the
hits.
safety of his team. And plays for the strong
missiles to
strategy
plant.
here. Salvo's getting dumped in the bottom
Oh!
side of the site, but they still find Trent. Rossi
He would ult if he knew.
Nobody else to be there. Turns for the flank. He's right on Jogamo, but it's not the correct shot. Ooh, the shoulder.
Oh
Jog
my
shows it. He just
God.
baits it in, so Valen can walk into the win on the round.
They're
5-4 now.
fucking
G2 take that lead.
Very, very nice once again by G2. Okay, the game plan after the timeout from Josh RT. Don't give a chance here for Leviathan to go for the full exit, to try to move up towards the extremities of any of these sites to try to go in.
Man.
They went for a triple push at the middle mark towards Rubble to get these picks, to keep them at bay and try to activate as much as they could on the Jogimo lurk. It's very ballsy for him to do that because you know that the one watching that flank was that beautiful off shot that we saw from Trent earlier, from Tex earlier on, over towards that C site.
Nice, good job, Alex, good play. This guy bought an op, bro.
Yeah, we were just as
See?
surprised. Okay, Lev's going to be calling a timeout here to see what they can
It's
get
so
sorted
big to
out.
win a
The
fight like that
operator,
against him.
I'm trying to look what Tex has. So they still got a bit of money, but
Just
they may
get in
have to
his
go for a
head
lower
like,
buy for him
oh.
on this round. So they did
He
have
knows
the
I like to
economy
fucking
for
peek
it.
like that.
It was a bit out of the box, but
Because why else
almost
is the
turned
fucking
around.
Viper off
The
in that?
game before them on that, or turned
That's
around
like a hard
the round, I should say.
anti-play.
Definitely feel it was a nice little surprise for Tex to bring out the AWP before, but coming out of this timeout, I feel that they probably have to use some rifles around. Again, they've been holding on to these big ults for the last few rounds, including this one here. I think it's 2 rounds so far. Using a pit on the execution would be kind of huge, which is why with this type of economy that's a little bit lower on the side of Leviathan, yeah, opting for a stinger this time around to play inside that pit.
Yeah.
So G2, reaction on to that so far is they're pinging towards this mount a lot.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Pit's
Two
gonna be
British-
really effective here on the attack
Damn,
side towards
this is a
B,
banger.
I would say.
I have to watch this.
So maybe it's to control that.
Someone made a
this mount on
history
the
of
C side
Sideshow
to
and
make sure
Bren
they
video?
Crunch as well as possible towards that front of that B site.
And they switch it. Might just be towards A. They're going to do the C door play again. He said he's looking at the door switch right now. You can see the eye ping. Hit and TP out. Just absolute safety, double flash so they can get it. Why not rinse and repeat this strat? Like we said,
I
if
was
they
just looking on the
don't fix
subreddit
it,
to see if
G2
there was
lows to
anything.
rerun what they feel like is working. And this leaves Leaf over on the right side with
Yeah,
Trent there.
Sideshow and Wyatt, yeah.
I mentioned it a bit before. They can leave Leaf alone. They don't tell him to sit back. They don't keep him tempered. I think it might slow him down altogether. Just do what you can to crush the round. When does Jogamo not have this line of information? Whether it's a dimensional drift or
If he
just
has a
being able to
target
see
stun
the
right
entire
now, he's
team,
just looking at
because
mini-map
he's
for
got
a
a good
stun,
timing.
he just did.
Incredible map info.
falls back as well. So pushing up with Valen with Jogma. They're trying to hold that A main. Just trying to make sure that Leviathan could stay here towards the A site, have no choice but to hit the A site. They're just trying to waste out the ults so that you don't have too much in the pulse plant on the side of the attack.
Boom. Rolling Thunder goes through. That's just going to be Leaf hanging out. But man, there is a hell of a force coming out behind Lev right now. They got to work quick and they got to understand what's happening. Demon 1's going to work a little faster. Tax with the stinger gets 2 towards Tree. And it's Jonah
What
P.
a fucking round by Lev.
In the blink of an eye, as he was trying to just be the other side of the fight, and that's Demon 1 screaming through with a 3K there to bring it right back to 5-5.
Holy
How the heck did he get those 2 kills on the top of Heaven?
Good question.
But yeah, G2 looked in prime position to start flooding back.
Dude,
here
I want to
from
see Demon 1's
maneuver on the
replay
top
right
of
now.
Heaven and towards that tree.
Oh, fuck, bro.
To execute towards the A side, and there you go. Yeah, definitely.
Oh
those
my
shots coming
God.
through the replay from Leviathan and Tex.
Dude.
You should have seen what I did, Heaven, bro.
I just put a 30 clip in these kids in tree, bro.
30.
And Rossi's mentioned it before.
These guys just self-glazed so hard, bro.
Leviathan, and somehow it's
Rossi's
just
the
not a full grasp
perfect
of what's
IGL.
happening in-game. But so far, it definitely feels within 10 rounds of Lotus that has been ironed out. And now you have the vibes and also the reads to play against G2.
And we got the game here. This is already unexpected. You got G2 on one of their best maps right now. And
G2 won 8 in a row here, Chuck.
We got a long way to go here, but we're seeing a different level already in this switch up of just
If he peaked it like hard, if he hard peaked it with some conviction,
put that to bed here in round 11.
I didn't think Leaf would be there.
C has been a favorite for Leviathan here.
Already with Demon 1 falling down and a smoke towards the front C side, Leviathan will have to stop and try to play for contact this time around. Seen him tapping on that door, walking through. Jogmo's now full contact, and that might be the execution now for Leviathan. They've already crossed inside the C site, but Crossfire is just way too good for G2.
Getting caught up in the crossfire for sure there. Lev just getting the default playbook on that one between Jog and Valen, 2 of the strongest C holders on this one, the way they set up their defense. And that's just going to be a quick, clean round for G2 Esports here. Timeout kind of squished by Leviathan. G2 got to be feeling good.
They're hoping that they weren't going to see too much walking through the entrance of that C site, but as soon as you get spotted by Jogging when the util comes around to help them out, the Salvos really didn't give a chance here for Leviathan to fully get the best trades
It's a
moving in.
fucking really good game right now,
Now
chat.
last round of the half. Fairly quick here towards the A site.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Dude.
The long range Neon ult.
God, he's trying to live, man.
Oh no. Oh.
No, bro, not like this. Oh, no, King! King turns around, he gets the kill.
Two's moment.
Oh, the chaos is already happening. Then they stave off this door push. Smoke's already down, so that's going to stop it. Valen's alone in spawn. They are really spread for how G2 usually like to take this, and this is going to be that firepower they need from each singular player.
No.
Star power 1 from Jonah P. Now we got Jogamo almost pushing into the pit. He's waiting for the drone. A little bit more info and getting that push from Jonah as well. It's going to be King, however, with another kill on the round.
That should be a round now for Leviathan. The pit is covering the whole side of spawn. Very difficult for Valen to walk back through. All the util to try to scan for information has been taken down as the drone from Trent was trying to scout inside that C site.
What a round by King. Damn. Trigger discipline fucking cost him this.
Tax gets one there. Thinking Trent might be able
Well
to push
played,
in
Tax.
with
Ain't
that
gonna
shorty.
Trying to get some stats in.
Valen, one last one. No, the 6-6 first half from Leviathan and
Damn, bro.
G2.
Lev
What
earned
incredible
this
back and
6
forth.
shot. They really did.
Towards the end, a pretty
They earned the
decent
fuck out of
matchup
those
between these
6.
two teams. Nobody's really taken a full upper hand or fully controlling this map so far, or at least the series, as we're still in this first map. But overall, that 6 cents from King to turn
Yeah,
around and get the headshot
felt
on the
it.
lead. Could have been an easy 3K there.
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah, okay. All four. Thank you!
Yeah,
Isn't that
okay.
usually what we see people saying about Leaf shots, though? We're going to see a lot more of this game. It's 6-6 as we're going
He's
to the break.
so mad right now, bro. He got offed, and then that. Oh, he's tilting.
It's for you. Do you like it?
Oh,
Come on,
shit.
Charlie, use your new door.
We might have
Come
a
on,
game,
let's
dude.
go.
Lev need this pistol
I
shot.
said
Lev need the
go.
pistol.
Let's go.
No, no, they're not.
Trade you for a cat. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
We are back with G2 versus Leviathan on Lotus for our second series of the day. First half a 6-6 as the Beast has woken up to challenge the Kings of Americas here. And we have been wondering when Lev would surface. They put Demon One back on a duelist and they seem kind of revitalized.
Definitely answers a lot of questions around for Leviathan when this roster was built.
Oh my God.
Who's going to play duelist if it's not working out for Demon One? They have a deep agent pool and understanding for each one of these players, but they just have to make it click. So far, it's been looking pretty decent, though. But G2 definitely now this time on the attack. Already pushing forward his jogging move, but separated by the rest of the util around, and King scores the first blood.
God, great blind.
Great paranoia, and they also take down Leaf.
Got the share.
Getting in so fast there. Demon One and the rest of the team able to throw down some damage.
I'm gonna believe
up the
now.
Sheriff, and now they're sitting pretty here at Rubble.
Like, no cap, I'm gonna believe now.
Just waiting. Put some more damage through as
They
Demon One
fucking
and
got
King
me.
are ready to attack.
You know what that
Still
means,
have the
chat,
initiators
right?
in balance so they can make something
Unfortunately,
But look how far we're staying back on the side of the C site, and you look at these two players just jiggle peeking every single time, but how passive it is. It still could give an advantage for G2 to move inside that site.
Two of them
3 versus
in the
1.
server right
Have
now?
better positions in a post
I don't believe it.
because a rotate's going to take too long from the side of the A site.
Tex plays his life. Easy stuff. They kind of avoid a fault line as well. That's used very early just for the safety of the plant.
Why did I
see how
believe?
pressured G2 feels here, but they do pick up one.
And that drone went all the way back towards spawns. They know that the
I'm not
first 3 players
jinxing, I'm
will
telling
be
you the
fighting
truth.
from main. That's going to be a huge responsibility for Jonah P to hold up.
They've been playing a really good game.
Trent.
So I'm actually
Watch
believing.
water
Because I favor them heavy.
Ooh, quick right
But
click.
of course.
Gets that classic to connect onto Demon One. The Aftershock will push out any of the hide spots here, but being dispersed doesn't matter.
Why are we not looking?
21 HP now. He's going up against Tex. Just gonna right click in and he's safe. And he does get the clicks with the jump in. What a peek from Tex. What a round from Tex to bring in the pistol round.
Could have been a huge run for G2 to start things off. That would have been a 3 versus 5.
Did I actually forget to lock it?
Leviathan
Are
would
you
have
trolling
let
me?
slip in terms of at least guaranteeing the pistol round, but thankfully Tex on a 1v1 is able to save that. The positioning again was great. The reads coming
You
out from
weren't trolling
G2
me.
to
I'm
isolate
devastated.
these fights towards that waterfall, the back of that sea site.
I'm
And
devastated.
it became a brawl that allowed a
No.
from Leviathan though to fight back in the area. Yes.
No.
Away with the slide, but at least it gets info for the team.
Dude.
Ian, thank you for staying alive for once, bro. For what?
Hey, I only do it in the match.
That's crazy.
Oh my God.
That's
You know, I'm just
crazy,
gonna praise
bro.
Rossi because at the end of that, he was talking. He was already stratting for the next round, but he's also cooking his teammates at the same time. Tex. But he did stay alive. That was huge. They've been actually turning away from the fights a lot of the time after just getting the info. It means so much more for that retake. Quick back and forth. C's going to get quite a bit of love here. King answering nicely.
What a
Leaf
shot.
with a stinger, incredibly deadly, and he continues to look for more as the regen armor comes back online.
Rossi to help as well. Only thing they can pick up is a stinger. So the
Lev-
side of Leviathan showing no
are
respect
actually
to
playing
G2's
so
second round
goddamn
buying
well
off the
this
plants,
map.
Something that G2 loves to do
And
here
I'm
on the
just
attack side.
waiting for
And
it
they
all to
lost
come
two
crashing
key
down,
components. No
and they
flashes
keep it up.
captured a site. No duelist to try to
Lurk
get
smoke
a
on
fast
C.
entry onto
Trying to keep
Jogimo.
2 here. It's working.
So last three will just have to work together. In tandem on, again, another contact play of G2 walking inside the B site. Looks like it should be decent and easy to get at least a plant. As even from Kcorp's end, he wants to save these salvos for the retake instead of delaying that clock.
Here, I didn't submit my pick'ems, and I'm currently in shambles.
One member of Lev was alive. They should be able to get through this
I was
with a
doing
few
so
more
good,
bodies
too.
here if they can stave off G2. Trent and Valen still pushed up. This timing, this patience. Trent with a medium to long range stinger, insta-kill on Tex. And they know.
Bro,
they just about know where everything's about to come from. Are they looking the right way when it happens, though? Com with the first frag in. Valen and Leaf trying to kill from the pit of B here, and that's going to be 2 that they need. Com by himself gets into the site. The defuse is going to be almost impossible now. Even with this stun going out, not going to happen. Leaf picks it up. That's going to be a second round win coming in here for G2.
Almost felt there was too much hesitation coming up for Leviathan on that retake. They had 2 players staying back towards that spawn. It worked out pretty well. You're trying to see if G2 is going to try to push forward and fight towards the spawn like Leviathan did.
Yeah.
But when they're opening that door,
This is
to
actually
find
like
information in front of that
G2 playing super well, by the way. That's why I'm so proud of Lev for hanging in there.
And go for that pincer maneuver
Like,
into the
G2
post
seems
line.
like they're on a good day.
Let's fuck. Oh.
Look, they're
Into the
actually like
attempt to retake.
fired up.
Got it.
And just not communicating well enough here to swing back through the smoke and fight here back on that B site retake. And G2 is able to capitalize here on that lower buy, forcing the eco onto Leviathan in round number 15.
Out. He has the orb wall set up. They have a trap.
3v5 again?
Yeah.
But if they push they push into leave, they'll just bounce
get
and
away
go
with a few
see.
members, but they get away with no members.
So take down.
G2 are going to feel very good here. Jogimo on 3 pips now for the ult.
Info
Makes
TP.
a run in, gets the audio cue over to King, and he's going to TP out. So now you get a little bit of movement on 11. This is exactly what G2 wants, just them scurrying around. Whether they want to move on their own accord, they're still out of position, and that's
So they now own all 3 lanes of the map.
You can see from the mini-map that everybody from Leviathan's just kind of on one positions. Trying to
That was really good by
not
Team
really
One.
trying to play for any type of stacks.
Yeah.
The only one they have is towards that C site where, actually, that's where G2's heading towards to.
Doll's actually doing a lot. He's going to activate door and probably pull people. Yep. That's so annoying. That makes this guy die.
You just see Lev rotating all over the map, not considering that, yeah, that might be the true play. That might be a flank. They are just trying to get their head wrapped around this one, and it's going to be death with the spike in the end, with the spike going down here. And see, what a round from G2.
It's always a valid masterclass
Tried to do
on Lotus, by the
exactly what
way.
Leviathan was trying to do on their attack
Yeah.
side. Tap that door in the tree side, force a rotate from other spots. When you saw Jogimo tap that the door towards the tree, the only thing they had to do was ADS, go back towards that mound. They find one crossing over, and unfortunately, that's a weaker defense towards the end, and an easy plant for G2.
So what are you going to fault line me? Watching each other's backs now. Oh, no. right in the grinder. Oh, my gosh.
It's not the first time that they do these type of plays for G2. I remember on the against Energy, they did something very similar from Salvos on the defensive side with the line on the B site over. So I think more teams playing against G2 have to know that that spot is kind of like a no-go and a no-no to play against G2.
Yeah.
But again, just an eco that you had from the
got you,
We
Sushi.
should be in a good spot here with a stronger buy in this round number 16.
Honestly, they look good.
The timing on their plays are just so perfect. What Lev wants to rotate out or get just a different line on things.
Yeah, copy that, buddy. Copy these hands, boy.
Yeah, they're having a lot of fun coming into the second half here, especially with that second
They're
round win with
vibing,
the Stinger
dude. I'm
buy.
telling you, this is a
Push
good
though from
G2
Lev.
day.
3 strong out mid here. The coverage on the side still, but this needs to work.
Oh.
I'd say that's a plus.
They
It's tough too,
leave
because
the
spike's
Teo
been
here
dropped
risky, dude. This
intensely
Teo drone's
towards
gonna
that
clear
spawn,
him
and it
out.
kind of split up across the
Yeah,
map.
the Teo drone clears him. Oh no.
Oh, this push up is kind of
You
weird.
never want to. Oh my god.
Dog wasn't ready for it right away.
Oh.
And another one from
Wow.
Com.
Run!
Oh, he's feeling it. Down off the step. Gets the reset on the aim. A 3K coming through. Is Calm going hunting? Where is he at? Oh, he's got ult already. He doesn't need to.
Yeah, Championship Calm is back. He definitely stepped up to the plate against Furia last week as well on Ascent, just dropping multi-kills after multi-kills on the defensive side, and does so again this time around. You've mentioned it, Joggimo didn't look like he was ready, but Calm actually got spun up by the drone that was brought out on the side of Trent, and somehow Calm is still able to come out alive and almost unscathed.
It's an old school EG type of day, or what?
I mean, that's very similar to how G2 was playing on.
I mean, Jaw's playing well too.
There's no true Senti being played this time around from either of these teams.
That's a good point.
So they're just trying to take advantage of these lanes where they might not get checked.
Gun here.
Yeah, we see G2 getting around that with basically having Joggimo rotate the outsides of the map as the round goes on. Here, Lev does it as a team.
Exactly, because Jog could actually TP away in those moments,
exactly.
And now you want to make sure for Leviathan that you have a buddy system. So
good thing they were in
two
high-low.
different types of approaches that you're seeing on the aggressive defensive side from both G2 and Leviathan, but they both turn out to be quite good.
Back to 8-8 Vans. I thought G2 may be able to kind of break out, you know, throw the gate down and just be like, all right, we've got a few rounds and now we have the momentum.
Yeah, I thought when I saw that Teo drone,
faces, it just seems like a whole different game.
G2, like, they're so methodical. Of course they were going to Teo drone that shit out.
They're able to stave off the singular
and then he got
firepower
suppressed. I was
G2
like,
as well, which a lot of teams have not been able
that's
to do
the
this
trade back. He came up with a play.
See where they go.
Definitely look like they want to fight back here towards 8 Mount.
Out. It's a big one.
Simple stuff with the fault line and salvos, and King already took control on the top of Rubble.
Okay, that's going to force them. Oh, that might get a kill.
What? It still works.
Oh, they're cooked, dude. That's an insane set play.
Trent.
Wow,
Great
get
first blood
fucked.
on the side of Leviathan. And I love that King was just disrespecting that Viper wall to push through.
Oh my god. No.
It kills me that King is just doing this on Omen when a Yoru there is safer, but he's back in comfort.
All right, low
he's back in a position where he knows what the role is completely. Even though going down, they still trade 2 right now, and it is a very wounded G2 to continue the round. So much gain, ground gain by Tex too, so they have all the easy counts here.
They're clearing this. I could tell. There's no way this goes uncleared. I don't like how he's playing this. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3,
Holy
4 might
fuck,
follow.
dude.
They do get the clone still, and Demon One's able to clean up Joggimo as well.
Okay.
Leviathan are feeling good. The way they're working off each other.
Bro, are they doing it? Are they actually fucking?
Because it's never going to be what you expect.
Yep.
It's really good.
It was very nice towards the end here for Demon 1 to jiggle back towards the broken door to look back towards the orb.
No.
So then he becomes kind of like that big
Surely they're
double
not,
swing and
though.
fight back in front of Rubble. Right over here, there was
Just so that way you guys know what we're witnessing here.
Get that pick. But you definitely saw
This
it
is
from their position
their
before
Lotus.
Hex push all the way
It's
up
a
here on the front of
win,
that
a
C site,
win,
watching
a
for the rotate
win,
back.
a win,
So then their
a
gaps were
win,
definitely the
a
front of that B site
win,
and also towards
a
A.
win, a win.
So there was a moment for G2 to
Wait.
take advantage of, but unfortunately there for Leviathan, they're able to salvage now 2 rounds in a row and now take the lead on this map of Lotus.
I think one of the big things for me right now.
Wait a
we're
second.
seeing one of the first times G2 is not able to dictate the pace of the round. It was like usually everything.
I didn't even know that would happen.
Jog's done a flash. So
Bro,
you're
look
scattered
at these
across
teams
your
they're fucking beating too. Like
But
they're just
getting
fucking
kinda
beating
stuck
the
at
fuck
Rubble.
out of the
They're getting
best
stuck
teams
at
in the
Mount, where
world.
usually
Like
they're pushing forward and
well,
right on the front door knocking, making you think the hit is possible.
Yeah.
But they're taking away that advantage, the opportunity
Some of the best
that
teams
G2
in the world.
usually has on Leviathan.
We definitely felt high so far from Leviathan's win last week, especially if you tuned in to the count stream. It got quite entertaining with Leviathan's roster on that desk. But at the same time,
I will
was
never
the only team
forgive.
that they were able to beat
I'm
so
so
far
petty.
in 2025.
They created the Mayo emote. I blame
Then they
them.
lost against every other team they played against them, being C9, MIBR, G2. Then they win against Furia again, but now a big test.
The Mayo
test to come up
incident.
here. They have to win against G2. They have to win against Energy.
That fucking Panther, man. The Furia Panther. I see it in my nightmares.
What a game it would be to take down the undefeated team, to get you back on track, to get the team feeling like this is the process that works. It's confidence. Can't say anything else about it if you beat these guys. Demon 1 already. beat Neons here towards the A site. Oh, the relay bolt.
Is there anyone else on the team?
Catches a window.
Oh my God.
Oh, so close to that kill. Valen still able to do the close quarters combat in favor of G2. Quick paranoia to give King a little bit of breathing time here, but it is the
Thank you.
that he is staring into and has to wonder how many foes are just on the other side. Okay.
Oh, no.
They say we're coming out of the pit. It is time to go aggressive right now. G2 wants to show that they are in control of the game no matter what.
Ooh. Oh, wait a sec. Wait a sec. Wait a sec.
Oh. Rolling Thunder
come
back,
on,
but
come on,
really
Viper. You need to pop off right here,
hiding
Viper.
in the pit on the side of G2 that makes it tough.
We're literally
on this.
What? We're stunned.
Now up against Tex, and how good is that aim, Tex?
Oh no.
Shorty is the right play, but still he's got to go searching so much, and he's already taken down by some spam here. What a round from G2. Again, thriving in the chaos is just a glimmer of hope there at the end, but Leaf's able to get the win. 9-9 now. G2's timeout striking true.
And the confidence they have on the side of G2.
Damn, they're so
Looking at
good.
each other's backs, two of them fully stunned by the Rolling Thunder out from Rossi and Trent.
I don't know how, like, oh, he was in missiles, dude. That's where that's why it felt like he was alone. You saw the missiles fly by Demon 1. It's because Calm was in his iPad. Fuck.
But this time converts into a victory on their side.
Ito, a little heated there. The ultimates did not come out.
They just hit. They hit that gap at like the perfect time. He caught the. He got the one he needed.
Leaf goes down. I'm gonna say this usually gives.
Oh my God, that is massive!
To move around
Holy
the
fuck!
map
This was
safely and
always,
know what's going down,
dude.
What a first kill!
This was gonna be the play like this, and they leave Leaf here. He gets like rotators, and they can go back into B. It was gonna be an impossible strat to stop.
Yeah, they're pushing out, knowing King has something. They're trying to take a second fight, another front here, and it is gonna be Valen getting the kill. Armageddon is used on this, and Jogmo is just wreaking havoc back in spawn on left side.
Backlines, fuck.
Oh dear. They know. They knew exactly where Tex was. Not seen any heads up on the platform. There's going to be that elbow peek coming through, and now it is just Calm to find his way around the flank. Where else would he be? Calm coming around. 10 and 14, not too bad this game. Has had some very clutch rounds for the squad. It looks like he'll go ahead and save the Phantom on this one.
Yeah, again, when Jogman was pinging for watch out towards the defender spawn, they might have fallen back towards that area after the ult came through from Jogmo, thinking that G2 was going to hit towards his B site. But when he throws that clone back towards C and Tex shoots it, that was actually the cue here for the rest of G2.
That was such an amazing
clear out the mound
end to this round
as well
for
as he
G2.
could. And they did it with an Armageddon to
because Lev was playing like an S tier star. They did so well.
Exactly.
It looked chaotic in the very beginning with a nice first blood from Demon 1 onto Leaf, but then after that, G2 adjusted quite well.
That was like a very good round.
You have to give it for Demon 1 though.
Yeah, that was a great, right, Infinite? Like, that was a very enjoyable top level round of Valor. Like, someone actually had an outplay on like a team like G2 using a Yorwolf. I haven't seen a team capable of doing that. Like Demon 1 extending out and getting that opening pick this round. Dude, normally when teams run a Yorwolf like G2, you're not getting that fucking kill. Like,
a little heated there. The ultimates did not come out in a productive way or manner to get the round win.
So he's literally in a layer at the start. Like, he's protecting at the start in case there was someone swinging. Demon 1 hasn't swung yet, which is how this works. He caught perfect timing. He moves out right then. So, like, the whole thing is designed by G2 to not have this happen.
Already giving. Whoa, wait, Leaf goes down.
And like, this usually imagine what's happening if this guy lives. Like, these guys could then pivot around and like they could actually pinch mound from 3 different places.
G2 the one.
Like, honestly, Lev played it so well, but Jaw in the backlines was like a big problem.
Of Texas Vipers pit.
Right, we just had that Rolling Thunder used that G2 was able to snuff out. So
man,
build that back up.
Brutal. And now they're broke.
Maybe they can stave off a push here and force G2 to a certain site, but can you force G2 to do anything once they figure out the strategy on the map? That's the question. 3-0 says no.
see if G2 can answer what the fans want. Control towards the Robo. There's already 4 players from Leviathan on this side, though. Just waiting for the first wave of util to flood back out. But Valen's just ready!
Valen!
Wow.
Looking for the ace. Not going to be able to get it unless he has a railgun to fire all the way over towards T through the walls on this one. But at this point, just hit him with the gimme, ladies and gentlemen. What a round from the fragging IGL. It's never a question. It's never an ebb and a flow. It's always there for Valen. And now they're going to find out. Leaf says he's back here. He's back here.
He is literally an incredible IGL.
Valen's like, all right, I'm going to try to flank him.
Let me try to get my ult that I already have.
Yeah. Oh, Tex is so good at that too. He is so good at shutting that down. A 4K for Valen, smiles all around for G2 is, yeah, they're starting to feel that power, and they actually zero out that timeout from Ito Pada.
Definitely would be for this round. I think you're bringing up a great point. Off the timeout, usually you see like some of these coaches call timeouts and you're trying to get some good trap plays out of refreshable utility. So Leviathan had the correct read.
Yeah.
4 players stacked towards that side to try to fight back in the first place.
Dude.
The fact that Valen stayed alive.
I hate how lit up right now G2 is, bro. Why are they playing an S tier game?
Yeah, the fact that they got.
Why can't Lev have nice things?
Stayed alive against the trap play is quite nice, but the timeout was also important for this
Neon
round here for Leviathan.
Omen taking rubble
they want to take full control of the extremities. So lots of util being used towards the rubble.
C. Double initiator B set up.
Pit on that C site. And
Omen
now you
ults
just
on
leave
Valen.
King inserted on the top of the rubble and now focus on fighting both initiators with the Neon to try to stop the G2 push. They're going to have to crawl back slowly in this round for G2. It's going to have to be some good calling from Valen here for them to open up the map.
This is some fake A pressure.
A lot of util just to get through this smoke right here.
They're going to try to get this fight.
Back.
TP in.
It's really just a re-clear to see what's there. They're faking this B, maybe? Oh, no, they're taking this B. They get right inside, but Dog's not ready with the util behind. He's
Holy fuck.
Timed out on that one.
G2 did not expect that.
G2 back around.
Holy fuck.
They just served Lev. How is this game continuing to go like this?
Oh my god, Lev just outplayed the fuck out of G2.
Snuck back the other way when you least expect
Yo.
here. Trent all alone in a 1v5.
They had so much util.
Oh man, the high lows, the swing out on contact, everything here to stop
Oh
this.
fuck.
And Rossi picks up the
Yeah, you got the single out the ones, bro. I was like, bro,
I've
seen Trent win some crazy shit. I just want Lev to carry the money. Okay, that was a great round. Holy shit.
It's definitely nice from G2.
They carried 5 through.
Out towards the A side. They went for the double salvo just onto the rubble, forced out the relay build and the paranoia out from Demon 1 and
Rossi
King.
is
So
calling
there's
nice.
going to be less util to work with.
Wow.
For them to try to fight back
That was
towards the B
so
site, but
proactive
when
and
you have
aggressive.
Demon 1 not care about util, just sliding in and getting
Epic,
kills like that.
I know the coaches are so mad, bro.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, because you're trying to draw up so much, and then you have just
Wait,
Rossi and
what?
Demon 1 popping.
He's talking
through
about
and
his coaches or the
snuffing out
G2
B-side
coaches?
fake.
I wonder who.
For the A-side fake to B, just very, very nice round on the defense for Leviathan. Now, 1 round separating these 2 teams, closing that gap. Leviathan 1 away from tying things up.
We don't know for sure. That's the
Similarly,
thing. We don't know.
The rubble.
We should probably
used up the paranoia though, but at least this time around, Demon 1's there to help.
Oh.
See, Rossi's trying to affect the fight all the way over from back of B. You can see him set
Damn,
up the
dude,
fall
the
line,
double
looking
challenge
right at
from
the rest
Neon
of the scene
Omen right
over
there
at
was pretty
A-Rumble.
sick.
Like, they are looking to assist each other from everywhere.
Unfortunately, they have
what's
all of
happening
their
with
stall
G2 again,
gone.
do this bit of the A push, like you said last
Like
round.
the stun blind is
Now
very
they will
important.
focus on where
for those
Tex
two.
is.
Good rotate from
You
Demon
know that
1.
it's a soft side towards C. Kcorp now being picked up on the attack. TP in. Tex has to delay as much as he could. Oh,
Blind as fuck.
the flash not good.
Oh
Okay,
my
they're just
God.
running through right now.
They gotta save, bro.
Cutting the pie.
No,
getting
they
to
actually
the
got
site.
all 5 alive last
A
round.
door hit here is trying to slow him down from the side of Com. He's going to spam through as
Oh,
he takes
no.
spam himself. And man, they are just trading full rounds on each other here where they have complete control, pacing, and whatnot on the round. It just seems like nobody can get a real footing.
Yeah, just unfortunate timing coming out here from Tex. Him being the weak side on C, he was trying to go for some hero play, trying to
Just sitting
find
stun out.
at least an opening. Yeah. When you lose your life right away like that, it makes it so difficult for the rest of Leviathan to rotate over when they had so much pressure on that rubble side first.
Match point.
You saw them getting picked off 1 by 1. Unfortunately there. G2, well, they're on their way to make this 9-0 in
That's the
terms
guy that
of their
killed
record
him,
on
man.
Lotus. Thankfully, there's still good money left for Leviathan.
Right. That's a big, big one that they can get a full buy-in here. The question is, do they go aggressive? Does Demon One go kind of ham this round?
With an op, might be difficult.
Oh, he does have an op, but he is going to be the only one C, a different setup for them.
They're going back for the triple walk down towards B.
Out. They're playing super aggro.
This time not with Pogg, though.
Oh, they call it right, fans.
Oh, man.
Leaf has an inkling. He's wondering, he's like, nah, I don't want this right away. He lets the rest of the team make a bit more noise. Not looking just right.
Good sidestep, dude. That was a really good sidestep by King.
God,
he's so good at that extra step. Holy fuck.
Yeah, and all they could do here is hold back towards the tree, hold back towards heaven.
He was about to
give a
get
chance here for
deleted.
Demon One to start rotating over when it's confirmed the plat is coming towards A.
I know. Baby Bay actually is the one that made me aware of his movement.
Backing up here.
Ever since he said some shit to me, like,
remember, you have an
at
operator
VCT,
coming in
I
for
started paying
Demon One. I
attention
wonder
to
if they
it.
even try to switch that out and give him a Vandal that might be hanging around.
Oh, I hit the Omen.
A lot of this is good because they're still waiting for Demon One, so they're not too worried to see that Rolling Thunder just now.
Stairs retake. This is the fight right
That's
here.
about all the util you get for this
fight
round
right
for
here.
both teams, at least on the side of G2, I should
G2
say.
is playing
Lev
backside.
still has that retake, making their way in. Jogamo and the rest of the team have all focused that backside of sight. Phelan basically getting a collide on that one. Demon One still comes in. The operator's big, but is it going to be enough time? Spike goes on pretty fast tick right now, and it's not going to be enough. The defuse going to happen. They know he's on it, and that's going to be the final round for G2. That's going to be Lotus going to G2.
Great finish on this first map, chaotic in the end. But you mentioned the util coming back from the side of Leviathan. They were pretty good, but
that was a goated map, man. Fuck, Lev played so well. Oh, that's so painful, actually.
Best map and putting 10 rounds on top of that with a brand new composition with Demon One back onto a duelist, at least for this map.
It was actually a good try, man.
Quite happy with the result here of the first map.
Absolutely, I think we saw a lot of.
They came out and they brought like such a different energy. They had a Demon One on duelist. They played a good game. Like they had good ideas and good structure. No one did anything fucking dumb.
Right, Lev's just
They
switching big mentality now to duelist on Demon One.
Bro.
So those kind of crazy chaos plays are still throwing him for a loop.
G2 played a great game.
Back at the helm with the IGL. Good reads coming out on defense, finding those gaps.
Dude.
Now it's just trying to make sure they iron out a little bit of that buddy system, but at least they still have a chance here. Looking at the results of this first map, they might have a chance to make it 2-2 so far in their record.
G2 just refused to like roll over and give Lev the map. Like every time Lev did something like really good and had a great round,
don't go anywhere.
G2 would just like immediately squash them. Fuck. Alright, let me see the stats. Jonah had an off game, I guess. I didn't really think about him missing in the fights. The observer didn't really watch him very often. Dude. This thing around. Skin. It's the one we. Demon One played so well. Alan had a map. Oof. Now we go Fracture. What did Lev play last time we saw them on Fracture? Oh, they haven't played that. We won't be seeing that comp. There's no way. Okay. Okay. I see you, Lev. I see you, Lev. You cook something? You cook something to show us, Lev? Wait. They cooked something for us to wait. They cooked us something, chat. They're not giving us something we've already seen before. But wait, G2 hasn't played this shit since... I don't like that. But I guess there's a... When G2 just like hasn't been seen on a map, it's a little... No, that's what I'm saying, Nigel. That's what I'm saying. Like, we can trust on Lev to cook something new. They pick Fracture, and they look that good on Lotus. Like, I trust them to give us a good product here, you know? I have a little bit of faith. It's not a map we saw last week where there's footage. So
it was a close map of Lotus between G2 and Lev and Joshua T. I want to ask you, this is an interesting map selection because there's 2 maps right at the beginning that we haven't seen from Lev. For you as a coach, once you go into the map select, you know what you're going to be playing. How do you prep for maps that you haven't seen from the enemy?
Well, it's hard to prep against, like, if there's no footage of them. We don't even know what comp they're doing, so it's more on us to just look at the comps quickly and identify like what their win conditions are, what they perceive us, what are like weaknesses we think they'll try to abuse and try to counter that.
All right, best of luck, map 2.
Well, and I tell you what, they got thrown for a loop out of that one because Leviathan threw a different look going into map number 1. And yeah, Wyatt, you're a little too far.
As your handler?
That's fine. That's why you guys perfect pairing.
Was looking at a different.
Were you looking at a different sticky on the ground?
Different one on the floor.
Hey everyone, I'm Wyatt, and I'm going to go ahead and do the rest of the segment.
He's a rookie. We're working on it.
Hey, it's good to be back, folks. Boom. All right, let's go ahead and talk about what we just saw there. 13-10, and that was a G2 still looking good on Lotus, but I'm going to say this much, Wyatt. Look, if I'm a Leviathan fan, I'm at least somewhat pleased with the result.
I would say so, and also the people that have been furiously typing about Demon 1 needing to be on Duelist feel probably somewhat vindicated because well, he played really well. They might feel actually a lot vindicated. They didn't win, but he played really well, and that was actually the most rounds that any team has gotten against G2 on Lotus so far this year. So a small victory in and of itself.
It has been something like 850 days since Demon 1 started playing Neon. Yep, 2022 was when we first saw him on that.
Damn!
And we've always seen Demon 1 as like a really aim-heavy duelist. They're not always like a crazy mechanically getting over the place, like really positional, but I think he did a great job. A lot of the rounds for Neon, for Demon 1 on this map look like they often do, right? Create space, get traded, get your team in. But it was great to see him play with a bit of confidence. I feel like we just have not seen it from him. We did not see it from him last year either. At times he was really struggling to generate that. So, and that's why he ended up on the bench, for God's sake. So great to see him here, set up for success because he's got a world-class controller player backing him up now.
Yeah, and that I think is the important thing, right? King's back in the role.
For whom a lot of that game was the top fragger in the server. It was bouncing between these 2 guys until at the very end, Valen decided to just go God mode and close the map out and bring us over to Fracture 1-0. But up until that juncture in the game, those 2 guys, they swapped roles and they played really good, and all the people who thought they should have swapped roles and they would do better, well, they might be right. And that's where we're at.
I was yapping about it before, but like Rossi was like adamant that they had tried everything and nothing worked. So I think they've gone back to this. This is, I think, something that they have tried already this year, and obviously they didn't feel like it worked for them. So I'm glad that they're willing to re-explore this kind of stuff, and that Itapata as a coach is still going to put trust in Demon 1, say, Max, get out there, frag out, let's see if you can roll back the years.
Yeah, well, look, let's see what Coach Itapata has cooked up as we get ready for our next map. Dryad standing by.
I'm here with Itapata ahead of map 2 of Fracture. And in the first one, we saw a change. It was Demon 1 and the Neon going back to the Duelist. Can we expect this in Fracture as well?
Fracture, he has this legendary Brimstone, so it's kind of hard for him to play a Duelist on Fracture, but going into map 3, there's going to be more surprises.
Oh, I'm excited to see it. Best of luck.
Oh, surprise, surprise. Wyatt, get back in the stun. What is going on?
I'm making him look tall for once.
Guys, I'm tall. Yes. Big as hell. Dude, what can I say? Just a big jack boy up front.
Objects in the gym might be larger than they appear.
Definitely. Oh, man. All right. Well, you heard there some surprises from Coach Itapata. We already saw Demon 1 playing Neon, so what other surprises could we see here, Uber?
I mean, I think Fracture's a great map, and hear it from Josh RT as well. It's like we have to react really quickly to what we think they're trying to target from us, right? Because you know, they're the ones, obviously, like, you know, Leviathan, who have to think about. They're the ones that the onus is on them, rather, is to come up with a strategy to sort of take on G2. But looking back at this, man, like, it's tight. G2 don't look to be there, like, at their supremacy level. They're being tested. You also heard them on the comms. They're chirping about getting copied. They're annoyed that Leviathan is actually emulating some of their set strats and moments, so much so that they're getting a little bit, you know, a bit sassy about it in the comms.
Yeah, that can be
Off
something
my
that
flow,
annoys,
word for word, bar for bar, chat.
Exactly. Yeah, and you know what?
The Soldier Boy,
I think
bro.
that if anything,
G2
it
went
should
full
also be
Soldier
if
Boy
you're
right
G2
there.
in that situation-wide, you should probably be feeling pretty darn good.
Three duelist
We're
fracture would go
copying us.
wild.
They're looking to steal our strategies.
Are we going to copy for this next map?
Well, who knows?
The real ones will remember the TSM triple duelist split. Real ones know that they found the meta years ago.
Their strats when it's annoying as hell.
Yeah,
Copying all my stuff.
I mean, you're going to get 90 pages of notes about Icebox and where it is in the world, so that's why we don't do that.
But you know what, though? I really do want to see what these surprises are going to be. You know?
I mean, we're headed to Fracture, which is Lev's pick, which they haven't.
Maybe Demon 1 more Neon, Demon 1?
Totally possible. Neon's great on that map, and they're going up against G2. Last time they played Fracture, it was against G2, and they lost. But that, again, that was pre-Rossi, different era of this Lev team that, hey, today they were coming out kind of hot. So listen, I'm not going to go overboard, but there's a chance they could take this for sure.
I want to see defense side pops from Leviathan. I want to see like some aggression, A halls, B tree, like push up here and maybe try and take G2 off guard, because you have to force an error from these guys.
Yeah.
They're not going to make one on their own.
Yeah, well, you have an opportunity, Leviathan. You got close in map 1. Can you seal the deal in map 2 and force that third map in this series? Let's find out after this short break. We'll be right back.
It was so fucking close. Yeah, there was like no point in the game where Lev like rolled over, you know? There was never a stretch where you were like, man, I felt like they were fucked, I'm not gonna lie. But there was never a moment where like G2 absolutely ran away with the game. Lev was like going blow for blow with them the whole time.
Welcome back. We're back. You're back. It's great to be back because we got more games on the schedule right now. It is game 2 here as we head into the map. It is going to be Fracture, and I'm excited for this one. Both maps, both teams have kind of stayed away from this map for the stage, so it'll be interesting to see them on it.
Last time they played against each other was actually during kickoff. I think it was the upper semifinals where it was a victory for G2.
Right.
It was a 13-9, but this was, you know, an era that Wyatt mentioned before. It's with the tank playing on a raise, which is why it's going to be interesting actually going into this matchup, because you know, the last time they played the comp, Tom was also on a Silva, right? Playing the good old EG comp in the past.
Yeah.
But now with a change going into, okay, wait, hold on. Before I talk about Leviathan, let's look at G2, because now they have a Waylay on this map as well. So a change coming out for G2 on Fracture 2 And instead of
liking our chances right now, Job.
He's going back onto a Cypher. So maybe they're finding a lot more value on just trying to leverage the Waylay into the
Someone in the chat literally said aw. Someone in the chat literally said aw. There's no way. Did you guys hear that?
King is going into a Neon, and hell, I don't even know when was the last time King played a Neon. Maybe like a Neon meta back into last year, but
it's a great question. It's there on his list, but we just couldn't find the game in time. So you're like, okay. Yeah, this should be an interesting one. And like you said, Jogg's Waylay, that's going to be crazy for getting up into the Heaven area, trying to get tower down, and really how they can start affecting the sites.
And the thing that's good for G2 is in the past when they had good executes on Fracture, you would sometimes have Joggimo going on these satchels, plant for the spike, and then go for the...
Oh, I wasn't looking for Nyx that time. I'm so locked in on this game right now, shit.
That could still be
not the 100 Thieves game is over.
As the action starts on the top of our
I can enjoy Valorant again, you know?
Finds a safety between the salvos up towards his
nice trade, nice trade.
It's going to be a rush into sight. Frenzy tries to be the power, but Classics are going
they quick flood.
King here as G2 is able to shut down a lot, and they go Classics almost across the board. I think Leaf's the only one who did buy, going short.
Yeah, they made the Classic
that
great notes there.
And what teamwork here for a shutdown at B. Just one last player in Rossi, and this shouldn't be too tough to be able to collect pistol round.
Yeah. Even had like the opportunity to go for spam kills, which is why he's going for this ghost and a trip.
Yeah.
But overall, I mean, you saw Leviathan trying to sell this fake towards the top of the arcade side, pushing a lot of players through towards the front B. But G2 did not have that many.
Bro just wanted that orb.
Arcade. It was literally only
He's going to get the A orb, isn't he? This mad lad is farming.
And Jonah P were just really nice on the
Bro's playing
setup.
fucking 40 chess right now,
What else do you
chat.
have to do? Go shopping.
Yep.
You won't go get the dish one. Yeah, you're gonna fucking not be able to die. No.
Do it. Little OD to T1-2 with the classic.
Bro needs to go die.
Left. He just wants to make sure that at least he gives his life away. He doesn't want to survive with only 1,000 credits. So stopping back towards the A site.
My goat. We're getting value out here.
Trying to take down one with them, but it's Jonah P. Clean kill.
We're getting straight value.
A very nice pistol.
What's their second idea? I wonder if they play basically offense from defense when Jogama on the waylay. At least from one extremity all the time, right? We see him taking towards satellite now.
But he was on T1, to be fair.
How much trouble is he going to be causing? Oh, full check in the safe plant. It's good teamwork, just looking the wrong way.
Demon 1's whiffing. That's not my champ's MVP.
That's not my champ's MVP.
Lives are good in both camps, but
yeah.
Seeing here, we're starting things off with a
Marshall,
in the hands of Jogma covering that dish. But Leviathan looking to explode towards this B site. A setup of a 4-1 for G2 with Leaf playing it solo on the top here.
Ooh, he spotted him.
Jogma's already on the run with the Marshall over towards the top side of the map. Site's getting hit right now, and that's going to be G2 in just about the same spots. Dropping just about the same members of Leviathan. And they won't even give Jog time to rotate a shutdown in B as there was a rush from Lev.
Yeah, decent power, decent damage, sorry, being done here for Leviathan, but still no plants coming through.
What buys can they get? A Bucky, a Marshall.
Yeah, just staying around the bonus here, and maybe the Bucky for Leafs, and maybe he's going to be the one.
G2's buys kind of shit, huh?
Defense, and Jogma could actually add a little bit more pressure around the double.
Right, tree hit.
Jog has so much money being able to just carry
Cam will hear early if they make any sound.
The rounds to come. Economy
If
wise,
the waylay
and strat
peeking
wise.
this. I'm excited to see what John does right now.
We're talking side and big damage to come across. Should be an open. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say should have been an open site for Leviathan to take.
Man, Jaw's that guy that literally like plays the new agent, uses no abilities, gets an ace, and is like, "Oh, Waylay's fucking crazy, y'all." And the clip is like literally him just one-shotting everyone using no abilities.
Shields on the side of Leviathan, anticipating potentially an upgrade
It's
on
like,
Outlaw. So it was smart for them to do that, but
yeah,
unfortunately, still couldn't get the nice opening into the B site plant.
And that first salvo from Com is gone, so they can either wait for signature or
fucking,
just use Rossi's.
he actually is clean though with pretty much all the duelists.
Great crosshairs, so
it's just
kind of tough to waltz in there dry.
I wanted to see him do something wild.
They will choose the lower number site, the softer one, so credit to them there for the opportunity, but it's going to be a lot to get.
And he will. He will.
Who's this focus?
They definitely have a plant trap for top A with this character.
I don't think they need to tap this orb.
Yeah, they don't. You're right.
There's no time left. You don't want to let the players know that you're moving in towards the A site for the contact. So smoke's going to go down. They actually use their util to potentially break Cypher trips if they were close towards that side. So clean entry towards the end for Leviathan, but here already comes G2. In the extremities, double up towards the sand, couple towards the spawn.
Molly here, but this is a big fight. G2 will fight for alls.
Post-plant Molly on that one, so they have to
big
play
fight.
kills right now.
Oh no.
Factor one kill from behind, but they come through the door. Oh, refract to the same spot, and still a kill coming in. Demon 1 with 3 on the round, but it's about Tex now.
Trent playing life, jump spotting.
And he's going to have to play this 1v2 perfectly. Very healthy members on the side of G2.
Close to trade.
Oh, not created.
Fuck.
Decision after seeing both members, and Valen picks up his own hat trick on this one to get the round.
Yeah, quite interesting on the side of Leviathan, though, when they're trying to play on the outside, and I don't even know it's potentially to play post-plant utility, because the plat was in a very weird spot, at least on the side of Lev. So then after that, when Tex is on a 1 versus 2, he's still got 2 Razor Vines under him. They're not using it to stalling more towards sand, so...
What?
A bit of miscause potentially.
God, the Marshall is fucking goofy as hell, man.
Yeah, it looked pretty questionable with the way that we refracted there for Dogma, but it was just allowing Valen to come through and guarantee that trade towards the end, so...
Anything to buy time.
Exactly. something that G2's really good with in terms of being able to trade after each other.
Just fucking no-scoping and shit, like spamming.
Right now, Brian, to start off our second map.
Fuck.
Ross, or King rather, just gets the eye of somebody on the other side. So they don't
Yeah, it's like the best version of the CS Scout, right? That's literally what you're cooking.
Could get awkward.
If the Marshall was on Scout's knives, the knives would be fucked.
Here. So if the drone could spot somebody, they're probably going to Rolling Thunder around that and try to get an entry, but site's clear. So save it for a potential delay on the pulse plan. King's already low HP as they're trying to go for a plant.
Spammed out. Perfect spam by Trent there, just to the right, knowing where they could escape from. Waylay already behind here. And
pretty much made them
that
go
sheer
there.
Vice wall before he moves.
It's pretty crazy. The Brim ult probably come on with salvos.
So much patience right now as G2 get into position. 2 just on the extremities. Jaw trying to push past. He gets one, but he's cleaned up.
Guy's using every broken gun in the game.
Rather still the fight there will finally be found by Rossi. 12 HP. G2 is doing such a good job at leaving Leviathan nothing here at the end of these rounds.
Wait.
Almost. Had the right play, get out of that situation and try to turn around for the kill, but too much teamwork, too much crossfire, too much G2 as they grab 4 rounds now. Starting off Fracture, a much different story than our first map.
Almost felt though that Rossi was going to have a highlight reel there with that 1 versus 3. But some great discipline towards the end on that 2 versus 1. Just not trying to go for the full swing, trying to see if Rossi is going to take the
But we're not
peak.
watching our GOAT.
And then once they go for the 3-2-1, they are able to do.
Of course, Austin would have done that and probably won the round and then won the game.
Will not get thrifted or anything, and Leviathan is able to save the Rolling Thunder into this round because.
Oh yeah, it's actually already predetermined. No matter what, we place in first every time.
This time, Jongmo trying to move down with a refract available. Very similar ways to how you could play with, for example, the cryo chamber, for example.
Big first blood.
Looks like he didn't pay attention to that corner. Tex is able to take him down early.
Oh no.
Valen answering though.
Good bait from the Neon.
Nice arcade teamwork. They're still gonna have to get through these trips.
No stall smoke here on lane is big. No stall smoke on tree. They're double flanking though.
That's gonna be
This guy's trying to draw pressure, like draw attention for this double flank.
Figuring he was missing his target.
Now he's gonna wait. He's gonna let them
Try
contact.
to retake again. A lot of tower control here from Leviathan.
So these guys will contact right here. He's looking for like a cringe fight.
Huge survivability with Rossi being able to make it out alive as that Rolling Thunder is still available. This might guarantee the round now for Leviathan to score up on Fracture.
They need the 1. They have to stop the bleeding right now. The G2's traded with these 4 rounds. King with a nice kill to stop that re-entry, and they're definitely going to have the numbers to do it. Leaf gets taken down by
Big round by
Tex.
Tex.
3K for him, and we start it off now as Leviathan start to inch their way back in here on Fracture.
A very nice punish coming out from Tex in the very beginning by just hugging that wall on the side of the tree. So you think you had the line the whole time, but because you're holding a rifle, because you're holding a... What was it, the Outlaw that was probably still available there for Jogimo? It sticks out easy for Tex, just get the wall bang kill, and that allows here for Leviathan to just tempo up very quickly.
Damn,
towards the side plant.
Ian, heat up, my boy. Let's go.
So now he's happy. Now he's saying, you actually lived once. Now there's like levels to it. He's just building Tex up, and he's going to be Super Saiyan by the end of the game. Rossi just kind of bringing in the vibes with a little bit of the cook.
Locating chaotic right here.
Oh, got the breach.
Yeah, he saw 1, so you know there's going to be more on the other side. Ultimate comes through. A little bit of slow motion gameplay.
Great counter Brim ult by Demon 1. Fucking great counter Brim ult by Demon 1.
You love to see it.
Oh my god, that was so well played by him.
Strike with the salvos just to isolate and split out the push. Attempted by G2.
Whew.
Even though they're the convergence path from
G2 is about to run them down like dogs without that ult.
It did hit the other 2, and it was an easy kill towards the end. So another player advantage coming out for Leviathan with Jogimo falling first on the side of G2.
And they take all that convergence path space too. So this should be a really well-known strat hit. Not much that 2 players can do versus the full team of Lev, but we will see on the entry. Oh, yeah, Steel Guard says, thank you very much for the weaponry. Your arsenal's gone. And Lev should be able to get into this one fairly easy.
Yeah. Unless there's going to be some trips activated and try to get
the shit,
but
what?
By G2 here through the smoke.
God damn, that was fast.
Oh, does he find it? Tuck his toes in. Gonna be good in the corner there. Rossi stays alive, and I don't know if they're gonna think about that spot right away. Yeah, Trent's got his eyes on it. From the right side, King is in the trade with Trent. And now G2 are trying to get the last bit of footing they need to get themselves onto the spike. Two players inside
Rossi has ult.
Now.
Off spike, not even half.
Here from Rossi. Should he go down? Should he stay up?
That's gonna take a while to get to the spike too.
Think about it all.
Yeah, you
Both
see
hit.
Kcorp staying all the way back here. He should have the salvos, and indeed he will.
Now they know.
But Rossi just fell.
Time.
The salvo has let him know where he's
No,
coming
wide swing
from.
with
One
Stim,
low
3-2.
Trent, one health Valen. It could be the other way. The low players on the defuse. And Valen goes down. That's going to be it on the round. Nicely done by Com to steal this one away from the grasp of G2 as they were on the defuse.
The confidence for Com as well, not to go for the full swing after dropping the first player.
So big.
That is, once again, a champion's mindset. Just reading that his opponent was only going to stick it at half, and he'll try to go for at least a trade on the side of G2, and not going for the full swing.
What a shot right there on Valen, man. That was a nice shot.
Just drags it out. Even hides in the corner. Guarantees around off time.
A nice Red Bull clutch and a very much needed clutch here for the side of Leviathan.
Okay, they broke their econ shot.
As well. Outlaw protects here as they still want to get somewhat of a low buy. And no, there's going to be low armor on the side of G2 so they can start to stack a bit of economy. Thinking about everything.
Ooh, this is
as they
scary.
start
They're
this round
walking up.
By 2.
Yeah, they're just trying to go for a fault line here.
How good does it work? How good does it work? Oh, John can't connect the next one as Rossi answered back quick as well.
Now we're motherfucker, bro.
They have answers for everything here.
Good
Everybody's
trades.
raising their hand to get into the mix.
Oh
Jonah's
my
now going
God.
to trade everything on the north side of the map as they keep fighting.
Oh my god.
That's a Stinger ADS with that kill.
A weird round coming through. And Tex is like, well, I guess we got to go to where the party is. So he goes towards the top side of the map as well.
Thankfully, it's an outlaw.
Yeah.
It's a one tap on these players.
One.
Oh.
He didn't take too much damage either.
Wait
He
a
won't
second.
have regen.
We've got the best gun possible for this.
They destroy his line through the
Wait,
gate.
just wait. Just.
Yeah, this is only kind of dictating what he's going to do. Tough to peek out of that smoke as they've already encroached up far enough. And a thrifty for G2. One of their specialties here.
I mean, that's a crazy round by G2. You see, at least
Bro,
from the beginning,
every time, literally every single time, Lev was like, oh god, they're pushing dish. Some guy would flank arcade. They'd be like, oh god, they're flanking arcade. So then all focus arcade, and then they would die to the dish push. It was like literally a fucking cartoon. It was like every time.
It was backstabs onto Leviathan. You definitely see the frustration coming out from Com. The rest of the team for Leviathan being played into the round. And as we talk about the round, there's already salvos coming out here, at least at the beginning, to try to stop an aggression out of Leviathan from the south side towards tree.
Yeah, it felt like that.
Used on the side of G2.
Cypher set up on A.
Leviathan will stop and go in a different spot, still staying back towards that spawn. But you also notice an operator out this time around for Joggimo.
Yeah.
Holding out towards the arcade.
It's got the back watch there by Trent. They should be okay for the situation.
I'm a little worried.
A little bit of a fake towards A.
I'm a little worried right now.
They're waiting for it though for Lev.
Yeah.
Trent is so ready underneath.
The avalanche
already.
is coming, chap.
Encroach into arcade and take the space. Okay, Demon
Unless
Sheriff on Brim.
our champ's MVP.
Now they know there's an op on the board. Yeah, they leave.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
It's tough though, because you still need to get out of there. Yes, you upgraded into a Vandal, but you're now moving into full setup of Leaf.
Oh man.
Trip towards the front, a cage, a camera to look towards main as well, and that's the first contact. And it's a one-way cage too.
I mentioned this before. G2 always happy to leave Leaf to his own devices here.
Oh my.
Let him play aggressive.
The
let him
breach
play for the
ult
one,
barely doesn't
possibly
get
the
to
two.
him.
We're going to start the action now as he's just waiting,
Oh my
surrounded by
God,
players.
dude.
That's going to be the first one. The second one for Leaf, looking for a third. Knows he's not, is underneath due to the audio. And it's just a quick 1, 2, 3. He makes it look so easy.
And the communication around G2. Just to make sure that
Top A
Jonah
site,
Rolling
huh?
Thunder gets enough distance.
I bet they
to
thought
actually
Leaf was
smother
tree.
towards the front of the site and not affect Leaf. So you get the easiest 3K ever. Even one of them got launched into the first trip.
Yep.
Very, very nice teamwork towards the end on the side of G2.
They're so mad about that, bro.
Look at that. Josh is like, yep, another day at the office. This is what we practiced. Everything's going according to plan. 6-2, night and day here from what we had on our first map. And it looks like we're getting that Lev timeout to see if they can bring it back to even.
so far it's been pretty decent here for the side of Leviathan, staying as a group, but they are wasting a little bit too much of that time before they try to go for some sort of an exec. I'd like to see if they would try to insert some players a little bit more, try to manipulate. You have 4 quadrants to work with here. You might have to add a little bit more responsibility onto Tex here to lurk around towards the towards anywhere actually to cut the rotates.
I mean, they're trying.
So they can activate on the rest here for Leviathan.
It's right there, chat. They were going underpass to reverse clear B. Where we at? Like in the early round, I'm pretty sure, yeah, they're going to reverse clear B to get the 3rd quadrant. So get this one, and then the last one will be arcade.
Leviathan should be ready for those type of things. Then.
They're trying.
It's going to be fairly basic at the very beginning on the side of the defense.
Uh-oh.
Operator again.
Hinder.
Decides to keep.
Fault line through. Teo missiles. Brim is here, which means Brim can...
Eats that, but still has protection. Actually hasn't thrown down the ability, so it could get very dangerous down here. He tries to dash out, gets locked up again.
Okay.
A lot of damage to King.
They absorbed that well.
Situation.
The neon wall went up.
Great. Dude, they've absorbed all the bullshit now. They're through all the bullshit. They just need to drop smokes and hit site.
Forcing themselves in that fight for a bit, kind of bumping into each other, walking out there as they're refracted. Not a problem, but you see what kind of chaos they try to create and play with.
Quick, like, test the water slash from G2.
See if that damage sticks for King and becomes a big problem.
Prodding both extremities at the same
still
time.
Still just leave on his own. You expect him to do big things still.
This will not be cleared well. I'm terrified. This is not going to be cleared well. They won't expect this.
Sticks gun out.
Holy fuck.
She went for the peek, and that's
He's so back.
They try to get the site. Whoa, Trent.
This guy's locked in if he's expecting that beat.
Be up another player.
My go planning that.
The Armageddon goes down, looking to displace and do a little bit of damage, but again, nobody can play off of that. So maybe a little early as we still have the rotation coming around.
Now will be tough for G2 to retake. They have to activate fairly quick.
Ooh.
I feel like that
shot.
Slowing down Jog just a little bit from the action we
3v3.
usually see.
Calm ult.
But it's not a bad purchase for them still.
Great Thorns.
Go down to slow down things behind. They're just waiting for Valen. All of this stall going down, Vance.
Yeah, salvos are up now. Tap it right away.
Good lord.
Jump spot, you know nobody's on that.
Dude.
I mean, how do you play this round?
Pulling your hair out if you're trying to get a spike diffuse down right now. Jonah P could be going down to this. They want to get the operator and get out still. You're going to try to give that to Jog, and they will successfully save it for the next round as Lev pick up another one, and the timeout clicks.
All right.
Good classic Valorant round.
Rossi one off of ult. Demon one off of ult. Valen has ult. I'm a little worried about like breach stun Brim combo.
That said, though, I gotta respect King sliding out there. We mentioned he was low HP.
Or hinder Brim ult combo, obviously.
As he slides down by Trent. At least a util's around. He gets the
like
information with the
G2 definitely is good, especially Valen's.
I'm a little concerned how we didn't remember what the timeout happened, but it's okay. We won the round.
That they're able to get into the site and get a nice little fight there, and that forces the timeout this time around from the side of Josh RT's camp.
I'm sure they're gonna have some kind of like weird fault line.
I think maybe one too many chances.
Waylay hinder
into the mix here
into like some weird Brim ult.
Losing a bit of HP on one peak. You know, going in front of each other without waiting for util, and they just
because you could fucking destroy. Imagine like I could cook something up so quick right now because you could go into Fracture and bust out their comp, and so like you could have your breach just ready to like drop a stun, obviously like anywhere. The breach probably be floating. But if they had like a hinder lineup, that's the thing is, do they have like a hinder lineup from some weird spot that I'm just not aware of? Holy fuck, bro. They can even spot with a waylay dash. Oh, they're going to fucking cook someone right now with this ult.
This util and also how fast the Neon could be. King could maybe look for
I have a lot of faith in this Brim ult right now. If I know G2, they are fucking cooking right now.
Initiator site for G2. It's going to feel great to get in here at first. And
all
they're
right,
going to
they're
know it,
asking
right? They
for
would expect
Brim
a fault
smoke.
line by now, so they know a bit of the positioning on the map right off the bat.
Oh shit.
Okay,
Deep trip.
Already playing off the trip.
So it won't get broken.
Last time it's Joggamo with the op on that line. Over towards Satellite and Leaf playing safe now. Rolling Thunder goes out, give everybody a little bit of space.
What?
Able to split that one and get between the shot of Joggamo. Hello.
Oh my god.
Demon 1 and Calm. Masterclass in the crossfire as all of G2 try to get out the smokes and retake site.
Oh, that's just unfortunate. But now let's see if Trent can try to get this one.
Dude, they are actually fucking standing up to G2 right now.
No go.
Oh.
This is a fucking movie right now. This is a matchup.
When those trips were placed by Leaf in the first place, he got a beautiful one onto King.
That was an insane shot by Rossi.
But then after that, because that trip was actually a little bit more
Holy
inside
fuck,
that site,
bro.
remember, it was just around here more towards than on that barrier where it is. Then the players just played behind on the attack side. You saw Calm just playing behind that trip.
Oh yeah, the trip's right there.
Ends up being a beautiful, easy crossfire setup towards the end.
Yeah.
Vex, I give you this. I never do this.
You blew my kiss or
Sounds
what?
like it was a chef's kiss.
Blowing kisses to Max. That's good. Demon 1, that is. As Rossi is very pleased with in that situation. And now, the rest of G2 going to be B and
Alright, they're pushing
A
arcade.
split.
Good timing, good
members of
timing. They're
Left here, they've been
contact
doing
walking
this
too,
five-ball
not
style
an
now
exec
the
chat.
past few rounds,
Not
and all
an
that util,
exec.
all the power
G2
together
can't
paying
read it
off.
yet.
Yeah, it's working
They
out
have
for
no
sure.
idea yet.
And
No
they're
smokes
using it
down.
with the,
Nothing. No
combination
noise.
of
No
cycling
scan
ult
util.
with it. So now
Oh,
G2
that what a
has
fucking.
his
Oh
ult
my god,
site.
G2 thinks they're
All the
stalling
way
him out.
back towards
Perfect
the
time
front
to
of the B
smoke.
site, while
Oh
the
my
rest of them
god.
are for the execute. So they're
Lever.
making
Lever
sure
fucking
here that
cooking
they're
right
playing
now.
the pulse plan to their advantage for Leviathan with this.
They're not literally calling cookie cutter strats off of a fucking sheet. They're playing the round.
He's actually putting himself between them and the
No.
play. Oh, the timing for Demon 1 to smoke. He gets one wade by
He
Valen.
wanted to smoke this. This is his smoke. He died for this shit.
1, 2 for the King. Almost the third one, but Joggamo was
My
able to
goat
get
died
the
for
shot.
this
He comes
smoke.
out
You
of
guys
the
better
Vex
win
is
because of
there
it.
to help as Leaf finds the shot on his 6. What's going to happen with the 2v2 in sight? There is a good amount of util. Yep, after shot salvos. Try to touch that spike, and you are going to get fried. Joggamo wants to tell a different story, though. Leaf tries to get in just on the edge of it, and it's a Red Bull clutch coming in for the side.
They are playing so
thing
well.
Again, the composition you're throwing out here, this is something that, you know, Leviathan will have to deal with as well once they take the defensive side after this round. But you have to activate a little bit more quickly. Such good delays coming out on the side of Leviathan. Those smokes that came out towards the arcade, playing towards the back of the boxes at arcade, just making sure that they're wasting as much time as possible, rather. And that's twice now that G2 falls into these pulse plan scenarios where they don't act quick enough. And look,
Lev versus NRG week 5 is going to be the greatest thing of all time. Is it not? It's going to determine who makes playoffs.
To arcade, they got their quarters ready.
It's going to be amazing.
Who's next? They are going for tower and going through that lane play again. Ooh, little hot foot. Oh my gosh. Every single alt as it should be used here in the last round of the first half. Creating chaos on the site. Shorty.
That's
it's going to be a better one from Valen, but traded by the rest of the team.
Ooh, Tex!
Continues forward, though.
3v3.
They are backing up to reset, figure out what they have left to throw into the site. 2 seconds for a fault line here from Jonah, so they're just timing it out, getting the signatures up.
Yeah, I dare someone to peek T1 right now.
Be ready for
I dare someone to fucking peek this guy right now.
Kill anybody that comes flying through,
I fucking warned you guys. I knew it. No, no, my goat. The new character broke.
The Bulldog here doing so much work for him on this play. Who will he be able to take out next?
The mind games for these two players.
Oh, he's got the missiles.
Going to half for sure. Tom just played one of these.
This guy's 16-5.
On it.
Since
Tejo
when?
versus Tejo. Where's the diff going to come from? Oh, he goes for the defuse. He holds it. Tom tried to show the tip of his gun in the corner, but it didn't come out. Trent is not phased. And a 7-5 for G2.
That was a fool me once there for Trent before. The last time on a 1v1, Trent got off the
16-5
and make sure here that G2
best Teo in our
able to take the lead
region.
in this half with a 7-5
Stuck
scoreline.
that
was
against
very nice for
Calm
both of these teams once
on the
again.
other side.
Saw some very
That's
good
why
value.
he did. Like,
Towards the
bro,
tail end of that first
he
half,
knew.
since those
Calm
timeouts.
thought he would
G2 a
never
lot
stick
of
that.
control here going
There's
into
no
the
way.
map, but Lev did
Like,
show us that they can come back. We're gonna take a
someone
quick
as
break
good
and
as
see
Trent
who
sticking that in that
this series
scenario,
out,
like,
or are we going to a map
wow. That's like a mind game. Trent knew that Calm didn't want the fucking smoke, probably. Like, peeking that angle in that scenario, like, there's no fucking way this guy's gonna peek me right now. There's no fucking way. Honestly, like, 16-5, yeah. He's having a fucking game. Would he go peek? He'd probably just be entering arcade. Probably. I hope Spencer's in here right now. I just want map 3, man. The series is so good. It's actually a really, really good series.
Valorant. That's what we got for
I feel bad for Lev. I really do.
Everything's about to get back into the game now.
They picked a bad day
We got a great
to play
two
this
maps so
good.
far between these two teams.
Right?
Let's say a map and a
It's
half
the
as we are
worst
getting
day
into the second half
to
of
play
map
this good.
2.
Fuck.
Fracture here picked by Leviathan and a 7-5 start for G2. Now they get onto attack side. We were seeing Jogamo with the operator on defense, so I kind of feel like it tempered his waylay. We weren't seeing a lot of the refracts. We weren't seeing a lot of the hype plays, but now on attack, I think we'll get the spice, Vance.
Oh, for sure. I think, again, the approach you have for G2 on the first hand is trying to use that waylay like the chamber, as I mentioned before. Trying to get the refract in a good spot, trying to force out a quadrant. I mean, you are playing 4 different positions around the map. So you kind of have to like lock it down at least for one instead of trying to go for as many gamble trap plays as possible around this Taeho, Breach, and Waylay. And again, Leviathan might be facing very similar issues now in the second half.
I think it was a teammate of mine for like
quite
years.
well with the Waylay into the site executions and still plays some very good pulse plant utility.
Oh my god.
Heidi time.
Oh, I got two.
2 and all that info that there's a third there. They were playing a 3-1-1
It's okay, they're going into the
around the map, so that could have been
Spotting
very
the
dangerous.
jump spot
So
though is not cool.
Dash in. Hello, I'm Waylay. Down. You can't do too much when your crosshair is that broken. He does get himself righted, but the fight
2v2.
still going the way now, I'd say, of G2, knowing they can get these 2 members pinned down and try to get the kill.
Yeah, but Tex did a great job delaying so much.
Bro.
Now the other smoke comes through, but
Why is
really
this
know
thing
where
getting
Team One
value?
is at. Thankfully, the camera is gonna.
Why does
seal
this
the
guys
deal.
get value
You
out
got
of
the
every
spike,
piece of fucking
move it
utility?
together here into the A site for a plant.
Got 1 smoke to work. Give
30
himself an
seconds
angle
left.
that he does want. Create a little bit of cover. He knows it's not planted, so he's got a lot of time to work with here. He's got the ghost. Really helping to pin down some of these shots from the medium range. I like this. First smoke allows him to basically peek up top.
He's gonna go in the smoke, isn't
on
he?
that hallway, but it's gonna cut off his angle as he moves in.
Oh my god, he read that?
Patience from Demon 1. Rising again here to the occasion. Leaf now on the other side.
I trust him in this fight, but it's Leaf.
2 players.
Leaf don't miss,
with
bro.
So much confidence in this situation. Beautiful positioning
fuck.
here.
He's giving Leaf too much credit because it's not planted for
main.
main.
Here, looking all around half at this point, and you got to know where Leaf is coming from. He didn't see him. Leaf does come from main, and it's Leaf again in the clutch situation, taking a quick pick of himself in the victory pose.
God,
Very
Leaf
nicely
played that
done by Leaf
well.
towards the end, but I love the scaling that Demon 1 did, trying to isolate as much as he could. That smoke towards that left, you mentioned it, and only trying to clear out towards that drop. But understanding that with the smoke...
Demon 1 never thought he would be like deep A main like that with that plant. He thought for sure that because it's G2 they would play together, and that they're be a reason. Like, he gave them too much credit, which is something you'll see a lot when you watch G2 play, because they always play disciplined and in like high lows and together for the trade. So if you see a round like that where someone breaks the system, it almost like breaks the OG's brain. Like, they don't know where the fight is.
This time around with
they can't even wrap their head around the fact that like they're not playing together.
Stack is going to be, which is why the drone is clear out towards the sands.
Like, I totally get why D1 looked like that.
Quick sands rush, smokes are down. Super easy run in. Yeah, they should be able to get this down. Just a low buy for Lev, so you're not.
Yeah, exactly. It's like Ospas Aura with the team. I've seen it with the Trellis and CS.
We are seeing that aggression from G2. A little bit more with Dogma on the attack. It's done. Good classic kill. Okay, it's getting a little scrappy. Getting a little money here over in Sands.
What the fuck is going on here?
This is interesting now. 2 Bulldogs going in versus the Spectre Bulldog.
Where are rechargeables at right now? Are they close?
I feel like they can get back into this one.
This is super close.
Just have the aftershock. That's about it from Rossi. They clear it and disperse.
Yeah.
Valen,
All good.
Great headshot placement. If he gets Rossi first, this is all but over.
Last player standing.
Find out in the open too. Hard to do.
Yeah. Oh my God!
No time.
Wait, close.
No.
Wait, he's got it, I think.
It was very close. Oh, he gets it 30.32.
Oh, wall bang from the Ghost in the end from Tex.
What?
Yes, he looked really good and muddy on the side of Leviathan to get those kills, but it didn't have any of these salvos.
Oh my God, we needed that, chat. We needed that. I'm so glad my pick'ems didn't submit.
Tex finding the last player. And he went
I'm just rooting for a banger now.
Finds his demise instead because of that. And Leviathan's able to get a very
what the fuck?
Crazy stuff. So G2 taking Lev's second rounds. Lev now taking G2's second rounds with a thrifty.
All right, Taylor to Arcade.
Back and forth from
That's an attack smoke right here.
This stage.
Just to get space for the drone. Immediate counter smoke.
On the duelist and switching back to that
counter smoke by Demon 1.
Does not seem to be rocking the boat here from the momentum today.
This guy's trying to make a lot of fake pressure. So he's going to take a huge risk.
Yeah, for sure.
That's the info.
That is such a tough spot to play right after. There's no util to help him out.
Nope. A big tough one there.
Drone.
Already the rotation coming in here.
Shot King.
Nice
Stun this shit. Stun this shit.
Focus on the drone for Jonah P. Oh.
I think King stunned it. Yeah, he did stun it.
Okay. Someone help this. Somebody trade King.
No.
Oh, never mind.
No, we stunned it. We got to clear it,
I feel like
boys.
Leaf was just sitting in the corner giving you the shh emo. He's like, I can't peek. Okay, now I can peek. It was all planned. It was all a ruse. And G2 just slaughtered the last few members there of Lev as they come through a main. Some weapons all around, but still a lower buy for Lev here as we move into the next round.
Yeah.
It's fucking fiery squad, man. Demon 1 smokes are coming down quick though, chat. I'm trying to draw attention to like how quick his util's coming out, like the Brim ult round. I pointed out like this counter smoke here just now, and then we saw that one falling. Pretty much the second Tex saw that. That's what fell.
By Leviathan in a previous round, and that resets everything all across the board. Everything's back to normal.
He is playing really well.
Leviathan's on a lower buy, trying to be a little bit more proactive around these stingers. And
I'm just trying to make the narrative not so fucking negative, because it's been so negative, and he's playing a good game here.
About them so much, and when you're never feeling that they are going to completely lose, is that they can adapt whatever protocol is hitting them. It may be a few rounds, and then they're back in it, right? They're kind of mixing in the economy, and they're not letting their opponent get too far ahead of them. However, Tex starts to put his name on this round with a few heads of G2.
Great punishment being done, but the ult, everybody got away from it, so still rifles available.
Stimmy
for this side of G2.
Off a Demon 1, Stimmy, but still it's going to be Jonah P with that Vandal coming through. King was just about to take his position there in the tower to give some assistance to the team. The Stingers and that Vandal to come through, but Leaf using his gate just for the right positioning, does realize
Calm always coming from behind, bro.
Calm on the Stinger, and there's a few gun upgrades as well.
Calm has the ult now. Let's go.
Armageddon now online for Lev.
Yeah, that was a nice.
Calm with ult is like.
That wall coming up right at the default spot.
At least we can maybe get something good.
See if they can flush and flat.
Unfortunately, they have Rolling Thunder.
In that spot, your run salvos guarantees the kill.
And
no matter what, though, it was a ball that was trying to get baited out by Valen, and he still gets punished for it. And then Tex also punishes Jongno, trying to go for the trade right after. And that really allowed here Leviathan to fight back in that round and break the econ for G2 in the next. But with that wall coming up that early, and then spotted by G2, that's definitely going to be something they're going to think about in their future rounds. They're going to try to plant towards this B site if they notice once again that Tex is set up towards B.
Okay. This is a plant shot. The Waylay is going to dive on top site. They're going to play so cringe shot. They have all of the cringe ults. Oh, we're fucked. If he plants this spike, we're fucked.
So this could get very spicy.
Don't let him plant. Don't let him plant, King. No, no, no. It's over.
King with the full spray, and he gets penalized for it. Demon 1 now answers, and they're going to have a bit of site control.
Wait, we ruined their lineups.
More than awkward.
No, we didn't.
There. We
Not
see
yet.
the aftershock placement now.
Oh, wait.
See what the strategy
We did ruin their lineups.
Molly misses, but they can't cross out of that.
All right. One Rolling Thunder goes out.
Can we make it? Run!
The orbital strike. You got basically everything from G2 to just toss and juggle Leviathan in the air here. Tex is still trying to make a case for winning.
These guys are so cringe, bro.
Oh, the defuse is going to come through.
Holy fuck! They did it! Holy shit, they got through both of the initiator ults. Oh my god, they made it through that round.
So many ults on both ends. There's chaos through smoke, and people are actually fighting through the smoke as well, where you're trying to stop players trying to go for the defuse.
It's because Calm broke all their lineups with his tail ult. He hit them out of their places.
But you can still Waylay dash on the top to go for
Larry couldn't line up.
So many ults to work with for the pulse plant, and Leviathan understood that. And they're on a different tempo versus G2. They're like, okay, well, there's so much util in the pulse plant, we have to fight right away. So great understanding and
Jesus, it's because the Brim died.
It allows for them to get the round. Yeah, but all of the ults got expended on the defensive side.
Holy fuck, bro. That was insane that Lev walked away with that.
Yeah, and G2 are still sitting on quite a few. They might be able to string some rounds together now.
Both teams use Breach and tail ults.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Overwhelmed with options.
Yo, that's great. Oh my god, Rossi goated timing.
The orbital strike, a little bit of a stall out on the round. Rossi and
holy shit.
Kills, a third one, possibly a fourth now.
Tie game?
He has been
tie game?
But it's him and Rossi able to come through on the rounds. They build their ults back up and bring it to even now. 9-9.
2 times now that G2 is trying to work towards the B site, and they've been stuffed out by the wall from Tex. He's doing such a great job here on anchoring towards that side. Yeah, he ran into a bit of trouble towards the A side first, but his B side holds have been very good on top of the bodies around him to assist.
Dude, Tex, Demon 1, I even think Calm's playing really well.
Ian, you're a fucking tank.
Yeah, we used the wrong word, but I think we wanted to say tank.
Tank is a terrible word. What are you talking about? That was all right. We got the vibes out of it. But yeah, you can see now, it's so different.
Holy.
How much are they now hyping up the team? You know, they're in these positions where they just want to keep building each other up. Their smiles there. It seems like Rossi is bringing a great vibe to that squad. Because we're
I know. I feel like they don't care anymore, right?
A comment there from the leader trying to build the other brains.
That's what it feels like to me too.
At least so far for G2 on the attack side, they've been
it's
pretty.
Literally every time now.
1 year ago kind
it's
of
like
thing when you go for these executions.
They're almost
right?
like
so
looking for them at this point.
Rotating fairly quickly once they figure out like that util coming out from G2. They know that it's a full site hit. They'll play on the pulse plant util right after. So they're just fast rotating across and getting the right bodies in the right moments to trade each other out and win these rounds. And that might be for G2 to maybe try to work the map a little bit more slowly this time around. Right. Maybe not this round because they're on a stinger buy for 3 players.
Yeah, the stinger buy scare me, Vans. They come out kind of strong in these rounds on G2 side.
And I'm even looking at how they're looking at the minimap. I think this is a fault line salvo right up to where Calm is going to be playing. And trying to get Waylay in that position with the convergence path. There's the salvos across.
Good dodge. Great job.
They hit.
Wow. The aftershock gets the middle?
Yeah. There's going to be no smoke up there, too, so they're actually seeing if
I think that's how Gentlemates do that,
to that
right?
position right away with the
Last
slow
week.
comms going through. Now the smokes come through. Tex, however, insight.
Wow, Tex.
Like an
oh my God, Tex.
Not a single person is going to get through so far. Demon 1 just on the right side, and this is going to be another kill here from the smoker. It just seems like Tex and Demon 1 are playing so well off each other throughout Fracture here.
Yeah, give me another hot mic after this one. Let's see what Rossi tells you this time
seriously.
around. We're just going to min-max the orbs. Thought Trent would run over towards tree and just trying to get the Armageddon as soon as possible, especially now that he's been pushed out of his position.
Good spot.
Oh, just eats the relay bolt. It is the 4K for Tex. If I had to guess from Rossi on the Flawless, he's giving out more kisses this time because that was a beautiful round.
That was a great time to have a Flawless, yeah. That was a fucking great round to have.
When he's not playing on top of that side.
Holy.
By anything
they got the econ now.
Playing outside in the open. Very cerebral and where he's positioning around to get these picks.
Far off from the
now
initiator also.
Keep the lead on their map pick of Fracture. Again, haven't seen this since their kickoff game against G2 the last time, and they've already passed that line where they lost 9-13
Some
the
dish
last
pressure.
time around. Now they're getting really close to push this onto Haven.
Ooh. Wait, here we go.
Oh, that's a step. Oh my God.
Damn.
He activated on that step so fast.
No, that was just like a delay push. Oh, he's gonna make the jump.
Beautiful what they did at the beginning to stop lead. Back at 80, yes.
Oh.
Spots Trent.
Very heady plays from King here, looking for so much more. And it's like you don't get this on his Yoru, but you get it on his Omen and his Neon. Interesting stuff. It's just that comfortability you're seeing from these players when they get back on one of their wheelhouse agents.
The thing is, we went for a drone towards the A-halls, and Leviton reads that, okay, well, they're not really tempoing outside of that spot. They should be coming towards Arcade. But look at G2. They've repositioned from Arcade at the underpass, and they have an opportunity now to even get the backstab back onto Leviton.
He's going to trigger discipline this. Fuck.
This is okay. This is weird.
Oh, fuck, bro. King saw him. King saw him. He heard the crowd. He looked. Oh my God, the crowd gave it away.
He saw him at least, but like, oh, that could have been an ascent moment.
Is that a mirage? What's happening right now? Was that real? All right. This is even getting more awkward for Jog because now they know he's here and he doesn't know he was seen, so nobody's picking him.
That's why Demon 1's just positioned and looking at
the crowd gave him away.
But so much time's been wasted. They had to fight somewhere else.
Oh my gosh. They're able to sort themselves around the fight so well. G2 gets out of position. The fact that they see Jogamo at the last second and they are just playing with their food right now. Calm with 2. The instant straight up flick.
4 alive again. Look at their money.
And Lev is vibing.
Their money is out of control now.
G2 could actually punish Leviathan because of where Jogamo's position was at. You saw how slow they were. You had Demon 1 just watching from the canteen back towards the spawn. The players on the A side never rotated across, just held back towards the control at the spawn as well. And it just had to come down to those 2 players fighting back towards the arcade. And somehow just those 2 players were good enough to get those 3
The
kills.
flick up, bro? That's crazy. That's a hard kill.
And I think this reflects really well in the round we saw Jogamo kind of
that was definitely the crowd though.
On Lotus,
okay, that's the molly for the flood out, chat. This is a really fast A hit.
Gets by them just regularly, and Lev.
So we're gonna probably have like some shit through here, smoke.
Already seeing great things here.
This molly.
Looks like it's gonna be a pretty tough hit just to get some A main control for the side of G2.
Okay, flash out door.
Trying to get the molly in
molly down. Double thorns pop. He's top box, I think. That's kind of insane.
Denied by Jonah P. And now G2
will have a
site to potentially take as we get a kill through this smoke by Demon 1.
A big kill. Tex is also gone there. They have the util to get back into sight, but they uplink, and now they're going to get some great info.
Trent has ult in post, so he's playing super far back. This is going to be cringe.
Huge relay bolt to the air.
Fuck.
King try to get the ground.
They need to win these fights fast.
They're pushing in. The relay bolt does quite a bit of damage, or quite a bit of stun there. Not able to get both players though before the trade comes
Big fight
through.
Right here for Demon 1.
2v3 now as Lev tries to make the way back into the site. The first one's going to whiff there. Rossi just missing over the head of Allen. And now Demon 1 in a tough spot to collect this round. Looks like a 10th for G2.
Yeah. Definitely a good round towards the end, snuffed out by G2. That was all thanks to utility coming out from Trent as well. Armageddon to keep them at bay while they're trying to push across. And even the shots had to land on the side of G2. You saw that line up from the relay bolt. I think that was even Bob over in Sad Esports and Challengers. She even tweeted that at
He went for some kills because they have a lot of money.
At the top and get it at the default spot. 2 of them were
G2's still hurting for cash.
I think Lee still got that kill with the Guardian.
Oh,
man.
Yeah, exactly that. Beautifully done towards the end. And G2 is able to narrow that gap, narrow that lead that Leviathan has built in the second half when they had string 5 rounds in a row.
Not that strat.
Yeah, that strat is going in the trash.
All right, another timeout coming in for Leviathan.
Bro, fucking threw the strat in the trash.
They have been good out of timeouts, though. Being able to kind of flip their script and do something.
I love that narrative, actually. That piece of paper was one strat. The strat we just saw, and he just threw it in the trash.
We'll see. It is a vibe in here today. It is a vibe.
We get it from the players and fans for sure. And
Every piece of paper, one
shot. It's been very exciting so far between these two teams. And you know what? I'll be honest, going into this game with seeing how Leviathan has started their split 1, it was potentially going to be a fast day for us. But they're definitely bringing a fight from that first lap in the second one as well.
We all thought.
Very impressive what they've been
Dude, is like so pissed, man. I love watching. I love watching his coach reactions.
A lot of confidence moving into this one, into the rest of the series. Confident with his calls. If it's good, it's good.
It makes me think Lev players be fucking up so hard.
And they're definitely actually forcing here G2 to maximize the timeouts, maximize the cerebral brains.
He really is America's
Alex. In this moment. And also, of course, the IGL being Valen.
All right.
Trying to
We're going with
this game in this round.
Looks like a tower take.
4 of them grouped together on the arcade.
Insta drone.
And here's that setup that we talked about, the weak side, leaving only Tex alone.
Wow, pushing south side.
Here's the fast rotate across.
Oh my god, they went spawn. Oh my god.
Instant space take. Everybody plays their life here. Really, like you said, only Tex in that situation.
Okay, I didn't see that coming.
No rolling thunder. Armageddon to be used for the side of Leviathan on the way back in. And they have to wait for this tree to get in.
Flash fight.
1 go. 2.
Okay,
Jog, but they
trades
trade
are
back
good.
and forth now. The 3v3 here. They still have the utility to retake the site.
D1 heard the rotate from underpass, so they know there's at least one on the arcade.
Oh my gosh. Doesn't even worry about the step. Still has the head placement. Still has the head placement on another shot towards Jenny. Valen is going on fire right now before he gets taken down. Not even half can be grabbed. It's looking like an 11th round here for G2 out of the timeout.
Double stun.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. Jonah P gets that last frag. You can always find him in tower. He's sitting in his castle, and he's going to go ahead and get that round for G2.
And that was nice by Leviathan at least to start to fight back towards that train for Leaf to at least get 1 with 3 players pushing through. That was a crucial kill. Leviathan knew.
Hey, what do you mean angry, Sean? What do you mean?
Activated on the top B site. But the fight going into the
like if 100 Thieves made me fucking tilt today, or what? Is that what you're asking on YouTube?
So that was a Waylay activation round for sure.
Are people making angry clips?
We saw the other one at A when he dashed into the smoke and the full post plant.
Now I'm in my head.
It's been a little tempered here.
All right, Tetris through arcade.
Going crazy.
Yeah, King's also going to bring out an AWP this time around.
Obviously, that's a complete change of pace, because last round we saw that same Teo drone, except it was fucking 5 people, and they went into spawn.
Such a huge weak side towards that front A site.
So the fact that there's a fight here lets G2 know it's probably 2+. Honestly, based on how prior drones arcade have gone,
moving around on the side of Leviathan to figure out where their weak side could be, trying to recover the weak side spot. You definitely see here the
like he knows not to peek this.
That spot.
Pinging the smokes. They actually got a smoke from Demon 1 onto A main as well.
Let's see how they approach this.
Considering G2 is going to be there just on the Cypher peak.
Good jump peak. Holy fuck, bro.
Members. King now on the jumping relay.
That's Valen's Primal. Oh my god.
Going to have to save Jogamo all the way back to yesterday in the collateral from King coming through.
Oh my god.
Oh, there's a fake. Ross
Run!
Is still here. He's going to be able to get himself hit and get the flash.
Aftershock, aftershock!
The aftershock, and he's going to get himself.
No!
It's not going to work for the situation. Jogamo finds the upper hand there.
The spike's still
Don't
down.
oversend text, please.
And here is time for G2 to potentially replay while Valen is still alive. Could recall the hit towards that B side. 18 seconds left. Only Tex alone on B.
Super jiggling.
No!
Tex always good for 1. Is he good for 2, or is he good to just wait for the teammates and play this one safe? Arc Rose goes off. That's going to be a blind G2. That's going to be 12 for Leviathan on Fracture.
You have to check that replay for Tex against Giacomo. I felt like I was watching Disney on Ice. As Giacomo was actually dashing through, you pop the flash on the side of Tex.
Beautiful, man. That was Valen's Brimalt, bro.
But then when
holy shit.
It was G2 trying to go for the split back forward.
They were stuck in arcade.
Beautiful collateral kill, which give a chance there for
like G2 isolated the fight.
Close out that map. Or close out the round rather and give themselves that map point. Man.
That scoreboard, everybody's fragging out here. Everybody's playing. Lev said it coming into the day. It's going to take a lot of people. We're going to have to frag. We're going to have to play strong.
Oh my god, he has stuff up.
Here,
holy shit!
Is good.
That is so cringe, bro.
Back from Giacomo. He takes a bit of damage, but they're going to cheat. Oh my god, they keep going in. They keep going in. The jump peaks, the fights, the util.
Give me one's Brimalt.
Everything is here in the kitchen sink as G2 and Lev are not giving up
4v4. Rusty one off ult.
In another moment of an orbital strike.
Once I kill, he got it. We're pushing. We're pushing. Come back, boys. Come back, boys. Come back, boys.
Leviathan wants to close out this map. Rolling Thunder for the push.
Oh no. No, we should not have done that. If that was what we were going to do, we shouldn't have done that.
Both teams' first appearance here in stage 1 on the map. And Lev
we're panicking a little bit.
A little different.
We're panicking a little bit.
G2 push back in here and things quiet down.
It's all good because Demon 1 is in the site. And ain't no way he's not getting one. Come on, my goat. Beautiful, well played.
30 seconds left on the round. They're going to have to split this one between Sands now to make sure they're
Beef is out Sands. Going back in. All 3 men.
Lev is here to get a bit of a crossfire. Or up and down.
Demon 1 has Molly but doesn't want to use it. Crossfire is being set up with Calm.
My goat. I knew you had us. There it is. Map 3. Let's go, dude. Holy.
Going to a map 3.
Lev are playing today.
Leviathan gets their revenge against G2 on this map. Bull team once again coming out with a brand new composition and trying to get the best value out of the wrenches that they're throwing at each other, and it's going to be Leviathan with a very
man, this is such a banger series right now.
Haven, and man, was it great anchoring coming up from Tex.
Holy fuck.
Side.
23 and 15 for Tex with 15.
This is like one of the best series of Valorant I've seen in a sec.
23 and 18.
The like level of play is so high.
Third 20 bomb from the team. Like I said, everybody was fragging here, and Lev did bring it to the table with every single.
It feels like all the players are shooting.
So far, and that has not been something.
It's not a good game for King. I'll say that.
They are.
And probably Jonah isn't playing his best game.
Side, but everything definitely will be decided here on Haven. Another map where.
But it feels like G2 is
they look very, very
bringing
strong.
a good game.
So Lev's gonna have to buff up a little bit more as we get to our third map. Don't go anywhere. This one's going all the way to Haven.
Let's see the stats here. All right. Stats for Fracture. Damn, G2 heavy won the first bloods. What the fuck? G2 was +9 on first bloods and law. Oh wait, no, +8. I didn't see the -1 there. That's kind of wild. That's kind of wild. I didn't feel like G2 was always in like man up. But I don't lie. They won both pistols and a bonus? Bro, I am so proud of Lev. I'm so proud of Lev, man. They could come out and get 13-0'd map 3. They came to play today. Look at this shit. Lev looked good. Lev solved? Bro, no one knows what to think right now. There's no way. 3 maps in a row, we're asking for too much out of Lev right here. 3 maps in a row is too much, chat. And let me tell you why it's too much. Here's why it's too much. You can predict that G2 is going to pick Lotus. They always pick Lotus. So you can prep for that. You can also say, hey, we're going to pick one of 2 maps. Fracture, and the other one could be Icebox. What you can't do is guess what G2 is going to... You might be able to. Maybe. But even if you could, I don't think they can plan a game plan for the third map. There's no way. Haven. Like these maps, Lev could have prepped really, really hard on. I don't know about Haven, though. Demon 1 on ISO would be fucking incredible. God, dude, please don't get me excited. If the coach takes that away, that's all I want now. Why have you done this? You know they're not going to do it. You know I'm going to be fucking mad. Why have you done that to me? Why have you put that in the world?
Why are you throwing it away? We can wipe it on your face. It's so good for you.
They're not going to put him on ISO, are they?
Yeah, you're supposed to. Yeah, and then the Saratoga water.
He's going to play Phoenix.
What? This guy really.
Demon 1 Phoenix. If this is 100 Thieves, he's locking in Phoenix.
Most common. I mean, anyway.
I can't keep up with everything.
Read the
We can never get what we want.
Read the prompt.
Crazy work from this guy. He's been in a coma. Dead ass. That's wild.
I've arisen. You know who else has arisen? Leviathan. Look at that. That's a
good recovery. Almost made me forget what just happened.
Oh, snap.
No, I mean, listen, you gotta say, looking at the scores of both of these maps right now, you get your 13-10 G2 win into your 13-11 Lev win. If you hadn't known what was going on with this Lev team in the past few weeks, you'd be like, yeah, of course this is a close banger. Look at the players that they have. But it's surprising just because of where they've been at. But again, it's like you feel like you know they could get here. They've got the player quality. They have the caliber to do it. And now finally, things are starting to click. I love the way that they were playing the defense on this map, playing off that Vice so well. I love the combo of the Neon with the Vice where you can control one part of the map, death balling with the Neon, the Tejo, the Breach, and then it just funnels people into your Vice on the other site where Tex is playing very well, but, you know.
This is a very sassy little head-to-head here, because obviously Demon 1 and King switched roles coming into this game. King was on the Neon here, so just we thought we knew what to expect finally from Leviathan. They give us Whiplash yet again.
But it works to their benefit.
Yes, I mean, like, obviously Demon 1 looked really good. You know, Golden Boy, I made fun of him, but Demon 1 on the Brimstone, obviously able to have a big impact in the game. Neither duelist has a runaway match. This game is not predicated on the duelists. And I'll be honest with you, this is a bad map for G2. It was their ban in Bangkok. They're banning Icebox right now, but they're trying to, I don't think they're trying to play Fracture, and some of their attack side plays are pretty gimmicky. It's like Jorgamo's gonna, double dash on towards that B side and try and stick a plant while everyone plays off of it with cringe post-plant util, and it's, I don't know if this is...
Funny enough, it's something that Lev did first this year. They were the first team I saw do that exact play.
Which is ironic.
G2 tried it against them, and it failed.
Ironic considering G2 were bitching about Lev copying them, and in a previous map, and now here we are. But I don't know if it's super fleshed out yet, that Fracture from them, and they've been avoiding it, so I think it's a great pick for Lev if you put the work in on this map and you can take them by surprise. But God, I feel like this map was kind of predicated on a lot of individuals just doing disgusting things.
Definitely, and I do, despite his stats not being the greatest, some respect to King for some of the multi-kills he got at the end of the game. The Kalat, there was another instance where the G2 team were pushing up Arcade and he got a multi-kill as well. But Tex is the player to highlight, really, from that. His Vice, especially once we got to that side swap on defense, was really some phenomenal play. He had that initial clutch, went off in that moment, and then from there, the anchoring was really excellent as well.
Yeah, no, you need Tex and players like him to come alive in order to push you forward in this series here, Uber. Now, the thing is that they gave us a different look in game 2 and then they won. I'm so confused as to because I want to see Demon 1 on the duelist, I want to see King on the controller, but they won with the opposite.
And they also could be halfway between those two ideas and transitioning. So perhaps this is only theory crafting, but if they do want Demon 1 on some more maps, they might just be easing him onto those roles, because he's probably put a lot of controller work on these maps so far. So maybe they're just a map here, a map there, and eventually they move him over, or they keep this rotation going, which I don't necessarily feel is amazing. I don't think it's sort of great that you've got players that have to change paradigm from map to map, but it probably wouldn't be the first time we've seen that. Are we going to revive the Tex versus G2 narrative? Because it feels like he felt it was once again personal out there.
Maybe.
Why? No, I'm keeping it 10.
Okay, that's fine.
Honestly, that's a last year narrative.
Yeah, that's so 2024.
We're a year removed from the whole thing.
Yeah.
I'll allow that narrative to remain in the ground.
Chet was baiting Valen on Twitter about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like Chet announces like, oh, new team, obviously M80. Valen's like, something sussy, and then Chet's like, I can't believe you screwed Tex out of his Ascension slot. Like this old beef that comes up. So I don't think it's a thing, but I mean, the guys pop it off, man.
Hey, he played great, and I'm sure for him having that, regardless of whether it's an old narrative or not, having that little chip on your shoulder, I'm sure is always going to be a nice thing to have. And my guy was shooting. He was owning out there on the server and played incredibly well. That, of course, is going to lead us to map 3. We're going to Haven. And, look, at this point, I really am interested to see where this goes. This is... Really, Leviathan have the opportunity to do something really, really funny here and shut down G2.
I think we're going to see King Yoru. The funniest thing by Coach
No, we might get the ISO based on the interviews.
Oh God! I mean,
wait.
What is going to be the silly thing that we're not going to expect that he was previewing?
I don't know. I mean,
I don't know. Double duelist.
Surely it's ISO.
If they do like ISO Yoru, is that crazy?
No, considering that.
I mean, that's a standard meta comp.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Have we seen ISO Yoru in Americas?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Okay. So could see that maybe, but listen.
Anything's possible.
Anything's possible.
With this
Should be a
Leviathan
banger
team.
finish.
This Leviathan team, man, you never know. Calm could be playing duelists when we come on the other side, just like Mitch said. Anything is possible. But what we do know is that we're going to be getting map 3 in just a little bit, so you don't want to go anywhere. G2, Leviathan, map 3, up next.
Go and watch the meme now. Look it up. Ashen Hall. Look up the meme now.
Okay. Please say we can speed this up. Cooking. We're cooking, chat. Wait, our 30-second break might be 15. Imagine. We just cooked. Oh my God.
We are back,
that
and
delivered.
It is map 3. No, you're not dreaming. Yes, it's G2 versus Leviathan, and Lev takes map 2 to push us all the way to 3.
2xp that 30-second break? Oh, damn.
What an
That's actually how time works.
day.
Yeah, you just fast forward that shit.
An awesome to see change here for the Lev squad in just a few weeks for the stage 1 so far.
Exactly. When we had an opportunity to
There's
see
a button. You always got to go for it, no?
Characters of Leviathan after the win against Furia, you're like, okay, well, you're 1 against Furia.
Right.
Now you're
It
playing
actually worked out so well.
we're not exactly. Let's temper the expectations, but now
obvious, right, guys?
They had 2 very good maps so far.
Obvious. We knew the counter. We know the counters.
To a 3rd map where we just saw G2 not going with any changes at all, and Leviathan, though, going with Demon 1 still as a duelist. And you know what? You're looking at what they played in the past. We haven't seen them play Haven since kickoff.
Okay.
And they played the most standard thing as possible with, I think it was a Sova still. But this time they're actually going to the standard with the variation of a tail instead on
I'm not going to lie. I'm surprised.
That would be difficult on how you want to try to find those scan opportunities to go for
I'm
these
surprised.
retakes on the Heaven side, especially on A. But thankfully this time around, they
but
don't
I'm not
have to start
opposed
off
to
on
it.
The defensive side first. They're actually able to start the attack and go for what is this comp good for.
I wanted the ISO, but I'm also glad I'm getting this instead of like him Omen or Astra.
Maximize as many rounds on attack as possible with this comp.
All right, we're phasing into game here.
Okay.
Demon 1's going to be back on that Sheriff by 2. We're wondering if we
can our Jet pull miracles against all this util?
Sheriff usually stands for him.
That's what we need to. We need to know the answer to that question.
Valen getting himself encroached very
can
hard
our
here,
Jet
help down in
pull off a miracle this game
Jonah P.
against all the util in the world?
Crawling into garage right
one little goat
quick over the sheer.
Versus all the util.
Kind of left Rossi behind, but that's
on the best team of all time.
The garage first.
Wait. They thought everybody made it over the
checkbox
now,
1.
The fight is just a frying pan in garage right now, and it's going to be a rotation from 3.
Our miracle maker is still walking.
Health is quite low for both.
Holy fuck. We're literally
towards that spawn. Element of the surprise is still on the side of G2.
It's a wolf pack, bro.
Now finally spotted,
nice.
readjusting, but look at this late position coming out as well from Calm. Salvo's still
Crazy.
available, so once again, Leviton wants to run that clock down and play the pulse plant with the salvos.
He was just
They
hiding
won't
from
know
that
that
drone,
Calm's
so they don't
behind them.
expect it at all. He's got the timing. Demon One's going to call the
fuck.
eyes, call the
My
attention.
goat.
Here comes Calm. It's just picture perfect right now for Lev on the retake from G2.
He's
calming.
for Valen.
Oh, the big toe, he stubbed it right on the salvo. Valen goes down. Another pistol round in this series for Leviathan.
I just love as well that Leviathan, once they ping out towards that wall, there had to be some call of Rossi to say, look, don't dash.
We've
into
got
fight.
the
Just
Miracle
stay where you
Jet
are. We need to protect ourselves and
on
make sure we
the
play
Miracle
great one
wavelength
window,
right now.
especially when
Like,
it didn't smoke towards that garage window. That allows here, yes,
I'm
the
getting
stuns
like
get value on the
T1
side of G2,
energy right
but all
now.
three of them were just ready to fight and trade back towards the window.
Bro,
You have a clear advantage on
that's
this
a
side here for
crazy
Leviathan on the
shot.
pulse plant.
That's crazy.
And now you get the pistol on your side towards
Bro was
the
like,
end.
yeah, that's
They
me.
Adapted on the fly here on that 3 versus 3. Now this round though for Leviathan, very quick on the control on towards the A side where for G2 they've stayed very passive here.
Triple push on C.
Wall's gonna give a
3-2
lot of
on the
info.
wall.
Yeah, they're like, wait a minute. We really have to consider this one. Seeing if anybody's playing slow off the
They
wall.
want to
they'll
get 3-2
now
on the
get
wall,
orb.
but they're getting the orb first. That's so
They take it,
cringe.
They do all together.
Every fucking little edge.
It's big for Tex. He's had the anchor spots, but now he's going to really have to play this one particularly well so far.
Surprise,
He dies, he
motherfucker.
loses a sheriff.
Wait, 3-3.
They already have ground on that A site. You're right, it's not too bad. They get themselves into position, and holy moly, util to bottom. They don't want to give up any of this space. Wow. Instantly identifying.
Fuck. Okay.
Grabbed with simple
That's our IGL.
Go for it.
It was so dangerous though.
Where's
They
y'all's
realized
IGL?
the triple flank coming out towards spawn, yet they still want to fight back towards
Bro.
the sewers against Jogimo, who
Bro's
only
like,
had a pistol,
no,
upgrades
I'm
coming
not
through
gonna
across
play
the back,
post.
And you're pushing down with the spike. Thankfully though, it's a 3 versus 3. They still have better weaponry, and only Sheriff's in the hands of Valen and Jonah P.
Ooh,
shit.
Not where he wanted to catch that bullet right off
Didn't
the
clear
bat.
hell.
Calm still has good distance between the site, and he is going to have the shot for
Okay.
Valen as well. 2 rounds, Leviathan
Don't summon
stave
them.
off the Thrifty, the Stinger by
Russian
Word
Astra
time for G2.
versus Chad
They just try
Breach.
to get themselves some kills on that last one.
I just love how we have basically coined definitions of Com's role in different teams. For EG, he was the flanking guy, but this time it's just the VIP stay alive because we need your salvos. So he's playing
Yeah.
so far out compared to everybody else in these post-plant scenarios. Just to try to guarantee it off the plant, off the time for the spike. Again, it looked rough in the very beginning, especially when Dogmo got just a full classic kill, but the rest of Leviathan working together, doing a great job here to trade things out and staying as a death ball in their bonus round.
Damn,
All
that's a
farther
good-
towards the window.
good,
Looking
Vice
for
Flash,
the
Dark
potential
Rose.
easy plan towards the B site.
Tex threw a gun down the town. Spent like 3,600, so they're kind of sorting out the
TP
economy
in.
to make something work, and they're also
Wait,
sorting
no
themselves
plan?
towards B
Oh,
very,
you can't plan.
very quick.
Salvos.
Do we get the
Okay.
dash and plant?
Oh my
Bring us
God.
the old Shazam send hit?
What are we doing? We're going B lane.
Oh, man. Leaf always finding a cheeky one like that with Jonah P over his shoulder. Now, they're wondering where it's going to be safe to play in B, or do they wait out this minute? They got a lot of time to see if G2 will make a mistake.
They're committed inside the site, so you're probably just going to have to swing and fight.
Oh,
One swing,
fuck.
two
What a
swing.
reset.
Oh, the third one's going to work, but Jog is still there to anchor. And yeah,
Just a
G2 playing
bonus.
A nice bonus there to make sure they can
Just
get
a
the win on
bonus.
I definitely thought that you potentially wanted to
All
have
right.
King move in and go for a plant and TP.
As I said, we
especially
need our
with the
miracle
Vice Wall
worker,
in that area. When
aka
you already TP'd
the
across,
Jet,
never activated it,
to
there was
work a
lot of
miracle right
util
now.
here from G2 to stall. It almost
Right
felt like
there,
he won, like he won
unlucky.
with his King so that he doesn't get
Their
put
breach
in.
runs
Oh,
through a
right.
smoke to one shot our
Unfortunately,
miracle.
that activates the wall, and they weren't really to get it a fight. They had to go for hero plays with the Omen and the Jet. And G2 closed that out quite easily. Now Leviathan.
Okay.
Four players
Oh,
working
trap light.
together towards
Fuck.
the C site.
Oh my
Soft
God, this
contact
is
plays,
trouble.
P's looking for the fault line.
This is no good. Oh my God,
What a
please
call on
work a
this setup
miracle.
from G2. Oh my gosh. Oh, they get the spam back, but Trent says I can do the same. They get a taste of their own medicine on that spam through the smoke.
Yeah, both breaches down, and Com's actually lower.
Honestly, win for us.
Is just going to slow down the tempo for Leviathan. We're still holding towards the C side.
I honestly don't care at this point. We got to throw it out.
Potentially for the Salvos to come back up.
I'm just rooting for the underdog. They played so fucking well, man.
Yeah, that's all on the side.
We all know G2 is getting the 1 seed. Fuck, just take the L, G2.
Really
Fuck.
Make any too bold of a move right now. Just let Lev make the noise.
Down already plays down all of his stars.
Greedy fucks just won all the
really
wins.
Nothing to help Trent towards the front of the C side. So when you're trying to re-hit, well, definitely you have to fall back and give it that space until Valen decides to push in.
Ooh, good trade.
That was a pretty crazy play, but he almost got a few out of it. Nicely turned back, calm, low, starts to push up just a little bit, get some aggression with the drone. Trent dodges the drone. Trent, what the hell was that?
Fuck.
Trent gets the timing to go through the smoke when the drone comes out. Everybody has their back turned to look back towards the garage, thinking that they could have flipped the map one more time. That was, what, the third time they would attempt to plant.
Dude.
And just play back towards the defender spawn, thinking that G2 is consistently going for these backstab, these lurks.
Wait.
Just that timing off the
That
drone,
was Texas Flash, right? Or
the
who?
back of the C site. That has got to be
Or was that
frustrating,
Lee
especially
Flash?
when you're a seasoned droner like Calm.
What was that?
That breaks the econ too for Leviathan. They only have 2 stingers to work with now.
Yeah, anything they were trying to prep before is squandered now. Go for the garage control, knowing the shear is going to be there.
Insane, bro.
Chance to mess with this, but yeah, they're throwing themselves at the pressure here, at the pain. It is going to be a tough one. Oh my gosh, Leaf. Leaf is sitting in the chaos right now, and it's a pick of deja vu just in garage now from Leaf. It is a low buy, but they're making it look so clean to pick up these rounds on the side of G2.
Now you can't even get the Phantom up here for Demon 1.
Demon 1 is one off of all.
Both with pistols, just trying to get the plant
Oh,
down.
fuck.
Pistols
Popped
coming
him,
up, but
bro.
it's
Everyone found himself a weapon, but how much is it going to do? Everybody down, looking down their iron sights at you at this point. He's full with half armor. Oh, just on the rear. Nope. Knows it's fake.
30 seconds left.
He's
Okay, pulled the Yord in mid.
That's tough. He's lost
Fuck,
control of the
dude.
C side now. He's just hoping that it's going to be individual peaks.
Dude, they're not giving him
They
anything.
don't want to give it to him. And the full rotation's now coming around from Jogamo just to
Fucking
be sure
geeks.
they're not all coming from somewhat the same direction.
Fight!
With the flick that Demon 1 has.
It's a fucking gun game.
And they wait this one out. Oh my gosh, this has to be the plant.
Fucking
He
crazy,
only
bro.
has enough time to plant. And G2 Leaf grabbing the full.
God damn it, man.
Yeah, that's just G2 playing it smart. The longer you're waiting right now to go for that plant, the easier it is to get the salvos up here for
Dude,
Trent.
they played the round perfectly. You can't beat them. You literally cannot beat this team, man. It's so good. It's too good.
2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, Lev picked the worst day to play their best game. Like,
Another day at the office.
God, I want them to win because they're playing so well.
At this point, I'm sure you don't need a timeout.
Let them have a chance, G2.
It's definitely to be called out by Rossi for them to be just mindful of players around the smokes here on the side of G2.
And some good ults to use this round. And even if they don't, they can go with a low buy Blade Storm next round if they really want to keep the pressure on.
Like, where was the mental like this from Lev before, man? Like, they're just going blow for blow with G2. Like,
way that they can get themselves through with Demon
the rounds are so difficult. They're so long and drawn out. They're never like losing hope.
Make sure that they fight towards that window. Priority is not towards moving towards that C site. It's just breaking that util at the minute mark, which is perfect, allowing Texas
he
to
got
get
the guy on the
lurk
A
towards
line.
the A site and win against
That's a
Jogamo.
big fight.
Now they can rework the map. You're forced now G2's hand. They cannot drone either. They've used it already at the minute mark, so they might have to start peeking for info or just gamble on stacks.
That's a really big first blood.
On one this game. Gets the long shot on one.
Oh,
This is going
that's
to position them to get themselves over towards that A site. And as that steel garden goes down, they steal away.
Oh my God,
Garden.
no! How does he not get that, dude?
The shorties are there.
Good trades.
Just the 2v retake.
Oh my God. No.
Oh, this is huge. Might give a chance now for Leaf to lurk around from source
Oh,
because of that pick.
bro.
Little Vise diff coming up. Crosshairs there. Texas bend
Oh, he's
on
not clearing
point.
it. Oh.
And that's going to get modeled.
Filtering the fight.
Gosh, just to the left side. Valen now figures it out, tries to get a shot, and Valen does it again against his old teammate.
Oh yeah, he's gonna wave. He's gonna wave. Just 2 maps ago when Valen was trying to chase
I
after
can't
the
believe he
East,
cleared it.
And Tex took him down and he laughed at
I
each other.
cannot believe he cleared it.
Face on and wants to close out this series on the side of G2.
They're like perfect players, bro. They do everything right.
After a couple of shots here.
How does he miss the first one and get a 1 shorty kill?
Very nice by Valen towards the end. You saw there that Rossi was just trying to
Man, is that what it feels like to be a G2 fan?
all over towards the defender spawn.
It must feel
He was
so
already
good.
spotted by Valen, so it was a free kill. When you
I
get
picked
around
100
position, Try
Thieves.
to guarantee with the rolling thunder around for your side.
Fuck.
Just thought here that you could just outsmart your opponent. G2 was just 1 step ahead.
Seeing that Red Bull clutch causes Evopada to hit the timeout button for Leviathan. Only 2 rounds down here, but this is what happened in previous maps. They'd fall 2, and both teams would be trying to call the timeout, get the team back in the game, and we get these coach timeout battles now.
That guy's just like, yeah, that's a fucking great game. Yeah. You don't look worried. What's up? Oh, yeah. I don't know. I don't know, yeah. I'm not too worried about it. Even if we were to lose, we're maybe 3-0, but I don't think we're going to lose anyway, so. Josh hasn't really taken his timeouts yet. Like, man, G2 fans, they're eating.
Most likely will take those.
For sure.
Isn't it about time to put them back in
And
challengers?
Even that one, you could easily be saying we got that kill at A. We don't.
Is their time up?
Rotation
When
was
is their time
front
up?
And mid, so it took a long time. Lev still has the chance to work the map.
Yeah, I mean the map
They're
was still
so
very,
good,
very,
dude.
Very good
It
for
has.
Leviathan,
It
no matter
really
what,
has.
despite the scoreline. So again, just trying to make sure they iron out those small
Okay.
things. They might be able to have
C
some
set
good,
play.
successful attack sides, and that is again the name
It's a
of the
full
game.
C
They
set
need to
play.
pick up a lot
Thorns
of
for the
these rounds.
rotate
You're
in.
not playing with the Silva this time around.
Yeah, retaking is only going to be that much harder once you get to the defensive side. So Lev needs all of these attack ones. Talked about the Blade Storm. It does come out on a lower buy for them.
Ooh, early Astral Wall
plants right in the Cosmic Divide.
Cosmic Divide forces him into the back of the site.
Through, only displacing the
G2
team.
knows they're in the back of the site, so
Displaces
just
a few more
spray.
members, takes them right out of the game.
I don't even know if he shot this.
Flashes, Blade Storm, only tagging 1 as Jonah answers back, and this just looks like G2 swarming the site and the members of Leviathan to make it just too tough to hold.
The Armageddon really split those players across for Leviathan on the post plan, and by the time they were trying to escape back towards that front, trying to leverage potentially that rolling thunder from Rossi in the post plan, I think the smoke from King dissipated back towards the spawn.
It's literally like
2 easy kills.
the perfect team.
See right there, smoke is gone.
Wow, what a reset for the second. Holy fuck, dude.
Well, you wish here that the Razor Vines went a little bit more deeper towards that spawn to not allow these swings to happen. But yeah, it's just small things. It renders so costly for Leviathan.
Man, 5 straight is the most they've won all series.
Or even for these hits.
I think Lev have done a really good job of preventing
that.
that.
Might be pretty much G2.
That worries me a
all the way
bit.
towards the end,
What the
where
fuck is
now
that?
the op comes out on the defensive side of Joggimo, already positioned down towards the sewers. Thankfully, though, all of Leviathan are reading correctly.
Is that
4 players
or?
moving up towards the C site, and it's opened up. G2 wants to play the passion.
Bro.
C site hold in a full retake on their side.
Hey, Leaf, I think I got a new lineup.
Towards B, that's an ultimate.
These guys are cringe, bro. They just got everything cringe, man.
Play it like that.
God.
And again, I want to preface how good the macro's been so far for Leviathan. You look for pressure towards that C side. You've inserted King.
Fucking
on
perfect
spot, and now
Valorant.
you're drone at the minimark. You saw that the ops moving in towards sewers now, so you can rework, perhaps potentially go for just a split back towards the C side and a King TP towards the back.
Actually not.
Oh, this is
Yes.
very aggressive here from G2. Maybe thinking the play
That
was
was a
going
mistake.
towards A, but
Wait.
jogs on that line.
That's your teammate, bro.
He steps out, gets himself
Chill.
taken down here. There was util to make it happen, but it was all very chaotic.
And with Leaf falling down, It's easy for them to take garage control. Here's a smoke play.
What is this smoke play again? No way, it works again! No shot, it works again. Has to be patched up by Leviathan over and over. They are within an arm's reach in garage, and G2 just slap Lev around.
You TP to pick up Spike, but it's still a 2 versus 4. Rolling Thunder to delay even more.
Oh, he does it. No, he didn't.
Can't even think. They can't blink. They don't know where to look. Swarm down, but King actually has it covered for a moment. He was waiting for another flash. He's like,
you can't keep getting away with it.
And he just turns around for too long as Trent and the rest.
He can't keep getting away with it.
Into garage.
Yeah.
Every bro.
Shot the decoy too. That's how he got flashed towards the end. But dude, second time.
Oh my god, I was just praying that
jumping through the smoke and
someone would catch the first guy.
It was so good. They had a nice punish towards the beginning.
It is coming down on us right now, Lev fans. It is coming. The avalanche is fucking coming down. They haven't eaten a 6-round loss streak like this in the series. Oh god.
Miss smoke. They know he's going to be on that line.
Okay.
Lev's playing very heady right now. They may be behind, but they have an idea of what G2 wants to do. I think it's where it's separating is the firepower now that we've been seeing and how they're orchestrating these small protocols on the side of G2. Oh, that's not a small protocol.
Missed the Yoru.
This means Demon 1 is in. Exactly what we're used to seeing from this guy. Can't finish the last one, but the team's going to be able to help Trench right there actually to
They had a counter Visal plan.
With the team behind him.
They had a counter Visal plan.
Gives a chance now for G2 to just reflood, and he doesn't even need to.
They had a wait. These motherfuckers literally counter Visalted the breach hole.
Players gonna save their weapons, but it just
and then put the Yoru in the corner that literally doesn't get hit by the breach hole.
It's like the Steel Garden is.
These guys are fucking geeks. Why are they doing this to Lev? They're 3-0. Save your fucking shreds.
One last kill right to the ground, and now
they're just printing new ones every week. It doesn't even matter, man.
With all that thrown at them.
Yeah.
They're bullying our fucking team. Let Lev be good.
They're falling behind so
fuck,
much
man.
on their attack side, but
that was crazy what they just did to Lev. He was literally had Visalt in hand like a KJ ult. And the second they were ready to exec, bro, that's crazy.
From Tex on how he was able to get so many good multi-kills and anchoring for that site. Lee's doing an excellent job in that role on defense right now, so this could definitely be mimicked. But so far, it's definitely G2 in the driver's seat. They're playing offense.
Little mid look. Back to garage. I think this is one of those, they always fight us garage.
They fucking cook like no other team when I watch them, man. These guys cook so hard. And it's like they avoid overcooking, which is crazy. How did they avoid overcooking is the hard part.
They're just repositioning into the C site.
Jog with the off pushed up on A, so nobody has to look anywhere else but a little bit towards mid and
everyone holding that fucking smoke.
So much info for G2 just on that line from him and the operator.
Oh, caught. Bitch.
Demon 1 doing Demon 1 things, sprinting into the site. King's just on the wrong side of that weaponry as Jonah P and the rest of the team start to clean up nicely, calling the shots and hitting them as well. Oh, the shorty comes out again. You know it's going to be bad. Valen just starts pressing W, shorty out, and they have full control of this game now.
Somehow gets a wallbang kill with the shorty. That's of all crazy things, but very, very nice for
I
G2.
told you guys, the util, man. We needed a... If you're running a jet against this comp, your jet... Your jet has to be a fucking miracle worker. Otherwise, how the fuck are you going to get through all this util?
Towards the back, but unfortunately couldn't land a kill, so it makes it a lot easier for G2 to just anchor up the C side and win that round. So far, it's been very difficult.
Like when you watch G2 use this util, it's like they have double the util as everyone else. It's they sit on it, they save it. Every piece of util has value.
Potentially of this series if it doesn't go into overtime, and it's really to try to.
They're getting info and stacking places 24/7.
Again, defense have been very, very good.
That's true.
They're very good. They're very good at like when you have like a piece of util that you want to use, they wash it. Like if your Omen blind is very important for you to take like a key area of the map, like a C exec or an A exec, they'll make sure that that Omen blind gets no value. But they won't overspend to make sure that Omen blind gets no value. They'll use like one piece of util that perfectly counters it. That's why they're so insane. Is like they've thought through every perfect counter. And it's like they never overheat, they never overspend.
Looks like they're looking for an A strat on the side of G2, and they may just receive it from Lev. But Demon 1's about to go on an adventure.
Like that's what I was saying earlier. Their worst day of Valorant is like a C game, because it's so like util based. It's not even. It's not about whether they show up with good mechanics. Today they did show up with really fucking. It was like a. This is near an S tier game, like day for them. I feel like close to it.
Yeah. Dogma does a nice punish in the beginning.
Oh, that looked very clatty. Didn't happen though.
One falls. That's a good Visalt. That'll hit these two. You're an ult. The initiators are gonna help him though. He's gonna come out of this ult. He's gonna go long and come out. He has AWP. Fuck, I'm scared for them. He's gonna come out with an AWP. Oh my god, that's a big kill.
Jaw so strong on those. But he goes down to Rossi as they know he's going to try to force backside operators up. Or smokes there.
This.
They are not going to be just the initiators for G2.
What?
Oh, that's going to be good enough. What a shot by Leaf.
Never mind.
Dropping salvos right away, and the good old classic Con coming back through the garage with the Armageddon to delay as much as he could.
Oh, shots at the back. One of the hardest ones to take, and Jonah P has a full frontal there for a quick Vandal kill. Goes ahead, grabs the orb, one away after this from his ultimate.
Nah, bro.
Sounds nice.
Your support players can't be doing that.
Attempt by Com towards the end, and you wanted at least the off shot from Rossi to land.
What the
give any hope a chance for Com to clutch that one over.
What are we watching?
Ah, he literally just easy walk down and TP's out. That's the classic Dogmo.
Huh?
Jeez. Save it.
Yeah, don't bring us into a tech pause, Com.
We don't. Save. Good control. All right. Death ball towards A. Lev really haven't tried to produce this too much like they were on Fracture. It worked out for them so well to be all together here.
They're walking on mid.
Haven, you do want that lurk, but
Text, info flash.
Doesn't seem like they have power in numbers as much this game.
Definitely see the idea of trying to punish.
This is a trap play with this wall.
Right away.
This is a missile trap play. If they get stuck on the other side of this wall, these thorns pop, these missiles come in. Oh my god, this flash too. They're fucked if they go on the other side of this wall and they commit. Do not commit, bait the wall. Do not commit, bait the wall. Oh no, it's gonna be a commit, isn't it? Wait, Demon 1 baited it out.
A little hit with Util.
They're safe. They're safe. They're safe. They're safe.
Position. Leaf has a lot of work to do. They identified him in one, but he still hits the shot on Demon 1. He tried to Vandal out of the smoke. The team wasn't able to actually aggress with him.
Gets a second
they were never
safe,
were they?
In a clip.
If he fired right now, he'd still be hitting Com. Like, his crosshairs are just perfect in every situation right now. And the team's ready to take out more.
Don't worry, guys. None of us are peeking. We're all just playing cringe.
Slowly playing in. Still looking for the flank right now. Lev stalled on everything in this strategy. The members are able to get a few kills here. Is this a kill from Tex coming out from sewers? No, it's not. And John is able to turn for 3 as he takes down Rossi too.
The end became a team deathmatch. As you had
Man,
no left, and you're just
y'all remember when it was 2-0?
The next wave of utility comes back up here on the defensive side of G2. But Leviathan had just too many bodies to face up against when he lost 2
He had to be a
players
miracle worker. It was impossible. Wow. Nice transfer right there.
Moving into the second half.
Yeah, able to read a lot of what Lev was doing as they get rinse and repeat towards that garage. So we come out with a 10-2 first half as we take a break to see what Lev can do as we come back.
Man, dude. I feel so bad for Lev right now. Fuck. The jet pick was such a throw. Yeah, it was always going to be a tough game for them, huh, with that comp. It was always going to be tough. Dude. No, I forgot to submit him. It was tragic. Oh, no. Don't tell them. I don't think they've realized. They haven't caught up yet. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. They must have pulled the tweets early. Oh, no. We got any more of that fast forwarding left and shit? A little bit.
We are back, and G2 has been unleashed so far, Vans, on Haven. The 10-2 you see on your screen here. The first two maps, if you're just joining us, were nothing like that. 13-10, 13-11, but here, G2...
This is where we shine. I believe it starts with pistol, chat.
Their support squad, and it is.
I ain't gonna lie though, if they lose pistol, I'm checking out. There's no way.
That small little halftime break gave a chance here for Itopada to talk with the rest of the team to make sure that they have a stronghold on this second half or in this second half. Because if not, you're looking back at this demo and you're gonna focus on that round 4, 5, 6, and 7. Those smoke plays that came out here from G2's side.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, 12. We'll be going over old. Bro just rattled off 5 numbers in a row.
Thinking potentially that Leviathan, feeling the pressure, might want to go for something aggressive in the very beginning.
A lineup Yoru flash like they're mid. Interesting.
So far back, opened up B side. The only thing given intel is a wall on that side being set up by Tex.
Off the roof.
But if not, you're jump spotting. You're trying to look at these different angles. Demon 1's playing the off angle into the garage, and G2 is going to have to start working that map. Any first indication that there's going to be...
Look at them. They're like, how can we get a kill with util? That's probably what they're saying right now.
Signatures just came back up. Initiator self, as we saw actually there on Trent, just pinged through.
The talking was like, oh my god, they're in garage. Anyone got any util?
Lev's been good on the pistol rounds. Can they get another one?
Fuck, dude.
Imperative that they do here.
Wait.
The site is.
They don't have any util left.
Many members would be standing at this point. Now they flood back out.
Beautiful stun.
Tex, yeah, playing off that stun so well.
They don't know what to do without it.
You gotta always expect it. Gets himself to safety, pulls the fight.
Oh my god.
Almost getting Valiant on that one, but it's not going to be enough. King will find the last frag.
Okay.
Pistol. One very needed pistol comes in for Leviathan.
Some sick mechanical skills coming out.
They're definitely the gem of Americas, I'm not gonna lie.
Get the third kill inside the window. But that said, what they were trying to do for G2, it wasn't Leaf trying to push out.
When I realized G2 had no util, I was like, oh my god. How are they gonna hit the site? We got them.
Razor vines towards that A site, and a site smoke didn't allow your G2 to really enter towards that site, and Demon 1 just walked down for free kills. That's a type of pistol run you needed here for Leviathan. A very strong start on the defensive half, and now G2 is just trying to at least move in for a plant. Staying as a group towards the sewers.
Hello. Stay on my side. Oh, King goes for the very early paranoia. Saw it hit the util on the way through. Oh,
nice timing right there.
Was set up to hit that cross. And he has
the salvos made it so that way these two were separated. Great salvos.
Very patient round and a nice job from Lev to organize themselves here just to start off strong on the second half.
Yeah. Good protocols in the end here for Leviathan. With the smoke being pushed a little bit more deeper towards the sewers, just so that on the first contact, the fault line will be coming out here from Rossi, and you could go for that swing and guarantee these.
Man, this defensive half shit's easy, no?
It was King with Calm inside the site.
No wonder.
Now G2 couldn't even go for a plan, and because of that first round where how things went through, you didn't see a G2 stinger buy because they didn't go for, they weren't able to get a plan down on that first round.
I have not doomed them.
No surprise coming out from G2, and Leviathan's able to string 2 good rounds in a fairly strong bonus round. I mean, look at this, an Outlaw in the hands of Tex. A couple of hash shields being purchased by Trent and Leaf.
Yeah. Already inside sight.
Wall's here.
Takes that gate crash in, and they did not expect it. With the flashes coming through, King had to give a little bit of space, and when he regains it, Chog is right there on the front doorstep. Oh, this spawn fight could be weird. Nice timing there by Leaf just to get behind Tex.
Yeah, 2 blue shots.
Yeah, easy. Another one goes down. Demon 1.
Bring it back.
Able to fire back, but Lev is losing players across the map where they really need the flank to be coming in. The pressure that they require to get back on the site is waning here, but Demon 1 is doing work.
Crush.
Shot from Rossi. They don't find him. Demon 1 with a third. Wait a minute here. Looks like they could shut down and gain themselves a bonus round.
My go, Demon 1 got 4. Holy fuck.
Flank super early.
Our miracle worker. He's arrived.
Farming right now.
What the heck?
How the fuck did he do that?
Range. I was going to say, so tough for Leviathan to go back for the defuse because they already lost King right there in the very beginning of the round. So there's no smoke on top C for them to go for the tap.
Info spot.
Again, man. He's just
He shit on radar though. Oh my god, deleted.
Isolates these fights.
Demon 1's had an amazing series, dude.
Yeah.
4K.
The Neon map 1, he was cooking. He played really well. The Brim, he played so fucking well.
But he knows there's a long way to go.
And here he's having impact too.
You still got to do that 5 more times just to even up the game.
And so far, so good. You've seen Demon 1 really activated in the first few rounds of the defensive half. Position continuing rather to be very good for Leviathan because G2 is fairly slow. Just trying to work the map around the Tejo utility.
Timing peek this.
And finally, probably Jogimo is going to be the next one moving up to the team.
Holy fuck, he's frying. He is fucking frying right now, chat.
I think they hit the mid shear as well, finding out it was there through the smoke. We keep seeing that early smoke thrown by King, so they can't see that there's a shear just on the other side of B. So now that's info gained by G2 to use throughout the round.
No kill.
Still a member down here after losing Trent.
This narrative is great.
Utility going out here at the 45-second mark means that's only going to be
considering how much I root for this team at internationals to carry our asses.
One so far. He's back potentially in Demon Prime as this duelist role.
Oh, fucking good timing.
Oh, the timing. You know the spike is planted. 5-person retake here. And all that initiator util that they would like to have.
Respectfully, G2 lose this game and then carry us.
Oh, the timing. Very nicely stepped into.
Not for Jonah, though. He just got picked off through that smoke by Rossi.
Ooh. Big fight out long.
Oh, Jog looking for that flash up through the smoke. They're able to find 1, 2, and just 1 with Jog.
Not bad.
1 and Rossi clean that up. They're going to be focusing comms Armageddon, which is going to be 2 pips away now. And a 10
Shameless. They're the best in our region right now.
So
I think you'd be crazy to say otherwise.
With that display that they just did on that retake, because that's
it is winnable. It is back to winnable right now, Illinois.
15 seconds when it's about to dissipate. Then you
why did you make me think that?
Start flooding from different spots. And again, starting off with Demon 1, the first blood, then the first kill on the entry.
Give him the op. Give him an op. He's gonna have it here, chat. Ready?
Despite being a lower buy here for G2, at least to get the plant down. Now you're getting very close to cycles on ults. Jogimo's 1 away from his dimensional drift. And that might be the first thing that allows your G2 to string the first round in.
Their second phone a
friend.
friend.
10-2 half to start things off here for G2.
Yeah.
Because that 1 round could really, start hurting the economy of Leviathan side. They're still not out of this yet, despite winning 4 rounds in a row on the defense. G2 has had such a good lead going into the second half that they just need that 1 single round.
Exactly. The quick spark to get him back into it. You know,
exactly.
Jog, Leaf, Trent, any of those players can actually just get an ace. But it is being staved off by Lev. They're hitting the site so fast. They're trying to prevent those multi-kills from coming in.
Is the Yorgalt coming? I'm scared of the Yorgalt.
4 straight rounds now for Lev here on the defensive side, and 2 successful defuses in the last 2 rounds. So the post-plant retakes are going very, very well. Demon 1's about to break it out. We got the up on Jet again.
Do you guys think if KO got buffed, G2 would be the worst team in
He's going to get online on A. You can see the pick is already there. You'll have a bit of help from Tex.
Yeah, if anything, though, G2 looks like they want to move this very quickly towards Garage.
Yes.
And it's a perfect read by Leviathan at the beginning. 10 seconds before the barriers come up, Demon 1's going to just fully anchor up towards the A side.
I don't even know. How can you even make fun of this team? They play perfect.
The only thing that's going to make it difficult here for the defense.
And I like all the players. I got no lines. I got no bars. I got nothing.
And he has a full angle on that spot.
I literally got sticks and stones. Cooking insects. I got nothing.
Towards the cubby of Silong.
checking A main for the re-clear, making sure they're not losing any space or information here to Leviathan.
Down.
And Lev is happily giving that A site to Tex. Like he said, they move back. Now Demon 1 starts to rotate here towards mid. He's just trying to get that op mobile.
Stop, let me lock in, dude. It's an important round.
Where to use his dash, try to get the peek.
Yeah, we got the full buy setup on it. And they haven't even touched it.
Talked about Tex being very good.
Honestly, their attack side's very slow.
Now on a defense.
Okay, that's for the flood,
So far, solo towards the A side. Demon 1 medium.
we better get in the fucking site quick.
And G2 is definitely looking for the full exec.
See the Thorns hitting right there at the entrance, the spawn. That is actually going to stop Rossi from getting back in, and Jogamo and the rest of the team trying to wreak havoc in sight, but Tex skirting around, playing a little cheeky here, does get the refire there. Great decision making on who he's got to take out as he gets another one with Rossi in the sight.
Yeah, getting one more is huge right there, especially with the double swing out from G2. Leviathan looks like they want to temple fairly quickly with the aftershock early, and you have a lurk coming in from King.
He's slow. Are they going to hit from spawn first or the lurk first is the question. King's going to tap just quick. He does get Jonah P, and that's obviously going to be the spring out now for Calm and Rossi. They may lose one, but this is all done. The paranoia goes through. Balance dancing, trying to separate himself. The 1v1s are there, but the jump peek comes through.
Good play, Rossi.
Two's better than one in that situation, and King comes up with the kill.
I was just going to mention it was an important fight from Sewers on that lurk from King. Because if he actually swung out and got picked off, that's no paranoia that was going to hit Valen towards that back of the site and given a chance here for G2 to really close out the map. But it continues to be fairly clean on the defense for Leviathan.
Man, Tex is having a day. Got to call him out in a lot of these plays.
Bro, all of Lev are having a day.
And he's been ebbing and flowing.
They're all playing so well.
Absolutely showing up.
He found a gap through 2 of Valen's smokes on the top of Heaven in the back of Default. And to get that kill onto Jogamo by the ammo box because of that is just so good from Tex's movement within the A site. The pockets that
one
he
off
finds
tail,
on all these
not
defensive
going for
holds
it or anything like that.
until now has been very good.
Demon 1 on the A line. They're going into him quick. They're probably sick of running on time.
Quite some time. Very spammable walls actually towards A. We'll talk about it if we get there. Demon 1, you are insane, bro. What is this? Valen's going to come up and push through. He saw through that dismiss.
He knew the Yoralt was going around the other way, and he heard the Teo drone.
That was unfortunately not good, because if you even dash away, who's there to help you?
No.
All of Leviathan were actually looking to push.
Bro played that like a Yoru.
But they've been good on retakes. Now we'll see if they can convert a 4 versus 5.
Ooh, that is quick fire coming in on G2. Wait, Rossi actually gets out. Finds the landing, and now they're in sight. This is going to be tough, though. A bit of util to come through. Tejo salvos are there, and Aftershock is there to make things even more annoying. And G2's just not peeking. Oh, they are. And they've lost a head. That's Jogamo's head.
We dodged it.
Half? No half.
Just off a half. But it is going to take the Rolling Thunder, and it does bring G2 to 11.
And off at Thrifty on top of that.
Yep.
That is not something you wanted there for Leviathan's camp.
Oh, fuck.
Again, I feel like it could have potentially been a different story if Demon 1 didn't try to do this. Even if he gets 1.
Oh, no.
So mad,
no.
He's so
We know, Dad. We know. It's okay. Disappointed.
And that's what I'm saying. Even if he got 1.
That coach is so pissed, bro.
G2 getting an open A site.
All right.
It was a different.
Calm has ult. They gotta buy. Demon 1 on a Vandal now. He's gonna do probably like a mid-round push B, maybe. No, it's just floating.
Leviathan has their own at least.
Yeah. Rossi just off of it as well. Could be a lot of plays to come to fruition.
Remember when I said earlier about this like hold setup with this swing player?
G2 now very spread on the map.
They're literally doing what I was talking about. This is what I was asking people.
Oh, that's 2.
And 2.
You see the initiators.
They might think, honestly, based on this guy running in like that, they might account for 3 here. I think they did. I think that was like a tricky Teo drone. Gave weird info.
Oh,
fuck.
Into a site.
He snuck through somehow towards the
No.
Yeah, it's like, how is this happening right now? Calm almost gets the kill onto that one.
So low, fuck. Double initiator ult.
Keep pushing into the site now, or not Calm, but somebody else in sight rather. 11-7. This could be 12 for G2. Game point pressure to come through. Armageddon and Rolling Thunder is going to displace. They have an idea of where G2 could be hiding in the site.
And the smoke is saving Jogman right there at 10 HP. He's going to get the backstab.
Calm. 2 there.
stuck available. Very difficult now for Calm. Has to fade out all that util first.
Bro.
Oh, he wants the first peek. And that's going to be the kill for Trent. They're able to get it. Didn't even need the help from Valen, who was coming from sewers. It was all stirred up. And now game point for G2 on map 3 of Haven.
By my calculations, we can stall the plant for 39.7 seconds. So all we need is one kill, and then we fall back along and we tail off the spike, and then
Bro, these guys just time you out. They time you out the game.
You knew there was no utility available to stall and delay.
God, they're so good. Even how they use like the Astra ult like seamlessly with the Yori like TPing behind the Astra ult to block noise. It's all good. It's like perfect Valorant, man. It's just standard nerd voice. I don't even know, bro. I'm blown away about how good G2 is every time I watch them. I truly think they're like incredible. What?
That was a keep him in the game kill right there.
Like the best util team shouldn't be able to like be this good mechanically. What the fuck?
G2 making a good case for this, but Rossi actually comes flying in the site. They're just pressing W to delay here. The Bulldog doesn't connect with the second one, but it is going to do some collateral damage there.
Oh my God, I'm
64
scared.
and 70 for both of the members of G2 right now. A very healthy Rossi.
Yes.
With the classic, and so does Tom.
No!
Together.
Bro, they're too good. They're too good. They're too good.
Pick up the win, and they take Haven to take the series.
You can't beat them.
What a flick towards the end by Trent.
They're too good. It's actually busted.
With its free transfer to
it's actually just so
busted.
busted.
For G2 in the lead, and also continuing to top the group, undefeated, 4-0-0, almost guaranteed pretty much at this point that they will get that #1 seed going into the playoffs. A bye going into the playoffs as well.
Crazy stuff from G2 here to pull it out on Haven. That last time out coming in from Josh, setting things up, allowing the team to really reset in the way they wanted to get in. But what a hell of a game from the Vietton. We don't see many teams be able to make a change and then show us something so great. Come out and this strong in a series. It'll take a few weeks to adapt, but this looks very promising if it's something that Lev decides to keep.
My heart is broken for Lev. Man, it really is. They played really well today.
Yeah, that worked.
I think it, low-key, I don't think it really matters because I think no matter what, the match 5 against NRG is going to determine if they make playoffs, right?
Next week, coming up against Energy, and that's probably going to be the decider between those two teams to see who's going to get that final spot in the 4th overall. But again,
after today, we heard these two teams secure playoffs. G2 obviously through. It's gonna be these teams on the last day.
I think they have a decent Haven.
So NRG play at my BR.
A better series for Lev if you just take out the thrifties that G2 got. These stinger thrifties that never should have happened. Congrats to G2 because they're so sick at pulling them off. But Lev has
But even if they do, it still might come down to it.
Back to themselves over the course of these maps that would have changed the game. So those thrifties are going to be tough to figure out how to really what was plaguing them there.
I agree, Andrew. That was
really defined
an impressive showing by Lev that showed that someone can beat G2. Like they were going blow for blow with G2.
Definitely should be continuing with the vibes, knowing that they've been they're finding different things and finding good results.
I want to see Crew versus G2. This Crew looked really
we're
good.
Done here, but we are going to send it down to Dryad at the stage for the Verizon post-match.
I want to see a team that wants to fight like 100 Thieves play them too.
Thank you guys. I'm here with Jenna P after G2 once again. They get another win on stage. Can we hear it for Jenna P?
Yeah, my BR also had them in the ropes. So
congratulations once again. This one was a close one for sure, but you won at the end. So tell me, what was the biggest challenge of playing against Lev today?
Honestly, this was probably the worst we've ever played as a team.
What?
We still won, but
bro, I thought they played so well.
The competition's catching up to us.
They must have thought they missed
microcoms.
So
it was not easy. We had to work for it, and yeah, we were struggling for a bit at the end.
You just mentioned it, and it's something that has always been the conversation of you guys always trying to be one step ahead, but it's not the easiest thing to do. When you're prepping for matches like this one, how do you make sure that
giving
you're
Lev those
always
kill opportunities?
one step ahead, at least to be able to close it out?
I think it's just idea generation. My whole team is very smart. We're all very vocal, so it's we can't be comfortable. We always have to innovate. We know teams are picking up on our play style and our comps and stuff, so it's all about being, you know, proactive in game and out of game with new ideas.
One thing that we always mention too is Jagamo being the best duelist probably as we have right now, but something that we mention once in a while is that you're the one that's flashing for him, setting him up for success. So what is that communication between you and Jagamo?
Well, it's funny you asked that because the last round, Valen is calling like to cancel, and then next thing I know, Jagamo's telling me to stun him for C. So I'm like, I always listen to him, whatever. And so Valen's telling to fall back, and then next thing I know, Jagamo is TPing into C site, and we're like, all right, let's go C. So it's yeah, me and him were always on the same page. I try my best to target stun people for him, and when my util's on point, he's on point, and today I wouldn't say we were too on point.
But you get the win.
Oh, he thought his
so
he thinks his cohesion with the duelist was off today.
But you have one more match for the group stage, and it's going to be
being hard on
against
himself.
Cloud9. Any thoughts on them and how they're looking?
They're looking pretty good. I think they have unique comps and just ideas. I know Net is their defense IGL, and he was my defense IGL for a few years, so it's a very scary thing going into that game. So I'm always excited to play against them, and that Cloud9 squad, we have a pretty good record, but I think they're definitely improving more than the other teams, so it's going to be fun.
Going against those old teammates once again.
Yeah.
This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview. Join a peek and we hear it once again for him. And now we're going to send it to match point with Jagamo and June.
John who?
So much for that, Dryad. Yes, I am here as well.
June?
Okay.
Wait, that's...
This is match point. You know, the thing that we do at the end of the
that's
show.
The dev.
To pros and devs and all the fun stuff that we do. And joining us now,
agent designer.
we have two special
I was
guests
like, what
here.
does she
We
do?
have Valorant Senior Agent Designer June Cuervo, as well as
She's the one that launched Waylay?
the dog, G2's Jagamo here in the house. First things first, let's talk about the game real fast. How you feeling? You're all right?
Waylay, that's what it was,
I'm a little stressed. Those guys were definitely like hitting shots on me, and I was a little bit stressed out, like my normal open plays that I have.
Yeah.
All the plays didn't work out, but my team always pulls through and close it out like that.
Yeah, I mean, the proof is in the results, and you guys definitely shut the door on that one to close things off. So part of the reason why we have Junior joining us is because she is the one who designed.
She's gonna sell us on Waylay.
I'm sure you all have seen her.
We
talk
need a
about
pitch.
Waylay quite a bit across our show.
That's crazy.
Out of the gate, we got to see some Waylay today.
Yeah.
But June, I want to ask you, how are you? How are you liking the way that you're seeing Waylay being played? Is it everything you had anticipated? What do you think?
Yeah, I think players like Jagamo are figuring out a lot of the things I really hope that players would discover about the character. The dash and the refract seem like pieces you always have to use together when you first look at the character, but then as you get better at playing the character, you can do like I saw in Fracture, like really cool contact plays with the refract, and then actually just dashing in onto the site after you have info and like relying on your team to follow that up rather than relying
Bro, they actually are trying to sell us on Waylay.
Like
That's crazy.
About, like, how can I take these different pieces of utility and use it in different ways?
For sure, on the fracture, it's a little bit harder because like Neon's a little bit faster paced. So playing Waylay, it's like you have to set up yourself and get the team ready for the
Waylay segment, bro.
Like, let's say B main, we want to take B main, contact up, refract.
They get the only Waylay player.
Flash this side.
They get the Waylay dev.
It isolates you to
Waylay back
spot for Waylay because Waylay needs to be insulated to get these good kills.
Gotta get that pick rate up.
It's definitely hard if it's not on point. Like today, it was a little bit rough, but. I mean, you've seen our ascent, right? Like, our ascent's pretty insane.
I'm dying, man.
Yeah. We know what we got.
Chat, you guys are cooking me right now.
We're still working on it.
Yeah, no, it's completely fair. Have there been any maps in particular for you that you have found Waylay to make a lot of sense? And the maps where you're
Stop
like,
Waylay
not,
questions,
maybe I do Yoru, maybe I do something else.
Yeah, I think today kind of defined it. Maybe not Fracture, I'm not sure.
Okay.
But Ascent is like,
He's been like one of the only ones I see.
I would say. I think it's probably better than Jet in my opinion.
Yeah.
And I think Pearl, like, you saw Ospas playing it, like, he knows how to take his lines. He has an off on the deep lines, and he can
also actually made it look really good.
Stomp people, like, everywhere, wherever he's at. And then also for Ascent, playing backside B, getting the kill, go up lane, go backwards and refract, and, you have that.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, when I was designing the character, my prediction was Waylay's best map. And I was just really excited to talk about you play and like get out there and like, yeah, that sounds a great map for Waylay.
Has there been anything else that has surprised you with Waylay so far, June?
I think players learn really fast. So it's like, my playbook is like, only so many games, like working on the character right.
Fair, yeah.
players play more games of Waylay in the first 2 weeks than I got to play on the character for the whole time I worked on them.
Yeah.
But yeah, mostly I think it's been really fun watching just people's creativity and how they're like figuring out how to like not do the most obvious things with the character, be more creative, more exploratory. Your clip from really early on, refracting back into your own ultimate was one where I was like, I just literally never thought about that at all. So it's super exciting to see.
That's wild stuff. Especially considering like Waylay comes out, and then there's also Tejo, and then there was also Vice. So for you, have there been any compositions that you have really liked that support Waylay very well, that maybe you could tell like players that want to maybe try Waylay in their ranked or normal games?
Yeah, I would definitely say Tejo and probably Breach. You could probably like sneak in a little KO
like the
in
initiator
there,
utility.
You can sneak both of those characters in Tejo and what's it called? And Breach.
Yeah.
And Vise is also good because you give that passive line for the.
They're just like literally like asking him like questions where he has to say. So when it comes to your favorite agent that you personally like to play, that we've released in the last year, who would you say it is? Like in 2025 only. It's like the options are Tejo and Waylay. But the way the question's asked, your viewer doesn't know that.
You just ask. Duo's dream duelist in a way, right? Where it's like you got your duo like setting you up with like an Omen Blind or a Breach Stun, right? And it's just sort of like.
Who do you think has the best hinder ability in the game? I'm curious. You seem to have the best hinders that we've ever seen in VCT. Which agent has the best ones?
But you also do it on Waylay. You like to go in for the last second. The last second, and then you recall back.
Yeah.
Is it like a playing with your food kind of thing? Or you just like a playing with fire?
Yeah, I definitely like to just like inch it out to the very last like tick of it because we don't know how long Waylays actually think like the refract is. So them like you see me scale side or something like that, and I'm like last second tick, and I just and I go backwards. Like they're more scared because my teammates can scale behind me or something like that. You know, people are like more worried about who's actually behind the Waylay and what util comes behind that. So that's kind of why I do it.
Yeah,
I love John interviews.
My teammates get a kill, and that's cool.
For sure. Now, something that you may not know, Joggamo, is that June here is actually quite a big G2 fan. And
shocker.
What is about the team that made
Wonder why?
So I've been watching G2 since before they were in the Americas League, and then I was also like a huge Pogggg fan, huge EG fan. So when
actually
this
based
is actually
though.
like a dream team for me, so like I love it. But no, I think
she
G2,
actually
like,
understands Valorant. That's why.
That's like my take.
Is that how you feel, that you play good, honest, correct Valorant?
Sometimes, and then I get off my leash and I can do what I want.
Yeah.
Oh shit, a leash comment.
That's when you thrive. You know, you gotta tell Josh to let you do that a little more often. You know?
From the Doggamo.
Hey, well, I want to thank you both so much for taking the time and chatting with this agent, and we want to see you out there playing Waylay as much as possible.
Dude, one of my favorite champs moments was when Golden Boy had the whole crowd barking
but make
for
sure
Doggamo.
you're going out there playing Waylay. And thank
Bro,
you, John,
that
and
was
thank you so much
cinema.
for the time here.
Thank you.
Oh my god.
And review what is coming up and the standings as we wrap up today, because, well, it was already highlighted green at the start of the show, but G2 were the first team to lock in their spot from the Omega group, but Crew and 100
That
Thieves,
arena was going
are
crazy.
now a lock for playoffs as well. Man, Jog, what do you make of this Crew team, man? Because they're looking good.
Yeah, they've been showing up a little bit. I've definitely always had faith in Kesnet. Like every time we play ranked or like he's talking to me, he's like, I want to be like you. I was like, why? He's like, I want that trophy too. I was like, all right, okay.
Yeah,
so every time I see these guys play ranked, they're grinders, like Mazzino, Kesnet.
Yeah.
That's what most people I talk to the most, but they're insane, I think.
Yeah, they look phenomenal, and it doesn't look like they're going to be stopping anytime soon with the way things are shaking up. Let's actually see the schedule and what we have coming up for you beautiful people tomorrow, because we got Furia going up against Cloud9, and then we'll close things out with Sentinels versus Loud. I don't know what's going to happen in that game. Anything's been. How have you been enjoying the season so far, June?
It's excellent, and even better now that I can enjoy seeing what crazy things people are cooking up with Waylay. melee. So
Yeah,
I'm
that
happy.
has to be cool. Not only are you getting to enjoy it as a fan, but you also get to directly, like involve yourself in it.
Yeah, and all the designers are fans of pro play and just the game in general. We all play, so it's just awesome to be, out there in the crowd watching you guys out there.
So cool. Well, we thank you once again for joining us, June. You're welcome anytime. You can do a desk segment with us. You can host one if you would like to. You can kick me out. I'm sure that'd be awesome. But Giacomo, always a pleasure, my man.
Thank you,
and congratulations on the win. Congratulations on clinching playoffs. That is going to do it for us.
Okay. I think I got the moment. I just found I just YouTubed it. His Tarek stream.
Shaw, the one and only. My man, you were. Let's get some bars going.
The whole crowd. The whole crowd was barking, bro. The whole fucking stadium was barking. It didn't come through the crowd mic very well, but I promise you, I was there. That shit was crazy.
The dog, the jaw, the one and only. My man, you were. Let's get some bars going.
It was so loud, actually. It was so loud. It didn't get picked up by the crowd mic, though. I don't know why. Maybe someone else had a better one. Maybe like on someone's co-stream it picked up better. I don't know. But it was fucking fire. It was one of my favorite. Like, I'll never forget that, right? Like, that moment and the Boston CS major are like my favorite moments. Man, it's just crazy. It's fucking crazy. I can't believe Jaw is still just actually insane. I can't believe we saw Jaw and Boostio just go fucking crazy today. And honestly, the whole team, Team in one and Calm played really well too. Fuck. The whole fucking thing. Yeah, the Boston CS one was unreal. How crazy is it? I worked the desk on both of them. I feel blessed. I'm not gonna lie. I was in both arenas. I might be one of one. Was there anyone else? Who else? I don't know. Maybe someone in production. Tarek was in both. Tarek was fucking the play. Dude. Yeah, Tarek got to experience both. He got to experience the better experience. I just got the desk experience. Dude, the desk experience, though, for Boston but for both majors, it was in the crowd. It was like a special one. So, yeah, it was fucking crazy, man. People were like crying in the Boston major. It was the craziest thing. Like, the arena for the Boston major was maybe better, I think, because it was like, it wasn't that big. I want to say it was like 10K max capacity or something. But the acoustics on that stadium had to be insane because it was just popping. It was so fucking loud. It was so loud. I think I actually think that the fucking pre-show and everything, the whole experience of Valorant Champs. I mean, obviously that comeback from C9 was just so crazy. The Tarek Major, that was just so crazy. And I'll never forget it. I was a pro CS player for years and years. And that was just so special. It was just such a special moment. Like, I was working that whole event. I was walking the halls, seeing the players. I was on C9 as a player. Yeah. It was just fucking insane. It was the same thing. Like, I also worked, I was showing you earlier, like, the desk of the second CS major, the Katowice major. I was a player, but I was also on the desk for the finals of that. And that was also insane because it was a Polish team winning on Polish home soil in Katowice when everyone thought NIP would beat their asses. It was insane. It was fucking crazy. Yeah, VP. Yeah, VP. That was fucking wild.
Yeah. Man, there's some fucking insane moments. The only one that I wish I was there for was the fucking like cold zero moment. I wasn't in the arena or anything for that. The jumping op thing. It's liquid. That shit had to be crazy. That was what I missed. But see the first game tomorrow? Let's see what's the first game. You're crazy. No, I'll be here for it. Is there any chance? Come on, man. Okay. Let's see. Find where to go. Ew. No. Stop streaming. I was gonna read Ender. Oh, Alexis is streaming. Okay. No shot. No shot for the Apex stream. Yeah. I'm definitely committed to doing some stuff before the Americas games tomorrow, but I'll be on for 1:30 for Americas. Demon 1 hate so far. I agree, dude. Bro, if people are still hating on Demon 1, it's insane. That's why I wanted them to win, just to like change the narrative, bro. Because when you lose, people only look at the stat page. The game was great. Damn. GG's. Adios, everyone. Peace out, everyone. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Bye-bye.